Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1. Come on baby, last set. The boy said as he pushed the huge boulder from his chest, up and down. The boy was tiny compared to the rock he was lifting up and down. Last one. The boy said, gritting his teeth as he pushed it away from his chest. Yeah, baby. Lightweight. With that he threw the boulder to his side, and he was left panting on the ground. His chest rising and falling with rhythm, and sweat was all over his body. The ground quacked a bit when the boulder hit the ground. God, that was a good workout. He was already feeling his chest burning. And it's a PR, so it's double the fun. He said, laughing his odd laugh, shishishi. The boy was around the age of 14 and 15. From his goofy smile to the stitched scar under his left eye, it was obvious who he was. More so when he sat on the ground and wore his iconic straw hat. His name is Monkey D. Luffy. But he wasn't from here. He was from Earth. And things happened and now, he was here. It's already been a month and he had accepted that reality. There was no going back, so he could only move forward. It was hard to accept, but after walking through the endless white room for who knows how long, he was finally able to come here. So he wasn't that upset. He was brought here by some weird internet game. Even though it didn't make sense, it happened that way. The last thing he remembered was the game warning him about the dangers of One Piece world, and his headset attacking his face. Its shape morphed as it attached to his face. And before he knew it, he was in a white room. The lobby. Where he would have to wait, until the so-called servers were back. And the room was basically white torture for him. There was no one there. And after spending, who knows how long there, he was finally brought to One Piece world. Back on Earth, he didn't have any family. Well, not that were worth mentioning. And honestly, he didn't remember much about his past life. His white torture messed up with his memories, as other than some important info he didn't know much. And that included his name. It seems his brain thought that his name wasn't important enough. But hey, he wasn't complaining. After spending, who knows how long in the lobby, he stopped questioning the reality of the situation. This world might as well be a supernatural simulation, but did he care? No. He accepted it. And he wasn't the one to give up the chance for a grand adventure, even though it wouldn't start for a long while. 3 years to be exact. It was a good thing in a way. He had a few years on his hand, and he was going to make the most out of it. The Straw Hat Pirates would be grand like no other. A true voyage for the future Pirate King. No, the strongest Pirate King. There was another reason why he accepted this world, even if he was dragged down here by a so-called internet survey disguised as some super real One Piece game. You see, he had a dream. He wanted to be the strongest back on Earth. And as a youngster powerlifter he was already making names, but other than that he didn't have any goals back there. And even though he might be able to accomplish his dream back there, doing it here, making himself the strongest man alive would be something to look forward to. Be it Whitebeard or Kaido, He was going to beat them all and claim the place as the world's strongest. And while he was at it, he would make sure to grab the One Piece. The strongest king of the pirates has a nice ring to it. So he accepted this as his new life and tried not to dwell in his past life. Training again? A voice called out, breaking him out of my musing. It was Ace. Oh, look who came back? Luffy said, rolling his eyes, not getting up from the ground. Yeah, but you won't stop pestering me if I didn't leave. Ace said, crossing his arms. And before you say, no, I'm not going to join your crew. And that's final. Did he try to recruit Ace to his own crew? Yup. Why? Because Ace was strong. I mean, I'm way stronger than when I was back on Earth. Luffy thought, and yet Ace was stronger than me. Of course, I would want him to join my crew. And it would also be saving him from an early death this way. Even though this world is different from the One Piece I know, it should still have some similarities. Did he forget to mention that this world would be different because he so-called chose the developer's timeline in that stupid survey? Yeah, he was kinda fucked. Anyway, he did get the original Luffy's memories, but accessing them was quite the headache. Quite literally. Maybe it's because he only had this body for around a month. He didn't question the logic behind it. Anime logic being prevalent and all. So, went along with it. Anyway, even without the influence of Luffy's memories, Ace was someone he would save. He was the brother he never had. Venturing through Luffy's old memories gave him a splitting headache. But he didn't need that to grow a bond with Ace. He had spent only 1 month with him. But he treated him very well. Like an actual family. And as an orphan growing up, he knew he had to keep the bond. Because it was the right thing to do. Back on Earth, he was around the age of 21, so it was awkward when a 17-year-old was treating him like a younger brother of his. But he was treated like a family member, so he wasn't that annoyed. He was glad in a way. Hey, don't give me that face. Ace said, annoyed. I said it already, I will leave today. And I don't want you seeing me off like this. Oh, yeah. Ace was going to start his journey. And he already felt saddened by it. Luffy, don't be a baby. He quickly shook his head, he wasn't going to stop Ace from having his own journey. Who said, I'm a baby? You are the baby. Ace snickered, well, something never changes. Before he sighed, sometimes, you worry me. Lou. He said, don't worry about me, I will be just fine. And you know the promise, right? Luffy nodded, 3 years. He said, almost by instincts. Ace nodded, placing his hand on his shoulder, be sure to get strong, or I might just take the title of the King of Pirates. Luffy instinctively waved his hand away, no way. I am going to be the King of Pirates. He said, grin widening. Not just that. I will be the strongest kind of the pirate. Ace just smiled, now that's the Luffy I know. He wasn't going to lie, he was going to miss the freckled boy. Luffy stood at the shore, everybody had left, and he couldn't even see Ace's boat anymore. He was actually a bit worried. He was here, and it might cause an unforeseen butterfly effect. He was actually worried about the 17-year-old boy, who just left. Ace had started his journey, and he couldn't do anything but wish him luck. It also made Luffy think about what he should be doing for the next few years. After coming to this world, he avoided using his rubber abilities, unless he was stuck in some shitty situation. Like getting stuck under the boulder that one time. But now if he wanted to get strong, he would need to use every one of his abilities. Luffy curiously stretched out his fingers, it felt odd. But at the same time, it felt familiar. He would need to get used to his ability. Also, he looked at his side, picking up the rusted, beat-up metal pipe. He wasn't going to stop using a weapon. He was going to be strong, but unlike Luffy, he wasn't going to be careless. Sharp things were the bane for his rubber body. And he was going to use a weapon if he ever faced a skilled swordsman. And it was a good thing that he could instantly do some tricks with the pipe. Unlike his devil fruit, he had inherited the use of a stick from the original Luffy. So he was going to stick with it. In future, he was planning on going to the Katakuri route or the Whitebeard route. Having a cool named weapon was kinda cool, you know. It would also broaden his skill arsenal. Chapter 2. A few weeks later, after Ace's first bounty, Luffy was in a Makino's bar drinking a lemonade, when the bar's door was kicked open. And for some reason, Luffy felt fear. With hesitance, he looked over his shoulder. Where's Ace? A middle-aged man called out, who had the build of a giant. The man was at least 9 feet tall and had huge muscles. Even though Luffy knew it, it just felt weird seeing giant people, and the thing was that wasn't even a giant. It was his grandpa. It also made him jealous, that after coming to this world he had lost all of his muscles. Losing them gains is quite the hard ball to swallow. But if he could look like that when he's older, then that's worth it. But looking at his so-called grandpa's legs, He was definitely not going to skip leg days. Hey, gee grandpa. Luffy stuttered, gulping. Painful memories of head bonking came to mind. This was a first-time thing for him. Usually, he couldn't access the memories, but now they were pouring down on him. Oh god, those were painful. The bashing on the head. Ace isn't here. The man narrowed his eyes looking at Luffy, and where might he be, brat? Who knows? Big world. He started sweating, and that wasn't from knowing that this man could go toe-to-toe with a pirate king. It was from those so-called fist of love that he didn't want to experience. The memories were painful enough. But boink, and he felt just that. Ow! You stinking gramps, that hurts. Luffy shouted, grabbing his head. Fuck this. This old man hits like a truck. Why was I suffering again? Oh, yeah, 'cause one of my so-called brothers started his pirate journey. Well, fuck him. But then again, if he found out that Sabo was a revolutionary, he might drag him to Manafort and start his early career as a marine. And then came another, boink, ouch. What was that for? You weren't paying attention, Luffy. Garp said, why did that brat go off to be a pirate? And here I was trying to train you guys to be marines. I won't. Luffy grabbed his mouth. He was going to get himself killed. What's that? Garp asked, you said something? Luffy hastily shook his head. That would have been stupid. Garp nodded at that before taking a sit on the bar. Makino, give me some lunch. And Luffy, you want something? Meat? Luffy tilted his head, and Garp nodded, still scowling, and irritated. Of course, you would want that. The man scoffed. Meat for two. Well, at least he was going to get something else to eat, rather than a beating. Luffy was seen lying in the clearing inside the forest. Around him were at least hundreds of human-sized monkeys knocked out. So you are still using your pipe? Garp said, not far from him, picking his nose. I thought you were not going to use that anymore. Luffy supported himself with his long pipe and stood up, still huffing and puffing. Well, my devil fruit isn't anything special. So I have to be creative. He said in between his breaths. Of course, he knew how special his fruit powers were. But he didn't need to market it around. Garp raised an eyebrow. Huh, and here I thought the monkey family's intellect skipped a generation. What? Nothing. Garp then stood up. I am leaving today, you better not go out of the island on your own. I don't need you repeating what Ace did. Chapter 03 I won't, Luffy said, I still have 3 years. He blurted out. His Luffy instincts would get him killed. Garp gave a frustrated scowl, but before he could say something Luffy spoke. Gramps, who's my father? Okay, this was the only way he knew to throw the man off. Garp was taken aback by the question, where did that come from? Well, you know how Ace is the... You know whose son? So I wanted to know my dad was? Luffy asked, is he dead? The boy looked a bit scared. Acting isn't my strong suit, but I hope it convinces the old man. No. Garp said, and sighed when he saw Luffy feeling relief. Then where is he? Can I meet him? Is he a marine? Is he strong? What's his devil fruit? Shut it, brat. Garp said, massaging his forehead. Way too many questions. Luffy, shut up. I can only say his name. Garp said, and Luffy nodded, but don't say it to anyone. He said the last part with a serious expression. Luffy slowly nodded. Yeah, like I want to have a buster call on my ass. His name is Dragon. He is a dragon? Luffy shouted, overreacting, then comically pointed at Garp. You did it with a dragon? That's disgusting and awesome at the same time. Garp spat blood, before punching the lights out of Luffy. But was it worth it? Definitely, it was worth it. Why you? His name is Dragon. Monkey D. Dragon. He's not a dragon, Garp said with a tick mark on his forehead, and I am not even going to ask how you know about birds and bee stuff. Stupid brats growing up too fast. And he left, his irritation back on his face. Luffy smiled cheekily, spitting out dirt before standing up. Oh boy, that hurt. But it was worth it. Throwing the old man off was quite fun. Wait, Gramps. Don't leave me behind. Luffy then followed Garp, who grumpily speed up. After the day was over, a marine ship with the head of a dog came to pick the vice admiral up. Luffy, unlike other times, stayed. Oi, Gramps. What is it now? Garp asked. When are you going to get back? Garp frowned at the question, maybe not having Ace changed his grand gift after 6 months. On your birthday. He said, not irritated this time, just curious. Why, brat? Luffy said, before opening and closing his mouth. How should he say it? Not gonna lie, it is a bit embarrassing. Just say it, brat. Can you bring me one of those weapons that's like a stick but not a stick? And has a blade on the top of it? Luffy said, in one breath. Yeah, asking something just felt a bit weird, and embarrassing. It kinda feels like I'm taking advantage of him. Which I am. I'm going to get used to this stuff. Garp grinned this time. You want a spear? Rubbing his chin. Or an Ajanata? I don't know. Whichever you can get. Has to have a good enough to last till I get as old as you. He didn't have a preference, he wanted a pointed weapon just in case he wasn't able to learn the Rokushiki in these 3 years. But rather than getting an answer, he got hit in the head. Ow! What was that for? Who are you saying, old brat? Luffy gave him a deadpan look. The old man had gone senile, it was official. And got another hit. I will see what I can do. The old man muttered as he started walking off. Yeah. I want the best. Luffy said, ignoring the winching pain in his head. Garp smirked a bit, thinking things over. Yeah. I will get you one. He had one in mind. It was the first time Luffy actually wanted something from him, and so he needed to show off a bit. Maybe that would put some interest in Marines in the boy. Chapter 03. 6 months passed in a blink of an eye. Luffy had improved a lot in these last few months. Sure, he wasn't strong like how Luffy was when he started his journey, but he was getting there. 498. 499. 500 inches. Luffy said there was a huge rock 10 times his size on his back. And after the last push-up, he was laying down on the running water. I feel so damn weak. He was on a small waterfall inside the forest. A place where he could relatively train his non-devil fruit powers. This was also the reason why he was gaining strength quickly. He took a page out of original Luffy's Wano training, and surprisingly it worked well. As a previous power lifter, he was well acquainted to monitor his strength gain, even if it was small. And doing water training was turning out great for him. Though he didn't know if this training would make him gain some form of resistance. In general, a devil fruit user couldn't swim underwater, but was there a way to make yourself resistant enough to gain back the swimming ability? It seemed far-fetched, but he was willing to try. And it wasn't like he had to give extra effort. Gritting his teeth, he stood up, removing the rock from his back. Gaining back his usual strength felt incredible. And it was also good that he was getting used to his devil fruit abilities. Training this way was a hassle. It was a good thing that he had a waterfall on the island. A devil fruit user usually had to immerse 1/3 of his body in water to start getting weak. At the same time, his or her devil fruit powers wouldn't work. And that would be an issue when he would start his voyage. He wouldn't be able to train that way. And he wasn't stupid enough to try and dump himself in the ocean for some small gains. That would be reckless and stupid. Luckily he didn't inherit those quirky habits from the original Luffy. So he had to look for a way to gain sea stones. He should look around the kingdom. And if that doesn't work, he could always try to sneak up to Garp's ship and try his luck there. Though getting caught would be too much of a pain. 6 months have passed, and training kind of got a bit boring. Sure, fighting giant beasts that could give old age dinosaurs a run for their money was fun. But it got boring nonetheless. He barely knew anyone in the village. Sure, Luffy knew the others in the village. But he didn't. And it felt just awkward mingling with them. Though Makino was cool and she wouldn't constantly pester him like the bandits. And yet the bandits and Makino were the only social life he had, outside of the sudden visits by Garp. Maybe he should get a pet. It might help him get rid of some of his boredom. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he felt bored when the Mount Bandits weren't around. So he had gained the hobby of pranking them here and there, just for the sake of it. Having all the free time in the world meant more time for training. It did nothing for his social life, but it did make him strong. But even if he constantly pushed himself harder, without any challenge his strength gain would have diminishing returns. He was following the power route approach to things, but he knew for this world's standards it wasn't the optimal way. He should ask the old man for some training advice next time. The adrenaline you get from wrestling a giant bear is no joke. It was almost addictive, sometimes. And he concluded that it was a better way to gain strength. But there weren't that many challenges in the island anymore. Still, he would have loved to have someone teach him some actual combat. Luffy's fighting style was pure chaos. His fighting style fully revolved around his devil fruit abilities. And he was a powerlifter back on Earth, not a kickboxer. He really regretted not picking up some martial arts in his last life. Today Garp or Grandpa was going to return to the village. And it would be lying that wasn't excited. He was eagerly waiting for Garp's gift. But then again he had some doubts that he would give him something amazing. There's no way I will be getting a named sword, but it would at least be better than these junks. He said, looking down on the rusted and almost broken spear he was using. He had gone to Goa Kingdom and searched every shop, but he couldn't find any decent weapons. The current spear he was using was stolen from a marine base in the Goa Kingdom. It wasn't much, but it had to do. And he wasn't going to be sword user, that was more of a Zoro thing. He was using a spear, by the looks of it, it won't hold much longer. It was a weapon that he could use like his pipe, with the added benefit of a blade on the end. Luffy took his spear and started walking down to the village. It was already noon, maybe Grandpa was already there. He needed to be strong, and that meant needed to take every opportunity that he could take. "I found you, brat." A voice called out, and Luffy looked up, and from the sky he saw a giant man descending. Chapter 04 I found you, brat. A voice called out, and Luffy looked up, and from the sky he saw a giant man descending. Luffy quickly jumped back with his rubber body, and the man landed in front of him, blowing dust and breaking the ground, creating a crater on the ground. "Come on, Gramps," Luffy shouted, picking himself up, and dusting off his clothes. "I just washed up." Garp grinned, "Look what I got for you, brat." And the giant of a man tossed a large thing at Luffy, who barely escaped, as it stuck into the ground. It was a weapon wrapped in dirty white cloth. "Check it out and see if it's to your liking." He needed no more explanation. He took away the covering, and a silver metal pole came into view, and the blade attached to it was around 3 to 4 feet. A single-edged blade. The design was so that the blade looked like coming out of a golden dragon's mouth, and it even had golden engravings on it. It was a naginata, a type of Japanese spear. Whitebeard uses one as well, but that wasn't the part that made his jaw drop. Nope. It was the fact that this was an antique Mugen piece. The cloth had it written on it. This thing was a freaking great-grade sword. The cloth had a small description on it. Name, unknown. Description, being one of the 21 great-grade swords, its durability is unparalleled. The weapon was crafted in the lost lands of samurai, and was used by a pirate before the golden age of piracy. There were other information, but they were smudged out for him to read. No freaking way. Who the heck would gift a 15-year-old that kind of weapon? But he wasn't complaining. Luffy grinned, grabbing the weapon that was a bit large for his size. He will grow into it, and lifted it. Or at least tried to. That thing was freaking heavy. Bah. The weapon is yours if you can lift it. Garp laughed, seeing his grandson struggle. Believe me, Luffy, you aren't strong enough yet. Bah. What was this? A screenplay of Thor? Of course, the old man wouldn't just give it to Luffy. Luffy finally gave up, trying to lift it. He snapped his head towards the laughing old man. Why can't I lift it? He could lift a boulder 4 times his size, so what's wrong with him? Bah, 'cause you ain't strong enough. Why you? Gamu no. Pistol. The rubber boy punched with his stretched arm, only to get deflected by a wave of hand. Bah. No wonder you are weak. Garp said, really getting on Luffy's nerves. I will teach you to wield that blade if you join the Marines. Yeah. Then you can take that back and shove it up Sengoku's ass. Luffy said, pointing at the weapon. Garp shut his laugh, then looked at his weapon, then his grandson. Before he cried out another laugh. Bah. I'm enjoying this more than I should. You are really a crook, you know that. He grumbled. Don't worry, you will grow into it. Bah. Fight me, you older. Older? And the fight ensured, or like it always was, a one-way betting ensured. He was improving, he could feel it, but it was nowhere near the old man's strength. Fucking monster. He grumbled. It also motivated him to push himself further in training. And then the old geezer left, saying something about not having enough time to check into the nearest marine base. Luffy picked his broken self up, looking at the weapon. He grabbed the cold silver metal pole. I am going to make you mine, one day. And that's a promise. With that, he left the weapon there. He was sure other than Garp, no one else would be able to wield it. And it's not like he had an inventory to store the dang thing. Man, having a cheat would have been awesome now. The next day, Garp came back from nowhere. He might have been in Goa Kingdom's marine base or on his personal ship, Luffy didn't know. But he did come by and wanted to drag Luffy to some unconventional method of training. But Luffy wasn't having any of that, he wanted to do something else. Come brat, let's get you some training done. You need some muscles on those bones if you want to be a marine just like your amazing grandpa. Garp said, only getting an annoyed look from the boy. And that piqued Garp's curiosity. The boy usually went head first and spoke his mind. So he asked. Why the look? You know you are a liar, old man. Eh? What do you mean, brat? Asked Garp, peeking his nose. This. Luffy pulled out a paper from his pants which had a picture of a man wearing a green cloak and a red tattoo painted on his left side. Not just any paper, it was a bounty poster of the Revolutionary Dragon. Garp's eyes almost came out of his socket when saw that. And Luffy wondered how that was even possible, but he put that thought in the back burner in his mind. Anime logic and all. And snatched the bounty poster away. How the heck did the brat find a poster of him? What the? Gramps. Give it back, Luffy shouted childishly, grabbing the marine's attention, but the old man was still in a daze. Hey, take that, old man. Why didn't you tell me my father was a great pirate? Huh? Garp blinked. Your father ain't a pirate. Liar. Luffy said, taking out another copy of the same bounty poster from somewhere. See, he even has a bounty. There's so many zeros, it's even bigger than aces. It's kinda amazing. Hey, by the way, who had a greater bounty, my pops or his? I mean, I didn't know he was a pirate and all. He said. Wait, what? Garp then looked at his grandson, before figuring out the kid didn't know about the stuff. With a heavy sigh, he placed his hand on his grandkid's shoulder. He isn't a pirate. He's something even worse. He's a revolutionary. The head of the revolutionary, in fact. So he's strong. Is he dangerous? Luffy asked. Garp nodded. Even more than Shanks. Garp nodded again. But then he looked at Luffy, who had stars in his eyes. Oh. This was bad. Garp thought, don't you ever think about it. That's so cool. Luffy shouted, with stars in his eyes. Garp of course boinked him in the head with a fist of love. That's not good, brat. That's worse than being a pirate. He said, and how did you know that this was your old man? Luffy shook his head, avoiding the signs of a concussion. He answered, I didn't. I just searched my stash of bounty poster and found it. I didn't know who he was. Luffy said, looking at Garp, but judging from your reaction. He's my dad, isn't he? Garp scoffed. Why did he have to fall for the oldest trick in the book? And lately, he was showing signs of intelligence. He just hoped that Luffy wouldn't be following in his father's footsteps. Chapter 05. Yeah, and he's a pain in the ass, said Garp. Don't even plan on being a revolutionary. Nah. I'm good. He grinned. I will become the strongest king of the pirates. Garp for the first time was glad to hear that. It was better being a revolutionary. Wait, did you say you have a stash of bounty posters? Yeah, Luffy nodded. There were tons of them in the marine base. Marine base? Garp said, pulling his fist up. Luffy quickly slapped his mouth shut. Shit. He actually found them there after stealing some of their weapons, and kept them. But why did he slip up? You didn't happen to be the thief who is stealing from the Marines, are you? I swear it was only once. Luffy said, maybe twice or 3 times. But it was accidental. I promise, I just slipped. Garp just sighed, it all seemed to be a coincidence. Personally, Garp didn't want Luffy to know who his father was, and after what happened with Ace, he didn't want Luffy to hate Dragon. Sure, he didn't really like what the brat was doing, but it was an honorable goal. Even though his personal beliefs were more aligned with Marines. Dragon had more radical approach to things. Though, he could see why. Anyhow, Gramps, teach me something. Luffy said, a bit childishly, teach me something and I might just forgive you for your mishap. He said, pouting and crossing his arms. And I might not ever question about him again. He muttered the last part. But Garp heard it just fine. Honestly, he was willing to give anything to stop the boy from asking about that man. Shanks was a bad influence enough, he didn't another one for his grandson. And what might that be, brat? Teach me. Luffy said, pointing at the bumps on his head, how you are able to hurt me. Garp laughed, bahahaha. Oh, that's called hockey. Not that he would be able to learn it, of course. Luffy smiled, stars in his eyes. Oh, then teach me that hockey thing. Bahahaha. In your dreams, brat. Garp said, join the Marines, I will teach you personally. Well, it was difficult to train someone in hockey if they didn't have immense willpower to fuel the thing, but from his perspective Luffy had a lot of it. He was stubborn as they get, and recently he found out that he was pushing himself more on training after Ace left. And training like that and being stubborn was the definition of willpower in his books. But the thing was Luffy wasn't strong enough to learn that. Yet. Luffy gave an annoyed expression, come on Gramps. Teach me something cool. Luffy said, something that makes my punches harder. Garp rubbed his chin, then an idea came to his mind. I can't teach you hockey. But I can teach you the next best thing. And the Garp jumped off, high, kicking the air as he did, then he kicked again, and he started climbing the air. Soon Garp came back with a smile on his face. How was that, brat? He shouted down. Was he going to teach his grandson Rokushiki? Nope. Four Tails would have his ass. But he could show it to him to get him interested in the Marines. Also he did feel kinda bad that the weapon that he gifted Luffy couldn't be wielded unless he became strong enough. So he could throw a bone or two. There are in total 6 of those techniques, they are called the Rokushiki. It takes a strong body and mind to learn it. Cool. The boy had stars in his eyes. Teach me. Oh, that's easy, you just kick the air. Garp said as if that was matter of fact. Or join the Marines. Come on, teach me, please, Gramps. Luffy said, in a pleading tone. Garp landed down seeing this but didn't say anything. He just picked his nose with a boring expression. Nah. Figure it out. Bahahaha. Only Dragon was able to do it, and that was when he trained with the Marines, before leaving their cause. And he was sure Luffy wouldn't be able to learn it. Garp grinned, enjoying the frustrated expression of Luffy. But he would help out his grandson. So take something out from his pocket, and tossing it to Luffy. It was a small notepad, like book. There are a few workouts here that will help you with that technique. They are pretty hard but they build up strength in the body overall, and will make it so you can learn these cool techniques. Of this book was only a demonstration written by Zephyr. They were kinda rare to find these days. To use the Rokushiki, one needs to build up their body's strength in specific areas, and only after that they would be eligible to learn the techniques. This book just covered the first part. Chapter 06. The second part was only doable if you went to Manaford and trained under an instructor. Sengoku used that to make all good candidates learn in from Manaford. So he was basically giving the boy way to get strong, and by his estimate if he was able to gain strength according to the small book, he might have a chance to lift up the Naginata. Luffy smiled, before frowning, when he opened the book. And then looked at Garp, but I can't read. Garp threw his head back and laughed. I know. Bah ha ha ha. He said, teach yourself that. And be quick, I will take it back tomorrow. He lied, as he started to walk away. I am going to catch some fish to eat. Also, he wasn't worried, sure those workouts would build a body for 6 styles, but that was if Luffy could make himself sit there and read it. Which most likely he couldn't. More so when he wasn't able to read in the first place. This will be his bait to catch Luffy into the Marines. Also, this wasn't some highly advanced technique. This was just the first part. The second part was the most important, where it was detailed how to perform the techniques. And other than the official Marine source, and some black market material, he was sure Luffy wouldn't get his hand on that. So he was sure Luffy wouldn't be able to learn them. Soon Garp would came to realize how wrong he was. And a certain someone would be up on his ass for that. Chapter 06. As Luffy saw Garp leave, he quickly scanned a small note in his arms. After making sure Garp left, he ran towards his hiding spot. Grinning and laughing along the way. It worked, his acting skills worked. It gave him something that he could finally use to better himself. Sure, acting like Luffy was no big deal, but when you want to be Luffy and be smart at the same time, it was another thing entirely. Show too much intelligence and you are suspected, and show less, and you are a moron. That doesn't need attention. When he came to this world, one of the things he learned was that he could speak and understand Japanese fluently. It came along with Luffy's memories, but he couldn't read or write. It seemed Garp didn't teach Luffy that. Well, the old man was planning on making him join the Marines and they would take care of it. But what the old man didn't know was that before leaving, Ace had learned how to read and write from Makino. Of course, like the good big brother Ace was, he wanted Luffy to learn it as well. But the boy was too rowdy for learning anything that needed him to sit for more than 10 minutes. But that was the old Luffy, not him. So Luffy only had to pursue Makino to teach him. And she did patiently. He wasn't an expert of the language or anything, but in the 6 months, he could now read and write basics. And now Luffy just needed some pen and paper to copy the full notebook before Garp leaves. Luffy would obviously beg Garp whenever he found him to teach him about hockey. But he was half sure that the man wouldn't budge, that man was stubborn as he was. But that didn't mean he could smart his way into things. There was a internet theory popular back in his world, where it stated that Luffy and the viewers couldn't see the blackness of hockey, was because Luffy didn't learn about it. So in the Summit War, everyone did use hockey, but we the viewers and Luffy weren't able to see it because of that. So his first step would be to observe Garp's hand every time the giant man attacked him. His rubber body could take all shots, but when it came to hockey, he felt pain like a normal human. So even though it was a painful process, he would see to it that he learned about hockey. Also, even though he officially would start his journey when 17, it didn't mean that he couldn't get help from outside. He wouldn't leave the island, Ace made him promise that. And as a man, he was going to keep it. But getting outside help into the island should be easy. If he played his cards right, and gathered enough wealth, he was sure that he could buy some guidebook to hockey from the black market. Also, as he scanned the book, he realized that it was only about conditioning his body. There was no mention of the techniques. Maybe he could find the techniques from the black market as well. I mean, I'm sure Dofi Joker had some guidebook on hockey circulating around the black market. I mean, any pirate that survived a day in the New World would give him all to buy and learn that shit. He thought, also, that guy has one of his crewmates in the Marines, so he should also have the Rokushiki with him. Luffy looked at the notebook in his hand. It was quite big. And copying would be a hassle. But then again, he was a person who didn't back down from any challenge. More so when a challenge aligned with his goals. It's not some Rokushiki manual, but it was the next best thing. He thought to himself. If the original Luffy could figure out how to Jippo and Soru, or his own version of it, then so could I. And this will make it hell of a lot easier. So he was going to start with those, and in the meantime try to get into the local island's black market and see if he could get anything there. But then again, learning all the other 6 styles might be not good for him. But he could teach them to his crewmates in the future. And this book had all the exercises needed for a person to gain the basic body requirement for 6 styles. Unlike people like Odin, Kido or Big Mom, who were born strong, Luffy wasn't. He just trained and fought countless battles to make himself strong. Sure had all the chosen one shenanigan going for him. Like his normal devil fruit powers turning into a broken one. But he had to struggle to get to that point. And it would be tough, but he was going to make himself strong enough that he could squat any flies in the first part of the Grand Line. In the Navy headquarters, a man was seen fuming in anger. He slammed the desk. "Why that Garp?" he shouted. It was none other than Fleet Admiral Sengoku. "Why didn't you stop him from taking that, if you were there?" "I felt lazy." Sengoku's veins were about to pop out of his skull. That was one of the grade swords from Rock's era. "As an admiral, you should have stopped him." "Yeah, me stopping the marine hero," Kuzen said, rolling his eyes. "He still treats me like a kid. And would punch my lights out." "No thank you. That's too much of a drag." He then started walking away. He didn't need to do anything but report it. Who cares what happened to that old relic? Most Marines used swords and guns anyways, so that was mostly left untouched. "You sit right here, Okiji," the Buddha shouted. "Go and find out where Garp is, and call him. And make sure no one finds out about the incident." Kuzen grumbled, but nodded nonetheless. Why did he have to put up with this again? Sengoku was already having a massive headache. The so-called marine hero just stole one of the relics in the Marine Museum. And how was he supposed to explain that to his superiors? It was a good thing that no one visited that place. It was basically a junkyard for all unusable weapons that Marines collected of pirates. The Grosai built that place for their personal amusement. And he was sure that those oldies won't care that much. But it also made him wonder how Garp remembered about the weapon. But then he remembered that he was the one that caught the first wielder of that blade. Maybe that's why. Sengoku massaged his temples. But the main question was, why would Garp need that? Sengoku didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling about it. I was right. Luffy grinned, looking downwards at the weighing machine. Never in his life, he would have been so happy to gain weight. Luffy had his hands stretched out at least a couple of meters toward the ceiling, using his rubber body. Good thing the room had a high ceiling. So, my weight increases when I use my powers to stretch or expand my body. That means, so does the muscle density and other stuff. Luffy muttered, when training he always could exert more strength when he stretched his limbs far. The previous Luffy couldn't see the difference, because of having the devil fruit powers from early life. But he could clearly feel the weight difference. Normally, one would say it is due to having a rubber body, but a rubber body shouldn't be able to increase someone's mass when stretched out. But then again, later his devil fruit was revealed to be his own type. Anyway, that got him thinking and found a weighing scale to test his theory. Luffy's Gear 3, giant punches were actual gigantification of his fists that would expand his everything, muscles, bones, and even weight. And it wasn't only him, other devil fruit users experienced the same thing. Like how Copper's monster point. But the question came, why? Even though logic didn't seem logical in the One Piece world, there was one thing that was a universal rule. Nothing brings nothing. So where did the added mass come from? He came to 2 conclusions. One was that the fruit gave a power core of sorts, that was dense and defied gravity, making it weightless. Anytime a devil fruit user uses his powers, they use their powers from the core that's inside, granting them supernatural powers. While the other theory was all fruit users were somehow connected to some supernatural dimensions that granted them powers, with bodily changes. But then again, when Luffy's true devil fruit was revealed, it broke through all logic. He thought, but that doesn't mean I have to fully follow his route. And this world was different, so I have to prepare for anything. Awakening a fruit would take a lot of time, but he needed power fast. So that's why he was trying to learn more about his fruit's powers. Maybe then he would be close to awakening it. Understanding how your powers worked might give him the edge he needed to gain strength in a short time. Working smart, as you put it. Luffy nodded. Now he needed to test his theory out. He looked at his right hand, and concentrated his powers on his thumb. Rather than making it long, he tried to make it expand its size. It was a bit difficult, and unfamiliar at first. But it worked, making his thumb look like an inflated baseball. But I didn't blow any air into my thumb. So what's in it exactly? Extra blood and muscles? He looked down the weight scale, and there was a slight notable difference. It was weird. If it was extra blood and muscles, that would explain the weight gain. But that might not be the case either, unless of course, his body was in some way connected to some weird rubber dimension. He was thinking way too much about this stuff. Just throw it as some random anime logic and be done with it. Still he was curious. Anyway, his endeavor was stopped by a sudden shout. Hey, someone broke into the prince's room again. A guard shouted, footsteps already coming from the walls. Well, it's time to go, Luffy said, then looking at the knocked-out prince, it was what? The third time, he broke into Sabo's brother's room and beat him shitless. Fun. Starsea really did have a punchable face. The first time, he did, just for the sake of it. Bullying rich punks kinda felt good. Is that why I had bullies in my previous life? Not that it lasted, of course, after I smashed in some of their teeth. Also, I was a broke kid, dipshit poor, so the logic doesn't add up. Oh, he should hurry, he could already hear the foot soldiers trying to bash the door open. Grabbing his hat, Luffy started running towards the window, before jumping with all his might. His rubber body helped to spring the jump, and when he was up in the air, he kicked the air, and it made him jump in the air. He tried it again, but failed this time, slipping as he started his free fall. Still, can't do it constantly. He grumbled to himself as he fell, rubbing his chin in frustration. Oh, well. At least it's fun even doing it once. With that he stretched his arms forward, grabbing a nearby building, fingers digging into the wall, and he used that as a means to swing himself forward. It felt fun swinging the air this way, sure he was no Spider-Man. But this was the next best thing that was similar to Spider-Man, and it was pretty fun. Sadly it only worked on areas that had building-infested areas on it. Finding the two towers, Luffy sent both of his arms forward, mid-air. Using the tension to fling himself into the sky, as he flew, he straightened himself like a bullet flying through the sky and out of the Goa Kingdom. Whoa! Chapter 08. With that Luffy started walking towards the village. Gramps will come again soon, so I should stop paying visits to the nobles for now. He mumbled to himself. It's been what, almost a year since Ace left. And the only Rokushiki technique that I can do is instant transmission and finger pistol. I need some real help with the other ones. It was impressive that he went that far, without having the official techniques. He knew his body was already fit for the other 4 techniques, but he needed to learn those techniques from somewhere. Currently, he was trying to recreate Tech K, Iron Body, and that was why he was looking into his Devil Fruit. Tech Kai or Iron Body would save him from sharp objects until he learned Haki. After adding the new exercises to the routine that he got from Garp, Luffy's body started to have an even amount of muscles in all areas. Of course for that, he needed to go the extra mile and do all the workouts in water. It made him grow muscles faster. Even then, most of his muscles looked kinda wobbly, an after effect of having a rubber body. He was a powerlifter in his previous life, not a bodybuilder. Still, not seeing your gains was kind of a letdown. At least he was gaining strength with this. And man, he didn't know if this was his fruit, or that he was a member of the D-clan. But his recovery was insane. Pushing himself too hard was no problem for him. Having a slim body was also good for learning the techniques. You see, the 6 styles were built so that a user of it would have a balance in all muscle groups. It was actually quite a brilliant method, which favored a balanced body. So it made him wonder how Garp with so little leg muscles could use Soru. His grandfather and, thinking about it, most One Piece characters had some weird overly developed upper body. Maybe their leg muscles were compressed. Well, I ain't going that route. Maybe when I'm strong enough, I can pull off my own legendary Super Saiyan. He mused. Well, he did have a technique that did something similar. Still, even with his training has kinda been getting some diminishing returns. Something that happened previously. There was a reason for that. He wasn't some waxo hero, who trained for hundreds of years. He didn't have that type of motivation. Also, hats off to those lads for doing that. Even if he spent a whole year in this new anime-like world, he was getting bored with the usual routine. Heck, even getting beaten up by Garp was better than boredom. And the only reason why he was able to discipline himself enough for training was because of the original Luffy's iron will, and stubbornness. That he, fortunately, inherited, along with his goofy attitude. Hopefully, he didn't inherit Luffy's idioticness. Also, in a few days Makino's birthday was arriving. So he had to get something, and that's why he was snooping into the noble household. Starsea Sabo's adopted brother was already made the successor for being the next king. And that's why he was messing with him. It was also good that he had a bunch of things that needed to be liberated. Will Makino like the diamond earrings or the diamond bracelet? He asked himself as he walked towards the outgrown forest, away from the kingdom. I will just give her both. Honestly, the Goa Kingdom was a gold mine. There were a bunch of gold and other pieces of jewelry that were up for taking. And stealing from those crooked nobles didn't pester him that much. Chapter 09. He had been stealing from them for quite a while now. If he could keep this up, he could have a good sum before starting his journey. He just had to make sure no one saw his face, or his grandpa would give him a thorough beating. But he was fast enough that one saw his face other than maybe his straw hat. He would knock out their lights before they could fully see him. And in a way, he couldn't wait for the 2 years to be gone. By his estimation, he was a little bit behind when Luffy started his journey, so in the upcoming years, he will cross him. He learned all of the iconic moves of Gamu Gamu no Mi, or as many as he could remember. So he was mainly focusing on Moonwalk, which he was having little success over. He could do it from time to time, but he needed to get better at it. I still have no way to do Teki, Kami-e, Tempest Kick. Well, maybe I could do the kick, if I grid myself to the bone, but Teki was another deal. And not to mention Kami-e would be almost impossible to learn without help. Would Kami-e be even possible with my rubber body? Luffy thought, inwardly sighing, Gramps will come soon, I will have to make him teach me something. But convincing him would be such a drag. Also, the fact that he couldn't just ask his Gramps, who was Vice Admiral, to teach him the rest of the Rokushiki. So, Luffy planned to learn another thing from his Gramps. One that would be equally helpful. He was also going to ask Garp for a Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. He didn't know if Garp would give him that, but he needed it if he wanted to make his future crew stronger. And he had searched the black market of Goa. The price for even the most basic version of the encyclopedia was insane. As Luffy walked, he went past where the nameless Naginata was placed on the ground. It's been 6 months since he got it, and he couldn't even lift the damn thing. But he wasn't here from it. He looked up above and found another Naginata, which was a bit small in comparison, planted on top of a tree. He stretched out his arm, and grabbed it, bringing it back. This was the weapon he was practicing for a few months. Horn's Edge he names it, after its carved blade that was supposed to be made out of an iron rhino's horn. A good one that he stole from the Royal Palace Armory. With that he started walking towards the deep parts of the forest. He still couldn't lift the unnamed Naginata, but he was close, he could feel it. It wasn't some Jolner, it was just heavy. And with enough strength, he was sure he will be able to use it. But more importantly, what should I hunt today? I haven't had wild ox meat for quite a while. Luffy nodded to himself, then mumbled silently, Soru. It was quite fun, speaking out named moves like an anime character. He grinned. And he was gone, leaving behind a trail of fluttering leaves. A few days later, unexpected Garp came to Fukushima village. And of course, he first went to Makino's bar to eat. Luffy was currently running there, his Naginata Horn's Edge already strapped to his back. He stayed with the mountain bandits last night. Tomorrow would be Makino's birthday, so he was going there for that. But he was surprised when he saw the marine ship from the mountains. The Straw Hat Boy smashed through the bar doors. Good thing it was made of steel, Gramps. You're back. He was kinda excited. Garp might be tough, but every time he visited, Luffy would get strong, and of course the boy had a hunger for strength. Garp looked back at Luffy, with food in his mouth. Oh! Did my grandkid miss his dear grandpa? He asked with food in his mouth. Yeah. Something like that. Luffy said, okay, please teach me something cool. Okay. No, I am not going to take a no. Wait, did you just agree? Luffy blinked in disbelief. Garp nodded, grabbing another piece of meat and eating it fully, even the bones that was in it. You seem to have gotten strong, so if you can impress me, I might teach you something. Luffy happily rubbed the back of his head, but inside, oh. The old man has observation hockey, I forgot. But it was good thing. As he was thinking, Garp had finished his meal and stood up. Now, let's take you somewhere. As he exited the restaurant, Luffy followed behind. This will be quick, so brace yourself. Huh? That's all of that Luffy could say before Garp grabbed his arm and jumped into the air with sound-breaking speed, and started using Moonwalk to sprint through air. Ahaha. Luffy didn't know how much time had gone by, but it was short and he was barely able to do anything with the wind pressure making him dangle for his life. But the boy took the time to observe how Garp was moving his feet, to sprint through the air. Though he was having little success, as his mouth was open, and he was inflated like a balloon. Soon the old marine landed, bringing along with an inflated balloon human, which was none other than Luffy. Garp let him go, and the boy deflated, returning to normal size. Coughing out rest of the air. Shitty all man. Luffy said, of course getting a fist in the head because of it. Can't even win against the wind. The old man snorted. Luffy grumbly looked at his new surroundings. Not gonna lie, that was cool. So, when are you going to teach me that? Bahahaha, the old Buddha would be on my ass if I teach you that, Garp said laughing. I will teach you that if you join the Marines. Actually, you will only be able to learn it if you join the Marines. No one can learn the 6 styles unless they are the Marines. Bahahaha. He said the last words with pride. Luffy really wanted to roll his eyes, even though he didn't master all of them. He would find his way and learn all of them. I mean, even the original Straw Hats picked up on the techniques by themselves. But it also made him know that he would be in deep trouble if he showed his techniques in front of Garp, and here he was so used to using Soru, but he could try the new technique that he was trying to make. It was still rough around the edges, but he was getting there. Author's appraisal report, weapon name, Horn's Edge weapon type, Naginata description, created by a famed blacksmith, who later down the line created a named blade. The weapon itself is much more durable and sharp than regular blades. But it is prone to losing its sharpness, if not well maintained. As this was made from the horn of an iron rhino's horn, it has self-repairing properties that has yet to be seen. Okay, now beat those crabs. I'm feeling like eating some seafood today, Garp said as he picked his nose. And before the boy could say anything, he kicked Luffy off the high ground. They were actually on a breaking point of a cliff that was around 5 to 6 stories high. But for the old Navy hero, it was considered normal to throw their grandkids from that height. The boy was caught off guard but managed to land on his feet. Landing on his feet like jelly, that is. What the? Only then did he notice the surrounding. It was filled with yellow stony rocks, and what appeared to be a large sea area. And a destroyed forest, as if someone was eating the trees or something. Wait, there aren't yellow rocks in Dawn Island, Luffy said, looking up where Garp was. The old man was sitting at the top of the cliff picking his nose. Luffy looked at him. We aren't on Dawn Island, are we? Bahahaha, so you figured it out, Garp said, leaning down. This is another small island, which isn't that far from home. Beat those crabs, or I won't take you back with me. He grinned, and that made the boy shuddered. He wasn't lying on that part. Luffy gulped. And wanted to ask what crabs, but stopped himself, as the yellow rocks started shaking and large tree-like arms sprouted from the ground. And now in front of him was a sea of large sea crabs. Each one of them was big enough to flip a truck with their claws, and were massive in size, almost 1 story in height. And there seemed to be at least 100 of them. Garp then had a twisted smile on his face. Try finishing it before dinner. I wouldn't want to leave my grandchild behind like that, he said as he yawned. At least try to sound genuine. The boy grumbled. Luffy knew he was facing danger. Even with the strength he gained in those short amounts of time, he couldn't beat all of them. And he had to do it even without using Soru. And he was sure finger pistol won't do shit with how thick their shell was. Oh, he was so fucked up. Gramps, I don't think I'm not strong enough, Luffy said, honestly. All of them looked quite dangerous. He did fight large animals in Dawn Island, but it was always 1 or 2 at the same time. Not like this massive group. Garp looked at him with a frown. You know you awfully complain a lot. If you aren't strong, then be strong. What kind of freaking logic was that? Oh yeah, the One Piece kind. Luffy gritted his teeth, taking deep breaths to calm himself down. He was going to make a name for himself in this world, and he wasn't going to back down now. He unstrapped his Naginata Horn's Edge from his back, looking at the crabs. Old man, Luffy said, not looking at his grandfather, I am going to beat all of them and get home. Then you are going to teach me what I want. He said, no, demanded. Garp grinned as he sat down, opening up a bag of chips from nowhere and started eating them. I will hold you to that. Bahahaha. But I want you to teach me how to cut steel, Luffy said. Garp stopped his laughing and blinked at Luffy. He was about to refuse and say that it was some secret technique that Marines can do. It would kind of be a hassle to teach him that. Too much work. But Luffy was quick. Shanks had shown me that it was possible to cut steel, Luffy said, making the old man grumble, and he wasn't a Marine. That 2-cent pirate and his toothpick? Like I would. Oh. So does that mean the Marines don't know how to do something that a 2-cent pirate can do? Luffy mocked, readying himself as the crabs started their march toward him. He was playing on unknown ground here, but who gives a shit? He needed to get stronger. And he was going to take a shortcut if they were there. And here I thought, my Gramps wasn't some old fossil from Roger's time. Learning to cut steel would not only help him with his Naginata, it would also make things easier with Zoro. Teaching him that before the Grand Line would be a boon for the future. And like the shameless bastard he was going to learn it before he set out from Dawn Island. That made a tick mark appeared on Garp's forehead. Why don't make me come down there and hit you, brat. He huffed, almost destroying the bag of chips he was enjoying, but fine. You beat those yellow crabs, and I will teach you that. Hey, and I will show you what this old fossil can do. He grumbled. Luffy felt a bit worried about what method the old man would use to teach him. But he had more recent concerns. One of the yellow crabs came fast with its claws out and tried to grab onto Luffy. The boy jumped away from danger and midair he spun, Gamu Gamu no War Axe, stretching one of his leg and smashing it on top of the crab's face, and it made the giant creature scritch a little, before he tried to smash away Luffy. Luffy managed to land somehow, using his spear to block the smash that was coming from the giant crab. But it didn't make the boy fling away like expected, rather he stood his ground with his inhuman strength. Even though the ground almost buried him. Chapter 11. Luffy grinned, so all my training wasn't for nothing, he said as he rolled to the side. Time to get serious. Now's my turn, Mr. Krabs, Luffy shouted, before vanishing from where he was. And appeared right before the crab's face, dynamic bull needle. He thrusted his Naginata inside its head, breaking through the skull and hitting the brain. A fatal blow, but the crab tried hard to smash Luffy away, but the boy barely avoided getting cut by the claws, getting smashed away in the process. Still he was able to get his Naginata out in time. At least one of them was down. And 19 more to go. One could see that Luffy's arms and legs were a bit bulkier in size, he even looked taller, while his body looked sharper. And when his shirt fell off he looked like a men's physique bodybuilder, a homage to his own passion for bodybuilding. It was a contrast to his slim build. The boy jumped back up before he started running as to not give the crabs any chance to gang up on him. The crabs were smart enough, as they started throwing debris towards the boy. Luffy avoided the thrown rocks, but he was also winching in pain. The recoil from his technique, and the muscles on his arms and legs which were now bigger shrank down to normal size, again. This was a technique to increase his speed and strength by expanding his muscles. A technique which he was inspired by the Zoro's knee gorilla, but for him it was his whole body. With it, Luffy could double his speed and strength for a short period of time. But it had one big disadvantage, and that was the recoil from using it. He was in a general sense, forcefully expanding or stretching his muscles to give maximum output of strength. And it was quite stressful, it's as if he would pop any time. But he could bear it. Also, he mostly used the technique to use it with his Zoro, but he had to use this alone. It gave him speed akin to an unmastered version of Zoro. But looking at the bright side, he could increase his Gamu Gamu no Mi proficiency with this. This was a technique that was based off his unique ability. A power that he could fully call his. Of course, this technique was using the basics of Luffy's Gear 2 and 3 in a much more compact level, so the boost in physical strength wasn't as dramatic. But it would make his body suitable for other gear-based techniques later. And he officially dubbed it Gear 1. Hey, totally original. Luffy looked at the other crabs, and sighed it would take a long-ass time to finish this. He never had used his technique to the fullest. He wasn't a fan of pain, but sometimes you had to ruff your own feathers. Well, it's now or never. He activated his technique again and jumped high again as he moved towards his enemy with breakneck speed. For those of you who are wondering, he looks like Gear 4th Snake Man Luffy without the effects of hockey and steam. On the other hand, Garp had almost lost his shit when he saw Luffy disappear. Was that Zoro? But when he observed carefully, he was dumbstruck. His grandson looked like he had aged 5 years, and his body had taken on an amazing psychic. The boy's whole body looked as if they were made out of muscles. A bit of steam coming off them, his veins showing, and even his hair seemed to be standing up. Chapter 12. His once slim body that showed a few signs of muscles was now totally different. Garp was impressed, he had to say, and it wasn't just because of the physique. His grandson knew how to think outside the box. He also sighed in relief, knowing that he was using his rubber body to enhance his whole body to basically buff up. Not using Zoro. Sengoku would be mad if that was the case. But that was almost half of the speed of a Zoro user. Even though it was impressive, but he had seen this type of usage of power before, but with Luffy's rubber body the boy took it to another level. He had seen skilled pirates and marines in using this sort of muscle-based tactics. It was a simple form of Sei Maiken, Kami Ibushin. But it seemed that Luffy figured it out himself. He almost wondered how much speed he would gain if he used his new transformation with Zoro. Garp also observed that when Luffy used his technique for speed, just before sprinting towards the enemy, his leg muscles would bulk up just for a second, before the boy disappeared. Garp grinned, so he wasn't buffing up the whole thing. He knew where the pump was needed and used it. Good thing the boy knew to use his head at least in fighting, and not to mention that he was already using it in the combination with his Naginata as Luffy's arms muscles inflated a bit just before striking. This should really work well with instant transmission and Teki. Garp even wondered if Luffy could figure out Zoro himself. Tempest Kick would be easy, with how much speed he was generating. But he already was a bladed weapon, so Luffy might not need that. Well, it wouldn't be impossible. The workout notes that he gave him was to build muscles for the 6 styles. The boy would be a great marine. Maybe he should throw a bone or two at him. Maybe that might inspire the boy to become a marine. Luffy still seemed too sour that he can't wield his gifted Naginata. But with how Luffy was progressing, Garp was sure he could gain strength enough to do it. The fight continued as the boy used his great speed to get the drop on the crabs and finish them off quickly. But after finishing Mr. Krabs number 15, Luffy's movements started getting slower, and he started to huff a bit. And he started to look a bit skinny. Luffy clicked his tongue. He hadn't used the technique so intensively, and it seemed like it was showing the drawback of the technique. The recoil was hitting hard for Luffy. He needed a break or two before using it again. Rather than his muscles returning to normal size, they shrank, making him look skinny, as if he didn't eat for a few days. But then he noticed something. He was surrounded. The last 5 of the crabs had surrounded him, but were hesitant on attacking him. Luffy clicked his tongue. How was he going to pull that Chapter 13 off? The Straw Hat Boy swept the sweat from his forehead. I need some time before I can use my Gear 1 again. Those crabs are way tougher than they looked. My punches and kicks won't do shit against them. The only silver lining is I can kill them if I get a drop on them and pierce their heads with my blade. He panted while thinking. But man, it would be useful if I could practice my moonwalk here. I would be able to get out of the tough spot if I could. Even if I don't have full control of it. But the old man would interrogate him later, he thought, as he took his stance and readied himself. You have about 10 minutes left, brat. Biting his lips, Luffy tried to calm himself down, not using Soru, and now this. Fuck you, Gramps. He muttered to himself. He was sure the man was having a good time with his chips and tea. Huh, you said something, brat. He said, with a yawn. Luffy kept shut, stupid old man, and his broken hockey. He sighed, come on Luffy, only 5 left, you can do it. But there was no time as both crabs hit him with their giant claws at the same time. Garp watched as he saw Luffy twist himself like a spring and jump of high in air, avoiding the 2 of the crabs' attack. But Garp wondered how the boy would avoid getting midair. The answer came, as Luffy stretched his limbs and grabbed a dead body of a fallen crab to pull himself back, missing the attack of one of the crabs that wanted to cut him with his claws. Garp grinned. The boy was an exceptionally talented fighter. Monkey D.S thrived in battle. Still, his estimation was right, the growth of his grandson was kinda unnatural. He was growing a bit too fast. But when he looked up how Luffy was training, he felt that the unnatural growth made sense. Luffy wasn't playing anymore, he was serious, more determined. Even Garp at that age wasn't like him. He felt proud that this boy was more talented than both himself and Dragon. He could already see the boy making name for himself in the Marines. But if he wanted to use this talent, he would always need to push himself hard. Only after that, he could reach his true potential. Luffy smiled, getting some distance. He was about to charge at them, when he saw one of the dead crabs that he killed a few minutes ago. Is it me, or does the shell of crab look loose? Not waiting, Luffy ran forward, and grabbed the shell from one side, and pulled. Surprisingly enough, it wasn't that hardly attached to the dead crab. And he grinned. Aw, crabs. Wanna play fetch? Holding it with both arms, he started spinning the large yellow shell around him with his stretched-out arms, before throwing it towards them, Gamu Gamu no yellow shuriken. With their huge size, the crabs were a bit slow. And because of that, both of the crabs lost a few of their legs due to the flying projectile. Luffy didn't miss the chance and attacked. Finishing the last one, Luffy panted heavily. Yosh! I finally did it. My youth runs wild. But on a more serious note, his limbs felt like jelly. And to make matters worse, I need some meat. He groaned, his whole body hurt, and the fact that he felt hungry. Hungry. For God's sake. His pain failed in comparison to the hunger he felt. How did that work? Anime logic, I guess. The ground shook as Garp came down, laughing. Bah-ha-ha-ha. You did a great job, brat. I trained you well, you will be a fine Marine one day. He was too tired to refuse the old man's claims. So he just snorted. Come on, let's roast some crabs for lunch, Garp said, as if he didn't eat a full meal just an hour ago. Where am I? When Luffy woke up, he found himself in a familiar bed. Then blinked, remembering what happened. After Garp's so-called training, he had eaten some crab meat and then fell to exhaustion. But at least Garp didn't leave him on that island, and judging by the room, his trusty Naginata Horn's Edge, by his bedside. He was at Makino's house, one of the spare rooms that he would sometimes sleep in. Wait, speaking about Makino, isn't today her birthday? Shit. He missed it, didn't he? He quickly got out of bed. All the exhaustion and injuries from the previous day were gone. His recovery sure was fast. Looking at the wall clock, it was already noon. He was late, wasn't he? He quickly took the window to get out, and run towards where he hid Makino's gifts. With the gifts in his hand, he knocked on the door. What? He wasn't going to enter through the window. Usually, Makino would be working hard and almost never closes her bar. But not today. The door opened and the older woman was surprised. Hey, when did you wake up? She asked, blinking. And what's that? Luffy grinned. This for you, madam, is your birthday gift. He said, sorry I was late. Makino didn't say anything but hugged him. Oh, you are all grown up. Luffy didn't say anything and enjoyed the sisterly love. You know, this world was better than his previous one. He had a brother that cared about him, a grumpy old man, and a big sister-like figure that also loved him. Sometimes he was just glad that he was here. Well, why don't you open it? He said, getting out of Makino's hug. Oh, why are you having this conversation at the door? She said, come in. Luffy followed her as both of them sat at the dining table. Makino opened her gift and was surprised to see the expensive jewelry. But then she frowned. Luffy. Where exactly did you get that? Shit. But his response was cut off by a sound. Baratie. 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 Now Luffy was the one to narrow his eyes. Hey, isn't that a transponder snail? Makino was about to say something, but Luffy was fast and followed the sound, uncovering a transponder snail. Hey, don't answer that. Moshi Moshi. Huh, who's this? The future pirate king of the pirates. Hey, give that back. Makino snatched that snail from Luffy's hand. Oh, it's Makino. Then that means the other one is Luffy. Yeah. But who are you? He was a bit confused. Transponder snail was a bit rare in the blues, and by the looks of it, this one was quite expensive. The one who gave his hat to you. What? Luffy's jaw hit the floor and his eyes almost popped out of his eye socket. You are Shanks. He would have dropped the snail if it was in his hand. The man chuckled from the other side, the one and only. He said, before the snails I looked at Makino. So it seems that Makino you couldn't keep your secret. I'm not gonna be the guy. But I told you so. Makino rolled her eyes. Well, at least he has grown up. And hopefully won't bug me to call you every day, Mr. Four Emperors. She snarked back. Nah. I'm too busy, so I won't be able to pick up the calls anyways, but it sucks to be you. Hey. Luffy said, I'm missing something here. Why are you calling Makino? Why wouldn't I? She's my wife. What? This wasn't something Luffy was expecting. Makino chuckled nervously, a small blush on her face. I think we shouldn't. Wait. Is that why you wear that ring all the time? Luffy said, pointing at the ring Makino was wearing. She blushed a bit, but nodded. Wow. I didn't expect that. From the other end, Shanks chuckled. Yes, well, don't go marketing around. Especially not to your grandfather. The last thing I want is to put Makino in danger. Garp-sen wouldn't do that. Makino said, waving him away. I mean, Marines aren't that bad. Both the snail and Luffy gave Makino a look. What? Huh, innocence. The reason I fell for you. Wait. Didn't you fall for my beauty? That too. Shanks said, but I don't want history to repeat itself. Yeah, Ace had it real rough, Luffy said, almost casually. Wait, who's Ace? The transponder looked at Luffy with confusion. How is Ace connected? Makino tilted her head. Wait, you guys don't know? Luffy asked in his own confusion. Ace. As in Portgas D. Ace, or Gal D. Ace. Wait. Fire Fist Ace is Captain's son? Shanks was now surprised. Wait. Roger was your captain. Luffy acted surprised. Dang, Gramps didn't say that. But wait. Then why did Garp adopt him? Weren't the late Pirate King and Garp-san like we're enemies? Makino asked. Yeah. But they both respected each other. And Gramps didn't actually catch him. He just surrendered himself to the Marines. But don't tell anyone that. So even Luffy knows. Shanks mumbled in a low voice. The red-haired pirate already knew about the situation, but it seemed that Luffy was in the secret as well. He was already at the last step in his illness. But wait, how does that relate to the Marines being bad? Makino asked. I mean, Garp-san did a very noble thing. And he was a Marine. It's not about that. Luffy shook her head. You see, the reason why Ace's mother is, well, dead. And it is because of the Marines. I don't know the full story, but his mother Portgas de Rouge was being hunted down in all blues because somehow it got leaked that Roger had a child. She kept hiding and held Ace for full 20 months before Gramps was able to find her. And she passed away leaving the baby Ace at Gramps' care. I don't know what to say. Marins suck, Luffy concluded. Shanks sighed from the other side. This day is full of surprises. Some of them was old news, but Luffy did bring some issue to the light. Fire Fist Ace, huh? He does look a lot like the captain, now that you mention it. He said, even though Shanks knew about Ace. He hadn't ever met him before. And the name slipped mind. But it's also a surprise that you know I was from his crew. Not many people know that. Yeah. Well, I'm going to surpass him one day, of course I would know this sort of stuff. But then Luffy suddenly remembered something. Hey, Shanks, did you meet Ace? No. Why? Well, he might seek you out. Seek me out? He said, what did I do? Actually, he should seek the boy out himself. Roger did adopt him from a chest as a baby, so by relation Ace is kind of like a brother to him. You know how you saved me and the village from some stupid bandits. He wants to thank you, I guess. Luffy said, so can you do me a favor? Sure, if I'm able to. Beat him up, Luffy said. Am I missing something? Makino looked at Luffy weirdly. Why? Shanks asked in seriousness and a bit of confusion. Well, you know Logias and their intangibility getting them killed in the Grand Line. Relying too much on their fruits, and not having skills enough to back it up. Luffy said, so I want you to humble him a bit. Insult him, get under his skin. You know, be the pirate that you are. And I don't know, challenge him to learn hockey or something. He's going to get himself killed otherwise. Boy. Luffy. You are actually making sense. You have really grown up. The man chuckled. I will do it. But what's Ace's end goal anyways? Well, he wants to fight and beat Whitebeard. That's not his end goal, but he always had deep regret that he was born. And that's why he would do anything to prove himself. Prove that he's better than his father. And he's. There was a pause before a sigh came. That boy is going to get himself killed. And if he's anything like Captain Roger, he will go there head first, without learning hockey. Though the old man isn't the type to go on a random killing spree, but it's better to be on the safer side. Ace really seems to be hard-headed, isn't he? Yup. That's him. So beat him up for me. Luffy said, grinning. Also, maybe send him to a teacher of hockey or something. He really hates his father, for stupid reasons. Gramps tried to stop the hate. But he couldn't. I don't like that. Maybe talking to his father's former crewmates might lessen the hate. Well, I don't know, as Roger's former crewmate I think it's also your responsibility to take care of him. Shanks smiled from the other side. Well, I know just the guy. And thanks Luffy, he said. There was another pause. Anyway, Luffy. You really did do your research. I didn't know you could. I could what? Be smart? Luffy said, well, I lost one of my brothers to a celestial pig. While the other one is a loose cannon. At least I have to have some brains in their stead. Shanks just laughed. I can't wait till you start your journey. He said, and don't go joining into those Marines. They suck. That they do. Luffy laughed himself. Well, speaking about Marines. There is another favor I want to ask you. Why do you wake me up so early, Gramps? Luffy yawned. The sun didn't even rise yet, and after last night's party, he was kinda exhausted. He was an early riser, but even for him, it was a bit too early. Bahaha. I'm just keeping my promise, brat. Garp said, walking as he held Luffy by the back of his collar. Now, he's all yours. With that, he threw Luffy forward. Already used to his antics, Luffy didn't fall, and managed to land on his feet, even if he was half asleep. Now, give me 500 push-ups. Someone said, before grabbing him by the wrist, and slapping something on it. And Luffy felt extremely weak from that. What was that? When he looked down at his wrist, he saw a metal-like wristband attached to his arm. It was no wristband, it was a handcuff. And Luffy knew this was made out of sea prism stone, by how weak he was feeling. Luffy was a bit surprised, but even more so when saw someone else with them. I saw your training the other day, when you were in the waterfall. Using the devil fruit's weakness to your advantage to gain some muscles. Huh. Why didn't we think of that, Bogard? Well, most recruits and soldiers in Marines gain their devil fruits a lot late, and that's if they are lucky. By then they have the built-in muscles. So they only work on their fruit's power. Bogard spoke, and Luffy recognized him from the show. He was Garp's assistant. Or was it his right-hand man? The man was tall, yet half a head taller than Garp. He was wearing a matching silver beige suit and hat, a katana strapped to his belt. Wearing a coat of white marine with justice written on its back. The man looked at Luffy, his eyes, hiding behind his hat, with a feeling of seriousness surrounding him. Hello, Luffy. The man said, your grandfather has brought me here to train you. I hope we can get along this week. He said, his voice serious and stoic. Now give me 500 push-ups, soldier. Chapter 15. Luffy wanted to point out, he wasn't a soldier, but that man had a scowl on his face that could match Garp's grin. So he didn't protest and dropped down, starting his push-ups. Masked Deuce knew that something bad was going to happen, even before arriving on the last island on the first part of Grand Line. He knew something was bound to go wrong. He had this gut feeling of sorts, or it might be the expired milk that he drank this morning. Ace and his stupid pranks. Wow, those are some huge trees. His captain said, looking in awe at the giant trees. And are those bubbles? Those are coming out of the ground? The Grand Line sure is a bizarre place. It never gets boring. As a bit of a researcher himself, Masked Deuce looked at the one he was calling his captain. Portgas D. Ace, or better known by his alias Firefist Ace. This will be the last island that we have to cross before going to the New World. But Captain, are you sure we are ready? He looked to his side but the man was gone. Good job with the navigation. Showing appreciation for my crew is part of my duties. Ace said, already off the ship. I will get some food supplies. Captain. The other crewmates said, some joining him. While others stayed. That Ace. Masked Deuce already had a tick mark on his face, before he sighed. Why did he even bother? Skull, who was the man you said? That does the best coding around here. A man that wore a white skull like mask looked at him. Master Do. He's a bit old, but he's the best out there, though I don't know why people are scared of him. The second in command of the Spade Pirates side. Well, we have to meet him first before judging his character. I mean, he couldn't be much of a dangerous guy, if he's coding ships. Oh, how wrong he was. Masked Deuce really wanted to slap himself for some reason. Why didn't the name click before? Sitting in front of him was Silver's Rayleigh, the right hand of the Pirate King. Are you the captain? And no. I apologize. I have come as his representative. He said, almost quaking in his boots. The captain was lured away by some delicious smell of food the moment he arrived. Ha ha ha. No matter what era, a captain is always free-spirited, isn't he? He said, almost smiling fondly, remembering something. I also unexpectedly took on a journey. Fate is like that sometimes. You don't know where you will end up. He laughed again. But that's the charm of being a pirate. Thanks. He said, anyway, sorry for disturbing you. We will find someone else to do our coding. No, it's no problem. The old man said, finishing his cup of sake. Ha. That hit the spot. What was your pirate crew's name again? Oh, it's the Spade Pirates. Masked Deuce said, rubbing the back of his neck, not seeing the serious expression that dawned on the former pirate's face. Then young man, you can help me with something. Huh? Masked Deuce looked up, seeing the grinning old man. Why don't you call your captain over? I would like to have a word with him. And by the looks of it, it wasn't a request. It was an order. Masked Deuce gulped. Ace. What did you do this time? Luffy jumped back, avoiding the sword strike that almost hit him in the chest. For a man, Bogard was quite tall as Garp, and that meant he was basically a giant of 9 feet. And Luffy found it really hard to avoid his sword with such a height difference. More so when he was in sea prison cuffs. He was hardly keeping up, his clothes being drenched with sweat, and the injuries were adding up with his exhaustion. Start paying attention, and fight with your weapon. The Marine said as he slashed horizontally. Luffy rolled to his side with his Naginata in his hand. He came to Bogard's side and saw an opening. And he didn't waste the opportunity, gave a stab with his weapon only for the Marine to avoid it with ease. Too slow. And that was the last thing the Straw Hat Boy heard as he was striked by the flat side of the Marine's blade, knocking him off. You would have lost your head, if I was the enemy. Bord barked, only to stop when he saw Luffy not standing up. He flipped his body to the side and saw that the boy was out. The strike shouldn't be able to knock him out, but exhaustion did the job for him. His endurance is quite amazing. The Marine mumbled, sheathing his sword. Bahaha. It seems that you won again. Ain't that right, Luffy? Garp laughed, before looking at his grandson. Who was out for the count. Huh. Couldn't keep up. Well, it's to be expected with you around. The Marine hero smiled at the Bogard, who gave him a flat look. He's really energetic. 2 days of non-stop training and only now he's out. Quite impressive, Bogard said, while a white Marine coat with the Kaji of Justice fluttered on his back. You know, other Marines would have been able to survive for that long. But then again, he has quite the fast recovery like a certain someone, so that might be the reason. Some would call it overtraining. Training for 2 days non-stop without eating or sleeping. Well, Bogard did sleep or eat, but Luffy didn't. When he wasn't sparring with Luffy, he would make sure to give the hand over the boy's training to his grandfather, or the local monkeys. Meaning Luffy was pushed to brink in the past 2 days. Well, he wouldn't be pushing the boy so far, if it wasn't his last day of training. Unlike the Marine hero, Bogard had some duties, so he could only train Luffy for a month. And it was barely any time to drill the basics of weapon use into the boy. So he had to push the boy beyond his limits. He could only keep up because of his insane recovery. But then again, he was the grandson of the Marine hero, and the son of the most wanted man alive. Of course, he would have some ridiculous genetics. Sesh. He's out cold. Garp said, kneeling down towards Luffy, and slapping the boy to wake him up. But Luffy wasn't responded at all. Bogard also kneeled down at the sleeping boy, and took off the sea prison cuffs. The cuffs were only for training. Also sea prism cuffs were quite rare. And he didn't want to leave it here on the island, that was marine properties. Sengoku-san is really angry at me for not keeping you at your post, Bogard said as he stood up. He called yesterday, he wasn't pleased at all. He even threatened me with bubble man duty. Garp just laughed, munching on his rice crackers. Just tell him that I am spending some quality time with my grandson. He's going to be a marine one day. He laughed, and he's a very skilled fighter also. The man gave him another flat look. Why don't you tell him yourself? Come on, Bogard, I can't do that. Or he'll scold me for, well, being me. With that, he laughed again. Anyway, how was Luffy's training? He wanted me to help him learn to cut steel, so can he now? Bogard gave the marine hero a deadpan look. Swordsmanship doesn't work like that. Luffy is a skilled fighter, no question about that. But I don't think 1 month is enough to make someone learn how to cut steel. I tell him about the basic concept, but it will be up to him if he manages to unlock the technique and strength needed for it. The man sighed at the last part, while the marine hero laughed. So, it's his fault that he couldn't learn it, Garp said, grinning. And here I thought he was some prodigy. But it seems that he's just stubborn and hard-headed. At least after that he couldn't say that I didn't keep my part of the bet. He obviously gets that from you and his father. A small smile came on Bogard's face before it turned into a frown, but I don't think you should pull me in next time you make a bet. Garp's laughing stopped as he started coughing. Well, you know me. I don't like fighting with weapons. And you are the only swordsman I know that I can trust. Also, he's going to be a great marine soon. The other man nodded. You said the same thing about your other grandkid, who is you-know-who's son. And he's making quite the name for himself in the Grand Line. Bogard raised an eyebrow. You said the same thing about your other grandkid, who is you-know-who's son. And he's making quite the name for himself in the Grand Line. Garp coughed again. He opened his mouth to respond, but he had nothing to say. So the old man sighed. Wait. He said, but Kusagakure turned out great. He was already a marine. So I don't think it counts. Garp slouched again. Come on. I don't want him to be a pirate. Bogard tilted his hat forward. It's not something I consider bad. I suppose. When I was their age, I was so passionate about justice. But one thing that I have learned after working in the Marines for so long is that we are just dogs with painted justice on our back. He said, his tone flat, but there was frustration in it. Garp didn't seem too offended by it. He just grinned. Why do you think I wear a dog mask when visiting the Blues? He said, bahahaha. The man just rolled his eyes. Honestly, after working under the marine hero for almost 2 decades, he should be accustomed to it. But then again, the marine hero always had something to throw someone off. So he just nodded. Well, I will have to go back now. The new marines are in need of some training. He said, or Zypher-san will chew me up. He said as he started walking away. Oh, say hello to him for me, Garp said, following his old friend as he munched on his chips. Leaving Luffy in the training field. Anyway, I still think Luffy would be a great marine. If he is at least as stubborn as you. It will be very difficult. He was about to leave but stopped. Also, I don't know about him being a marine or not. Based on his lineage, he will be someone noticeable one day, no doubt there. He might not have the techniques or the skills to back it up, now. But in the future with how things are going, he is going to be strong. He would have been a great marine. As if saying he won't. You know why I want him to join the Marines? He said, I'm getting old, and I wanted him in the sword when I'm not around. But it seems that won't be the case. Bogard glanced at Garp. I think it's for the best. He said, also tiredness in his voice. The world government has been getting more radical these days. You know what happened to Ohara, and that's the reason why one of my previous students is the most wanted man in the world. I don't think even with your backing would the Marines ever trust another monkey. Let alone another D. He was thinking of another D. That he once called his friend. Saul was his name. It was sad really. His burn marks were quite horrifying. It was a good thing he and Garp was there at the time. Kusagakure was really sloppy at doing his job. I know. But you know an old man can dream. With that Bogard left. He was usually always around with Garp, but he also had some duties as an experienced vice admiral. And that was training new recruits, and it just so happened that it was that time of the year. The rest of the year he was free, but the timing was bad, so he couldn't train Luffy for a bit longer. But then again, he taught the basics to the boy, and even cleared out the concept of cutting steel to him. He would need to sharpen his own skills if he wants to learn them. Also, it seems that Garp didn't want him to be trained professionally for that long. If he did, he would have brought him to train him much sooner. Bogard still didn't know what the bet was about, but he was more than happy to train the marine hero's grandkid. The last time he trained someone so talented was Q's. And he turned out quite the amazing figure in the marine. He wouldn't say Luffy was talented with a weapon, but he was a skilled fighter. His use of Naginata was as unusual as his use of his rubber body. But he had some crappy foundation for his weapon use, that's why he had to cancel out his devil fruit of the occasion to teach him the basics. The boy had a talent for doing the unexpected. But learning to cut steel isn't something one can do in a month. There was a chance he might figure it out on his own. But that's almost unheard of. Sorry for the short chapter. I will try to make them bigger next time. Chapter 17 Weapon, Horn's Edge, Pick, Type, Naginata Grade, Unknown rumored to be made out of the bones of an iron rhino. Weapon, the Nameless Blade, Pick, Type, Naginata Grade, Grade sword being one of the 21 grade swords, its durability is unparalleled. The weapon was crafted in the lost lands of samurai. And was used by a pirate before the golden age of piracy. Abilities, its chain can only be used once it is wielded by someone that the blade trusts. Ace yelled as he sprinted forward, fire burning in his fist as he got near his target. You are dead, old man. The old man had a carefree smile on his face as he had his sword out. He didn't even move when Ace landed a punch on him. But it was blocked by with only one of his fingers, which was of course coated in hockey. Though his figure didn't touch the flames at all. I don't even need to use my sword for this. Rayleigh said, stabbing his sword into the ground as he moved his palm near Ace's direction. Ace wanted to blast him away with fire, but he was late, as he got blasted away with just the old man's hockey. Still so weak. And you were trying to face Whitebeard with that strength. You can't even use hockey. The old man said, before disappearing from his spot. It's actually a wonder how you have Conqueror's hockey, when you don't even have the basics. Genetics doing half of the job, I guess. Your father was a carefree man, but he wasn't weak. And that seemed to tick Ace off. Why you? He wasn't able to finish as he had to roll to the side to avoid the sudden attack. Oh. So you seem to be picking up on observation hockey. At least you are not all waste, Rayleigh said as he attacked again, his sword coated with hockey. You are not getting off this island unless you can land a hit on me. Ace didn't have the luxury to speak as he had to use his instincts and everything he had to avoid getting hit. Of course, Rayleigh was using a rusted-out sword, but with hockey, it gave just as much as a regular sword. This happened for a while, several hours in fact, before Ace couldn't keep up anymore and he collapsed in exhaustion. Phew. You actually made me sweat a bit. Rayleigh said, grinning, as he had his sword rested on his shoulder. That was a nice workout for old bones of mine. But you have a long way to go, kid. For now, have some rest, we will continue this tomorrow. With that the man left Ace behind, bloodied and bruised. The boy was annoyed, being stopped in his journey. Rayleigh had only interest in him, and his crewmates were alone without the captain. Now Ace wasn't worried about his crewmates surviving without him. But he was at the same time, a bit anxious that all of them knew that he was the son of that man. A part of him was afraid that his crewmates would leave him for that, and as a captain, he was doing a poor job. Getting kidnapped by an old-timer that took him to an unknown island in Combelt might be the most stupidest way a pirate crew lost their captain. Chapter 18 Sure, the said old times was the vice-captain of his so-called father's pirate crew. The Dark King Silver's Rayleigh himself. And he seemed to be very eager to train him, and make him learn about hockey, deeming him unworthy of crossing to the New World unless he was able to use hockey to a good level. His crewmates of course tried to stop him, and failed miserably. Even after that his crewmates tried to come to the island, with flame dials blasting the ships. Thank God they had those, because the clam belt would have been a nightmare for normal ships. But Rayleigh didn't let any one of them come near the island. He also gave them an ultimatum, that unless he deemed Ace worthy he wouldn't let go of their captain. So for now the Spade Pirates were captainless. He was sure that Deuce could keep them in check, but Ace didn't like it one bit. Though, if he were to be honest, he wasn't completely against it. Ace had mixed feeling about this. On one hand, he was annoyed and wanted nothing to do with Rayleigh, but on the other hand, he was kind of glad that someone out there was worrying about him. Sure, Rayleigh liked to taunt him, but he could see through it. Maybe being born as the son of the Pirate King was a curse. All his life he watched other people cursing down on his dead father, but now seeing that people actually cared about him, it made him glad in a way. Even though Rayleigh didn't show it. He did care about Ace. It was kind of similar to Garp in a way. His adoptive grandfather was just as pushy with his tough love. But what Ace didn't like was losing. After a year into the Grand Line his strength had increased greatly. He was sure that he could give some challenge to his grandfather, but if Rayleigh was to go by, then he was off a huge margin. It's already been 1 month, and the things he saw Rayleigh do with hockey made him quite jealous. Who needed supernatural fruit power when you had hockey? And if he didn't point out the obvious faults in his Logia usage of powers, he would have been in power. Hockey was kind of amazing. Even more so when he was told that his supposed father became the pirate king without the use of any devil fruit. And he was a man that would often clash with the wielder of the strongest known devil fruit user. He was kind of glad that he didn't encounter Garp in the seas. Well, he did a few times, but he wasn't stupid enough to challenge him. It was a good thing he didn't, because then he might have been forced to an early retirement. It almost scared him how strong those old-timers were. And Whitebeard still held the title of the world's strongest man. One might think that Ace would get discouraged by it. But no. He was excited. He was going to surpass everyone, and he was going to be better than his father. And if that meant learning the stupid thing called hockey, he will do so. No, he won't just learn it, he will master it. For now, he had to find some dinner. And that was without use of his devil fruit powers. Usually it wouldn't be a problem, but the creatures in this island were tough up, and that's even for him. Ace twitched as he got up. Almost all of his wounds were non-lethal, but it hurt like a bitch. And he had to find his food this way. After 1 month, one would think he was used to it. The fire user just sighed. This was going to be a long day. After a full day of rest, Luffy was back on the grind. And that included eating a whole feast that Makino had cooked up for him. He didn't know what to think of his training with Bogard. The man was a slave worker. But it did bring gains, and that's all it mattered. After the Battle of the Yellow Crabs, Luffy didn't expect much from Garp. But to his surprise, he actually kept his promise. Well, he didn't teach him personally. But he brought the next best man there was, Bogard, to train him for 1 month. And that was the toughest 1-month period in this new world. The Marine hero's right-hand man, one of the best swordsmen in the Marines, came to train me on how to cut steel. Well, wasn't that just awesome? But things weren't that easy, it never was. And even though it was only a month's worth of training, it almost felt like he was given very little time. You might ask how? Well, for first, Bogard. He didn't want to teach Luffy on how to cut steel. Even more so, when he saw Luffy's spear play. As a swordsman and a skill fighter, Bogard couldn't let those mistakes slip. There were a few to begin with, because of Luffy's previous training with using a pipe that converted to his spear play. But the training was needed. And there came the brutal beatings. That forcefully fixed most of Luffy's mistakes. And that took all the time there was. And just a day before leaving, Bogard taught. No more like demonstrated how to cut steel. It was short and straightforward. It was a hectic ride, but Luffy gained some professional training for his Naginata. Also, by seeing Bogard's swordplay, he was starting to understand the way of the blades. Honestly, when he picked up the Naginata, it was because it felt cool, and logic dictated that pointy and sharp things were better than a naked fist. But this world's logic is almost non-existent sometimes. You know, I'm still not sure why I or any other people call out attack names when attacking. Luffy thought, saying Gamu Gami no before every attack didn't increase the attack power or anything. But then again, this is an anime world. So, it's to be expected. Luffy stood up, looking at his Naginata horn's edge. Let's try making up some cool named moves, shall we, partner? He snorted, chuckling to himself. In just 1 month, he gained a lot of strength and experience. Bogard had already left, as the old man said. And Luffy wouldn't admit it, but the man was quite a good trainer. But he wouldn't miss him though. That man worked him through the dirt. Though it did give him results. From his progression, he could estimate that he gained around 3 times gains if he trained alone. And that's quite a lot. And with improved techniques, he knew he would benefit from it in the future as well. Even though I did improve, but I am nowhere near doing flying slashes. I have to learn to cut steel first. Along with my spear play, I need to increase my overall strength. And with how Bogard said being in tune with the blade, I might need to start on observation hockey. Luffy knew that it wasn't needed to learn to cut steel, but with what he understood, observation hockey would work miracles for him learning to better understand his sword. What Bogard said was vague, but what he got out of it was that it wasn't something of belief, but was something to do with technique. Like Soru, or Moonwalk, it could be learned. Every blade worked in a certain frequency, and learning to harness and change the frequency was how you cut steel. Which often swordsmen referred to as the breath of steel. But for now, he was still lacking in the strength department. He was sure he could have enough strength in his Gear 1 state, but he needed work on his base form as well. Maybe I should look into getting my hands on some sea stones. That stingy man didn't leave the cuffs behind. But then again, I shouldn't rely on it too much. I also need to get accustomed to using spears with my rubber body. Also, I need to get back to learning Moonwalk. With the added strength, I should be near it. But I have to be sure. Man, so many things, and so little time. He said to himself, gulping down the meat with a jug of water. Makino, your food is the best. Thank you. The girl just shook his head. Welcome. But I don't speak while food is in your mouth. Luffy didn't bother answering, just nodded, as he focused on his food. While this was happening, no one noticed that a certain creature was observing Luffy very keenly through the windows. Only its eyes were seen from the darkness as it looked at Luffy with interest. A week later, in a forest clearing, one could see a straw hat-wearing boy training under the hot sun. Luffy's body was drenched with sweat as he disappeared from his spot, appearing a bit far from his initial position, before again disappearing from his spot and appearing elsewhere. It looked as if he was blitzing from one place to another in quick succession. From his bulky muscles it was obvious he was in his Gear 1 state. And 500. With that, Luffy almost collapsed to the floor. He panted, looking down as he pulled out the small stopwatch, which he paused. Almost 1 minute improvement for last time. That's quite a lot. And to top it all off, I only failed 7 times. Okay, maybe 8. He said while he panting, a grin plastered on his face. If I keep this up, my instant transmission will get even faster. Luffy sat down on the ground, as he took the water bottle from the bag with his stretched arm. His legs burned with lactic acid because of the insane workout. He wiped his sweat as he gulped down the water bottle. It was also a good thing that he could keep up in his Gear 1 state longer. The thing about his devil fruit was that he could even now go Gear 2nd and 3rd if he wanted to. His body was that of rubber. The original Luffy didn't have those concepts in him till much later. But he did from the very beginning. But that didn't mean he could use them in combat. He was willing to try Gear 3rd if he felt like it, but Gear 2nd needed him to be much better. If his Gear 1 was anything to go by, the rapid increase of blood flow might knock him out instantly. Too much blood flow for a brain was bad, even if he had a rubber brain. There was something telling him that he needed to be a bit more strong, before he could use Gear 2nd. But mastering would take time. But that didn't mean he hadn't improved. No. He definitely did. It's been what? Over a year since he came to this world, and by his estimation, he was over Luffy's level when he started his journey. And that was a milestone for him. Bogard's training really pushed him a lot. He was actually glad that he was getting such results. But it also made sense. The canon Luffy only trained with forest animals and basic training, while he had been pushing his body to the brink of exhaustion from day one. Using the sea weakness method, he gained a tremendous amount of strength. And the training with Bogard covered the experience part. Training smart is the key, even in the One Piece world. The boy mused. Well, it's good to be smart then. He got up from the ground and he stretched his hands to his bag, bringing a used-looking book with a marine symbol on it. This book was the Rokushiki book. And no, it wasn't a gift from Bogard or Garp. It was actually from Shanks. When he spoke to Shanks over the transponder snail, Luffy boldly asked the 4 emperors to send him to marine techniques or any other techniques if was willing to share. What? He was going to take shortcuts to strength if the opportunity arises. He had a bigger dream than the canon Luffy. He just didn't want to be the pirate king. No, he wanted to be the strongest man or creature alive. He wanted to have the strongest possible crew that would shake the seas. He wanted much more. And so he was going to take every opportunity he gets. Shanks was a bit surprised by the request, but agreed. In the New World, that type of technique wasn't cheap, but the man would pull some strings for him. Actually, he wasn't going to lie, he actually asked for a training manual for hockey at first. Which made the 4 emperors laugh his ass off. It seemed there was no such thing there. It seems that all the fanfics he read in the real world was wrong. Hockey needed to be learnt. As most hockey users learned it themselves or were taught by someone. That's why Luffy asked Shanks for the Rokushiki manual. And thank God Shanks knew a person in his crew who could help with that. And so Luffy would need to wait a month for the delivery to arrive in secure lines. Chapter 20. He actually got the book a few days later after Bogard and Garp left. And this book was a lifesaver. He was sure he could have figured out all of the 6 styles over the years, but this book skipped the trial and error process. When all things are considered, in the future this thing was more valuable than gold. His crewmates would need this if they wanted to survive in the Grand Line. That's why he was training to master moonwalk. One might ask how training in instant transmission would let him learn moonwalk. Well, it's easy, according to the book. Zoro was kicking the ground 10 times in less than a second, and when you compress that strength in one kick you get moonwalk. It was a speed-based technique, and that's why he was trying to make his instant transmission faster. As he still was a bit away from mastering moonwalk. 7 out of 10 times he would fail. So that's why he was trying to improve that. But there was also a problem. He could only use instant transmission in the mastered state in Gear 1. And he needed to master it in his base form. His Gear 1 wasn't just gimmicks. It multiplied his overall strength and speed, so he still needed to increase his base strength. He was also working on his own version of the finger pistol. But where the book really helped was the Kami-E and Teki. Mainly Kami-e, that's why Luffy wanted to master rubber Kami-e. It might seem odd that a rubber man was trying to learn a lower mimicked version of his own technique. But he had a reason. Kami-e was turning your body like paper to avoid strikes, but he remembered one of the unimportant CP9 agents used Kami-e sludge version, so why couldn't he make a rubber version for it? What if something like Ace happened to him? He was captured by Marines and put in sea prison cuffs. His fruit would be nullified, but what if he could use Kami-e rubber, which was non-devil fruit based, to slip out of them? That's the reason why he was trying to get so familiar with his rubber body and Gear 1. Call him paranoid. But he might need to fight under the sea, or in cuffs, and then having something similar to his devil fruit would help him a lot. As for Teki, he would learn to do it with his devil fruit before doing it without it. The book didn't have any specific info on it, except contracting one's muscles till it matches the durability of steel. So he planned to use his devil fruit to learn it first, before learning it with his fruit powers. But that would take time. The Tempest Kick was also something that he couldn't do right now. As with what Bogard hinted at, learning to cut steel was essential for wind slashes. And Tempest Kick was a swordless air slash, so he would need to learn that first. Okay, let's get back to training. Learning Moonwalk fully by the end of this week would be awesome. So I don't have any time to waste. With that, Luffy stood up, but then he noticed something odd. His hat was missing. What the? Chapter 21. He looked around and found his hat in the top of a tree. How did it get there? He shrugged. The wind maybe. He stretched out his rubber hand and tried to grab it. Only for the hat to disappear. Luffy blinked. He saw something at the last moment before the hat moved. And sure enough, looking to his side, he saw a small monkey wearing his hat. But this monkey looked a bit different from the monkey that he usually fought on the island. It was also smaller, 2 feet in height maybe. The most distinct feature of it was that it had 6 arms. This species of monkey was definitely not from this island. Hey, give that back, Luffy said, not moving from his spot. I don't like playing games with my hat. The 6-armed monkey grinned before he pulled down his eyelid and stuck out his tongue. Yes, very mature of you, Luffy said, disappearing from his spot, and appearing right in front of the monkey. But I will have to take that back. But the moment he tried to grab the hat, the monkey disappeared. And Luffy was wide-eyed. Am I seeing things? He looked a bit forward, where the monkey was dangling from a tree. Luffy was sure? That monkey just used instant transmission now. Was that even possible? But Luffy couldn't ponder on it much as the monkey gave a mocking scream before it started to dangle off into the jungle. Why you? Hey, wait. Luffy followed the 6-armed monkey, this time using instant transmission again, but to his surprise, he missed the little imp. It went on for a while, before Luffy had it enough. Okay, this is dragging on for too long, Luffy said, half annoyed. The monkey was having fun, of course. Soru. With that, Luffy appeared right above the straw hat-wearing monkey. Got you now. But all he got was a foot to his face as the monkey jumped in air. And it started climbing it. I call it bullshit. Luffy flabbergasted. First Soru. Now Moonwalk. What are you, the next Marine Fleet Admiral? I call bullshit. Luffy cussed. First Soru. Now Moonwalk. What are you, the next Marine Fleet Admiral? The 6-armed monkey did some weird dance in the sky mocking the human. Why you? Luffy couldn't believe it. The monkey was actually twerking at Luffy. The boy cocked his fist. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this more than I should. With that, Luffy jumped off, bouncing from a high platform with his Naginata out. He wasn't going to cut the creature, but smacking him down would do some good, humbling the animal. Seeing him come near, the monkey quickly used Moonwalk to bounce in the air like a bouncing ball and stay out of Luffy's range. Luffy didn't give up and stretched his arms now that he was high in air, trying to land a hit, but of course, the boy missed. And the monkey still had his hat. Luffy didn't feel amused like the monkey was by his silly dance in the air. Show off. Luffy grumbled. The monkey was quite the acrobat and he had Moonwalk mastered it unlike him. He quickly chased after the monkey as it went deeper into the jungle. Luffy used his stretched limbs and almost everything in his arsenal, but even after 10 whole minutes, he couldn't catch the dang monkey. Kaikiki. The monkey laughed as it mocked him, playing around with his straw hat. And still bouncing in the air without his reach. Luffy wasn't fully serious. If he was, he could gotten the hat. But using Gear 1 would an overkill on the poor creature. And not to mention, that might injure the monkey. And after 10 minutes he wouldn't change his decision. No, it made him more firm on it. He was curious, about how is a monkey able to learn Moonwalk. And not just that the weird bouncing in the air. That was a copy of his own move. Where he would bounce from one object to another to increase his speed. So the monkey learned obviously from observation hockey. And he might be observing him for quite some time, by the looks of it. It might be also why the creature didn't rip his straw hat, The monkey knew his boundaries. And also it didn't hold any type of malice, and that made Luffy want to befriend the creature. And he was done with today's anyways. He could spend time chasing the animal. But chasing after it wouldn't be easy without moonwalk. And the monkey seemed to have a lot of stamina, as it could easily stay up in air full 10 minutes. So he wasn't going to come down soon. The trees in the jungle weren't even that tall that Luffy could use to catch the creature by surprise. Luffy couched down and jumped up high, the monkey getting far from him already. But this time Luffy used his own moonwalk. He succeeded the first time and almost caught his hat with his outstretched hand. The key word being almost, as, unlike the six-armed monkey, Luffy missed his second moonwalk and gravity pulled him in. Luffy didn't give up. And chased after it with vigor. Luffy stopped counting after his 12th fail, but he didn't give up. "I ain't giving up," Luffy said. He pushed himself up, and used moonwalk, and used another one, getting a lot close to the monkey before missing his third step. But as he fell he tried and pushed all strength to his legs, and suddenly he wasn't falling anymore. He was using moonwalk again. But the six-armed creature was quite tricky, it moved away before Luffy could catch it. And went upwards. Luffy didn't stop following it. He just prayed that his moonwalk would work. And before he knew it he caught the monkey. "Huh, finally got you," Luffy said, grabbing it with both arms. The monkey giggled. Now that he got a good look at it. It had white fur with some blue highlights. And the monkey didn't seem hostile, as he put the hat back on Luffy's head. The boy raised an eyebrow. But the monkey pointed down. Luffy looked down, and he was still in the air. And not falling, as by instinct he was using moonwalk to keep himself floating. That's the reason for not falling. And he was at his base form, not Gear 1. That meant he got the technique right. A wide grin appeared on Luffy's face. "You wanted me to learn moonwalk?" The monkey nodded with a cheeky smile of its own. Luffy had his own odd laugh. "Shishishi, then let's become friends." Luffy didn't need any answers as he put the monkey on his shoulder as he started using moonwalk with to move in the air. The monkey was a bit too big to stay on Luffy's shoulder, but it supported itself just fine with its extra arms. Kaikiki. Shishishi. It was his first time ever flying. And it was epic, getting hit by the wind and all. And his new friend seemed to even considered enough to press down on Luffy's hat so that it wouldn't fall off due to the wind. As Luffy skipped in the air, he finally looked to the horizon. The sun was setting. And it looked beautiful from up here. And then Luffy's stomach protested in hunger. "Okay then lil guy, let's get something to eat." The monkey agreed. And pointed at a giant bird, not from them. "That's an island bird. A 10-feet bird that mainly came to eat some large fishes or animals from the island." Luffy was already drooling. He gulped. "Those things taste delicious." Luffy had eaten it once from Garp. The man had caught it. And it was something. At that time he didn't even season the oversized chicken, only some salt, and it was quite amazing. So he could already imagine how good it would taste if he could get it to Makino. And Luffy tried to catch those suckers multiple times. But most of the time they would be too far, or would fly away after not being able to harm Luffy. But not this time. "It's time for a hunt," Luffy said, with a savage grin. His expression matched the monkey that was on his shoulder. On a big table, one could see filled with food. Mainly all meat dishes. And, Luffy and a certain six-armed monkey diving into the feast. They ate as if their lives depended on it, having no manners at all. But from time to time they would moan from the foodgasm. While Luffy stuffed his face with food. The monkey was doing the same with 6 of his arms. There was a bit of tension between them as they would try to steal each other's food. Getting them into silly fights that lasted for a few seconds, before they moved their focus back to stuffing food. And before long the whole plates filled with meat were over. "God. That was good," Luffy said as his stomach was inflated with food. "Island bird meat sure is one of a kind. I wonder how Sea King tastes?" The six-armed monkey on his side was also in the same state as him, slouched back on his chair with an inflated stomach. And hearing about eating Sea Kings it quickly perked up. "Oh, so you want to eat a Sea King?" Luffy mused, "and I thought you were mad at me." The monkey humphreed away. The plates that were filled with meat were, now only had huge bones on them. Makino came to the room with some lemonade in hand. "Who wants some juice?" "Me." After the round of juice was over Makino giggled seeing both Luffy and the odd monkey. "You know, you are the most awesome cook in the world." Luffy praised now that the food was over. "Man, we have to hunt some more of those birds. They taste delicious." The monkey didn't comment but he was just as happy with the food. But he was still a bit mad at Luffy and the other human. His mood had something to do with what Luffy did. After coming back from the hunt, and taking the oversized chicken to Makino, she had suggested giving his new friend a bath. The monkey did accidentally get sprayed with blood when Luffy chopped the oversized chicken. So he took his new friend for a Washington, which he didn't like, and even with all the protests, Luffy dragged him and cleaned him up. The monkey hated every moment of it. Of course, Luffy did it for his own good. It wasn't like the rubber boy enjoyed seeing his friend's misery. Sure, the monkey might have made him chase after him for some time, but he wouldn't be solo to seek revenge on him. That would be awful. Well, thank you, Makino said, smiling. She sat near the six-armed monkey and started petting it. The monkey was a bit hesitant at first, but now after eating he didn't protest much. And so he enjoyed the petting. Also, after the much-needed cleanup, the monkey looked quite amazing. Silver-white fur with blue highlights that dragged from behind his head to his tail. But you have to be careful hunting such large birds. I don't want you to end up in the sea with your condition. Luffy just smiled. In a way, Makino was the best big sister one could ever hope for. Oh, and by the way, does your new friend have a name? Luffy looked at the curious monkey. No. Not yet. I think. The monkey nodded as if agreeing with Luffy. Do you want a name? The monkey scratched his chin with one of his right hands while the other two right hands were scratching his head. It kinda looked cute, and Makino practically squealed and hugged the creature who enjoyed it. Chapter 23. Luffy had a bit of suspicion it was one of those monkeys that acted all cute to get a woman's attention. Huh, such a simp. The monkey thought like this for a while, before agreeing. Woo kid. He did a six-handed thumbs up with it. So do you have any names? Luffy asked. Makino thought for a moment. After befriending the creature, Makino was the first one to know about him. Well, what about Sparky? Makino said, I mean, you guys hit off as friends on the first day. That got to have some spark. I remember Luffy wouldn't befriend anyone in the village that was around his age, so you got to have something sparky underneath your cute fur. Luffy wasn't going to comment as to how it didn't make any sense to him. But his new friend liked it, so now he was Sparky. Though in Luffy's opinion the name would have suited him more if the six-armed monkeys had some red highlights in his fur rather than blue ones. But he went along with it. After that, we called it a night and went for the bed. Luffy was actually quite happy with his new monkey partner. While hunting down the giant island bird, he had seen the monkey push down the panicked bird, which was what? 5 times its size. That was also the reason why Sparky was half covered in blood. It made sense not anyone could use the 6 styles without strength behind them. He would be a good training partner if the monkey was up to it. The monkey could copy his techniques with just observation hockey. Training with him would be fun. Luffy was actually curious as to how the monkey got here. He was half sure that this kind of weird animal only appeared on the Grand Line. But then again, wasn't there an island where a Jack-in-the-Box lived? Maybe from there? Who knows? He didn't question the logic behind it. Not that this world had that many to begin with. Come on, brat. Let's see how much you have been slacking of for the past year. Garp said as folded the sleeve of his shirt. Opposite to him, Luffy stood with his naginata drawn. You will be surprised, old man. Luffy grinned, tightening his grip on his weapon, Horn's Edge. I can't use any of my Rokushiki techniques, but that doesn't matter. I'm already way stronger than I was a year ago. This might be the only fight that might break my limits. I just hope that I don't break too many bones doing it. After the previous visit, Garp didn't show up for a full year. And when Luffy had asked him, he told that a pesky pirate from the Grand Line was creating some problems in the West Blue, so Garp didn't have time for a visit. Understandable in a way. But Luffy actually missed the old man. Garp didn't show it, but he cared about Luffy and the boy kinda liked it. Also, without Garp getting here, his training had reached a plateau. Or in a more wax of saying that he reached a bottleneck. Now he wasn't gaining any strength at all, or whatever he did gain was too small. Technique-wise he improved a lot. Mastering all of the 6 styles, even the 7th one. And he was even on his way to developing variants from those techniques. But with strength-wise he reached a limit. Physical strength was important. The strongest men in this world could break mountains, cut a whole island in half, or even a whole fucking meteor to pieces if needed. And that required raw strength along with technique. And that couldn't be gained with routine exercise, it seemed. That was kinda sad. But it was kinda expected. From what he read from the Rokushiki book, one needs to face danger to grow stronger. It seems that extended to all aspects. Both physical and technique-wise. Luffy kinda felt jealous about people like Oden, Kido, or Big Mom right now. Those guys were literally born with their strength. And if he didn't break his limits he wouldn't be able to suppress them. He remembered from the anime that the canon Luffy only trained after the war and in Wano, but even then he was able to suppress Zoro every time. While the green-haired swordsman trained hard each day. And funnily enough, Sanji was able to kinda keep up with him. All because they faced dangerous opponents that made their bodies grow at an exceptional rate. Luffy had trained hard these past years, training with Sparky. All that effort wasn't for nothing. And that was why he asked Garp for an all-out fight. The old man refused at first, but after explaining and a lot of pestering he agreed. Now it kinda made sense why Garp would put both Luffy and Ace in dangerous situations on the island. But the thing was, there wasn't anything on this island that could even be a possible threat. And that's why he needed some hands-on experience. Both grandson and grandpa were in a forest clearing. No animals other than Sparky were even near the vicinity. But even Sparky the six-armed monkey was taking a good position to not become a casualty. Of course, Luffy's straw hat was on the monkey. He didn't want to damage it. "Brat, ready on you are." Garp couldn't finish his sentence as he had to duck from a wide swipe from Luffy's blade. "Huh, impatient are we?" He moved forward and did a wide uppercut toward Luffy's jaw. But Luffy's figure disappeared, making the wide man look to the side. The rubber boy had a red skin, steam coming out of it. Gear second. Now, that's something impressive, but can your speed really keep up? Garp dashed forward. This time he used instant transmission as he appeared right in front of Luffy's face, punching the boy in the face, only for the boy to move swiftly away, avoiding the punch. It was as if he moved on instincts. Garp was wide-eyed, and caught off guard at the same time. And Luffy used that chance to plant a foot on the man's stomach. It made him back away a few steps, but Luffy didn't let go. "Gamu Gamu no Jet Gatling," Garp grinned, avoiding each punch with ease by twisting his body around the punches. Not getting hit. It wasn't Kami-e, no, it was pure skill of observation hockey. And that's how you use the color of observation hockey, brat. With that, Garp again appeared right above Luffy's head and punched downwards. But Luffy knew that he couldn't stop the punch, so he did the only other thing and tackled the old marine. The rubber boy's body got bulkier as he combined Gear 1 with Gear 2. "What the? Eh?" Luffy planted his right foot forward as he took the full weight of Garp and body slammed into the ground. "Why you?" But before Garp could grab him, Luffy used his speed to get far from the old man. The old man didn't say anything as he stood up, dusting his clothes. But he looked pissed. Luffy gulped, but he calmed his nerves. He needed to do this. No backing away now. Luffy tightened his grip on his Naginata, swinging it in horizontally. White slash. A white arc of wind blade made it towards Garp. This was the next level of cutting steel. As a blade user and a geek, he loved his flying slashes. Though the naming needed some work. The giant air slash tore through rocks, and ground anything as it made its way to Garp. But the marine hero stood his ground and just backhanded the slash away like it was fly. But Luffy was already behind Garp's back with his Naginata trying to stab the marine hero. But the marine pinched the blade in between his thumb and index finger with his other hand. "Did you really think that would work? When are you this slow?" And he kicked Luffy away. Taking his weapon. He threw the weapon behind him so that Luffy wouldn't be able to use it. "Brat, stop holding back. Use all your strength, or you might get knocked out before you can." Garp this time didn't move from his spot but cocked his fist back and punched the air hard. Luffy narrowed his eyes, but it quickly turned into a wide eyes when he saw the air force generated from the punch almost flinging him away. "On your left." Luffy was punched to the side as he skidded the battlefield, crashing into the nearby forest, and going through some of the trees. But he wasn't the one to give up as the boy got out of the mess only to see Garp above him with a punch ready. Luffy quickly used the Gear Second's ability to skip to the side, missing the punch, which created a large crater on the ground. Luffy could already see that Garp's hand was black. The boy gulped. Hey, isn't using armament hockey out of the rule?" Garp laughed. "Oh, so you can see it, then. Good, then it will help you avoid it." Again Garp disappeared from his spot. This time Luffy was too late to avoid as he was punched in the gut, knocking the wind and gears out of him. His body returned normal as he crushed through several rocks and trees, creating a drag line in the ground. Cough cough. The boy coughed, trying hard not to vomit. "You shitty old man." Luffy roared as he used his combination of Gear 1 and 2. His muscles buckled as he gained a few inches in height, while his skin turned red and steam came out of it. "Oh, so you still have some fight left," Garp said, standing his ground with a carefree smile. "Come then. Let's see how good you are." "Fine," Luffy said as he stretched both of his hands backward, his fist enlarging to a gigantic size. Even though Luffy didn't want to use any of the Rokushiki, he didn't want to hold back either. So he used the rubber version of Tekki to make his fist stronger than even steel. "You asked for it. Gamu Gamu no. Giant silver gatling. Now that's what I'm talking about," Garp said as his fist again went black, donning the color of armament hockey as he did his own fury of punches. In the middle silver met black. And it was obvious who was the winner. "Ah!" Luffy shouted back as he found his fist mangled and bruised. "On your left." Luffy turned, but this time the punch came from the right. "Did you really think pirates would give you pointers in fighting?" That's all Luffy heard before the world turned dark. The next time when Luffy woke up, he was in bandages. But he wasn't in the same place anymore. He was near a small campfire and there was a lot of food that was near him. His Naginata was on his side as well. Chapter 25. Thanks for patching me up, Sparky. Luffy said as he winched when he tried to move his hands. They weren't broken, but he was sure there were multiple fractures in them. Woo. Sparky said as he went into the stash of food and took out a jug of milk from somewhere. And he gave that to Luffy. Luffy didn't question the logic behind this world as drinking milk somehow cured broken bones or missing teeth. So he just chugged the jug. And he was already feeling better. We are not on Dawn Island, are we? Luffy asked the six-armed monkey. The surrounding was definitely different from the one he was familiar with. The monkey shook his head. No, you are not, brat. Garp answered. Actually, Luffy thought that he already left, so he was a bit surprised. Didn't you say you have to leave after the fight? Luffy asked. Why the change of mind? It's cause of you. The large man said, sitting near Luffy, grabbing something from the food stash and started eating. You wanted to become stronger, right? This island has more strong beasts that are mostly above your level, so fighting them will make you break through your plateau. But I'm curious. How do you have that? The color of observation, I mean. If you can master it, it will help you quite a lot. Color of what? Luffy acted stupid. Of course, he was showing signs of observation haki. That's how Luffy was able to see armament haki. As the definition of armament haki was an invisible armor made out of haki. And one can't see it unless he has observation haki. So you don't know? Of course, you wouldn't. But, you clearly have some talent for it. Garp said, nodding. It's something like a sixth sense where you can read your opponent's intent and be more aware of your surroundings. But the fact that you didn't sense me coming here, means that you are still new to it. You are lucky you didn't awaken at the middle of a fight. Sometimes it messes you up, if that happens. Luffy could only remember Kobe in the canon who awakened his haki in the war. But it seemed more common than it was let on. Anyway, I will come again in a month to take you back to Dawn Island. Try surviving till then. Anyway, I will come again in a month to take you back to Dawn Island. Try surviving till then. Luffy didn't complain, just nodded. Hey. Can you teach me more about observation haki? I mean how to use that and all. Also, I want to learn the armament haki thing. Garp grinned. You are too early to learn armament haki, but if you want to learn observation haki, then tie a cloth around your eyes and fight the monsters on the island. It might help you learn observation haki. But as you already have it unlocked, you can try to master it like this. But it won't be easy. The old man barked a laugh. Talent my shit. I had been practicing for nearly 6 months with Sparky hitting me from different angles while I was blindfolded. And I can only do this much. Luffy grumbled internally but didn't react on the outside. But from Sparky's reaction, the monkey was shocked. Looking back and forth between Luffy and Garp. But Garp didn't seem to notice that. Anyway, can't you stay for a few days to train me personally? Garp only laughed. I have duties, brats. Evil pirates are everywhere, so I need to be vigilant. Luffy just rolled his eyes. No, I'm serious. Sengoku actually wants me to stay in Logtown for a couple of months, because a failed pirate group with a dangerous devil fruit has escaped to East Blue. And he wants me to handle it as I am already here. Okay, that was actually serious then. But how big is his bounty then? 50 million berries, Garp said. So practically a baby. Sending a marine hero against him is kind of an overkill. Luffy deadpanned. I was thinking something around 100 mil or so. Well, someone has to clean up the trash. That I can agree on. Both Luffy and Garp sat for a while before they dived into the food. Sparky joining in as well. Hey, Gramps. Luffy said as he ripped some meat off the bones. Do you know what Sparky is? Other than being an awesome six-handed monkey, where is he from? Garp shook his head as he eyed the six-armed monkey, who was also eating with them. No clue, but I'm sure he's somewhere from the Grand Line. But that's about it. Then how did he end up on Dawn Island? Maybe it fell from the sky. Bahahaha. Really? Luffy deadpanned, not seeing the flinch that his monkey friend made when heard Garp's comment. Bahahaha. Yup. He has one of those immortal-type devil fruits that makes them really hard to kill. Luffy turned the old man down. He was speaking nonsense again. He instead pondered on his abilities. His observation haki was just new. He could only get basic things down. He needed much more practice before he would be able to fully utilize in battle. As it needs concentration to keep his observation haki up. And he knew no way of unlocking armament haki. Observation haki was not easy, but manageable. Getting attacked by Sparky while blindfolded was enough to make him awaken that. He had to basically carry out all the tasks in a day blindfolded before he was anywhere near unlocking it. And that took 6 months, only now in a few ago he unlocked it. But mastering it would take time. Also, this island seemed different, the air was much heavier, he could already sense some of the animals that were eyeing all of them, but were terrified of Garp and didn't make any moves. Now that he noticed it. Hey, Gramps. Where is this island actually? Luffy asked now that he noticed that the trees were kinda too big. It wasn't the first time where Garp dragged him to other islands for training, but this one seemed different. Oh, it's one of the uninhabited islands in the Clam Belt. So don't try to get near the water, unless you want to become seafood. Some of the Sea Kings in there. Bah. Luffy's jaw tightened as he gulped. He now felt the danger of the situation. And judging by Sparky's reaction, he was in the same boat as him. This wouldn't be easy. Garp looked at Luffy and internally found some pleasure in seeing him worry. Good. Don't want the power to get to his head. Many people die because of arrogance. He would rather have his grandson overpowered and paranoid, rather than be cocky and end up with a hole in the chest. Not a good metaphor, but it was reality. Garp was also very happy that by some luck his grandson had unlocked observation haki. What Bogard said was right, he was a prodigy. He had seen a few talents unlock Colors of Conquerors first, but unlocking observation haki was also a talent. Speaking of Conquerors, Garp was quite shocked a few years back when he saw the Conqueror's haki from Ace. He was also talented, that's why he wasn't that much surprised that Luffy unlocked observation haki just by talent. Of course, the Marine didn't know that his grandson had to put a lot of effort into learning it. Garp also liked Luffy's diligent behavior to gain strength. If Luffy wasn't so opposed to being a Marine, he would have thrown the brat in one of Zypher's boot camps. There he could meet people who are strong and talented just like him, but alas, things weren't that easy. Garp internally hoped that Luffy would join the Marines, but knew that there were slim chances. But oh well. He was actually happy about Luffy's strength progression. The boy knew how to use his rubber body to his advantage. If he joined the Marines, Garp had no doubt that he would be able to learn the Rokushiki in months. Luffy was also able to do flying slashes now. For a brawler and hand-to-hand combatant like Garp, it didn't matter much, but Garp knew for blade users it was one of those milestones. Garp was a bit surprised when Luffy asked for his help to break through his strength barrier. He knew the reason: repetitive exercise could only get you so far. What the boy needed was some actual experience, and something to push him out of his comfort zone. Now only the boy's mind is craving strength. Without stress or danger the body won't crave strength. And that's why it was always practical fight dangerous to gain strength. That's why he brought him to this island. This island should have just the challenge that Luffy needs to gain some strength. Chapter 26. A month later, Luffy sat on top of a large rock viewing the empty clouds. That one looks like a donut. Sparky shook his head. Woo. He did some noises and weird hand signs, before pointing at the cloud again. No, that doesn't. Wait, no. That does look like a lollipop. Surprisingly enough, Luffy could understand most of what the monkey said. With its varied face expressions and hand signs, it wasn't too hard. The monkey nodded. But that one looks like a pancake. The monkey was about to say something, but its ears perked up. It seems someone is out for a visit. Luffy moved his head to the side as he looked at something that was making its way to here, by air. Is it a plane? Is it a bird? No, it's an ugly grandpa. Shishishi. The monkey deadpanned at Luffy. What? That was a good joke. The monkey shrugged as if saying, whatever rocks your boat. Now I feel offended. The monkey rolled his eyes, before it looked at the incoming Garp and jumped away at the last moment. Garp crashed fist first, breaking the wind and rock, creating a dust cloud in the process. Do we really have to welcome each other like this all the time? Luffy mused as he had his hands crossed blocking Garp's punch. He was already in his Gear 1 and his hands were a lot larger, not quite giant-like, but huge enough to block one of Garp's casual punches. Of course, Luffy was using Teki on them to negate some of the armament haki's damage. But it wasn't going so well. Nothing could negate the dagger from an experienced haki user. Though, his usage did help him a bit. Teki wasn't supposed to be used while moving, but with Luffy's rubber body he was able to use it while moving. He could use Gear 3 without blowing air into his bones. He never got how that worked, and so he just enlarged them by stretching the insides of his arms, if it made any sense. And then used Teki on it, making it almost strong as using armament haki. Actually, with his use of Teki, he was excited to use both that and armament haki together. Using them both would make him more durable than anything. Brat, you have gotten stronger. Garp grinned as he stopped putting force into the punch and started dusting his clothes. He was in his marine outfit. Straight from work? Luffy asked. Yeah, I was thinking of grabbing you and going back to the village. or else I would have to make a two-way trip, Garp said. He looked to his side as the six-armed monkey jumped at him, hugging the old man. How sweet. Why couldn't you and Ace be happy when I came to visit you guys? Luffy rolled his eyes, ignoring the duo. Sparky had a habit of hugging people and being friendly with people he knew. Any other people he would try to avoid them. And with Garp's cheerful attitude, it wasn't surprising that he went quite well with him. Then Luffy became curious about something. Hey, Gramps. It's good that I can stay both with the bandits and Makino. But aren't you originally from Goa Kingdom? Yes. Well, I'm not complaining or anything, just curious. Why don't we have a house in Fasha Village or in Goa Kingdom? What do you mean? We have Makino. She's also by relation by granddaughter. I took her in when she was little. Anyway, so the bar and the house behind it is technically ours as well. Garp said as he picked his nose. And you didn't ever mention it. Till now. Luffy said, finding it hard to believe. But then again, Garp adopted Ace as a grandkid, so maybe that was the same case for Makino. As the old man didn't explain further, he wouldn't question it. So, wait, does that mean Makino was her cousin? It did. Didn't it? Never came up. The man shrugged. Luffy found it almost funny that other than the old man, every one of his family members is kinda related to criminals. Also, he would have to keep his mouth shut about Makino and Shanks' relation. Before Emperor's wife being the granddaughter of the marine hero. He found the situation a bit funny. But oh well. Hey, before we go. Can we have a sparring match? Luffy asked, already jumping away from Garp as he took his Naginata prepared for battle. It wouldn't take long anyway. Garp said, Sparky, you should get some distance away. This will only take a minute. The monkey nodded and quickly daced towards the cover. Don't underestimate me, old man. Luffy was already on Garp with his Naginata. And don't overestimate yourself, brat. The fight went on for a full minute, before it ended with Luffy getting knocked out, Garp being the undefeated victor. Garp saw his unconscious grandkid, and he had to say, he was impressed. When coming to the island, he had seen that all of the giant creatures in the island were avoiding where Luffy was. That meant that Luffy had already conquered the island, putting himself as the strongest on there. And while fighting him, Garp was sure to notice the massive improvements that he made. Both strength and skill-wise. Luffy had changed a lot after Ace left. He was now serious about training. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that in a few years, Luffy might be reaching the ranks of an admiral if he continued with his progression. Maybe 4 or 5 years. With his current strength, he was sure most of the pirates in the first part of the Grand Line wouldn't be a problem for him. Though wasn't just only dreaming to become the strongest man alive, he was already taking the necessary steps in doing so. His talents were amazing, but unlike other epic Rikuzen or Dragon, who were lazy when young, he was driven by a goal. And that separated him from others. That's my grandson. Garp grinned, putting Luffy's body over his shoulder like a bag of potatoes. Well, let's go back home. Sparky quickly came out and took his place on Garp's other shoulder. Also, the monkey had a small backpack with him. Garp didn't question it, might be something they scavenged off the island. With that, he took of using a combination of moonwalk and instant transmission to blitz through air. Luffy's diary entry on observation haki, 1. Allows one to carefully observe things around them. An expert user of observation haki can observe with sight, sound or even vibration from the air that touch the skin. The things around the user move slowly to the perception, and that's why it's easy to avoid attacks and projectile. One can even pick up the presence of their voices and sensing their visual presence. Note, one needs a trained body to keep up the speed. If not, they will know that the attack is coming, but won't be fast enough to move away. 2. Allows one to visualize the presence of those that are outside of their line of sight or are hiding from them. This ability isn't passive and needs to be activated. The user does that by sensing the aura of living creatures. Non-living things that emit energy can be also picked up with it. 3. Allows someone to tell the number of enemies and their supposed strength. Note, can be fooled if the other party is able to hide their actual strength. 4. Observation haki can be also used to by observing their opponents in battle, letting them almost perfectly guess what the opponents will do next. This is something that's used in real-life martial arts. And sometimes people unknowingly tap into the state of flow, where they move on pure instincts without thinking, their body reacts without conscious thinking. Though this state can't protect you from traps or unexpected dangers. Chapter 27. This can also be used to carefully look at the trajectory of a projectile, and guessing where it will hit next. Though this can be overcome by attacks that have no intention or too random. Also, like anything, observation haki users must know that their guess might be wrong, and always be vigilant. When I close my eyes and try to see with just my observation haki, I can pick out auras as if they are colors in a black and white world. as if they are surrounded by some glitch. My guess is that those glitches are the aura. As even I have glitches surrounding me. Armament hockey should be coating your body with those energies. But it's still a theory. Also, like every sense, if I don't focus on a certain aspect of it, it can cause sensory overload. The advanced form of observation hockey is still yet to be discussed. When Luffy woke up again, he was at Makino's place. He quickly got up and found Garp and Sparky having a meal. Of course, Luffy was sour about his loss and challenged the marine hero, who denied his request this time. Too much training won't do any good other than overworking yourself, Garp had said. And if it's about pestering me to learn armament hockey, then no. I won't teach you that unless you join the Marines. Besides, your body is quite adaptable. If you were able to learn the Rokushiki, then you might be able to learn armament hockey as well. But to learn that you have to join the Marines, bahahaha. The man said the last part mostly to himself, but Luffy heard it just fine. For him, it was eye-opening. It meant his physical powers were close if not ready to learn the color of armament hockey. He just needed to figure out how. After that, Garp stayed for a few days, not even joining the boys' sparring sessions once, so Luffy was left to do regular exercises to increase his strength. And he was right. The plateau that he was facing was now gone. He could gain more strength now. And that felt awesome. Technique-wise, he didn't improve much, other than learning more about observation hockey. He had even started journaling about how it works and whatnot. Even though the logic of this world was messed up, it still acted on some basic principles, and learning them would help him master hockey. Sparky, so what should we do about this one? Luffy asked his six-armed monkey as he looked at the odd-shaped fruit. When Luffy was in the unknown island, he was able to explore it. Being an island on the clam belt, it had some of the most dangerous creatures that he found. They were a lot stronger than any of the wild beasts in Dawn Island, but were weaker than what Luffy expected. Luffy was actually expecting beasts to be as strong as those that Can and Luffy fought while training with Rayleigh. But that wasn't the case. They were, of course, stronger than Luffy. Even if he used all of his gears with his Rokushiki, he found it hard to beat them. But they weren't as dangerous as they hoped. It seemed that holding out against Garp made the old marine underestimate his fighting abilities. Sure, he did show off the rubber version of Teki, but Luffy made sure to play it off as a rubber body ability. Anyway, it took Luffy around 20 to 25 days to conquer the island. And after that, he was able to explore it. Luffy had a bold idea to look for any hidden treasures. And so he asked the island animals about it. Of course, Luffy couldn't understand them, but Sparky could. With that, they found some old shipwrecks that were washed ashore on the beach. And after searching through some skeletons, he found some gold and an odd-shaped fruit. It seemed that the ship was a merchant ship. But looking closely, it was more of a black market merchant ship. Luffy had even found some mermaid skeletons with normal human ones to make notice of it. It seemed the ship was trying to smuggle the mermaids to some rich nobles that lived in the blues. So was the reality of this world, and so Luffy didn't mind taking the fruit for himself. But the problem was, Luffy didn't know which fruit it was. Sparky seemed eager to eat the fruit and gain cool powers like Luffy, but the boy held the monkey off. Just wait for a bit more, little guy. Let's find ourselves a devil fruit encyclopedia first. Don't you to gain one of the stupid powers, Luffy said. There weren't any devil fruit powers, was a bullshit excuse to eat a fruit. Sparky would be a longtime friend and a member of his future crew. Of course he would want the best possible fruit for him. The monkey reluctantly agreed, and closed the small treasure box that held the fruit. Luffy had contacted some of the criminals that were in contact with the black market to get himself a devil fruit encyclopedia. But it seemed they didn't have access to that high level of stuff, so Luffy would have to wait and ask Shanks for it. Asking of four emperors for mundane things was quite shameless, but Luffy never cared that much for anything. Hey, buddy, don't feel down. If the powers are good, I have no problem letting you eat it, Luffy said, patting the monkey, but I don't want you to end up eating a stupid fruit that won't help you at all. The monkey seemed to cheer up a bit. Luffy didn't know how old the monkey was, but by how he acted it seemed that he was still a kid. So, Luffy could understand the impatience. For now, Luffy stashed the fruits and treasures away. With the added treasures that he liberated from Goa Kingdom nobles and the occasional shiny objects that he found around the island, Luffy was making up a good amount of treasure to start his journey. So after looking over his treasure vault, he went out for a walk. Buddy, let's see if I am strong enough to lift that. The monkey looked at the Straw Hat Boy curiously, as he sat on his shoulder. After a bit of walking, he was in front of the nameless weapon. His nameless Naginata. With his observation hockey, Luffy was able to see the strength of the magnificent blade. Well, hello there. I hope you deem me worthy enough to lift you. Luffy removed the dusted cloth as the full view of the weapon came into view. Sparky, you might want to step away a bit. Luffy grabbed the weapon with 2 hands as he started to put strength into lifting it. Let's put my back into it. But it seemed the more strength he put on, the more heavier it got. Fine, we do it the hard way. Luffy's body bulked up, his skin turning red as steam started coming off, even his hands and feet were getting enlarged as he put on full strength. You are mine. Got it. I will become your master. Luffy roared as he finally was able to lift the blade off the ground for just few inches. The ground around him was already forming spider cracks due to the struggle. But just as the weapon was lifted, it suddenly became even more heavier and planted again into the ground. Luffy took a few steps back as he failed in lifting the Naginata and he was panting profusely due to the struggle. So I'm not ready, huh? Well, I will be. I will make you mine, and that's the last thing I will do before I start my journey. And that's a promise. The 6-armed monkey looked back from the weapon to Luffy. He seemed shocked that there was something heavy that Luffy wasn't able to lift. Come on, Sparky, let's get back to training, Luffy said, grumbling his way out of the forest. I should also ask Shanks for some sea stones the next time we talk. Luffy was out for another stroll on the Great Terminal. He seemed excited. Well, why wouldn't he? Makino agreed to his request to make a call to Shanks. But it would take some time. Of course, it would. Makino herself couldn't call Shanks all the time. And the last time they had seen each other was years ago. Due to pesky marines monitoring each call that were made from in the Grand Line to outside Blues, securing a secured line for a transponder snail took some time. Shanks would often notify Makino's transponder snail of a call 6 to 20 hours before the call. That way, she could secure her end, and then the call could be established. Talk about forbidden love. Anyway, so Makino promised that she would notify him if Shanks was up for a call. Makino also asked for something because of Luffy's sudden request. To buy a certain type of chocolate that was sold only in the Goa Kingdom. She seemed quite mad this time Garp forgot about her chocolates, and that's why Luffy was on a hunt to buy those chocolates. But unlike Garp, he couldn't just walk into the Goa Kingdom, he had to take the sneaky route. That's why he was going through Great Terminal. Sparky, hold on. Luffy said as he looked up the tall wall of Great Terminal, and started using Moonwalk to climb for a bit. He could climb it this way. But what was the fun in that? He stretched out his hands as they grabbed onto the wall as he started falling. When his arms were stretched enough, he slingshotted himself away going up the wall into the kingdom. Oh! The monkey on his shoulder also seemed to enjoy it. Before long they were high enough to see the whole Goa Kingdom from a bird's eye view. Sparky, check the map for the shop's location. Luffy said as he balanced himself in the air with Moonwalk. With 2 hands still grabbing onto Luffy's shirt, the monkey used his other 6 hands to get the map out and find the location of the shop. And he then pointed at a southern part of the kingdom. Luffy looked down, and frowned. There seemed to be a commotion going on there. The boy hoped that wouldn't be any problems for his shopping. With that, Luffy free-dived toward the location. He didn't need to worry about his hat flying off to the air as Sparky used one of his free hands to push it down Luffy's head so it wouldn't fall off. Good monkey. With silence, Luffy landed on a nearby rooftop, learning Moonwalk, instant transmission and Kami made him very adaptable to being silent. Come on. That's way too cliché. Luffy mused as he saw that the shop was surrounded by marines. And they seemed to be pointing their weapons at the shop. Or at least who was outside of it. Luffy got down from the sky to a nearby building rooftop, observing the situation. Wait, is that Starsea? He narrowed his eyes. I should have brought some popcorn. A man that looked like a psychopath was holding down Starsea with his claws extended. I demand that the kingdom is handed over to me, or the boy gets it. The man was definitely a pirate and a sly one it seemed. His clothes had patches of blood on it. Okay, the demand seemed unreasonable, even for this world's standards. I wouldn't bargain a gold coin for that failed prince. Luffy said, while Sparky laughed. But you know this is kinda cringe and cliché at the same time. Not that I'm complaining, I have already killed all of the royal nobles. But it seems that I have missed one. Give me the kingdom or the boy gets it. And the plot thickens. But, that a serious matter. Luffy said, how am I going to collect my early funds if all the royal bastards are dead? Sparky deadpanned. What? Luffy asked the monkey, that's a serious matter. And I don't like getting dragged into cliché scenarios. Well, you know what's best thing to do in a cliché? The monkey rolled his shoulder. Chapter 29. Well, you punch him really hard and break him to pieces. The pirate seemed to notice Luffy's presence up on the rooftop and he pointed his claws near Starsea's neck. Hey, you. You on the rooftop? Yeah, you with the monkey. Get down or I will kill the boy. Uppos. My bad, please continue. With that, Luffy jumped down from the roof, and he landed between the tense marines. By the way, I don't care about the brat. Kill him and be done with it. I only want the chocolate shop that is behind you. Huh? The pirate looked behind, but that was a mistake. The next moment Luffy was in front of him and a punch to the throat made him skid away toward a nearby wall, freeing the useless prince. Luffy punched the man in an angle so that he wouldn't hit the shop behind, but the lamppost that was in front of him. It's you. Starsea was wide-eyed recognizing Luffy. Luffy crouched down with a gentle smile. Yes, it's me, Mario. Luffy said in an overly cheerful voice, but his eyes were sharp. And when he was near the boy he said something in a whisper, act as if I saved you, or you die. Do something funny you die. Now who am I? He grinned wickedly. Sparky kinda felt bad for the prince. MIH hero. Starsea said with a panicked expression as he sweated bullets. For some reason, he was afraid of the Straw Hat Boy more than the pirate. No, need to fear Price, I'm here. Luffy said as he patted the prince. Before he looked toward the dumbfounded Marines. And you lot. Don't go near that chum just yet, he ain't dead. The Marines looked at the fallen pirate in question, and all of them saw that pirate's throat was caved in, and his neck might as well be broken. So they were confused as to what a Straw Hat Boy meant. And you lot. Don't go near that chum just yet, he ain't dead. The Marines looked at the fallen pirate in question, and all of them saw that pirate's throat was caved in, and his neck might as well be broken. So they were confused as to what a Straw Hat Boy meant. Cuckoo. So you are not some ordinary boy, are you? The pirate that seemed dead just a moment ago, stood up, dusting his clothes and rubbing his throat. But you have made a huge mistake. Do you know who I am? I'm the famous captain of the Blackberry Pirates. Some of the Marines gasped. Well, Luffy just picked his nose, taking out a booger and wiping it on Starry's head. Never heard of it. The prince seemed to struggling to get the large booger out of his flaky hair. Brat, I have a bounty of 50 million berries. A man that survived the Grand Line. With that, the pirate jumped on Luffy with Wolverine-like claws coming out his arms. Face the power of my claw through. And he has silenced again with a punch to the diaphragm that most likely popped his lungs and busted most of his ribs. The man again hit the lamppost, breaking the thing over his head. Oh, so you wouldn't happen to be the pirate that Grandpa's looking for? Luffy mused that his own grandpa's home was being threatened by a pirate that the old man was chasing. Are you that Garp's grandson? The pirate questioned this time with anger as he threw the lamppost on Luffy, who just sidestepped which almost hit Starsea. Hey, don't you see the resemblance? Luffy said picking his nose again. And flinging his booger at the pirate. Fuck you. I don't swing that way. GRR. I will kill you. The pirate stood up again fully recovered from his injuries as he jumped at Luffy. You don't seem to be good at handling rejection. Luffy comically punched the screaming pirate in the head, planting him head first into the road. Some of the Marines now looked at Luffy with newfound respect. They didn't know their hero had a grandson, but now they could see the resemblance. While others found the whole situation funny. Though other than the Marines there was a certain someone that was taking photographs of the situation. Luffy was already on his merry way, entering the shop. Luckily the shopkeeper was still inside and Luffy found the chocolates he was looking for. The shopkeeper was thanking him profusely for not getting his shop damaged and even didn't take the money. Huh, who knew playing a hero gave free chocolates? Seize the criminal, Starsea ordered, before he looked at Luffy with newfound courage and anger, and surround him. The Marines were shocked seeing the prince pointing at Luffy. But Prince. He's your... One of the Marine captains wanted to say something, but Starsea cut him off. Are you questioning me, Marine? Now that my parents are dead, that makes me the king. Starsea screamed at the Marine. For a boy, he sure did have a high-pitched voice, I will have your tongue for. But this time he was the one who couldn't finish his sentence. As he looked down and saw a blade that exited out of his chest. The prince coughed blood. You scream like a bitch. Luffy would have agreed if he didn't have some of the sweets stuffed in his mouth. But once he gulped them down he convinced himself otherwise. Oh, no. The useless Price. No, I mean the king is dead. Luffy said, handing the chocolates to Sparky. How sad. As an honest citizen of this island, I can't let you go on your evil ways. Luffy grabbed the handle of the horn's edge. I'm not done with you, brat. That's all the pirate could say, before he was beheaded. The entire people around them looked at the scene with silence and awe. They didn't even see the blade move. The pirate's head started rolling in the air. And funnily enough, it rolled and fell to a nearby fountain, donning the water bloody red. And the head seemed to be struggling. And before long it stopped. Well, there goes the captain of the Blackpitch Pirates. Luffy mumbled as Sparky jumped onto his shoulder before he disappeared from everyone's view with a sudden gust of wind. Of course, Luffy didn't leave, but he didn't like people crowding him. It didn't matter if Starsea died or not, Because the whole royal nobles in the kingdom were trash, with the main family dead, he was sure other trash would take its place. Not that Luffy cared. He just wanted the whole ordeal to over with so that he could buy his stuff. And now he was waiting for something. Luffy was a bit far from where the incident happened, standing above one of the shop's roofs. And was looking at a certain fruit vendor. Waiting for something. Sure enough, one of the fruits started shaking, and so Luffy quickly snatched the fruit away. And he and Sparky looked in awe as the fruit transformed into one of the devil fruits. Luffy looked at the fruit. The claw fruit. Luffy mused that with its ability it should have been named human fruit, model Wolverine. But oh well, this could really be a useful fruit. The only reason why the pirate lost was cause he was relying too much on the fruit and sneak attacks. A good fighter would have more use for this fruit's ability. This day was not a waste at all, huh? Luffy said, grinning. Sparky nodded. Let's get back, shall we? With that, they were off. Chapter 30. The next day, Luffy glared at the newspaper. He glared at the damn paper so hard that any moment now the thing would catch fire. Who the fuck wrote this? Language. Makino called out from the kitchen as she giggled. Luffy bit his bottom lip. He was angry. No scratch that he was furious. He didn't want to be seen in the newspaper this way. On his side, the monkey was rolling on the floor laughing. This is no laughing matter. Luffy grumbled. Now Grandpa might actually send me to boot camp. Shitty news agency. Luffy actually forgot to collect the 50 million bounties, so he thought that today he would go and collect it, but now he had no want to do that. Language. Makino said playfully as she came out of the kitchen with food. You know this is all your fault. Luffy pointed at Makino. If you didn't send me to buy the chocolates, nothing like this would have happened. Makino's grin just broadened. Now, don't go all angry on me. You are the new hero of Dawn Island. Luffy practically groaned. Do you know how bad this is? Makino just rolled her eyes. It's not that bad. But then the transponder snail started ringing. Okay, but it can't get any worse. Luffy gave Makino a stink eye. As he received the phone call. Moshi, the future king of pirates speaking. The future king of pirates, my ass. When did you become the new hero of Dawn Island? It wasn't Shanks. No, it was Ace. Language. Came from both sides, one from Makino, while the other was from Shanks. They framed me, I tell you. Luffy grumbled, but then he blinked. Ace. How did you end up with Shanks? It's been almost 2 years since he heard his voice. Well, the boy came to thank me for caring for his little brother. Came Shanks' reply from the other side. Anyway, continue. So you became a hero, huh? Good for you. Ace said, trying to hold back his laugh. At least one us is following Grandpa's footsteps. Ha ha ha. Oh, shut up. Luffy grumbled, they didn't even get my name right. Ace was laughing his ass off from the other side, Monkey D. Mario. I don't know why, but that sounds even lamer than Luffy. Hey, I like my name. Luffy complained. The newspaper had one headline. The new hero of Dawn Island. With a picture of Luffy standing over the defeated pirate while Starsea was still alive. Presumed to be the grandson of the marine hero. Monkey D. Mario. Are we seeing the dawn of a new hero? Well, don't worry, Mr. Mario. You can entrust your dreams to me, I can take your place as the next pirate king just fine. Ace said. I hate you. Love you too, lil bro. Ace grinned from the other side. But you have to know, your name is kinda making huge waves in the Grand Line. I'm pretty sure most of Grant's old enemies will searching for a Mario. Anyway, it's good that we can talk like this. Oh yeah, note down our ship's transponder snail number. Chapter 31. After a quick note. They spent some talking about other stuff. Well, I'll go and for Whitebeard. I want to see just how strong my father's old rival was. Ace said. And the rubber boy picked up no malice when saying something about his father, that was quite the improvement. I want to test my sword against famine. Oh, Shanks wants to speak to you as well. Let us meet in the Grand Line then. Be safe, lil bro. Luffy sighed, you too. He didn't ask anything about the sword usage of Ace. In his new bounty a few months ago one could see Ace standing atop of a cliff with a wild grin and a red blade resting over his shoulder. It seems hockey wasn't the only thing that he picked up from Rayleigh. Well, Luffy. I didn't know you would place yourself as a hero. Shanks mused. Not you too, Shanks. Luffy groaned. The boy heard Ace and a few others snicker. Shanks just laughed. Don't worry, you can still keep the straw hat if you want to be a marine. You guys are the worst. Luffy could hear Shanks, Ace, and the others laughing from the other side. Just so you know. I still plan to become a pirate. Not just for the title of the Pirate King. And I am also aiming for the title of the strongest man alive. Shanks chuckled, a hefty goal, Mario. But anyway, it's good that you are even naming yourself even before starting your journey. I can't wait when you start the real one. Yeah, the pirate was still all things considered a 50 million berry bounty holder. That's quite the achievement. Ace's voice came a bit muffled. That is impressive. Shanks agreed. Anyway, thanks for taking care of Makino. She tells me you help out a lot. So yeah, thanks. Wait, how do you know Makino? Ace asked Shanks. Well, why wouldn't I know my wife? Understandable. Ace said, wait, Makino-san is your wife. A bit late to party, no? Luffy mused. That's unexpected. Ace said, but Luffy did tell me that you used to visit the village a lot. Huh. I wouldn't even be surprised if you told me that you were a part of my father's former crew. The boy laughed. Because he is. Luffy answered. Another dose of shock later, Luffy asked for the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and some questions about hockey. Both Ace and Shanks were surprised that Luffy had unlocked one of the hackies even before starting his journey. But they didn't hesitate to give some pointers to him. Hockey, swordsmanship and even some good areas to check out in the East Blue. Luffy was sure to note them down. And after everything was over, Shanks spoke to Makino for a while before ending the call. That was not too bad after all. After the phone call, Luffy finally knew what he would need to do. Why hadn't he thought of it before? Everyone was saying he was strong. So the strength wasn't the issue. What he needed to change was his approach. He looked at the nameless blade. Walking towards it. Sparky already got down from his shoulder and stayed back. When giving tips on how to better use observation hockey, Ace revealed something odd. Which was communication with his weapon with the color of observation hockey. It seemed while training with Rayleigh, Ace had picked up the sword. It came naturally to him. Shanks teased that Ace was still not anywhere near a swordsman according to his standards, but for a brat who took the blade for only a year, it was impressive. It seemed that Ace didn't just came to thank Shanks, he already challenged the Red Four Emperors and lost in his duel. So Luffy, seeing the opportunity, asked his brother on his secret. Ace wasn't even hesitant and directly said that he was able to get used to the sword because of his use of observation hockey. Being a Logia user, Ace had to always work on his observation hockey. And for a new swordsman, it should have been a drawback. But Ace was able to make it his strength. He was able to communicate with his blade. It also helped that the blade he was using wasn't any ordinary blade. So Luffy took a page out Ace's book. He grabbed the cold steel of the blade, not even putting effort to lift it. He didn't know if it would work. But he had a gut feeling that this was the way to make the nameless blade his. So he poured his observation hockey in it, or at least tried to feel the blade was trying to tell him. The boy opened his eyes with new conviction. I am sorry for being weak all this time. But I promise you. Now that I'm strong, you won't have to meet any humiliating defeat again. And that's a promising partner. With that, Luffy grabbed the Naginata with both his hands, and pulled it. The blade almost accepted him, but this was the blade's last test for Luffy. Ha! Luffy poured his will into the blade as he tried to show it his ambitions, goal, his drive for strength. He didn't hold anything back. If this blade was going to be part of his journey, then he would treat it like any of his crewmates. I will become the strongest. Luffy yelled, as the ground beneath his cracked. His muscles were already bulking and red, and even his hair stood up. Luffy didn't know it, but he unconsciously released a wave of Conqueror's Haki. Sparky, who was a bit far from Luffy, felt the wild use of Conqueror's Haki, but it didn't make him kneel or put any pressure on him. No. This Haki was derived from his ambition, and this was a power that wouldn't harm his Nakama, so the six-armed monkey only felt the raw strength and will of his friend. But the other animals surrounding the island weren't that lucky, as most of them fell with foam in their mouth. Even the trees that were near him cowered at the presence of a king as they leaned away from Luffy. I have done it. That brought the monkey's attention back to Luffy, who was holding the nameless Naginata on his hand. The Naginata that was a bit big for him had shrunken to fit his size, while a chain came out of weapon and wrapped around Luffy's right hand. Luffy was lightheaded. The sudden use of Conqueror's Haki was too much for him. But he didn't kneel, as he was able to support himself with it. No, it seemed that blade didn't let Luffy kneel. Luffy had a shit-eating grin on his face as he was finally able to feel the blade. It was asking him to be strong. Strong enough to fulfill his ambition. And Luffy nodded. So are you going to tell me your name? The blade hummed in response. Fine. Beta Sundra, Luffy mused. It seemed that the blade didn't deem him worthy enough to know its name it. But anyway, thanks for giving me a chance. You won't regret it. With that, Luffy planted the blade on his back, the chains wrapped around his shoulder and waist crossways, making a place for itself on his back. Huh, neat. Only then did Luffy look around, and see the utter destruction of the environment around him. That's unexpected. Luffy could see multiple birds and animals already knocked unconscious with foam in their mouth. He could kind of guess what happened. But oh well. Sparky, let's do some training with our new friend. The six-armed monkey was still at awe, but Luffy's voice broke him out. He saw the Straw Hat Boy grinning ear to ear as he already took out Naginata from his back and was doing some light work with it. Straw Hat Luffy woke up groaning in the small boat, and he looked around. What did I miss? The boy yawned as he woke up from his nap. The six-armed monkey on his shoulder was banging his rubber head, but alas, as the monkey couldn't use hockey, it was just a mere annoyance. But that didn't mean Sparky couldn't get his attention. He grabbed onto Luffy's lower lip and stretched it over his head. Hey! What was that for? Luffy asked, now fully woken up from his sleep. He rubbed his chin as he eyed the monkey. He half wanted to throw him over the deck. The monkey pointed at the upcoming whirlpool. A flock of 3 twisters surrounded it. And their small boat heading toward it. Oh. Luffy, that was all he could say. How did the original Luffy get out of this again? He glanced at the barrel next to him as it rocked back and forth with the waves. Should he try it? It should work. The scream of the monkey brought his attention back. Yeah, no, Sparky is pansy today. Well, he wasn't a fan of water, to begin with. And after eating one of the devil fruits he was a lot more cautious about it. And the storm was a bit too much, even though the heavy downpour wasn't a problem for him or Sparky, it was different for the small vessel they were on. Soon his small boat was going to flip over. He glanced at the barrel one last time. It was almost tempting. Whoa. Kiki. The monkey again pointed at the storm. Yeah, I noticed. Luffy rolled his eye. As he stood up, he strapped both of his Naginata on his back in a cross formation, while he wore a simple red shirt and blue jeans that were up to his ankles, with some leather black boots to go along with it. His shirt was mostly unbuttoned, showing off the impressive physique that he built over the years, and the straw hat was on his back. Sparky on the other hand had a small bag on his shoulder. Well, the bag was quite similar to the size of Sparky's 2-feet body frame, so it might be considered large. In there was some of the essentials, a change of clothes, a small transponder snail, with the most important book for the journey, the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Now that he thought about it, he should have probably checked if Sparky's bag was waterproof. Was not. If not, his cloth and the book might get some rain damage. So he should probably get out of the storm. Regardless, he didn't want to risk it. It would not do for the future Pirate King to die at the hands of a tiny-ass whirlpool like this. So he took a quick leap off the boat, propelling himself over the waters with a force that almost sank it. Any sane person would have wondered if he was losing it with this recent action, but sane people didn't last very long in the Grand Line. He should be able to handle the recoil. After reaching the highest point of his jump, he took another step, and the air below him responded in turn, propelling him higher and further. He took more steps until he was cruising through the air at a comfortable speed. Now, to get down to business. It should be close by. He reached out with his observation hockey, and more than a few dozen weak auras flickered to life within range of his senses. He also sensed slightly stronger auras approaching them. Wait, isn't it where Alvida's ship ambushed a market ship? He looked from above and he was right. It was an ambush after all. He accelerated quickly and made his way over to the slightly stronger auras in the distance. One, in particular, dwarfed them all in power. Who could it be? And he was more surprised when it wasn't coming from the overly giant lady. No, it was from a person that was inside the ship with 2 other weak auras. It couldn't be, could it? He reached the pirate ship with a Jolly Roger that confirmed Luffy's already solid guess and touched down after quickly decelerating. The 2 pirates that were guarding the deck looked at him in shock, but the shock quickly turned to malice. If they gave any more thought to the fact that they hadn't even noticed his approach until he had landed right in front of them, they may have been a bit more cautious. Chapter 33. Luffy was in deep thought but spared them a glance as Sparky punched both their lights out. Was the aura from Nami? Let's check. Leaving the unconscious fodder on the deck, he made his way through a door and caught sight of the person who he had came to find. At first glance of the bright pink hair and pudgy appearance, he had to resist the urge to laugh out loud. That was defiantly Kobe. Man, that boy was the definition of a nerd. But a nerd with ambition, that's for sure. His aura was quite amazing compared to others. He wasn't completely against the boy's choice of style, even he had some poor clothing sense in his high school years. Kobe was being relentlessly harassed by a small group of pirates who were too busy taunting him to even notice Luffy's approach. Excited yet, Kobe? This is gonna be a big haul. You looking forward to some good old-fashioned pirating? The boy weakly glared at him, causing him to laugh. The others followed suit. Nah, he's the brat still not used to being a man. One thug said. Wanna have some milk? They all howled with laughter. Cody turned red but didn't do much. Luffy actually wondered how such a timid boy had such a powerful aura. It didn't do much in the grand scheme of things. But in some way, it did matter. Garp wasn't a man of explanation, but once he said something that, possessing a powerful or meant possessing hidden talent or a strong will. It made sense for Kobe, as even after seeing the corruption of the Marines he still became one, because of his strong sense of justice. Not to mention that he stood up against a prick like Akainu. That took some inborn brass balls to pull that shit. He just needed to be strong. We'll have to work on that, Luffy thought. He almost wanted Kobe to drop kick their asses through the floor, knowing full well that he was incapable of it. Yet, Luffy stepped in front of Kobe. The unobservant idiots who by all rights should have been dead by now finally took notice of his presence. And he wasn't even trying to hide it or anything. Who the hell is this guy? I've never seen him before, one said suspiciously. New recruit maybe? Another piped up. The one who had been taunting immediately before Luffy stopped and glared at him. Oi, identify yourself. Luffy looked him dead in the eye and grinned. Well, I'm the guy who likes milk. And am going to sink your ship with the big whale on board. That's all you really need to know. The pirates laughed at first, but then gaped at his audacity, but didn't hesitate to attack. You'll wake up in about 10 minutes. Try not to drown, I guess. This stopped them in their tracks as they stared in confusion upon hearing the cryptic statement. Then they dropped to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Luffy observed Kobe carefully. The blast, although weak, was enough for most cannon folders who didn't have the balls to go to the Grand Line. Sparky seemed to be rolling his eye at Luffy's display of power. Almost as if saying, did you have to do that? Luffy grinned, yes, I did. Observation hockey was amazing when you explore it. He was even able to understand Sparky with just his simple expressions. Kobe was kneeling on the floor, sweating profusely and panting for breath, but he was still conscious. Not bad. Luffy smiled to himself, realizing that even this crybaby Kobe, who had zero confidence and next to zero mental discipline, was still much stronger-willed than your average East Blue pirate. That wasn't saying much, but it was something. Hey, you. You're Kobe, aren't you? If I heard right, anyway. Mind giving me some food? I'm starved. Luffy said, meat should be preferable. Sparky Lutem. The six-armed monkey rolled his eyes, before jumping down and checking the bodies of the unconscious pirates. Though they didn't have that much. Kobe was scared shitless at being addressed so casually by the person who had quite literally brought him to his knees with the use of an unknown, overwhelming power. And what was up with the six-armed monkey? That was some weird-looking animal. But he didn't comment on that. He nodded weakly and stood up on trembling knees. He walked forward, refusing to stumble, and led the mysterious boy and his monkey to a supply storage closet, if only to appease him. Kobe looked back at him as he walked, and gulped. The Straw Hat Boy didn't seem to be hostile to him despite the display earlier. If anything, he should thank him for saving him from a potential beating. He was too intimidated at the moment to think of the ramifications of what the boy had just done. If those pirates were waking up in 10 minutes, they would surely run to Alvida, and the thought would have sickened him if he had been in a state of mind to worry about it. Instead, he opened the door and let the boy walk into the storage closet as if his life depended on it. Wow, thanks Kobe. He dove into a barrel full of apples and started inhaling them. That was the only description Kobe could really use. If he was chewing at all, Kobe couldn't see it. It was all a blur as he bounced from one side of the room to another and gradually emptied the supply closet of its precious food. The six-armed monkey was no different. He even seemed to fight with the Straw Hat Boy for the food. And the boy and his monkey started expending enough to even give Alvida a run for her money in the fat department. The boy and the monkey were inflated balloons by the time he finished, before shrinking to normal size. There was some notable steam coming out of their body as they shrunk back to their normal size. That was a good breakfast. The Straw Hat Boy said. The six-armed monkey shook his head, and pointed at one of his arms. There was actually a small wristwatch there. Oh, then. That was a good lunch. Luffy corrected himself. Kobe almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. Actually, looking at the behavior, the six-armed monkey seemed much more civilized than the Straw Hat Boy. And somehow that worked. The six-armed monkey also wore some good clothes, a similar-looking shirt like Luffy and short pants. Looking closely, he could see 6 small guns strapped to his chest. Those couldn't be real. Would they? The monkey also seemed to say something to the Straw Hat Boy. WH. Yeah, you are right. The food wouldn't last us till dinner. We should probably look for a civilization to eat something. Kobe looked at him dubiously and found the courage to speak for the first time since the boy's introduction. How much can you eat? What are you? The boy and the monkey looked at him and Kobe froze, wondering if the slip had been a mistake. To his relief, the boy just laughed and the monkey just rolled his eyes. What am I, you ask? Well, I'm the most basing and charming man alive. The boy said, flexing his muscles. Kobe only now noticed that the Straw Hat Boy some amazing physique that he had ever seen. He didn't know that many muscles even existed in a body. The boy was lean, not overly bulky, but the muscle and the vascular made the boy look quite sharp. Kobe didn't know if the boy could be considered charming, but he did have an amazing body, he would give him that. It also made him a bit jealous. He looked down at his noodle-like arm, and almost became depressed. Luffy seemed to see the boy's distress. So he patted the boy on his shoulder. Don't worry, if you eat and train in a routine way, it wouldn't take you a year to build an amazing physique yourself. Thanks? Then Kobe mustered up the courage for another question. If you don't mind me asking, what was that thing you did back there? You knocked those guys out cold without lifting a finger. The boy smirked. Sorry. That's a secret. But you'll find out one day. Again with vague responses. Kobe nodded despite his lingering curiosity. Meanwhile, Luffy was internally wondering if he should just tell him. He didn't really feel like explaining the concept of Conqueror's Haki to someone who had yet to truly see the world. Even a small glimpse of its vastness might discourage the boy from pursuing his dream at this point. Kobe's jaw hung loosely in response to the bold statement. Pirate King? And the strongest man? Do you even realize what that means? He asked in shock. Yes, Luffy said simply. But Kobe shook his head furiously. You're insane. Your desire is to stand at the top of this great age of pirates. Not just shoot for the title of the Pirate King, but you also want the title of Whitebeard. A hint of fear crept itself into Kobe's voice at the thought of the boy he had unwittingly started to like dying a gruesome death. Luffy just smiled, while the six-armed monkey just had a raised eyebrow. Don't tell me you're going to the Grand Line to challenge Whitebeard. And finding the One Piece is no joke. And beating Whitebeard. He's a giant. Luffy just smiled, confirming his suspicion. Kobe continued shaking his head. It's impossible, Luffy. Give up now before you get yourself killed. I know I just met you and have no right to order you around, but I don't want you to die a premature death. If the sea doesn't kill you, then challenging Whitebeard definitely will. Luffy's held back from bonking him on the head, if only because Kobe had worked up the courage to shout at him, something he wasn't sure he would have the nerve to do after Luffy kind of overdid it with testing his will. Instead, he just gave the boy a confident smirk. Not likely. It will be a while before things actually get dangerous, but I'll be ready when they do. Also, living with unfulfilled dreams is a life of coward. And do I look like a coward to you? Kobe looked odd. That made the boy look at himself. Did he have the courage to fulfill his dreams? To serve justice to the criminals? To help the needy? Could he truly lead a life like Luffy? I wonder if I can be like that. Kobe's quiet voice pulled him out of his thoughts. I wonder if I can live with no doubts, confidently fulfilling my ambitions. Luffy shrugged. No reason why you can't. He said, in fact, why don't you accompany me on my journey? I can see great things in you. Luffy cringed internally at that stupid line. His recruiting pitch needed some work. What? Do you have a dream? I have a dream, he whispered. It's nowhere near as amazing as yours, but I wonder if I can do it. He looked up to meet the focused gaze of Luffy, who smiled widely. Only you can answer that one. But Kobe continued on, ranting as if he'd been discouraged, which Luffy thought was hilarious. No, I will do it. I will become a marine. A great marine who follows the code of justice to the end. And I will stop pirates from wreaking havoc on the innocent. Luffy felt a bit disappointed. Some things never change, huh? But Luffy quite liked Kobe. Not as a fictional character. No. It was because of his dream. And he wanted him on his crew. Oh, really? Luffy said, did any marine help you get out of the ship? I mean, the East Blue isn't that strong for having pirates, excluding me of course. The boy thought, it was a bit strange, that in his 1.5 years of staying in Alvida, no marines ever came to stop her. There was always the talk on the ship that the marines were increasing more and more bribes. But the boys came out of his stupor at Luffy's next question. Kobe, what's being a marine to you? The pink-haired boy blinked at the question. It's to follow what you think it's right. To serve justice. Luffy rubbed his chin. What if being a marine changes you? No, shoot that. I know that sometimes the government forces you to do bad things to people. Then what? The pink-haired boy thought seriously for a moment before answering. Then I will quit being a marine, and do what I think it right. Even if it means punching a Tenryubito. One of the world nobles? Yeah, I don't care who it is, Kobe said, the boy's lack of knowledge of what a Tenryubito was a good thing. I will kick anyone's ass, if it means doing the right thing. Luffy's smile grew even wider. Does that include Alvida? It was a calculated risk, he knew. Kobe's eyes widened in fear before the determination flooded back into them stronger than before. He took a deep breath, and shouted, I will capture Alvida. There was a sudden crash and Kobe caught sight of a giant mace sticking out of the ruined wooden wall. I was wondering where the hell you were while the others were attacking our target. And here I find you aiding a bounty hunter and entertaining thoughts of mutiny." Kobe stared in horror at the still smiling boy. Did he do that on purpose? Why? What would his motive be? He had essentially just gotten Kobe killed for revealing his traitorous thoughts, but that didn't mean Alvida would have mercy on him. What was he trying to do? Alvida addressed Luffy directly. "And who do you think you are, planting thoughts of treason into my gullible cabin boy? Do you know who I am, brat?" Luffy looked at her, pinky already in his nose, picking it due to boredom. The biggest whale in East Blue? All doubts vanished from Kobe's mind. Luffy was definitely trying to get them both killed. Luffy's thoughts were elsewhere. Wait. Does Laboon count? Nah, he's on the other side of Reverse Mountain, so that's not in East Blue. I guess there might be whales bigger than her in the eastern seas. So as far as I'm concerned, she's the biggest. He was amused in a way. Before he snapped back to reality, just as Alvida's shocked expression melted away to make room for an enraged one. Before she could compose herself enough to act, Luffy turned to Kobe with the same bored expression. "What do you think, Kobe? I guess there might be bigger whales out there," he said. Comprehension dawned on Kobe's face. It was a test. He was to become a Marine. Marines could not simply bow their heads in the face of insurmountable power. Their job was to protect the world from injustice when no one else would. How could he ever be a Marine if he couldn't stand up to a single pirate? That's what it's about, isn't it, Luffy? The resolve to put your life on the line. His eyes hardened and something shifted within him. He snapped. "The fattest bitch-ass whale from here to Logtown. Iron Mace Alvida." He shouted it at the top of his lungs. It seemed Luffy's persuasion in letting the boy quit his dream was having zero effect. Alvida wordlessly swung at the offending stain of a child with all her might, only for him to disappear from sight along with the bounty hunter. When her perception of reality caught up with what had just happened, she recognized that there had been a crash directly above her. She looked up to see a hole in the ship's deck. The shitstain of a bounty hunter was standing above deck with Kobe sprawled down beside him in shock. He was casually taking down pirates who had reacted with hostility to his sudden interruption of their pirating. As they kept coming, he seemed to get slightly annoyed and his arms seemed to blur out of sight. As Alvida climbed out of the hole he had made, she realized that all of her henchmen were now unconscious. The rational part of her brain told her to be wary of this boy, the same part that was ruthlessly stomped into submission by the part of her brain that desperately wanted to process the image of his bloodied body dead at her feet. She screamed in frustration as she jumped into the air and came crashing down behind the boy, swinging down with her mace. Kobe's eyes widened. He didn't even have time to shout a warning before the iron mace came crashing down on Luffy. And shattered upon contact with his head. What just happened? Kobe saw that on his shoulder the six-armed monkey had covered Luffy's head with one of his arms and was glaring at the fat pirate. Wait. Did the monkey shatter the giant mace? Kobe asked internally. Alvida started to back away as her brain registered that perhaps she wasn't a match for this boy at all. And then she recognized who it was. "You. Aren't you the hero of the Dawn Island?" Alvida asked as she took several steps back. The crooked pirate knew not to mess with a few people in the blue, one of them being the new bounty hunter who was rumored to have connections with the marine hero Garp. His first bounty was a whopping 50 million berries. Of course, he would be strong. Luffy's eye twitched slightly. "No way. You are Monkey D. Mario?" Kobe said, "But wait. Did they get the name wrong? Didn't you say your name was Luffy?" The six-armed monkey on his shoulder started laughing much to Luffy's frustration. "Yes, they accidentally got my name wrong," he grumbled. "I regret making that joke. Wait. Please don't kill me. I will give you all my treasures." She continued to back away until the boy disappeared from her sight once again. A fist collided with the back of her head, robbing her of her consciousness. "Yeah, I don't usually kill people," Luffy said, finishing off his opponent. "But for you I might just man an exception." "Oh, you already gone? Oh well." Kobe watched as his preconceptions of the world were shattered right before his eyes. But it also made sense. The hero of the Dawn Island. Of course, if he was the grandson of the marine hero, he would be strong. But why was he trying to become a pirate? The boy's thought was broken by Luffy. "The Marines will be here soon. You can try to join them, but it would be suspicious in this situation. In fact, they might just arrest you." Kobe nodded sadly at that. It was an accurate assumption. "Why don't you come with me for now? I'm going to a certain island, but I honestly don't know how to get there. So I also need some help." He laughed sheepishly while saying it. "But there's a marine base on that island. So let's help each other." Kobe heard the proposal, smiled and nodded with enthusiasm. It was then that Luffy realized he didn't have a boat. He had abandoned his to its fate at the hands of the whirlpool. The thought saddened him. It was no going merry, so he just shrugged it off. Still, a pirate should look after his ship when he can. Anyway, he was still thinking about the pink-headed boy. He didn't know if he could make Kobe change his dream. If it didn't work, he wanted to let the boy a chance to start over in the Marines. Luffy. We should leave. The Marines are on us. Kobe's comment brought back Luffy from his imagination. He could see some of the cannonballs that were already heading toward him. Yes, we should look for a way out. Luffy casually said as he used his observation haki with closed eyes. The colors went away, only the aura of living remained, in his observation haki. The color of observation haki was personal for everyone. Everyone saw things differently using this haki. If Luffy used his haki with closed eyes, he could see all around him, the shapes of non-living things and the aura of the living things. It appeared like a glitch to him. He could even guess the emotion they had based on how their aura or the glitch fluctuates. It was quite an interesting skill. And with his haki, he could see an odd orange aura that was trying to hide from him. And Luffy wouldn't have noticed if he didn't know what he was looking for. It was an aura of a female that was on a small rowboat, getting away from the conflict. Yup, that should be her. Well, let's hitch a ride. He grabbed Kobe and nonchalantly jumped off of the ship and onto her boat. Sparky seemed annoyed that he was left behind, but the monkey didn't complain much as he used Moonwalk to follow Luffy. Of course, Kobe was screaming like a little girl due to sudden fright. With that, all three of them jumped onto Nami's small boat. Don't mind us. Nami's eyes widened comically and she gasped. She had been planning to get away while she still had a chance, but he had found her somehow. And did he just walk in there? No, she might be seeing things. Anyway, this guy, he was dangerous. Also, is that a six-armed monkey? The thing actually looked kinda cute. But she wouldn't comment on that. Hello, the boy greeted. Sorry for the trouble, but we're kind of stranded. Would you mind giving us a ride to Shell's Town? We have some business there. Nami calmly assessed the situation. She knew Shell's Town was on the same island as the 153rd Marine Branch. She was planning to go there herself to investigate a lead she had acquired. Perhaps it would be best to take this guy there to appease him long enough to get out of danger. He just single-handedly defeated a notorious pirate crew and trashed their ship. Having been far from Alvida's dramatic reveal of Luffy, she was unaware of Luffy's identity. So, she wondered if this guy was a pirate, but decided against asking. She simply nodded in response to his request. The obvious signs of fear Nami were showing amused Luffy. Also, she was kinda hot. But she was seriously lacking the chest department. Thinking about how things happen in the original story, Luffy didn't like to go through the ordeal. Seeing Luffy's eye ogled at her chest and the obvious disappointment on his face made Nami angry. Hey, eyes up here, pervert. But then she winced. She didn't want to scream at him. Sorry, but there wasn't anything to look at. Nami seemed genuinely offended by the comment. And Luffy realized that he was being too blunt. Don't worry, give it a few years. I'm sure they will grow big with proper food and nutrition. Milk will make those tights grow in no time. Kobe felt a sense of deja vu for some reason, and then he looked at his arms. His noodles-like arms. That's it, mister. I had enough. She said, covering her chest with her hands. So any more about my boobs, and you will be swimming yourself there. Luffy gave a salute. Aye, Madam Flat. Why you? Wait. Luffy said, cutting her off. He stood up as he looked again towards the pirate ship that was getting further and further away. I almost forgot about that. I did make a promise to sink the ship. Kobe frowned and looked back at his former home. He hated that place. But Luffy wouldn't be able to sink it now that they were this far. That wouldn't be humanly possible. His eyes comically enlarged when the ship suddenly split in half in the middle as it started to sink. Looking at his side, he could see the orange-haired girl having a similar expression, and Luffy was already putting back one of his Naginata on his back. When did he draw his blade? He couldn't even see it. Just how strong was this guy? Kobe gulped. He was glad that this guy wasn't one of the bad guys. Also, could he someday be as cool as him? While Kobe was running through his thoughts, Luffy was paying attention to Nami's expression more. He did this to show off that he wasn't just some weak nobody. And that she wouldn't need to be afraid of Arlong. And help was just one call away. Of course, Sparky just rolled his eyes at the display of power. Sometimes he couldn't get what the rubberhead was thinking. But oh well, he had a good snack, now he could get some shut-eye. The last time Luffy had put him on watch duty, this time there were more than enough people to keep an eye on things. Nami's date turned out to be weird, and that was saying something. It was mostly because of the three passengers hitching a ride on her small boat. She barely had any space left to stretch her leg. She was desperately trying, for the sake of her own safety, not to comment on the stupidity of a person actually trying to navigate the sea without a map, compass, or general sense of direction. Of course, It was the straw hat-wearing boy called Luffy. Don't worry, there's only so-and-so chances of me dying out of hunger, thirst, or even drowning. So, if it didn't happen, then it won't happen. Luffy said, without a care in the world, though I hope if it did happen, I wish my body would wash up to shore, rather than being fish food. Fish don't eat rubber, do they, Kobe? Shishishi. While Kobe was sweating in exasperation, and the six-armed monkey just rolled his eyes, used to his antics. The pink-haired boy wondered what he meant by rubber. Luffy had forgotten to explain his devil fruit powers. That's not something to laugh about, you know, she said flatly. Luffy stopped laughing and looked at her, blinking. Before laughing again. She wondered if it was the same boy that cut a whole ship with a swing just a few hours ago, the same boy that took down a whole crew by himself, the same boy who also happened to be the so-called hero of Goa Kingdom. The pink-hair boy seemed to already idealize the boy, because of his saving. She also heard the boy saying that Luffy was the grandson of the marine hero Garp. She was almost sure that was a lie. Why would the grandson of a marine hero want to be a pirate? The Pirate King no less. She didn't know if it was the charm, but people felt at ease around the Straw Hat Boy. And that was saying something. Nami just couldn't profile the boy's character. It was all over the place. No, I guess it's not, Nami just rolled her eyes. She wasn't a person that was always cautious around people, even her own shadow to speak. And yet she kind of felt ease around the boy. Almost safe actually. And it wasn't only her, she could see that the pink-haired boy being much more at ease as the conversation went on. Had she completely misread him? So far since they set out he hadn't made any move that could be considered hostile. He had just been chatting amiably with Kobe and the monkey the entire time. Nami felt a bit frustrated that he couldn't get read on the boy. But, she also was very interested in his strength for reasons. Maybe just maybe. Oh, what's your name anyway? Luffy asked. I mean, I can you by your nickname, Flat. But the lady cut her off. Nami. Then she winced, why did she have to give away her name? Ugh. It felt like she was playing into his mind games. Luffy nodded and accepted this without further question. Which was good in a way, Nami didn't want to give any more information away. There was no point giving him any other information that he could potentially use to find her, and the chances he'd ever set foot on her home island were slim. Speaking of home, the boy had displayed some amazing strength. But would that be enough? Nami was no saint that would shy away from asking help, even using her charms if needed if things got done. But would asking someone like help with her situation? She was almost finished with collection funds. Betraying Arlong might get not only her, but the whole village killed. Though for some reason, her gut told her to trust the boy. She didn't know why. Sure, he was unnaturally strong, but strong people didn't necessarily have to abuse their strength, even if most did. There was an air of confidence around him, as if it calmed people down. So she had some hope that he might be of help. But Nami quickly shot that thought away. No way a human could ever fight a fishman. They were 10 times stronger than men. Yeah, I am just going to give him a ride and be done with it. She told herself, then blinked, that came out wrong. But then she looked at Luffy, he might have a goofy smile, but damn that was a body. She shook her head, it wouldn't work out. And anyway, the boy was aiming to be a pirate. Chapter 37. Asking the Marines for help would be much better in her comparison. Who knows, Luffy might be more dangerous than he let on. But those ABS though. Yes, take a picture will you? Luffy said amused, before putting his hands behind his shoulder, flexing his ABS, these babies can shred cheese. The girl hid her blush. And didn't say anything, just focused on navigation. Yes, because it wasn't like she was a pervert. As the journey, she became comfortable enough to ask some simple questions. Luffy? He turned to her. He looked at her. Why are you heading to Shell's town? What business do you have there? Luffy smiled brightly at the question. I have heard there was a strong swordsman there. So I'm going to ask him to join me. His name is Zoro. 2 sets of eyes widened at this new information. As in? Kobe started to ask but trailed off. Nami recognized the name too. It wasn't exactly common. Roronoa Zoro. He's known as the Pirate Hunter, Luffy confirmed. Kobe broke into a cold sweat. He's a friend of yours, Luffy? Luffy nodded to him. The thought of the Pirate Hunter having friends sounded very far-fetched to him. But then again, Luffy did hunt a big-time pirate but a year ago. So maybe. But didn't he want to be Pirate King? Not yet. Luffy said, grinning, I was wanting him to join my crew. Kobe silently wondered how someone who was aiming to be Pirate King wanted to recruit most infamous bounty hunter in East Blue. That just sounded like a betrayal waiting to happen. That didn't speak much, but that's all he would get. Kobe found the 6-armed monkey, Sparky was his name, quite cautious of new people. But he wasn't any different. At least the monkey had the strength to protect himself. Kobe might be a coward sometimes, but he was not stupid. He had seen the monkey break Alvida's mace just by blocking with one of its little hands. And had seen the monkey perform the same airwalking technique that Luffy used. By his observation haki, even if Luffy didn't do anything, the monkey would have been enough to take the whole of Alvida's crew himself. And that was saying something. Were all six-armed monkey that strong? He had seen and heard of some weird creatures. So maybe they were just born strong this way. Kobe didn't think of it anymore. As he tried to focus on the journey, at least by the day was over, if things didn't happen he would be able to join the Marines. When they finally arrived on the island, Luffy locked onto Zoro's aura. It was easily the most profound presence on the island, towering above the others. That was pretty cool. But what made Luffy curious was another aura that was just as profound near Zoro. Now that was interesting. Luffy was already ready for things to be not according to canon. The timeline would be similar, but not identical to the canon. So he was curious. The boat docked and Luffy was the first one to go off. Funnily enough, all of them followed Luffy like a mother duck. Including Nami, he didn't know why though. Maybe he made her interested. If so, that was good. On the way to the bar, he listened in on some conversations as he walked down the street, gathering information on recent events, one of which seemed to be the topic of almost every conversation he eavesdropped on. This is interesting, someone already broke Zoro out and took out the giant captain. And here I thought I would be able to show off. Luffy mused. Someone had managed to break Zoro out from the Marines and raise hell in the base, plowing through unfortunate Marine soldiers with his sword sheath and finally knocking an enraged Marine Captain Morgan out cold. And what's even more interesting was it wasn't a swordsman, but a swordswoman. Real interesting. The entire town had been stunned by the news. This marked the end of Morgan's reign of tyranny, and it had happened so fast. While the Marines were grateful, they were also slightly disconcerted at the level of strength the unknown female blade user had so casually displayed, as if it was a walk in the park. It seems someone caused quite the ruckus here, Luffy said. Sparky got down from his shoulder, jumping onto a nearby housetop. Well, someone's eager? Luffy said, with a raised eyebrow. But I don't think you will find any good guns here. The monkey made some sounds which Luffy translated as, yeah, but I'm getting bored. The monkey said, before going off. Impatient, Luffy said as he walked slowly toward where the monkey was going. Sparky picked up the gun recently after learning about observation haki. And he was eager to see if there were any guns around the Marine base. Kobe and Nami had taken to following Luffy silently, and now looked at him with confused expressions. And so Kobe asked, where's your friend going? To find some new toys. Luffy said amusingly. Kobe didn't enjoy the vague answer, but didn't comment on that. But he was curious about how people were interacting with one another. Of course, after seeing the large weapon strapped to Luffy's back, they made themselves move sideways. They weren't afraid but were cautious. Saying something along the lines of another bounty hunter. But they seemed happy, almost glad. The people around seemed cheerful today. Kobe said. It's almost weird. Is today a festival or something? Oh, you didn't know? Luffy said. Apparently Marine Captain Morgan, who was in charge of the Marine base here, was abusing his rank to oppress the townspeople. Kobe looked baffled and somewhat angry while Nami just narrowed her eyes, not really surprised. His idiot son, Helmpo or something like that, also used his influence to gain special privileges, and when Zoro put him in his place for harassing the townspeople, he threatened to start executing them. Zoro agreed to be locked up for a month in the Marine base without food to avoid having civilian deaths on his conscience, but Helmpo never intended to let him go. And it just seemed to happen that one of Zoro's friends was near the town, and helped him break out, beating the crap out of Captain Morgan in the process. The Marines decided to apprehend Morgan right then and there. Kobe looked outraged now. How could a Marine let that happen? Luffy didn't really care either way. Kobe seemed to be a good candidate for the crew. And he won't shy away from manipulating him to join his crew. What, he was a pirate, a greedy one no less, and he would get what he wants. Kobe went from being a scrawny rat to someone that could patiently be a Marine admiral in the future. When he last read the One Piece manga, he was already considered a hero of the Rocky Port incident. He didn't know what he did there, but anyhow he made a name for himself, and that was the kind of people Luffy wanted in his crew. Besides, the Marine and the world government was a failed organization. One could notice it just by reading between the lines of newspaper. Luffy had done some research. Did you know in the New World, some of the safest islands were those that were under Whitebeard's banner? Well, he didn't actually get that from the newspaper but from the information brokers in the black market. And it wasn't all. The West Blue was one of the safest blues because of the Chinjao family, or better known as Ha-Oh Navy. Sure, more pirates originated for West Blue than others, but it was safer than East. And that's because most of the island was under a pirate's protection. The world government only were out for the tax, other than that they turned a blind eye to the most corrupt marines in their ranks. The only reason why the rumor about East Blue being safer than the rest was because of the government had spread. To symbolize that this was the blue where the pirate king was killed, this was also where the marine hero lived. So joining that kind of organization wasn't any better than joining a pirate crew in his opinion. If Luffy were to be honest, even joining the revolutionary was much more beneficial for Kobe's sense of justice. But Luffy didn't want Kobe to join other parties. Because the boy had some potential. He wouldn't go around with his crew to serve justice and all that, but after he established himself as the pirate king and the world's strongest, he wouldn't mind taking over the world government. While the canon Luffy was more inclined toward freedom, he was more inclined toward ambition. Nami turned to him with curious eyes. How do you know all that anyway? Luffy just hummed, before answering, it's a skill that I've picked up on. I listened to fragments of conversations while walking through crowds to try to gather a full picture of what's going on in the area. It's pretty useful. That was utter bullshit, maybe that was something No, maybe Robin could do. But not him. He just went along with his canon knowledge and picked up on some cues. And made a wild guess based on his observation haki. Also, observation haki also enhanced one's hearing ability, so it wasn't all that though. The color of observation haki was weird in a way, it not only granted supernatural sense, but also boosted his already 5 present senses to a supernatural degree. Nami nodded, wondering if she should try to learn how to do that. Kobe was impressed. That's amazing, Luffy. Where'd you learn how to do that? Luffy put on a cheeky smile. A trade secret, my friend. When they arrived at the bar, Luffy noted that Zoro and the others had sensed his presence as well. They might have not known about observation haki, but a small burst of conquerors was enough to make them stand on their feet with their guards up. Did he have to do it? No, but he was going to make his entrance epic. All dramatic and such. Luffy walked in, followed closely by his 2 traveling companions. He stopped behind the bench on which Zoro and a female sat. No, they actually were now standing on their guard. One hand on their sword, already ready to draw at a moment's notice. You must be Zoro? Luffy said casually, standing carefree with arms crossed. The green head in question only narrowed his eyes. And you are? The girl asked. She had black hair and fair skin. She wasn't your average fair-skinned beauty, had more of an athletic build. And she was someone that Luffy couldn't recognize from the show. Well, she did look like Guy. But why would she be here? You a marine? Zoro spoke this time. No, actually, Luffy said, a grin on his face. I'm a pirate. Monkey D. Luffy. But not just any pirate, I might add. I'm someone who's going to go to places. He jabbed his thumb towards himself, the future king of the pirates if I might add, humbly. The others present in the restaurant would have laughed at Luffy's declaration. But they didn't. Why? Because of a small burst of conquerors, not enough to knock them out, but enough to make them eat any words they had. Chapter 39. Was he abusing his haki? Yes, but he convinced himself that this was a training in its own way. You know what they say, never stop the grind. Zoro gulped as he looked at his friend, both of them made a small eye contact. If the Straw Hat Boy made any sudden moves, they would make theirs. Zoro knew the younger boy might be stronger than him. The green pride hurt even thinking that, but if both of them jumped in together, he wouldn't have a chance. And what do we owe the pleasure? Zoro's grip on the sword tightened. Heard you are the strongest around this water. Luffy said. Everyone in the bar had put their conversations on hold and looked on, including Nami and Kobe. They watched apprehensively as if expecting a fight to break out. And so I have decided. Luffy continued looking at Zoro and other women. I want you in my crew. There was a sudden pause before. You want to what? Zoro flabbergasted. As the Straw Hat Boy laughed, the tension lifted off everyone's shoulders. All of them let out a unified sigh that they didn't know they were holding. Sorry for being overdramatic, but you guys seem really strong. So I wanted to do a small test. I hope you don't mind. The boy said politely. Everyone around wondered if it was the same boy that just a moment ago was drawing thick tension around them. Can I get 2 more rounds over here? It's on me, the bartender nodded, looking relieved, and poured 2 more cups as Luffy sat down. Alcohol? Luffy frowned. Do I look like a peasant to you? Bring me milk. And it better be ice cold with no sugar mixed in it. Kobe's sweat dropped. Luffy wasn't kidding when he said he liked milk. If anyone had any complaints, they didn't question the boy's odd choice of drink. But now looking at the boy's amazing physique, they could guess that he was one of those health-conscious guys that counted everything they put in their bodies. With that out of the way, Luffy moved his attention to the 2 swords users. "Oh, why are you standing? Sit down," he began. "By the way, what's your name, pretty lady?" The two of them reluctantly took their seats opposite to Luffy. Kuina. Luffy's eyes slightly widened, but he hid it well. A wonderful name. He expected changes, but not this soon. But oh well, her aura was just as strong as Zoro's, if not stronger than a green head. Well, she did seem a few years older than Zoro. Might be already in her early 20s. "Anyway, I have a proposal for you guys." Luffy began, but this time Zoro cut him off. "Look, we don't want any more trouble. The Marines have already blacklisted my bounty hunter's license," he said, jabbing towards Kunia. "I'm pretty sure they might do the same thing for her, as she took down one of the Marine captains. No matter how corrupt he was. At the end of the day he was Marine. So we don't want any more trouble." "But that's awful." It was Kobe who spoke. "You guys didn't do anything wrong." Kunia sighed. "That's how the world works. As bounty hunters, we have to be more wary of the Marines most of the time than pirates. Bounty hunting isn't as easy as hunting down pirates and giving them to Marines. Some Marine checkposts don't even want to hand over the cash unless you put some pressure on them. So we don't want any more trouble." Luffy raised his eyebrow. "I don't get it sometimes how Gramps is still in the Marine." He mumbled mostly to himself. Of course, it was to let Kobe hear it. "Anyway, that's why you should join my crew." Both Zoro and Kuina frowned, but Luffy wasn't finished. "Don't you guys have a dream?" "Yes," both of them said at the same time. "And if I may able to hear them?" he said politely, leaning on the table. "To become the strongest swordsman in the sea, to become the strongest swordswoman in the sea." Luffy's grin widened. "Bold goals. And are you going to let some man-made rules block you from that path?" he asked. "You can hide like a rat in the East Blue for a couple of months. Change your looks, take on a new name and start your occasional pirate hunting. But will that help you gain strength?" Luffy leaned in, even more. He had a sharp fire in his eyes. "Or you can join me. I just don't want to be the pirate king. No, I also want to be the world's strongest man. You see, I'm a greedy and an ambitious man. I don't just want Roger's title, no, I want Whitebeard's title as well. And like the greedy pirate I am, I want you guys to be part of my crew." Both Zoro and Kuina could see the ambition in his voice and a fire behind the boy's eyes. He had an air of confidence that said that he spoke nothing but the truth. And he seemed to be a man that would do anything for his goals. It almost made them admire him. Even if the boy was a few years younger than them. "I promise you strength, I promise you wealth. But I can't promise you your goals. That's something that you have to do for yourself," he said. "I can help you get strong and make it easy for both of you to reach your goal. But it is only your conviction that will make you fulfill your dreams. So, are you willing to join me? Join the future king of the pirates. The man that will conquer the seas and the land in between. The man that will be one day the strongest in the world." World domination wasn't Luffy's plan. And nor would a two-sword user care, but he had to make his marketing speech impressionable. "So what's your answer?" Both of them thought over what Luffy had said. It was true, after what had happened they couldn't actually continue in their line of work in the East Blue. They could just to another blue, and forge new identities. But what Luffy said was right. Their target were the likes of Mihawk and Shanks. And being here won't make them reach their goal. They could have tried to join the Marines, but they had too many limitations and rules. And after this incident joining them was not an option. Zoro and Kuina knew the boy was right. But joining piracy? The two of them had some lines they weren't willing to cross. And knew that not all pirates were bad. And the Straw Hat Boy seemed genuine. So the offer was quite tempting. For Zoro, he had a goal to visit a certain island. And that island wasn't just anywhere in Grand Line, that island was too far for him to reach right now. He needed strength, and if that meant joining a pirate crew so be it. For Kuina it wasn't something she planned. But was eager. She did have a history with a certain blue-haired pirate, and the Straw Hat Boy did say he was going to challenge the Whitebeard pirates. So joining his crew wasn't a bad deal. And unlike Zoro, she had the chance to start her journey a few years before the boy. And visited each of the 4 blues, only the Grand Line remained unexplored to her. And she had gut feeling that this boy would not only be able to sail the Grand Line, but conquer it. "We will join." Zoro answered for both of them. And Kuina didn't refuse, "But I will like to challenge you to an official duel. You are strong, and I see no way of defeating you. But that my swords are humming for a hunt." Luffy's grin widened. "That's the kind of thing I want to hear. It's almost as if it's a music to my ear." The boy snapped his fingers, but only on one condition. "No, make it 2. Do you accept?" "Yes." Zoro grinned manically. "Anything for a good fight." Not even knowing what those said conditions are? Kuina sighed. It seemed that when it comes to fighting, Zoro was still as impulsive as before. But she didn't protest, as she just crossed her arms. She also wanted to challenge the boy. The Straw Hat Boy did have two good-looking blades on his back. At least one of them was a named blade. First, we won't fight here. Let's go to another island. Luffy leaned in with a whisper. That made both of them raise their eyebrows, but didn't refuse the condition. Maybe the boy didn't want to show his powers to others. It was understandable. While others might underestimate and think that the Straw Hat Boy was trying to isolate the fight, so as to not get too embarrassed while losing. Zoro and Kuina didn't think that way. Their instincts screamed to them, to not underestimate the boy. And they wouldn't, they would follow their gut. And for the second condition, Luffy added, I want the two of you to fight me at the same time. After that whole ordeal was over, the townspeople came outside the restaurant to look at their heroes. Actually, they were already there, but after seeing Luffy enter, some of them left, thinking that a dangerous fight might break out. But nothing like that happened, so they came back. Even Kobe was a bit of awe at the appreciation that people gave them. And at the same time, he questioned himself if all Marines were like this. He still wanted to pursue his own brand of justice, but he wasn't sure anymore. And also the fact that Luffy was pushing him to join the crew. Luffy was the strongest person that he saw alongside Zoro and Kuina. He hadn't seen them fight yet, but he could guess they weren't to be messed with. Kobe really wanted to be like them. Stand strong, bold, never backing down, and stand for his own beliefs. And he felt a bit of happiness hearing Luffy telling Kobe that he had the potential to be strong. And Kobe would have joined in if Luffy was a bounty hunter, but the Straw Hat was a pirate, and he didn't know if it was the right thing to do. But there was also the fact that Luffy's grandfather was the Marine hero. Maybe he saw something that made him dislike the Marines. Kobe might be a nerd, but he wasn't as naive as he let on. If the Marine base in East Blue had this kind of corruption, from Luffy's demeanor, he couldn't see the boy joining the Marines. But it wasn't like he could downright ask Luffy about it. They weren't that close yet. Pirates were bad, right? They destroy villages, kill, and other stuff. And he already had some experience in that department, so pirates should be bad. That's what common logic told him, but all logic didn't work with the Straw Hat Boy. Maybe he should think about it for a bit before joining the Marine, maybe sail with them for a bit. Yeah, I should spend some time before taking such a huge step. Kobe told himself, now that I'm free I can join the Marines anytime I want. He watched in exasperation as Luffy devoured plate after plate of food. His body was gradually expanding before their eyes, and some had lost their appetites just watching the process. And he wasn't the only one. Sparky, the six-armed monkey, joined in on the feast and started devouring the food. Maybe strong people needed more food? Or maybe, Kobe's sweat dropped, yeah, logic didn't work with him. Zoro and Kuina looked at Luffy a bit weirdly, and Nami. Where was she? She was with them just a moment ago. Did she leave? She did say she would leave after giving them a ride on her boat. Luffy sighed in contentment and stood up, his round physique sagging in response to the action. The same thing happened to the six-armed monkey, who gained a foot in height due to his bulging stomach. A few bystanders wondered how this was possible. When Luffy's face scrunched up in concentration and his round physique rebounded into his moderate muscular figure, muscles bulging as if the mass had been redirected. Red-hot steam coming out of him. The bystanders gave up trying to make sense of anything they were seeing. Ah, that's better. Kami really helps with quick digestion. Luffy said in satisfaction, and I feel like I can beat a Sea King right now. I digested it too much, too soon. Kobe and the other sweat dropped. Kuina spoke, are you guys staying here for a while? It will get dark if you want to go to another island. Luffy glanced at her, then back to Kobe and grinned. Actually, we're going out to sea. Zoro and you will be my first crewmate. Or at least human crewmate. Sparky has you beat there. The monkey in question rolled his shoulder. It was weird seeing a six-armed monkey rolling his shoulder. Did it have two shoulders or six? We didn't join your crew yet. You have to show us that you are at least strong enough to become my captain. Kuina said, crossing her arms. You are overwhelmingly underestimating us. Against two of us you wouldn't stand a minute. Luffy just smiled amused as he leaned back on his chair. We'll see. Two former pirate hunters joining a pirate. Luffy said, I find it quite the tale. Kobe still tried to wrap his mind around the two pirate hunters becoming a pirate. Anyway, we should head for the next island. Zoro said, the sooner we can fight, the sooner we can get rid of you or join you. Ow, you're such a cold sourpuss, Zoro. Luffy whined back to his comedic demeanor. Kobe just sighed. This was the time to make a decision. So, when do we set sail, Luffy? He said. Just as soon as we get a ship that can take us. Luffy grinned hearing it from the boy. Kobe facepalmed. He almost forgot that Nami was gone. Oh, he also wanted to be clear with Luffy. I hope you don't mind, but I'm not actually joining your crew yet. The boy clarified, a bit nervous. If it's not a problem with you, I want to accompany your journey and see a bit more of the world. Before making a decision, Kobe was almost proud of himself that he said that without stuttering even once. But he had to stand up for his own beliefs, if he wanted to fulfill his dreams in the wide sea. Oh. Come on Kobe, not you too. Luffy whined like a baby. That went better than expected. But hey, at least now you are following your dreams. Shishishi. Kobe smiled, thanks. But we need to get a boat first. I think I can fix the issue. Kuina said, the Marines want us to leave the island anyways, so we can all take my boat. It should be able to house all of us for a trip to the nearest island. She was actually not present when Zoro was captured by the Marines. No, she got a cue from the Bounty Hunter Association that he would be near these islands. It had been 2 years since they last met, so she wanted to meet him as well. She had already gone and visited her father beforehand, as she was planning to venturing into the Grand Line all by herself. So she wanted to meet one of her childhood friend and rival before going on the dangerous journey. But having found no clue after a week of searching, even after getting the cue, she came here to Shell's Town to refill her rations. But then things happened and she found out about what the Marines were scheming, and had no choice but to get involved. So she did have a decent boat for the journey. She would, of course, have to sell it as there was no chance that the small dinghy would make her cross to the Grand Line. But it could be used for nearby visits. Anyhow, where do you want to go? Orange Town. Without further ado, they set sail for the place they knew to be called Orange Town, to meet a future 4 emperors of the sea. I can already see the island, Kobe said. He was now actually wearing a black and white mask that only covered the first part of Kobe's face. A cheap one that he bought much to Luffy's recommendation before starting the journey. The boy had asked why, and Luffy said something along the lines of, he didn't want Kobe to lose his chance to join the Marines if he was recognized. What? Luffy himself might be greedy, but there were some lines that he wasn't willing to cross. If he couldn't convince Kobe, he would at least not take away his chance to fulfill his dream. Which made Kobe very grateful, also adding to his dilemma. He didn't know if joining the Marines was a good thing, after the experience with Captain Morgan. Unlike the original timeline, they didn't make a show when taking down Captain Morgan, and of course, those Marines were scared that they tried to imprison a powerful bounty hunter like Zoro. So, they didn't ask many questions. So none of the Marines knew that they were actually sailing out to be pirates. Oh, neat. Luffy shouted, rocking the boat. Stop it. You are going to sink my boat. Kunia said, frowning a bit. The boy was really out of control sometimes. Her small sailboat was crowded enough and she didn't want it to sink it in the middle of the ocean. Zoro just lazied around a boat, indulging in a small nap. His 3 swords by his side. Kobe wondered if he used all of them in a fight. But then again, Luffy's 2 large naginata were currently used for rowing boats and he was sure that wasn't their purpose. Also, Luffy did have 2 naginatas but he only saw him use one at a time. He only saw him once using that though, so he wasn't sure. Rather than giving a response, Luffy instead opted to jump out of the boat, hovering in the air using moonwalk. Yo, I am going to get a head start, Luffy said, ignoring the weird looks that the others gave, excluding Sparky. Is that a devil fruit power? Kuina asked, the unanswered question. Actually, before today Kobe didn't believe about the rumors about the devil fruits. But seeing Luffy and his unordinary power, that could be explained with a supernatural fruit. The monkey made a sound while shaking his head as if denying their claim. That's not his devil fruit power, it's something else, Zoro said, now that he was woken up from the shaking of the boat. Kuina raised an eyebrow. How do you know? The now awakened swordsman pointed at the 6-armed monkey. He said that wasn't his devil fruit power, but something called skywalk, or moonwalk. Zoro said. The monkey said something else. So the green swordsman added. And he also added that anyone can do that. Kuina and Kobe both blinked at the green-headed swordsman being able to understand monkey speech. Even Sparky was a bit surprised, but Luffy could understand him so he wasn't that surprised. It also made him appreciate the swordsman a bit. Yeah, I also saw Sparky use the same technique as Luffy. Kobe said, wait, does that mean I can learn that as well? The monkey shrugged, while the only female member thought over something else. So he did eat a devil fruit. Kuina muttered, nodding to herself. She had seen people use those in recent years. These things were considered legends. It's a technique that you do by kicking the air or something. Zoro looked at the monkey weirdly. You cannot be serious? He asked the monkey. The monkey rolled his shoulder as if saying whatever you want to believe. Even Kunia and Kobe questioned the logic behind it. That didn't make sense. But also, Zoro being able to communicate with a monkey didn't make sense either. Luffy reached the town pretty quickly, and Sky walked around a bit, taking in the sights. He was high enough so that civilians weren't likely to take notice. Then again, he knew this island was the one they were searching for by now, and he also knew that there were more than just civilians in town. As if reacting to this revelation, a cannonball came into his peripheral vision. It was aimed right at him. He could have maneuvered out of the Chapter 42, meeting a 4 emperors. Or a possible future one, maybe? Way pretty easily, but he quickly came up with a better idea. He looked down and confirmed that the timing would be right. He caught the cannonball with one of his hands and let gravity pull him down, landing with a crash onto the ground and making cracks in the pavement. 4 witnesses stopped running and looked at him. "Am I seeing things?" one of the 3 armed men asked. "Hey, Nami, someone threw a cannonball at me." The girl in question flinched. How did he come here? She had made sure to make a run for it after he was meeting with the bounty hunters in Shell's town. Was he following her? "You don't throw cannonballs. You shoot him," one of the men said, "but more importantly, how did you catch that?" I do that all the time," Luffy answered as he spun the cannonball on his figure. "Gramps used to play fetch with me and Ace when we were little." Somehow Nami actually believes him. Also seeing Luffy, she got an idea. "Boss!" she shouted with faint glee. The pirates looked from the new arrival to her and back to the new arrival. "You're here," she continued. "Great. Mind taking care of these guys for me? I got the map, so I'll head back to the ship." Luffy watched, amused, as she hastily retreated without giving him time to potentially refute her words. Not that he would. Actually, he was planning on hold her to the statement that he was her boss now. The pirates quickly rounded on him, completely missing the sharp turn that Nami took as she sprinted behind the houses to their left. "So you're her boss, huh? I guess we can just take you to Captain Buggy, then." Luffy scoffed. "Sorry, I already have an appointment with Big Nose, and I'd rather make the fight with the future 4 emperors a bit flashy." The pirates looked outraged and slightly fearful at the disrespect the man showed. Luffy mused at the inside joke. He had been in this world for nearly 3 years now. He almost missed the One Piece manga and other forms of entertainment, but then again gaining strength was in itself entertainment for him. Anyhow, catch. And Luffy tossed the cannonball that made the 3 pirates comically widen their eyes. But before the ball could get near them, it exploded, making a non-lethal blast that blasted them to a nearby building, knocking them unconscious. Luffy on blew air at his right hand's index finger, which had whips of smoke coming out of it. This was his special version of his finger pistol, which he dubbed as air pistol. A technique he had perfected to use with his devil fruit ability. Like the King Kong gun, his index finger would get compressed like a spring and shoot out a finger pistol without moving his whole arm. And because of him being a rubber man, the attack would be even faster than if someone using the normal version of the technique. He can also fire it in rapidly. He was inspired by Ace's original fire gun technique. Nami hid behind a wall, climbing it in a way, to get a better view of the fight. Which was over. The 3 men had been beaten easily, but she wondered what Luffy did with his finger. She had only seen him point his hand in a child's finger pistol motion, before the cannonball exploded. Did he fire off a bullet from his finger? How was that even possible? Was that the legendary devil fruit power that Arlong and his men talked about? She had a lot of questions. Luffy seemed to notice her, so she had to get down and act naturally. "Thanks, by the way," she said, trying not to be nervous. "Nice job kicking their asses." She hesitated, then added, "Mind if I treat you to some food? I have a proposition for you." No, she wasn't going to ask for him to fight Arlong just yet. She wanted to gouge his strength first. She didn't want to send the boy to his death. Sure, why not? Luffy nodded in agreement. Despite knowing what this would lead to, he wasn't about to turn down free food. Nami winced when she remembered how much food Luffy ate. Yeah, that wasn't a good offer in her part. But anyways, what done is done. She would need to think of something later. "Let's form an alliance," she said, before explaining. Luffy was tuned out at the moment, so he just nodded. He was thinking about other stuff. Like how it would be a hassle to explain hockey if the Marines got the wind of it. Garp wasn't the person who would put that info on the table, but if he used hockey willy-nilly and people recognized it, he would be in trouble. He wasn't worried about the Marines, but some Paradise Pirate having hockey users got leaked, they would put a huge target on their back. Luffy wasn't against a good challenge, but his crewmates were barely ready for it. And he didn't want that until he made his crewmates strong enough. So he had to kill any potential leaks on that info. It would be best to not use them, willy-nilly. Nami for the most part needed to be strong. Even after Wano she didn't gain any kind of hockey. And that was something that needed to be fixed. If Nami picked up bow staff this time he wouldn't mind teaching her. As his Naginata use was almost similar, and he did have some experience with using long pipes. The Nami's talk broke him out. Her proposition was to infiltrate Buggy's base of operations together and split their treasure 60 out of 40. Luffy just nodded his head. He seemed bored. He was also a bit excited to fight both Zoro and Kuina. But Zoro needed a day or two fully recover from his hunger torture. So he would wait a bit. Fight them at their strongest, and show them his strength. But if they pushed for a fight he wouldn't decline. He liked being overpowered. He wasn't like your average shonen protagonist that's hungry for battle. No, he did enjoy it from time to time, but he enjoyed training more. And most of the battle he did enjoy were one-sided beatdowns of him beating the enemy. Though he didn't like it when Garp gave him a one-sided beating. Call him a hypocrite, but he didn't like losing. Nami didn't tie him up with ropes for now. He briefly wondered why, but quickly dismissed it as Nami recognizing that he wasn't as stupid as he made people believe. But while they walked towards the area that Buggy's crew was occupying, a small grin stretched across Luffy's face as he realized that Nami had adapted to this minor detail, and simply planned to betray him when they got there. Though she was trying to double-cross the double-cross. "Hey, I'm going to tie you up loosely," Nami whispered. It seemed that he was wrong in his conclusion. "I know you can easily break out of them, but I want them to let their guards down." Luffy was impressed. So she was mainly playing a double game. Or was she trying to test him? Not that some ropes would be a hassle to him. Luffy nearly laughed at the thought of her naivete as they continued to walk, but caught himself. Nami wasn't stupid. Far from it. Her true problem was that she was blinded by her preconceptions and common sense. But she should fix that. This world was lacking in the common sense department. A few pirates took notice of them as they walked into the plaza, and signaled their captain. Buggy showed up and looked at them with no small amount of hostility. "That's the girl that stole our map," someone from the group said, and the other guessed that the other person was her companion. "And aren't you the guy I shot?" The Blue Nose said some other stuff, but Luffy tuned it down. The Straw Hat Boy also was a bit bewildered by how strong Buggy's aura was, compared to how weak he was. Was the Blue Nose lazy or something? He had some gold nugget potential there. "What do you flashy bastards want? I hope you're here to return the map you stole." Nami took on a devious grin as her plan unfolded. In no more than a few seconds, Luffy's hands and torso were tied up with a rope that seemed to come out of nowhere. She really was good at this. "That's right. I'm sick of working for this guy. I've come to return the map and join your crew. You can have my boss as a gift," she shouted. Buggy looked thoughtful at this turn of events, and then started laughing. "I guess you're not as stupid as I originally thought. Good work for me." Figures. Pirates soon surrounded Luffy, and he rolled his eyes. "Hey, before this goes any further, I have a proposal for you, clown guy," Luffy said. That made Buggy frown. "What did you just call him?" But he was cut off. "Join my pirate crew." Chapter 43. Join my pirate crew. That's what the boy had said. The surrounding pirates looked at Luffy as if he gained a second head. Buggy wasn't even angry anymore, he just laughed. "Sorry, but I don't want you in my crew, flashy bastard." "No, I mean, leave your crew and join mine," Luffy said, ignoring the sarcasm, and the ropes that tied him. "You can be someone strong if you put your mind into it." Of course, just looking at an aura one couldn't guess someone's potential. Some people have weak aura till they awaken their haki. Still, strong-willed people had a type of aura that shone brightly to observation haki users. But strong-willed doesn't mean they were actually strong. But Buggy's aura seemed to be strong. He was sure he would be able to handle Luffy's full burst of Conqueror's haki. And that's saying something. But then again, he was a former member of Roger's crew, so he might have just gotten used to it. And his impressive aura was because of that. Buggy almost got a flashback from a certain redhead wearing a straw hat saying something similar. Wait. The hat. It couldn't be. What are you guys waiting for? Buggy almost turned hostile. Get that flashy bastard. Okay then. Nami, get on the ground, this is fucking shootout. Luffy ripped away from his restraints as the pirates poured around him to attack. But the moment the orange-headed girl dived under, Luffy made his hands mimic a handgun, and started shooting. Taste my fucking railguns, lads. Bang 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 bang. A second later, every one of the pirates got shot down, with some coming out of their bodies as if they were shot by a bullet. There were no bleeding, but Luffy made sure to break some bones and give some lasting damages. There might be internal bleeding, but blood was supposed to internal anyway. Buggy and Nami looked and widened their eyes comically. Three jaws hit the floor in unison. Luffy brought his hands up, which had some coming out of his index and middle finger, as if they were actual guns. And Luffy breathed in the smoke, blowing it out of his mouth. I almost want to touch myself. Both Nami and Buggy were still wide-eyed and jaws dropped to make any comment about it. So, now do you want to join my crew? Buggy quickly came out of his stupor. Never. And he shot toward Luffy with 6 small blades in his hand. Luffy also grabbed his Naginata and swung it. Buggy smirked internally as he knew that his devil fruit powers would be able to avoid the sharp attack. But what he didn't expect was to be hit by the side of the blade, making him blast away half screaming across the island. "That's what I call a home run," Luffy said as he planted Horn's edge into the ground as he put one arm over his eyes to look at his shot. Nami again was bewildered at the impressive feats of strength. Those muscles weren't for show after all. Luffy just shot Buggy the pirate away like a freaking baseball. "Oh, when did you guys come here?" Luffy asked, acting ignorant. Sparky rolled his eyes. The Straw Hat Boy was showing off again. Kobe, Zoro and Kuina saw what Luffy did. The sword users actually wanted to help Luffy when they saw him in danger, but the monkey stopped them. And they saw how quickly he dealt with all of them. "This might be even faster than Alvida's crew," Kobe said, sweating a bit. Okay, that might be because of the new mask that he was wearing. But he actually thought Luffy was in danger for a moment, even he was willing to join the fight. But it seemed that he forgot how overpowering Luffy was. Nami turned to the voice seeing the rest of the crew and Luffy laughed. "Anyway, guys, come aboard, there's free food here," Luffy said. And he started pulling out the foods that the Buggy pirates were eating. Only Sparky seemed to join in. Later on, the others were still processing it. Zoro was the first one to break out of the stunned expression. He had smirked in a challenging way. "Hey, fight me today," Zoro said. Now he got why Luffy wanted to fight both of them at once. Fighting him together might just give him a chance of beating him. But he still wanted to go against him alone, and the green-haired swordsman was just itching for a fight. He already took out 3 of his swords, and put one of them in his mouth. He was about to put his bandana over his head. So he does use 3 swords at once. Kobe muttered to himself as he took a few steps back, in case a fight breaks out. "Nope," Luffy answered, but before Zoro could speak, Luffy continued. "I want you to fight you at your fullest. I mean, that isn't a condition, but I want some challenge at least. Your recovery is great, so let's fight tomorrow or the day after." Zoro wasn't that patient, but Kuina stopped him by putting a hand in front of him. "Yes, let's do what he says for now. You just say that because you already had your good share of the fight against Captain Morgan." Kuina rolled her eyes. "Oh, please, the man wasn't even a challenge. But this isn't the time to fight." She pointed it at a certain direction. From where townspeople came out and were looking at Luffy like a savior. They had their town taken from them by Buggy, but all of them came prepared today to fight, but it seemed that Straw Hat-wearing boy had already dealt with them. Of course, no one noticed that a certain bird that was dressed like a mailman snapping pictures of Luffy and the crew. Kuina didn't know what to say about the Straw Hat boy. He seemed young, and most of the time stupid as well. Or that's what he tires people to believe. But he was strong. One other key feature of the boy was his inhuman strength and skills. She had traveled to all 4 blues in her journey. Her father wasn't keen on her learning the way of the blade, so she had left home early, before she was deemed ready by her father. And she had seen and learned the way of her sword on her own, mostly. And in all 4 blues, Luffy's level of skill would be usually shown by veteran pirate, those who have traveled the Grand Line. When Luffy had left with his unusual technique of skywalking, she had asked Kobe about him. Kobe was a bit informed about him, and there were rumors that Luffy was the grandson of the marine hero. The strength made sense if Luffy was from such a family. But why would he want to be a pirate? It didn't make sense. And then Zoro had also pointed out from Sparky the 6-armed monkey, who he was someone able to communicate with, that Luffy had indeed eaten a devil fruit. But the monkey went on to detail that just eating a devil fruit won't make you stronger. It will give you supernatural abilities, yes, but won't make you stronger until you train and master your abilities. When Luffy left from the boat, Zoro said something to her that she still remembered. "If we want to be strong, we should join us," Zoro had said. And he was serious. Something tells me he isn't bluffing about his strength. It had more value to her as Zoro was good at judging people's strengths. At that time, when she was at the boat, she didn't think about it much. But now when she saw the Straw Hat boy seemingly knock out almost 100 pirates with just pointing fingers at them, she didn't know what to expect. Zoro was amazed as she was. And it seemed as if Luffy was just playing around. But then again, Kobe did say, Luffy had taken down 50 million pirates when he was dubbed the new hero of Goa Kingdom. Even if that was the case, she couldn't be as strong as her. A flash of a woman with blue hair wielding a green-hilted saber came to her mind. Her graceful swordplay still played along her mind. That day any doubt that she couldn't be strong as a woman was vanished away. She was using her short-sightedness, when the world was truly vast. Even one of the 4 emperors was a woman. Though she didn't have a good reputation. It broke her perception of the world. And Kunia made a promise to the blue-haired woman to meet her at New World. Though where that was she still didn't know. Maybe an island on the Grand Line. She did teach her a few things before going. In their short encounter, she had learned a lot from her. Taking on Luffy alone might be hard, but she was still confident that both her and Zoro might be able to take down Luffy. She was already stronger than Zoro, but the green-haired swordsman always had a way to surprise her. Nami looked at Luffy's back as him and all the villagers enjoyed a small party on Buggy's former ship. All of the villagers were celebrating their town's freedom. It was odd when all the villagers found out that Luffy was also a pirate. But then soon put that back to his head when he said he wasn't like any of bad pirates. Also, it eased them that he didn't have any official crew or a ship. Or anything for the matter, not even the pirate flag. So they took that as the boy being a delusional and thought of him as nothing more than a self-proclaimed pirate. They evidently treated him as a hero. Throwing a party and all. It lasted for no more than 1 hour as Luffy needed to continue on his journey. "Hey," Nami called as Luffy and the rest were already docking their small boat. "You needed a navigator, right?" Luffy looked at him curiously. "Yes, I do actually. Wanna join my crew?" he asked with a welcoming smile. Nami hesitated. "No. I can't join your crew. But I can help you along the waters of East Blue," she said. This was a bit of a gamble, but "I tried to trick you," she reminded him. "I almost got you killed." Luffy laughed, not to brag or anything, "but I don't think that will work." "Well, unless I get caught by Gramps. But then I would be dead." He mumbled the last part to himself, "But I'm alive, aren't I? Also, I'm pretty sure I only broke out of those ropes because you tied them loosely." Nami could practically hear the sarcasm in his voice. Others would take that as a cue and back away. The boy might try to get rid of her at the sea for trying to play the double agent. But something in her told to trust the boy. "You're not mad?" she asked quietly. Luffy just smiled. "Nah, don't worry about it," he replied. "But I will make you stay permanently in my crew one day." He winked playfully. Nami let a small smile grace her lips but still felt guilty. She didn't have the heart to tell him that she couldn't join his crew permanently. She was so close. Sadness welled up inside her. She was chapter 45 really starting to like Luffy despite his affiliation as a pirate, but this couldn't last. "Then I will be in your care," she told him. Luffy's smile grew wider. "Welcome to the crew, Nami," he responded. "Where do you want to go next, then?" If she couldn't stay in the crew, then she'd be damn sure to do her job well while she was here. "Our next destination is Syrup Village," he replied. "Our next destination is Syrup Village," he replied. Nami looked thoughtful. She knew where it was. It was a small village on the Gecko Islands southwest of here. What did Luffy plan on doing there? She doubted there was anything of significance. But there might be. The boy was full of mystery. Also, she actually needed a boat to get of the island. By luck it seemed that her boat was taken by someone, so Luffy's boat was the only way off the island. What she didn't know was that Luffy had taken the opportunity to sink it when Nami wasn't looking. He wanted the girl to on his journey, and a bit of manipulation went a long way. "Are you sure you want her on the boat?" "We are already overcrowded," Kuina said. "My boat isn't really meant for that many people." "Zoro could go for a swim if it gets crowdy," Luffy added with a carefree expression. "Yeah, that might work." Kuina nodded. "I never agreed to this," the swordsman complained. But both Luffy and the swordswoman ignored that. With that they set sail. As the island grew more distant, Nami noticed with slight panic that there was only one bag of treasure on the boat. They had separated everything into two. Luffy? Where's the other bag of gold?" she asked nervously. "I left it on the shore for the townspeople." It took a moment for this statement to register in Nami's mind. "You left it? That was worth at least 5 million belly," she yelled in frustration. "Oh, come on, some charity work never hurt anybody," Luffy said, and he pointed at the bag that was on Sparky. "And we have tons of valuable stuff in there." Nami looked at the six-armed monkey. And he did have a small bag carrying some valuables. As if seeing her stare, the monkey narrowed his eyes and kept the bag more secure. Now Nami was curious. What treasures could that type of small bag hold? But she did remember that Luffy once took down a pirate of 50 million. She gulped. She knew it wasn't right. But she really wanted to get that amount of money right now. Maybe joining him wasn't such a bad idea after all. "No, Nami, don't think about it," she told herself. "Don't let your greed fool you. Luffy is a good guy, he might call himself a pirate. But he has done nothing but good. Don't steal from him." The girl sighed internally. Luffy was the type of hero that everyone needed. Helping others when it's not their damn business. Her village was a prime example that needed help. But Nami wasn't sure if she should ask for Luffy's help. She might get the boy killed. They're not a very wealthy town. They'll need it for repairs. Besides, One of these days we will go to the City of Gold, and you can have all the gold you need, Shishishi. Nami just sighed and gave a small smile. That would be a dream come true. She chuckled herself. She still felt a bit bad about losing her money, but she could live with that. Sometimes helping others felt good. Zoro and Kuina found it ironic a pirate of all people was helping others. Maybe the rumors about him being a hero wasn't just a rumor after all. What the Straw Hat Boy didn't notice was a glimmer in the eye of a certain pink-haired boy that was looking at Luffy with admiration. After that, it wasn't long before they reached their destination. As the island came into sight, Luffy was getting more and more excited about the prospect of seeing one of his favorite characters. Stop right there. I am Captain Usopp, the great protector of this village. State your business here, otherwise my 80 million followers will chase you to the ends of hell. Impressive, Luffy said. But how does this small island have so much population? Usopp hadn't really thought that one through, but it looked like they were buying it. He's lying. The other members said, with bored look. Crap. I've been found out, Usopp exclaimed as Luffy burst out laughing. Usopp swayed back and forth comically as he wondered out loud what he was to do now that he'd been discovered. Don't you dare laugh, he said firmly with his slingshot raised. I am a man of intense pride. I don't take well to being laughed at. That's why everyone calls me Usopp the Proud. This was another lie. No one called him that, but they didn't have any proof of that, did they? Hey, calm down, Luffy managed as his laughter subsided. You're Usopp's son, right? Let's just talk about things over food. We're not here to pillage or anything. Usopp lost his balance and fell off the hill he was standing on, landing face first in the dirt. He got up with an embarrassed expression. It's true that I'm Usopp's son. But how did you know? Luffy smiled genuinely. You remind me of him. Even the way you gloat is the same. Which wasn't a lie, considering his canon knowledge. Usopp's chest swelled up with pride upon hearing this, and he agreed to talk things over as a restaurant town. He even went as far as to offer to treat them. The restaurant they were eating at had a sign that simply said food. This suggested that it was basically the only restaurant in the area. This really was a small village. As they ate, Luffy told Usopp stories of the boy's father and his incredible marksmanship, and Usopp listened eagerly. Some of the stories were from what he remembered from canon. Others were the tales of the marksmen of red hair pirates he had gathered from the underground sources. Chapter 46. There was also a rumor that Usopp once accidentally shot Admiral Akanu's robe, burning a hole in the Kanji Justice. Man, the lava freak was angry, but the most funny part was he couldn't even find Usopp's location, Luffy said, laughing out loud. Even though it's a rumor, I can actually see that happening. A sniper's job is to be invisible and do his work quietly. Usopp had stars in his eyes, so did Kobe. No wonder he's in Shanks' crew. Wait, Shanks? Kobe said, wide-eyed, Usopp fearing no better. Do you mean red-haired Shanks? Luffy nodded, grabbing his hat. Yup, the one and only. The Red Four Emperors of the Sea. He said fondly, tugging his hat. The world's greatest swordsman, Kunia muttered, but the others didn't hear it except Luffy. Which made the boy frown. It couldn't be. Hawkeye should be. Unless. And a wide grin dawned on his face. This world was different after all. Maybe a certain pirate didn't. Usopp always knew his father was amazing, but it felt good to hear someone confirm it. Oh, by the way, Usopp, do you know where we could find a ship? Luffy asked, which made the boy lie, before excusing himself. They continued eating after Usopp left until the three kids from earlier rushed into the restaurant, almost falling over each other. We're here to defend the village, Captain. One shouted with newfound resolve. He then looked around confused. Where's Captain Usopp? Another demanded, holding up a wooden toy dagger in what he hoped to be a menacing manner. Ah, that was some good meat, Luffy sighed, patting his stomach in satisfaction. Sparky copied Luffy, getting the gist of the situation. The three kids looked at him in horror. What? No way. Don't tell me you ate the captain. The third one shouted indignantly. Kobe blinked a sad expression towards the kids, and muttered, I tried to stop them. The boys grew paler hearing that. Well, our swordswoman here can chop anything in fine pieces, Luffy said. She wasn't part of the crew just yet. But that was manageable. Kunia raised an amused eyebrow, before nodding. Though, the man didn't have much meat on his bones. Good thing the bones weren't too tough to chew on. Now that turned dark right there, Kobe's sweat dropped at the details. About your captain, Zoro said, catching their attention. He put on his best evil grin. He was delicious. No. They shouted in unison, pointing at Nami, which? What the heck did I do? Nami said, with a tick mark on his head. Every one of them laughed. Once Kobe managed to calm them down enough to convince them it was a joke, Luffy asked if they knew why Usopp took off in such a hurry. Captain usually goes up to the mansion on the hill to recite his far-fetched stories to the girl that lived there. One of them, who introduced himself as Carrot, replied, she is always sick and isolated, and that Usopp's lies cheered her up. Most of the crew softened at that. Luffy got up. Alright, let's go then. We're actually not allowed to go there, Carrot said disappointedly. Captain gets in through a secret entrance, the boy that had introduced himself as Pepper added proudly. All the more reason why we should go, Luffy said, stepping on the tool that he sat on, pointing at a random direction. Aye mates. We go on an adventure. Rest of the crew looked dumbfounded at the captain's expression. Wow. They are totally real pirates. The three boys cheered at Luffy's shenanigan. Nami wanted to protest the logic, but the three boys cheered and took off in the direction of the hill, led by the boy who had introduced himself as Onion. Luffy laughed and trailed after them while other followed wordlessly. A tall gate surrounded the mansion, stretching around the full perimeter. The vegetable trio was wondering if they could find the captain's way in when something wrapped tightly around the waists of Sparky, Nami, Kunia, Zoro, Kobe Pepper, Carrot, and Onion. Gamu Gamu no. Luffy said jovially. The entire group, minus Sparky, looked in shock from Luffy to what was wrapped around them and back to Luffy. It was his arm. It was coiled around them like a snake. His other arm was also stretched out and had grabbed the top of the gate. Before anyone could question the absurdity of what was currently happening, Luffy shouted, "Slingshot!" They tried to avoid the inevitable, but were pulled along with him as he launched himself past the gate and high into the air. Luffy just enjoyed the breeze as the rest of them, minus Sparky, Chapter 47 screamed their lungs out, tears leaking down their eyes. Before they landed, Sparky pulled free of his grip, knowing this would only be painful if his landing was dependent on his captain, who wasn't exactly worried about him dying from a fall like this. He landed on his feet and skidded in a long line before finally coming to a stop. Luffy stuck the landing with his knees bent and one arm wrapped around his captive passengers, which were dangling above his head, gasping for breath. He promptly let go of them, his arm snapping back to his side as they fell to the ground in a thud. "Yeah. We are in," he said. Surprisingly, they didn't crash-landed as expected. Well, Luffy made sure they didn't, but they did feel the shock and terror of their quick ride. Kunia was shaking and tried to unsheath her Wado Akamaji, with a murderous glare at the teen. Looking at Kunia, Luffy quickly took cover behind Zoro's back. "Save me." Even I'm tempted to do the same." The green swordsman gave a tired sigh. But he got that this will often happen. "Hey, that was fun," Luffy protested. "Like how it was?" Nami shouted, wondering how they were still alive. She was about to ask what the hell he just did, but was trying to find the right words, and the veggie trio beat her to it. Kobe was on the ground, shaking. I saw my life flash before my eyes. Sometimes Luffy wondered how this kid got into a rear admiral position in 3 years. "That was awesome," Pepper shouted. "Can we do that again?" Carrot pleaded. "How did you do that?" Onion demanded. "That was awesome," Pepper shouted. "Can we do that again?" Carrot pleaded. "How did you do that?" Onion demanded. Luffy addressed them in order as he turned to each of them. "Yes, it was. Maybe later. I ate the Gamu Gamu no Mi. I'm a rubber man." "Rubber man," Nami repeated helplessly, and her head sagged. "Of all the ridiculous things in the world. Rubber?" A few voices repeated. Now both Zoro and Kuina knew about devil fruits. And they sure knew that being rubber wasn't considered anything special. Both of them heard about Whitebeard's quack quack fruit. With how much Luffy displayed his strength, they were expecting something similar. That actually brought some respect for the rubber boy. That only meant Luffy's power was no shortcut fruit, but was result of training. Something both the swordsmen could admire. Devil fruit. So it's not a rumor after all. "I've never seen him do that before," she said, surprise written on her face. "I assumed that you were just superhumans or something. The devil fruits are supposed to be a legend. Don't tell me you guys ate one too." "No, not me," Zoro said. "Me neither," Kuina said. Kobe didn't say anything, just shook his head. "Oh, yeah, only Sparky ate one," Luffy said. "I actually have another fruit in the bag as well." All eyes looked at the 6-armed monkeys. Some wondered if the 6 arms were part of the devil fruit powers. But no one voiced their question. Nami's eyes widened in realization. A devil fruit user. She didn't know a lot of it. But there were rumors that it made people invisible. True or not. The prospect for asking Luffy and Sparky for direct help against Arlong. The more she stayed with Luffy, the more he seemed to appear like one of those aloof main characters from fantasy books she read when she was little. But Luffy was anything but aloof, he was acting that way. But underneath, Luffy was more smarter than he let on. That was also the reason why she was a bit more cautioned against him. What if all of this is an attack? To let all of their guards down? But something in her told otherwise. Hey! What the hell are you guys doing here? They turned to the familiar voice. They hadn't noticed Usopp up in the tree until now. He was on a branch level with an open window that a young girl was leaning out of. Luffy grinned widely and pointed at Usopp. We're here to recruit you. Usopp's eyes widened to epic proportions. Recruit him? Weren't they pirates? Excitement welled up inside him, but he quickly composed himself. He pointed to himself confidently, chest inflating. Finally, someone recognizes my talent, he said with his arms crossed and a confident smirk on his face. Tell you what. Let me be the captain and I'll join you. No way. Luffy shouted, still smiling. This caused Usopp to lose his balance and almost fall out of the tree. You can be the sniper, though. Why not be one of the officers of the crew? Sharpshooter of the Straw Hat Pirate, Officer Usopp, has a nice ring to it. This caught Usopp's attention and he almost forgot about being captain. You bet it does. You won't find a better sniper in all of East Blue. They all looked at the bold statement with mixed reactions. All of them was wondering what kind of sniper used a slingshot. Except for Luffy, who fondly smiled at his new crewmate. Or his future crewmate. Usopp cleverly neither confirmed or denied his joining his crew. Luffy also found it amusing how most of Usopp's nature for blatant lies, his statement might actually be true. Well, when you lie so much as Usopp, some were bound to be true. This time though, Luffy promised himself that he would make Usopp the amazing sniper he was meant to be. He already had some plans for him. The girl leaning out the window, who had been silent up until now, spoke up. Are these friends of yours, Usopp? Usopp looked at her and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, them. They're just fans of mine. They wanted to join my awesome pirate crew. Nami felt embarrassed for the guy. Did he have no humility? Luffy had just invited him. Come to think of it, he hadn't really given an answer yet, but Luffy seemed complacent as if he had already said yes. Oh, is that a six-armed monkey? But the girl was cut off. Hey, you delinquents. What do you think you're doing? Everyone, minus Luffy, turned to the new voice. It was a tall man with slick black hair and round glasses. He wore a formal suit and tie and walked with rigidity. Usopp and Kaya stilled upon seeing him. He stopped in front of the tree and looked at everyone other than Kaya with distaste. You are all trespassing on private property. I suggest you leave now. Claador. It's okay. We were just talking. You don't need to kick them out, Kaya said pleadingly. The caretaker looked at Kaya and shook his head. I cannot allow this, Ms. Kaya. Your condition is bad enough without that ruffian's influence. I will not allow him to poison your mind with his ridiculous fabrications. Usopp was trying his best to take the not-so-subtle insults in stride, but everyone could tell he was having trouble. Kaya looked angry but held her tongue. Nami was confused. Kaya did look pale, but not letting her have visitors wouldn't help at all. She herself felt most weak when she was alone for long periods of time. If anything, Usopp's visits should aid her mental well-being. What she needed was social interaction, not isolation from her peers. Didn't this Claador realize that he could very well be making her condition worse by insisting on her seclusion? Kobe wanted to stop the man himself, but didn't know how to refute those arguments. Kunia just stayed silent looking at Kaya. She got enough of the picture of what was happening. Zoro just formed, something didn't feel right to him. Usopp, although disgruntled, decided to ignore the insult and try to reason with the caretaker. Listen, I'm sorry I trespassed, and I don't want any trouble or anything. I just thought Kaya could use the company. She never sees anyone and... Claador interrupted. Do you presume to insinuate that you know what would best aid in Miss Kaya's recovery better than her own caretaker? What could a person of your upbringing possibly know about her needs? Usopp was really having a hard time composing himself now. Upbringing? What did he mean by that? Kaya was looking at her caretaker in horror. Either Claador didn't notice that he had offended or didn't care. He continued, of course, I suppose I shouldn't set such high standards from the son of a filthy pirate. Breaking and entering must be a second nature to you, but I'm afraid I must ask that you not come back. He was forcefully interrupted as Usopp's fist collided with his face. He fell back onto the ground and glared up at him in annoyance. Don't worry, Usopp said quietly. I was just leaving. He turned around and stomped out of the compound, the infuriated scowl never leaving his face. Kaya had covered her mouth and was watching him leave with regret. The veggie trio shouted insults at Claador for good measure before running off after their captain. Even Kobe felt that it was wrong as to what happened. A child shouldn't bear the sins of his parents. Kobe muttered to himself as they already excited the hearing range of the so-called butler. What Kobe didn't know was that most of the world thought otherwise, a point that would soon make him realize something. Luffy found it funny and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Kobe frowned. You don't think that's unjust? Oh, gladly, Luffy said, all smiles, but his smile this time had some rage in it. I just know a certain guy who was pretty famous of a pirate. God. Why am I hiding from you guys? You are going to be my future crewmate. Some of them wanted to protest that they hadn't joined yet or couldn't join. But they didn't interrupt Luffy. He seemed to be well informed about piracy and anything related to Marines more than him. He was the Pirate King. And he fell in love. Fucked and made woman pregnant. He said while he chuckled. That didn't quench the anger in the statement. After his execution, the Marines hunted that poor woman down, and she by her sheer willpower held the baby for 2 whole years. They killed every child born in that time frame, all in the name of justice. And even after all that, the poor woman died and passed on the child to someone that could protect the newborn. The government still put a hunt for that boy. All because the government wanted to diminish any living relative of Roger. To wipe away the lineage of the devil's span. How fucking fantastic. Luffy laughed with sarcasm and anger, and some of his hockey might have gotten released. But all of his future crewmates found that one thing. The Straw Hat Boy wasn't lying. One can't copy those raw emotions. Kobe was in horror that the Marines he always idolized did something so unjust. While others might doubt Luffy's origin of being Garp's grandson, Kobe didn't. It wasn't his naivety that he believed Luffy. No. Kobe knew people and understood them far better than anyone. A trait that his mother always told him he inherited from his father. And he knew Luffy wasn't a type of person to lie about something like that. Chapter 49. Kobe knew Luffy wasn't completely honest by any means. Everyone had their secrets, but most of Luffy said always seemed truthful to him. Even though he knew Luffy was trying to manipulate him into joining his crew. He knew that Luffy wasn't like the other pirates. Giving him the face mask and doing other stuff so that Kobe's chance or joining the Marines doesn't go wrong. All of those were genuine. Kobe wondered if what they heard was some top secret from the Marines. Because it sure as heck wasn't common knowledge. Maybe that was why the grandson of the Marine hero didn't want to join the Marines. He was too free-minded and stubborn to do so. No one said anything as they walked back. All of them were processing the information dump that Luffy just had given up. Luffy found Usopp sitting under a tree at the edge of a cliff. He walked over and sat down next to him. Usopp noticed but didn't look at him. He was lost in his own thoughts. After a while, Luffy spoke. It's not her fault, you know. Usopp still didn't turn to look at him. No, it's not, he said. And your visits are helping her, Luffy added. Usopp looked up at the clouds and sighed. Yeah, I know, he said. Luffy nodded. That was that. Then, Kobe joined them soon enough, staying silent, enjoying the midday breeze. They sat in silence for a minute before Luffy nudged Usopp, who looked up at him in question. Luffy put one finger to his lips and then pointed down at the beach. Usopp followed his finger and stiffened as he spotted Clador walking towards an eccentrically dressed man with heart-shaped sunglasses that he had never seen before. Already suspicious, Usopp got down on his stomach and looked over the ledge. Luffy and Kobe followed suit. As they listened in on the conversation that was being held below them, Usopp's eyes gradually widened in shock and then narrowed in outrage, while Kobe's eyes widened in horror. Luffy kept a consistently focused glare on his face until the two men below them parted and walked in opposite directions. Usopp waited a few seconds to take in everything he had just heard, and then got up and abruptly started running in the direction of the village. Luffy quickly caught up and grabbed him by the arm, stopping him in his tracks. Let go. I have to warn them. Usopp shouted now that they were out of earshot. Kobe wondered why the rubber boy stopped him. Let go. I have to warn them. Usopp shouted now that they were out of earshot. Kobe wondered why the rubber boy stopped him. Will they believe you? Can they even help anything if they do? Luffy asked quietly. Usopp's eyes widened as he realized the obvious answer to both questions. His expression turned troubled and he looked at the ground. Kobe was surprised at the quick thinking. Luffy didn't seem to be the thoughtful type. Then what can I do? This is the village I grew up in, I can't just abandon them to their fate. Usopp said. Then fight for what you believe. Luffy said. He also added, an island big as this should also have some Marines patrolling the waters. But as you guys don't pay tax to world government, calling in help now would be ignored or thought of as a prank. Kobe snapped his head to Luffy. Tax? Wait, is that why some of the island Alvida attacked and docked on never had Marines on them? Now everything added up. Luffy obviously added that part to manipulate Kobe. And the pink-haired kid knew it, and yet what Luffy said was nothing but the truth. Just how far are the corruption of the Marines? Is there any justice in that any organization to being with? Fine. I will stand up against them. Usopp said with determination. I will die protecting the village like a hero. he said with shaky legs. Didn't you want to be a pirate? Yeah, but if I die I won't be able to be one, Usopp added as he gulped. Why was he talking about his obvious demise? Then let's make sure you stay alive till then, Luffy said, with his odd laugh. Sparky, you brought the 2 guns I have told you to? The 6-armed monkey popped up from a tree. As he took his bag out of his shoulders and scrambled something out of there. 2 polished wooden guns. Toy guns made out of atom wood. Luffy said as he placed them at Usopp's shaky hands. Salvaged them from an idiot price years ago. And after Sparky did a bit of tinkering he was able to make it work with most round-shaped bullets. The only drawback is that it won't kill anyone. They are surprisingly light, Usopp said. Luffy nodded. Yup, most things built from atom wood are. When I first saw them, I just knew they would work well for my future sharpshooter. They also have minimal recoil, which also means less sound as well. Using your slingshot wouldn't be fast for pirates. And I want to see if you can master it in a day. Sparky would be helping you of course. What Luffy was planning to John Wick Usopp up before the end of the year. Slingshots are awesome, no doubt there. But do you know what's even more awesome? Fucking guns. I tell you. The made a sound of appreciation as he took out 6 smaller-looking silver revolvers from his side. All of them seemed dangerous and both Usopp and Kobe had no doubts that they were. Usopp gulped. Thanks. I actually gave you this so you don't feel guilty for accidentally killing anyone, but it still uses gunpowder, so a shot to the eyes or throat could kill someone. But a shot to the chest, arms, legs or any other areas won't knock out someone, then again it might be same for your slingshot. So you only have 1 chance for a headshot. Just you are not putting pressure on me at all. Usopp said, still a bit shaky, but he grabbed the guns. They were designed 6-shot revolvers. And used small round-type bullets, not much different from his usual slingshot ammo. The gun had an upper compartment where gunpowder needed to be added. Thanks. I actually don't want to accidentally kill someone. Luffy waved his hand. We will fix that as well, when we reach the Grand Lanes. We will find many bastards who you would love to blow their brains off. Luffy found some sick pleasure in the pale face of Usopp and laughed evilly. Let's not do that. The sniper said. Luffy nodded in acknowledgement and, having been prompted for advice, started brainstorming a plan out loud. Usopp and Kobe kept a focused expression and nodded every now and then, as well as throwing their own suggestions. By the time they met up with the rest of the crew, the veggie trio was nowhere in sight. Kunia seemed to be annoyed at Zoro for some reason, anger maybe. And Nami seemed to look at them warily. Kobe filled them in on what happened. Nami looked mildly disturbed but kept calm, while Zoro and Kuina's expression conveyed nothing of his thoughts. For them, it was just unpaid pirate cleaning. With the plan decided on, all of them started making preparations for the following morning. Only Usopp was out in the wild trying to fix his aim with his new weapons. The gunshots weren't all that loud so they could practice for some time in the edge of the island. Luffy had to say, Usopp was natural at gunslinging. There was also a reason why he put pressure on Usopp, it was to judge his talent. And also to make use of it. As in this world talents are only shown when people are in huge pressure. And Luffy knew this one of those situations for Usopp. And he used it wisely. Taking inspiration from Usopp, Kobe also asked Luffy from hand-to-hand combat training. And so Luffy drilled some basics into the pink-haired boy. He was real eager to fight of those pirates and show them justice. I'm really taking a good marine away from Grandpa, poor him. Anyway, Kobe also wanted to use a spear-like weapon. And found a sharp pitchfork. He was trying to copy who he saw as the strongest, so Luffy didn't mind giving him pointers. Luffy actually felt bad that he would be taking away such an honest figure from the Marines. But oh well, they don't say, pirates are greedy for nothing. They were waiting for the pirates to arrive, the crew was scattered around the village, and the 2 coasts. Luffy, Sparky, Kobe, and Usopp was here, while others were elsewhere. Usopp had his wooden revolver on his side, strapped around his waist. They're here. They're coming from the other side. Luffy said, looking towards the south. Usopp and Kobe looked at him questionably. How do you know? Usopp asked skeptically. Observation hockey. Which I estimate you both should be talented at. Without further explaining, Luffy grabbed Usopp and Kobe's arm. Well, let's get going. What? Usopp couldn't even finish his word, when Luffy jumped in air bringing along with them. He then used his legs to launch them both high into the air, and started using moonwalk to get them to the other side quickly. Observation hockey was about reading people's intent. And a group of pirates with malicious intent was like a flashlight in a dark forest. A good way to utilize observation hockey. Both Kobe and Usopp screamed comically, while Luffy just laughed. Sparky was on Luffy's shoulder barely even reacting. Usopp was flabbergasted about the concept of observation hockey as it is. But now, that didn't explain why Luffy could fly. Was he even human? It was about a 6 kilometers stretch between the two coasts, and he crossed it in less than a minute. Usopp was a good runner, but it would have taken him at least 10 minutes to go that distance. Zoro and Kuina took notice of them as they touched down on the slope leading down to the north shore. Nami spotted them and frowned in curiosity. The pirates have yet to reach the shore. How did they get here so fast? They are here, Kuina said, bringing their attention towards the large ship that had Black Cat Pirates marks on it. She was wearing her white kimono with a blue belt. Her traditional dress matched well with her sword. The Wado Kamaji. The roar of pirates itching to pillage the village became discernible. They rushed off of the ship and flooded onto the path, running up the hill before stopping when the unexpected sight of their opposition reached their eyes. They looked at each other in confusion, having been told that no one would be expecting them. "Oi, Django!" One of them shouted back to the ship. "There are a bunch of teenagers in the way. I thought this was supposed to be a surprise attack." Django looked a little confused as well, but shouted back, "Does it matter? If they're in the way, just kill them. We're in a rush. Captain Kuro told us to meet him by morning." Before the pirate that had given his report could turn back to address the four of them, he felt a painful sting in his back and fell over onto the ground. The other pirates traced the path of the projectile back to one of the teenagers, who two wooden guns on his hand. One of them giving of smoke. They were surprised as they barely heard any gunshot before one of their comrades fell. Chapter 51 That made the enemy pirates look at him with anger. And the one who got hit, quickly got up, but he fell again when several shots him. 2 more shots actually, and this time he wasn't getting up. "Why you? Get that long-nosed brat!" One of them screamed as they charged toward the group. "Usopp, don't snipers usually snipe from a distance?" Luffy said, making a long-nosed nod, before running away to get high ground. Kobe was shaking, yet he held a pitchfork in front of him. Luffy found it cute that his pink-headed disciple was actually trying to copy how he used his Naginata. "Kill those bastards," Django said, making the pirates pour out of the ship. Kuina moved first, taking the lead, charging headfirst at the group of pirates. Or what she would have done, if Luffy didn't stop her by placing Horn's Edge in front of her. "You have to let the hatchings fight to gain some experience," he said. "You and Zoro are strong enough to take them down without any problems. But let Kobe handle it." "What?" Kobe looked terrified at what Luffy said. Now. Usopp will have your back," the Straw Hat Boy said. The long nose also yelled, but Luffy ignored that. "You wanted to be a hero, right? So do it. Are you insane?" It was Nami who spoke. Luffy looked her right in her eyes. "If you truly want freedom, then you have to be ready to sacrifice something for it. If not, then you are one of the reasons why freedom never lasts." Nami felt those words slap her in the face. It was almost as if he was saying about her involvement with Arlong. Luffy saw the effect and stressed further, but to all of his crew. "There's a quote I go by, hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. And, weak men create hard times. If you want to break that cycle, then you have to be hard yourself. Weakness should never be celebrated, and strength should be always sought after. That is only how you keep the good times in check." All of the people were amazed at what Luffy said. Usopp and Kobe especially, as they were pushed into battle right now. Now it made sense why Luffy was pushing them forward. But even still, Nami was worried about the pink-haired boy. "Shouldn't we help?" she asked, more so whispered, as Kobe took several steps forward with a pitchfork in his hand. "Who? Him or them?" Luffy said. "Have more faith in your future crewmates." He smiled. And lo and behold, Kobe was actually faring quite well against the cannon folder of the Black Cat Pirates. Though every time he would stab someone with his pitchfork and blood came out, the boy would be visibly shaken. It would have made the other pirates take down Kobe easily. But it wasn't the case because a certain sniper made sure to put a bullet right before they could attack Kobe. Nami was actually amazed at Kobe's and Usopp's teamwork. Even Luffy nodded in appreciation. He was right. Kobe did have a talent. Kobe had a talent for adaptability. He was like a coal right now, with enough pressure he would able to shine like a diamond. Luffy had actually taught him the basics about using a pitchfork last night. They mostly trained on his ability of dodging and some basic combat. But it seemed that the boy had taken every lesson to the heart. But one of the pirates managed to destroy Kobe's pitchfork, so now he was fighting hand to hand, and the occasional swords he picked up with. He might be in trouble now, Zoro said. He and Kuina had already sheathed their swords, as it seemed they weren't needed in handling that sort of pirate. "Hey, why the fuck are we fighting with our swords? Shoot the..." Django was cut off as every pistol, guns and riflery on the pirates' hands were snatched away by something. And it just so happened to be a 6-armed monkey. "I mean, come on, Who brings a gun to fist fight? Luffy mused. As Kobe was getting exhausted right now, and a pirate found the chance to slash at his back, making the boy fall. Kobe. Nami and Usopp shouted as Kobe fell. You are dead now, boy. The same pirate that hit him from the back held his sword up trying to stab him. But suddenly he winched in pain, as both of his hands exploded over his head. My hands. The pirate fell on the ground, crying and cursing. You should be glad that the wounds on my crewmate is only skin deep. If it was any more serious, I would have shot out your balls, Luffy said, grimly, while he had one of his hands in a handgun position. He kind of felt bad for Kobe, but he had to do this if he wanted to toughen the boy up. Those words sent shivers down all the pirates' spine. Now, you lot play fair. And fight with just your hands. Luffy said, crossing his arms, as all of them dropped their swords and knives. Now, Kobe, get up. And fight him like the hero you want to be. Zoro and Kuina were both surprised that Kobe stood up with shaky legs. His eyes seemed to be foggy, and yet was determined. He had his hands held up high as he charged at a nearby pirate. He screamed as he punched the first pirate, before blocking the second pirate's incoming jab. He had butted the second as he went full street fights on the pirate thugs. He's unconscious, isn't he? Kuina said, and Zoro nodded. Nami was surprised. What did she mean? Yes, he's somehow in a semi-conscious state, and he entered the state of flow unknowingly. Luffy said, grinning wide. Now that's some super talent right there. The state of flow is something that's even not fully supernatural. As many athletes or even general workers could tap into the state of flow when concentrating on their work fully without any distractions. It seems that the pink nerd can do some amazing stuff if he put his mind into it. Luffy had entered this state multiple times before. It wasn't something like observation hockey, but as important in its own right. Actually, this might be a sign of how talented Kobe was in observation hockey. If by training one day, Kobe was able to get at that state, he had no doubt about Kobe's hidden potential. God. He wanted the boy in his crew. But then again, the state of flow is easily more noticeable in hand-to-hand combat. Luffy remembered some of the UFC fights or boxing fights he saw back. Like for Muhammad Ali, and his amazing footwork and dodging might be considered being a flow state. Though other than fighting people who enjoy any work, even working on a boring business, if they find it interesting then time becomes distorted and your focus reaches a level that makes things easier. Though, it seemed that while Kobe had all the intentions, his body couldn't keep up. Still, Kobe had some amazing stamina for someone that didn't know how to fight. All the odd jobs in his earlier life in Alvida Pirates made him build up some good amount of stamina. But the pink-haired boy lacked the muscle and soon dropped on the ground, as his body gave up. In total he had beaten almost half of Black Cat Pirates with the help of Usopp. Now that was saying something. All of the pirates that were still on their feet were actually scared to get near the fallen Kobe right now. Anytime he might pop right up and start punching them again. Kobe looked bloodied right now, a big gash on his back. His left cheek swollen, and his glass broke. But most of them all, his fist was all mangled up. His once vibrant pink hair was now dyed red due to all his opponent's blood. Zoro, clean off the cannon folders, Luffy said. What am I cleaner to you? Zoro wasn't complaining though, as he had a bloodthirsty smirk on his face. He took his 3 swords out getting ready. Hey, this isn't fair. We can't even use our guns. One of the pirates from the Black Cat Pirates complained. Hey, Sparky, give them their guns back, Luffy said, amused. Were they actually waiting for his permission to attack them? You lots can use any weapons you want. Not that it will work against my badass green cabbaged swordsman. Zoro snapped his head back to Luffy, narrowing his eyes. Did you just call me a cabbage? Eh? Me? Never. Luffy denied, looking at Kuina. Did I say anything about our swordsman looking like cabbage? Kuina looked amused and shook her head. Nope, I'm sure he must be hearing things. Chapter 52. Zoro's eyes twitched but he sighed. They were messing with him. He took his 3 blades out, putting one on his mouth. It's time to cut some pirates. Don't fight him, men. Django said, shoot him. Nami's eyes budged when she saw one of the pirates pick up their gun, but before he could shoot, the man was knocked out by a shot that hit his head. Nami looked and it was Usopp, who was now a panting mess. Sweat all over him, his hands were shaking. Taking all of those shots had taken a toll on him. I'm not done yet. Zoro smirked. He liked the will of that boy. Nami was awed by the outwardly skill of the wooden gun user. He didn't expect that. But it wasn't enough for the pirates to stop as many got the chance to shoot at the sportswoman. Nami was horrified when he heard the first shot, and quickly looked at Zoro, who stood still as if nothing happened. She would have sighed in relief if not for what the boy spoke next. Really now? Bullets, Zoro said, as she deflected the shots without much difficulty. A small smile dawned his face. You should have brought a cannon. With that, Zoro started to plow through the remaining pirates, giving them nasty wounds or knocking them out. Nami's eyes were almost out of his socket by what he saw. How was he moving so fast? And with 3 swords no less. How was that even possible? But then again, he was called the pirate hunter for nothing. Usopp had the same reaction and made a mental note to not piss him off. Luffy whistled. He doesn't hold back, does he? Nami smiled wearily, and she thought that at least sword users were normal. Zoro smiled at his own work as all of the pirates fell, leaving only a handful behind. Django seemed frustrated and worried. Almost all of his crew were down. He had to act fast or he would be the next one. He got out his hypnotic ring and turned towards the remaining forces, which were visibly cowering. Don't you run on me, you dipshits. Look at me, he shouted. Even the fallen pirates looked Django. When I say 1, 2, Django, you won't be able to feel your wounds and you will become stronger. 1.2. Django. The men's eyes hardened and their muscles bulged. As if they had completely forgotten the slaughter that had just occurred, they let out a battle cry and charged forward with their fists in the air. Ugh. Let me try this time. Kuina said, joining the party, as she moved away from Luffy's side. The girl unsheathed her sword, Wado Akamanji on her side. She took in a breath of air, readying herself. Tabosaru or Achi, howling serpent. With that, she moved faster than before, going with a white blur as she avoided the bullets, swords or anything with her amazing speed, and took out any pirates that dared to be in her way. Nami felt her world spin right now. The woman was even stronger than Zoro. But she was even more wide-eyed when Kobe and Usopp screamed. Oh, you can't be serious. She said. It seemed both Kobe and Usopp were also affected by their hypnosis and were prowling through the Black Cat pirates. Django was wide-eyed and he called, Sham. Butchie. Kill them. Stop that bitch. This was not what he expected. He said, pointing at Kunia, who stopped, leaving only a dozen or so pirates. She was smiled at the challenge. Bring it on, Sunglass. 2 pirates that were near Django nodded with hard eyes. One was slim and one not so slim. It was clear that both took the cat thing way too far, though. They looked at Kunia fearfully, then turned back to Django, and fell to their knees groveling. What are you trying to do to us, Django? The slim one sobbed. She just took down our whole crew. There's no way we can fight her. The larger one said miserably. Whatever, Django replied, pulling out his hypnotic ring again. When I say 1, 2, Django, you will both stop groveling and get stronger. 1.2. Django. The 2 men's muscles bulged considerably, but their sobbing only intensified. Django developed a tick over his eye. She's all ready. The 2 cat-like men jumped forward, barely blocking Kunia's sword, while the other wanted to use the chance to hit her on the back. But what they didn't expect was for their metal claws to get cut and be defeated before they could spout any of their nonsense. Wait, you can already cut steel. It was Zoro who spoke. He couldn't believe Kuina figured out that alone, and he couldn't. Kunia wiped her sweat from her forehead. That was a good workout, she said, ignoring Zoro's comment. As she looked at Django, who was barely keeping himself standing. Oh, I forgot one. Django. A voice called out, didn't I tell you all to meet me at the mansion? Django didn't dare turn around to face his death, but he could tell that the man was walking closer. Wait. What happened here? Django now couldn't stand still, so he fell on his butt. Captain. I can explain. But Kuro didn't let him, as blood spilled as the hypnotic user fell. You let my whole crew be defeated by a bunch of kids. Kunia was wide-eyed. That was fast. Way faster than her. He crossed almost 100 meters instantly. Kunia raised her sword. This was going to be a hard opponent. Kuro smiled sadistically as he brought his claws up, but before he could make his move, a voice called out to him, Clador. He turned to face Kaya, who looked like she'd been crying, which made sense. She'd probably woken up and found Mary in a bloody heap on the floor of the mansion. What surprised him was the gun she was pointing at him. Please leave this village. I'll give you the sum of my wealth, but you can't hurt anyone. You must leave in peace, she said firmly. Kaya? What are you doing here? Run or he'll kill you. Usopp shouted, running towards his friend, as he tried to reload gunpowder to his gun. Reloading bullets was easy, but reloading gunpowder in the wooden revolver was a bit of a hassle. Your usual revolver didn't have that problem, as the bullets would have gunpowder in them. But this was supposed to be a gun, which Sparky was able to reconfigure as a gun, so there were some drawbacks. Usopp would need to look into the mechanics on the gun to be sure. Kuro started at her for a few seconds. Then he broke out laughing. Kaya's eyes widened. Sorry, Ms. Kaya, but this isn't just about the money. I had plenty of it back when I was Captain Kuro. His eyes hardened as he relived the memories. Kaya took a step back because of that look. What I couldn't stand was the lifestyle. The Marines constantly attacked my ship. Bounty hunters following me wherever I went. It all got so damn annoying. What I want is a peaceful life. The villagers trust me. I have a good standing within the village. All I need now. A feral grin broke out across his face as Kaya looked at him in horror, is for you to die so I can inherit your wealth. Stop your monologuing right there, you villain. Today is the day you feel justice. Luffy said, no, I mean. You face justice? He looked at Kuina, who nodded at her dumbly. Only then did both Kuro and Kunia notice how the boy was in between them. He was just with the group a moment ago. How was he so fast? He was fast as Kuro or even faster. Kuro seemed to jump a few meters back. He had to be serious if he wanted to face this boy. He didn't seem to be weak as he let on. You know Gramps would probably punch me in the face if he hears those bad one-liners of justice, Luffy said to himself. The monkey on his shoulder nodded. Wait, Sparky wasn't there a moment ago. How? How did he get there? Kunia, Zoro and Kuro both seemed to be frustrated, but for different reasons. Luffy rubbed his shoulders with both of his hands, as if he felt cold. He would punch me either way, knowing that I became a pirate. He said, scared, genuine fear. The monkey nodded again as if sympathizing with his rubber friend. Almost all of them wondered who his so-called Gramps was. But then some of them remembered who he was. Wait, aren't you the pirate hunter from Dawn Island? That Naginata, there's no doubt about it. Captain Kuro said, his eyes wide. Luffy had two of his Naginata crossed behind his back, and the enemy captain had recognized Horn's Edge. You are Monkey D. Mario. The grandson of the marine hero. No wonder you are so strong. Luffy actually felt a tick mark on his forehead, as he cocked his fist. I'm going to find the fucker who made that newspaper and grill him. My name isn't Mario. It's Monkey D. Luffy. Kuro almost seemed glad. So, you aren't the same person. Sorry to burst your bubbles, but he is the same person. The newspaper just got his name wrong. Nami said, making the Black Cat pirate worry again. Oh, come on. Kuro seemed frustrated, not like his usual calm and collected self. He almost seemed scared. Why wouldn't he be? From what he had gathered about the bounty hunters in East Blue, all of the pirates were wary of the unknown hero of Dawn Island. He was a savage that took down a devil fruit user with one swing of his blade. And not to mention his affiliation with the marine hero. He had slim chance, but he couldn't let them live. Or all his work for years would be for nothing. Enough. Kuro moved trying to catch Luffy off guard, but he was stopped by Kunia's sword and jumped back when the green swordsman drew his blade. Oh. My new crewmate is worrying about me. Luffy said, okay then, one sword girl, I chose you. He said as pointing at Kuro. Hey, I wanted to fight him. Zoro said, before he frowned. And we aren't your crewmates. Yet. Luffy finished. Kunia's brow twitched, but she ignored the rubber head, and the cabbage head. She focused on her opponent. You are fighting me. Kunia said, more so demanded. Sparks not the monkey flew as Kuro took some distance from the woman, and don't interfere. Luffy nodded and grinned. She didn't seem to negate his claim of being one of his crewmates. That was good. Nami, Usopp and Kobe looked at the Saiyan. They didn't know what to say. They were fighting a notorious pirate, for God's sake. Oh, it seemed Django's hypnotism made Kobe and Usopp still valid in the fight. Though their weak bodies were at their limits. Humphrey, so you are the famous white lady. I couldn't recognize you at first. But that sword, there's no doubt now. Kuro said, you're quite famous for being a ghost. I thought you went to South Blue. No matter, you will be a dead ghost soon enough. He said, due to Kunia's wearing of white kimono, white sword and her incredible speed, she was giving the nickname of White Lady. A title that had quite a bit of rumor on it. As Luffy walked away, he said something, I can give you a hint. No. Kunia said as she pushed the claw user off her. Kuro jumped back, landing a few meters away. I want to see what's so special about the so-called Kuro of 100 plans. Luffy shrugged, going towards his crewmates. Kuro disappeared and appeared right in front of Kunia, with his claws coming down on her. Kunia was quick to deflect the blow, kicking the man on his leg, trying to break it. The blow landed, but Kuro retracted immediately with another slash, while reducing the blow from the kick. While she could cut steel, but the speed was a problem for her. Kunia wasn't a person to hold back and did a quick draw of her sword, Tabosaru or Orochi, Howling Serpent. Kuro had to use his incredible speed to barely avoid the blow. TCH. It seems I can't hold back. Kuro said, jumping back. He started swaying left and right, Nukiashi. And Kuro disappeared again, but this time, Kunia was surprised to not see him. He was moving even faster than before. By pure instinct, Kunia held her sword to the right to avoid a metal claw. She was about to hit back, but Kuro was already gone. Cold sweat ran down Kuina. That was by chance. She would be in deep trouble if she had taken that hit. It wasn't that Kuro was stronger than her. No, he was just faster. But if the fight went on, she would be the obvious victor, but she didn't want that kind of victory. Chapter Cold sweat ran down Kuina. That was by chance. She would be in deep trouble if she had taken that hit. Second time Kuina was a bit slow to react and a claw wound appeared on her leg. She winched and hit back, but Kuro was already gone. Kuro appeared not far from her, and he was fixing his glass with his palms. With that, you should be down to speed, he said with a feral grin. But then he looked at his claw. The blood was less than expected. So you avoided in the last second, no matter. I will make sure the next one leaves a scar. Kuina had avoided a deep injury, and luckily the cuts weren't too deep to cut off her mobility. She had no use holding back anymore. He disappeared again, but Kuina closed her eyes this time, letting her ki flow through her blade. A technique she picked up from a certain blue-headed pirate. Howling Serpent. And a gale of cold wind cut Kuro before he could even strike. A deep wound appeared on his left shoulder, and frost could also be seen on his body. It wasn't just him, the whole 1 meter around Kuina had deep cuts with frost on them. Howling Serpent was a wide-ranged attack. That attacks were so cold that it froze the water particles around and cut anything it touched. Kuro grabbed his wound and fell back. I will kill you, you bitch, he said in anger, in almost losing a limb. Before he could do anything, he felt a deep pain coming out of his right side. He looked down and saw a deep wound on his gut before he knelt. Orochi no Kiba, Serpent's Fang, Kuina muttered as she sheathed her sword. The claw user held his stomach, making an effort to stop the bleeding, and he fell on the ground, barely conscious. Kuina smiled a bit before she winced at the pain on her leg hit her. It wasn't deep, but it sure was annoying. Also, her shoulder had some pain. She didn't have the speed required to execute the move. Except today, after seeing Kuro's unusual feet movements. And she was lucky to be able to use it in battle with getting barely a skin wound. Kuro saw the straw hat walking towards him. The boy looked at Kuina. You really outdid yourself, didn't you? That move is quite good, but be careful not to pop your shoulder out, accidentally. But I expect nothing less. Miss. New crewmate. Luffy then smiled his odd laugh, shishishi. But first things first. Sparky tend to Kobe's wounds. Give some bandages to Kuina as well, get those wrapped up, they won't need stitches, but be sure to check. Usopp, get some rope, we need to tie them up. Zoro, don't get lost, and Nami. Luffy looked at her, ignoring the dirty look Zoro gave him. We need to loot them blind, don't we? Nami grinned with delight, as her eyes turned to Belly, and from nowhere he took out a bag, and started doing her. Everyone followed Luffy's order. The Straw Hat Captain himself looked at Kuro. You know, Luffy began as he looked at the fallen captain. You suck as a fighter, but as a pirate you fail miserably. Neither of those things bother me, Kuro responded in between his sharp breaths. I tried and failed. But that's what a pirate is. You are wrong. Luffy shook his head. You look down at the life of a pirate, but the fact remains that you couldn't handle it. You ran away with your tail between your legs. You are just a coward that saw piracy as an escape. Luffy then picked up a nearby gun, and crouched down in front of him, pointing it in on his head. I should kill you. But Kaya won't like it. Luffy said, moving his head towards Kaya, who gave a pleading look. That girl was naive, and he didn't blame her. He wasn't the one to judge, situations change people. Kill me and be done with it. Luffy raised an eyebrow. The weak don't get to decide anything, not even how they die. He smiled. So, I hope you survive level 1. Luffy shrugged. No one knew what that meant. Well, impale down info wasn't very common. Usopp quickly came back with rope, and started tying the pirates up. Luffy asked Kaya, do you have a den mushi? Because he wouldn't use his to call the Marines. Kaya nodded. Mary had one. Her face quickly saddened. I will ask him. Ms. Kaya? It was Mary who came, and looked at Kaya, and he was surprised by what he saw. After a quick explanation he looked at Kuina with admiration. I can help with that. Mary wanted to help Kuina with her wounds, but Kobe was almost done. Years on Alvida's crew got him skill in the basic medical department. And because of the hypnosis, Hijsa couldn't feel the pain, so he also helped with first aid with Sparky. Luffy was glad that Kobe didn't need stitches, the wounds weren't deep on his body. So blood loss wasn't a thing to worry about right now. So, you do have a den mushi? Luffy asked. Mary looked at him, and nodded. It's quite old, but it can do the job. Then call the Marines, tell them to send help. Unknown pirates have attacked the island, don't say anything else. Luffy said. Kobe looked at Luffy confused. But Luffy-san, they are the Black Cat pirates. So then why? Luffy smiled before explaining. Chapter then call the Marines, tell them to send help. Unknown pirates have attacked the island, don't say anything else. Make it seem like an emergency. Luffy said. Kobe looked at Luffy confused. But Luffy, they are the Black Cat pirates. So then why? Luffy looked at Kobe. Well, the Marines think that the Catman is dead. So if we call them, they would try to cover up the incident by not coming. Marines and the world government have a way to cover things up. They might act all high and mighty, but they are just a bunch of scum. Luffy said, so if we say that they are unknown, we have better chances of getting help. Why do you think no powerful marine ships attacked pirates like Alvida? They don't have good fighters here in the weak sea. It's also that most of the islands don't give world nobles their heavenly tributes, so they just send weak guys here. Kobe nodded slowly, processing the information. His guts told him Luffy wasn't lying. But it was still hard for him to believe that. Maybe he was being biased towards Marines. And he didn't know what the whole heavenly tribute was, he didn't ask. Just kept his mouth shut for now. Nami was also on the same boat but for different reasons. That afternoon, after Kobe, Kunia, and Mary had been bandaged up and briefed about the situation to the whole village, the villagers were very happy. And they even volunteered to look over the pirates. And when the Marines came with 2 ships, they were very much surprised to find the whole thing done by 2 youths. Kobe and Usopp. Well, Zoro and Kuina did help, but they were already blacklisted from the marine bounty hunting operation. They didn't have any bounty, but they wouldn't be able to cash in bounties either, and was considered criminal. That's why they didn't show up when collecting the bounties. Some found it hard to believe, but Kobe's wounds made them believe the story. And just like Luffy predicted, Kobe and Usopp were offered triple the price for Captain Kuro, if they kept the incident under the wrap. They didn't want to lose their reputation. Just like Luffy said. Kobe again was torn apart from what he saw. Was every marine that way? The boy clenched his fist. And he made a decision. Usopp of course took the money, and gave it back to the village. The village idiot was now celebrated as their hero now. Usopp also took the chance to over-exaggerate his victory, but the villagers knew of the long nose's quirks and took every word with a grain of salt. Though they were very grateful for the money Usopp left them. Even though Usopp was always causing problems in the village, the villagers were quite good towards the professional liar. Almost all of them gave a helping hand when Usopp's mother died, so in a way, Usopp was trying to repay the favor. Poor Nami was almost crying blood seeing so much money and not getting their hands on them. But she didn't try to steal it either. So after everything, all of them except Luffy made their way to the beach. After that, they arrived at the beach, only to see a dumb situation unfolding. Luffy was carrying a ship on his shoulder. A whole freaking ship. A ship that was humongous for the Straw Hat Boy. But he carried it with ease and drooped it in the sea, and gently pushed it onto the waters. Kobe's mouth was on the floor from what he saw, and Usopp having the same reaction. Kunia and Zoro seemed impressed, and they both looked at each other and nodded. A silent agreement. Nami on the other hand, looked over at Luffy's amazing physique. So all those muscles weren't just for show. She felt a light blush on her face. It's called the Going Merry, Mary said. It's an older model, but it should be helpful to you. Consider it a thank you gift. It was still a relatively small ship, but it was much more spacious than what they'd been using up until now. Luffy and Sparky looked at the ship. This was going to be their new home. Usopp was looking at the ship fondly as Kobe, Luffy, and Nami boarded, but he also looked a bit uncomfortable. He looked from Luffy, to the ship, and back to Luffy. Before he could say anything though, Zoro spoke. I think it's time we settle this, Luffy. He said as he tied his green bandana. Yes, it's a good time as any. Kuina agreed. Luffy smiled amusedly. Let's make it quick. I will knock you guys out but don't worry, next time you wake you will be on the ship. Are you ready? Of course we are. Zoro snorted putting all 3 swords in effect. Aren't you being cocky here? Kuina said as she made herself ready with her own blade. Am I? Luffy's sound came from behind. She was wide-eyed as she jumped forward, but she felt a thud on her neck, and she was knocked out. Onigiri. He slashed Luffy appearing behind him. But he was wide-eyed when he saw that all there of his blades were tied by Luffy's chain. A chain that came from the nameless Naginata on his shoulder. Before Zoro could do anything he was also hit in the back of his neck. The green swordsman walked forward, his losing consciousness fast. But had to say something. We will be in your care, Captain. With that, he fell. But Luffy was already near him as he grabbed Zoro before he could fall. Kuina over his shoulder. Well, that ended fast, Luffy said as he again jumped to the ship. Are you serious? Nami was wide-eyed and bamboozled right now. Kobe chuckled warily, he knew Luffy would win. But not this fast. He didn't even use his rubber body nor his blades. Just how powerful was the new captain of the Straw Hat Pirates? We have a journey to make. Washing time won't do us any good. Throwing one body to Sparky, the other to Nami. Give them some time to rest in their beds. All of them were so shocked that they didn't comment any further and followed their orders. Usopp began awkwardly, but he had a shine in his eyes. Luffy was strong, and that was the type of person he wanted to follow. I was wondering if your offer to join your crew was still in effect. Luffy looked at him confusedly. Huh? Was all he said. Usopp looked down. Well, it's okay if it's not. I'm sure we'll meet on the sea someday, he said. Already feeling down. What are you talking about? Luffy asked, confused. You already joined, remember? Now get on. Usopp's eyes widened before a wide grin spread across his face. I'm the captain. He shouted, jumping into the air with his fist raised. Not a chance, Luffy said as Usopp climbed aboard. But if you want you can be one of my sniper or gunsmen. Or both. Tell you what, you can be one of my main officers. Then I will be the Sniper King Usopp. One of the main officers of Straw Hat Pirates. The long-nosed boy said, as he got up the ship. Attaboy. And so their journey started. Chapter The Going Merry sailed the oceans with the new crewmate of Luffy on board. Luffy jumped onto his feet from the dock where a dripping paint bucket lay and held up a flag with a pirate flag excitedly. It's done. His crewmates looked at the flag and nodded. Well, not bad I'll say, Usopp said. I would have made the nose a bit more pointy, but I have to say, you really thought this through. On the flag was the iconic symbol of the Straw Hat Pirate. So the Straw Hat Pirates. Because of the straw hat. Kinda simple? No? Nami asked curiously. Kuina and Zoro had woken up quite a few hours ago, and taken to the role of piracy by practicing their blades against each other. Training that is. On the deck, they were constantly practicing their swordsmanship to overcome their weakness. Their loss was in a way eye-opening for them. Now they were taking a bit more rest. Luffy actually felt glad that their sudden loss didn't make them spiral into desperation. Though they were a bit too eager to challenge him again. Now he kinda got how his grandpa felt when all the times he just threw challenges at his face. Anyway, back to the conversation at hand. Well, this straw hat holds significance, Luffy stated, grabbing the hat that was on his head. Everyone looked curiously at Luffy, even Sparky. Oh, really? Usopp said, holding his own flag with it had a long nose, a brown hat with a crossed stripe pattern, and a slingshot in place of one of the crossbones and a wooden gun as another. Does the hat also have a story? Zoro and Kuina, who were resting from a recent sparring session, also curiously joined the conversation. That it does. Luffy said as he spun the straw hat. This one was passed down from Roger to Shanks. And now to me. So, I value it dearly. It's kinda like a crown passed down from one king to another. So I don't have any choice to be the strongest pirate king ever. Kobe, Usopp, and the rest of the crew didn't know what to say. They had their doubts, but Luffy was no ordinary guy, was he? Kuina and Zoro were both surprised and awed by their captain. They knew about red-haired Shanks, anyone with a passion for swords would. Usopp was the one to break the silence. But wait. Didn't you say your grandpa was the marine hero? How did that hat not raise flags? Luffy blinked, not expecting that question. He shrugged, who knows? The moment Gramps heard that Shanks gave me his hat and told me be a great pirate, Grandpa kinda made the whole pirate crew flee to the Grand Line. He was all angry and bitter back then. And even if he is a marine, he won't stop me from pursuing my dream. Perusing what I deem justice. I mean, even my dad isn't a marine and is a constant pain in their ass, and Grandpa does nothing. Well, he won't do anything. Unless you do something unreasonable and go fully evil, then you are good as dead. The old man is kinda scary in that sense. Luffy shivered at the last part. Sparky, who jumped on his shoulder, nodded. Anyway, let's not dwell too much on my past, and let's focus on our journey. The pirate ship Going Merry is ready for action. Let's get this journey started. Usopp and Sparky cheered while the others also went on with their activities. Kobe was on his part, fully enjoying the journey, and he had already decided that he would join Luffy. Seeing the Marines trying to hide Kuro was the last straw that broke the camel's back. However, there was some hesitance, and he didn't want to rush it. So for now he was good as it is. Also, now that the hypnosis had run off, Kobe was fully feeling the pain of his overworked muscles and wounds. The boy also wanted to join the training, but Luffy reprimanded him until he was a bit more stable. So, now that we have our ship, what's next, Luffy? Nami asked. Luffy thought for a moment and turned his attention to the positions that needed to be filled. Well, we'll need a chef, he began. As well as a doctor. Sparky isn't that well trained enough for the Grand Line, and eventually, a carpenter. We should also recruit someone once we get into the Grand Line who has practical knowledge and experience from traveling the area," Luffy said. Nami nodded at each suggestion, genuinely impressed. Luffy had really thought this through. "And of course, we'll need a musician at some point. Can't go without that." Nami's sweat dropped. Right." Luffy looked at her innocently. Before remembering something, "Oh, yeah, we also need a belly dancer. But I think you are multi-talented enough to do the job. You might be lacking up there, but your hips are broad enough for an enjoyable performance." "Why you?" Nami screamed, "Come here," with that Nami was chasing of Luffy around the ship. Kobe and the rest sweat dropped at the scene. Luffy wasn't a pervert, but he seemed to find some sick pleasure in teasing the orange-haired girl. Soon things went on as it is. And Usopp was trying to figure out the canon of the ships. He was already done with today's training. Luffy didn't push him hard as this was basically his first day. Suddenly they heard the sound of cannon fire and turned to see Usopp standing in front of one of their few cannons with a shocked expression on his face. In the distance, they could see the shattered remains of what looked to be a strange rock formation. "I hit it," Usopp whispered in shock. "Nice, Usopp. Try to hit a flying piñata next time." Luffy chuckled, before he frowned as he sensed two auras at the rock formation. One was frantic and desperate, while the other was extremely faint. But both of them were relatively strong to be picked up by Luffy's haki. Shit. He almost forgot about that part. "Nami, can you take us over to that rock?" Nami looked confused but did as she was asked. Chapter 57 Nami, can you take us over to that rock? Nami looked confused but did as she was asked. As they pulled up next to the rock formation, someone jumped onto their ship. "Damn pirates. First, you attack us while we're vulnerable, and now you show up to finish the job. It won't be that easy," he shouted angrily before catching sight of Zoro. "Big bro Zoro? Big sis Kuina?" Johnny questioned, pushing himself into a sitting position. "What are you guys doing here? Why are you all on a pirate ship?" Then he looked at the odd six-armed monkey. "And who's the monkey?" "Relax, that's Sparky. One of my crewmates," Zoro said boringly. "But first, where's Yozaku?" He's." Johnny started crying and rushed to the side of the ship where another, smaller boat was hooked to the Going Merry. On the boat was a man whose skin was a sickly, unhealthy white. He had a shaved head covered with a red helmet and he was dressed in a black shirt under a green trench coat. The man also wore yellow and red plaid shorts and brown boots. A bloody bandage was wrapped around his waist and his head was bleeding slowly, a puddle already pooling below him. This was Yozaku, Johnny's bounty hunting partner. "He looks bad." Kobe fretted, and Usopp gaped at his sides. "We were just minding our own business," Johnny explained. "Yozaku has been getting sick lately and old injuries started opening again for no reason. He collapsed last night and hasn't gotten any better since." "Give it to me straight, big bro," Johnny cried as he fell to his knees beside his friend. "Is Yozaku gonna die?" "Now don't think that," Zoro tried to reason. Nami made herself known to the rest of the group, walking up to and examining the injured man. "You're all a bunch of morons," she announced. "You." She pointed at the youngest of the crew. "We've got a bunch of limes in the storage room. Bring some up." "You." "Johnny, right? Your partner has scurvy." "Scurvy?" Johnny blinked. "Will he be okay, big sis?" "For one, he hasn't been eating right, so he doesn't have enough vitamin C in his bloodstream and should be fine if we get fruit into him soon enough. For two, don't call me sis." "Yeah, call her a babe," Luffy retorted with arms crossed and nodding. "She likes it." Nami tried to hit Luffy, but like paper blowing in the wind, it was dodged. She clicked her tongue. "Also three, don't listen to anything Luffy says. Definitely not calling me babe." "We're back, Nami," Kobe announced, he and Usopp emerging from the storage room. He carried with him, limes falling from the basket in his hands on account of his shaking arms. Under Nami's guidance, Usopp and Kobe began squeezing juice from the limes into Yozaku's mouth. "How long will this take?" Kobe asked. "Scurvy could be a death sentence on a ship. I've had it before and was lucky to survive." Yozaku below him sprung to his feet, startling a scream out of Kobe and Usopp, both of whom jumped behind Luffy. "Yozaku!" Johnny yelled. "Johnny!" Yozaku answered, the men locking arms. The two cheered, dancing together. "Hooray, hooray! You can't be that healthy instantly!" Nami yelled, flabbergasted. "That's not how biology works." Luffy would have laughed at the scene. If not for the fact that Yozaku has some real talent in the Kami-Isi Imaikaken department. His body was unconsciously able to take the medicine to full effect. That would even take Kami-E practitioner some bit of effort, more so when you were at that stage of scurvy. Now wasn't that interesting? Maybe the two of them would be up for a career change. "Allow us to introduce ourselves," Johnny said, either ignoring or not hearing the orange-haired navigator. "I'm Johnny." "And I'm Yozaku," his partner added, before they locked arms around each other's shoulders. "And together, we are the best bounty hunting duo in the universe. Big Bro Zoro used to be one of us, too. And Big Sis Kuina also helped us a few times when we got stuck in some situations." Johnny continued after their announcement, him and Yozaku disentangling from each other. Johnny continued, "Never thought we'd find you guys on a pirate ship, though." "Thank you," Johnny and Yozaku said at the same time as they turned back to Zoro and Kuina. Both of them seemed to be training, and after both of them explained how Luffy had made them join his crew. And it made both bounty hunters see the Straw Hat Boy in new light. Luffy was sitting at the head of the ship, while his weapons were wrapped around his back in a cross formation. "We need a cook." Suddenly the boy called out, spinning around and looking at Johnny. "A cook?" Johnny said. "In that case, I know the perfect place. It's a little hard to track down since it moves around on the sea, but it's said to be one of the best restaurants in the world. It's supposed to be near the Grand Line right now, and there have also been rumors that a certain hawk-eyed man is in the general area." Zoro's eyes widened. "Which way?" he demanded. "Come on, why would he be in these waters?" Kuina found the rumor skeptical. She had gone to Four Blues, Hawkeye would rarely leave the Grand Line. "Still, we have to get there," Zoro said. "Well, lucky for you. I know the place," Nami interrupted. "One of the best restaurants in the world? The only one I've heard about in the East Blue that moves is called the Baratie, right?" "That's it," Johnny nodded. "Yozaku and I have been there a few times and it's never disappointed. Last we heard it was anchored to the north of here. It's a restaurant at sea." "A restaurant at sea?" Usopp asked curiously. There certainly were a lot of strange things in the world. "Shishishi. We are going there anyway, one of Nakama's there. So let's go," Luffy said, punching the air. "But, Big Bro Luffy, haven't you heard the rumors?" Yozaku asked. That grabbed their attention. Rumors other than Mihawk being there? Now Luffy was interested. The bounty hunter nodded. "There's a rumor that they relocated their restaurant a bit towards the Com Belt. 'Cause the area ran out of Sea Kings." He finished. "Sea Kings?" Kobe and Usopp said in unison. "But why?" Johnny nodded. "Apparently, they cook them there," he said, shivering while holding his arms. "They cook them?" Kobe said. "They ran out of it?" Usopp said, even paler. "And we are going there?" Nami added. Nami, Kobe and Usopp looked at Luffy, who just grinned. "Can we please not go there?" "Of course not," Luffy said, placing his feet onto the railing of the ship. "Set sail, mates. We are going on an adventure," he said, grandly, before looking at his three worry crewmates. "Also, if we are scared of some big fish, then how will you be able to conquer our dreams? And trust me, we will be fine." "Oh," Luffy was internally laughing at his own statement. And the three of his crewmates felt assured. Poor them, falling for Luffy's smooth talk. Anyway, it wouldn't be his first time eating Sea King. They tasted great. Sparky also seemed be drooling like Luffy. "You should be able to get there in a couple of days," Johnny said wearily, while some of them gave him a dirty look. "But you have to be careful. This place is kind of close to the Grand Line, so there is no shortage of dangerous adversaries." Chapter 58. It was just another day at the Going Merry. They were making their way to Baratie. Luffy was the last one to wake up. Usually, he didn't sleep that late, but today Sparky was cooking, so he decided to get some more shut-eye. Other than Luffy and Sparky, the rest of the crew knew shit about cooking. So it fell on their shoulder. Even though they weren't any professionals in that art, they were far better than the others. Both Luffy and Sparky were quite the eater, and eventually, they had to learn to cook themselves, and Makino was kind enough in the learning process. When Luffy got out of the room, he heard a murmur. Almost all the people on his ship except him were discussing something. "What happened, guys?" Luffy said as he walked towards them, yawning. He was bringing along the nameless Naginata on his shoulder. The plan was to get some workout done. He was strong already, and without any challenges, he wouldn't get any stronger. But it felt just wrong, skipping a good day of exercise. "Look, Luffy, they are calling us a hero," Usopp said excitedly, pushing a newspaper on Luffy's face. The captain grumbled, still feeling a bit sleepy as he looked at the newspaper. Monkey D. Mario strikes again in 2 locations. The hero of the Dawn Island is gathering strong people under him. Underneath that, it showed pictures of Zoro, Kuina, Kobe, and Usopp. Well, except Kobe's face was covered with his mask. And after that there was information and picture about Luffy and the team, beating the heck out of the Buggy Pirates and the Black Cat Pirates. Well, they had the picture of actually Luffy beating Buggy, and the other picture was the tied-up pirates that were left back at Usopp's village, and the picture might have been taken when Usopp and Kobe were collecting the bounties. Now, almost all of them were regarded as heroes. The paper even made sure to add Zoro and Kuina's former epithet. Pirate Hunter Zoro and White Lady Kuina joins the hero Mario. The newspaper quickly crumbled under Luffy's hands. Before he held it up high and with one palm used Rokugan to destroy any traces of the newspaper, only leaving some white pieces behind. Hey! Why'd it do that? Usopp said frantically, picking up the newspaper, only to cry silently as the newspaper was gone. Sparky seemed to be laughing his ass off while others seemed confused for the most part. Well, except Kobe. Are you angry cause they got your name wrong? The boy asked. It's much worse. Luffy sourly said. I am pirate now, and they still call me by that stupid name. And that was when a sound started coming out of Sparky's bag, drawing the attention of everyone in the ship. Pareppa-repper. Pareppa-repper. Sparky quickly took off his backpack and took out the transponder snail. It was black in color and had a cool metal finish to it. Is that a transponder snail? Johnny asked. I haven't seen that model before? Yosaku said. Only Nami had. It was one of those high-tech ones, that costed a pretty penny, but granted a secure lane to whoever talked from the other side. This model was the same one that Makino used. Luffy groaned upon hearing the call. Don't answer that. Sparky rolled his eyes, and started tapping on the side, securing their connection, before picking it up. A small holographic screen popped up on the snail. Spock. The monkey said, trying very hard to pronounce his name. The six-armed monkey was quite young, and he needed some time to fully develop his vocal cords. Sparky informed Luffy in a few months he might be able to speak. So he seemed to be able to pick up a few words. Wait. Is that you, Sparky? An image of a shirtless man popped up. He had a lean build, much like Luffy, maybe a bit more leaner, and wore a cowboy hat and a pair of jeans. He looked at the monkey. Oh, it is. How are you? The monkey shrugged and made a few sounds telling him he was good. And Sparky then pointed the snail towards Luffy, who was standing still with a grumbled impression. And if it isn't my younger brother. Making a name for yourself as a hero. You're sure making Gramps proud. Ace said, trying his best not to laugh, as he held the newspaper high for Luffy and everyone around him to see. I can already hear the screams of pirates. Run, Mario is coming. With that, he barked, laughing. Why you? Take that back, I fought them as pirates. I'm sure whoever is doing this, is doing it on purpose. Luffy cocked his fist with a tick mark on his forehead. I'm so going to roast the newspaper bird next time. Ace was coming out of his fit of laughter. Well, at least one of us has to follow Grandpa's route. The grandson of marine hero, well, at least one of us needs to be a hero. Keeping the family tradition and all. I fucking hate you. My lil bro's angry. What are you going to complain to the Marines about your big? Ace flexed his biceps that had a tattoo on it. Strong big brother, who also happens to be a successful pirate, unlike a certain someone. The others in Luffy's crew recognized who that was. Ace was quite famous and the tattoo gave it away. It was none other than the recent second commander of Whitebeard Pirates. Fire Fist Ace. A man with a bounty of 700 million. Of course, their rubber-headed captain would be related to this guy. Logic didn't seem to work in regards to Luffy's family line. Luffy rose his eyebrow before he crossed his arms, smuggling. Well, I hear that a certain old man beat some humility into my so-called big brother. That brought Ace's face down with narrowed eyes. What's with you and old guys? First Gramps, then Rayleigh, and now Newgate. You sure have a losing streak with old people. You're still a kid if you get beat up by old-timers like them. Luffy said with a cocky grin. Hey, I would like you to try and beat any one of them. Ace said, but he still looked a bit sour. The rest of the people who were hearing the conversation didn't know if that was an embarrassing feat when all of the people that Ace lost to were such legendary figures. That was some bragging rights, right there. Yes, be a sour loser. Luffy said, anyway, I officially made my crew, wanna meet him? Oh, I would love to. That cheered Ace up. But suddenly Ace's holograph distorted, it seems that something was happening on the other side. Hey, keep it down at this hour. Ace seemed to frown and look towards a certain direction. Luffy, I will speak another time, there's something going on the ship. He said seriously before cutting the call. Luffy also frowned but didn't pay much attention as the rest of the members on the ship was looking at the Straw Hat Pirate captain with an awe expression. Did something happen? Luffy asked as he picked his nose with a boring expression. You are related to Fire Fist Ace? Kobe was the one to speak. Yeah, he's my brother. Good guy really. You should meet him. Luffy said, anyway, we should go do some training. What do you mean, he's your brother? Nami asked, almost screaming the question. I thought you were the grandson of Garp the marine hero. How does that even add up? Well, I am. Gramps adopted him before my mother and father decided to get freaky in bed. And had me. Luffy said, shrugging. And he's following his dreams. Like I said, Gramps won't stop you unless you do something shitty. Luffy, before we get any more sudden shocks? Are there any other families that are No's famous figure? Nami asked as she rubbed her forehead. Yeah, my father's a dragon. A collective dumbfounded expression. Now that didn't even make sense. Well, he's not a dragon. He's the revolutionary dragon, the most wanted man alive. Luffy said nonchalantly, still picking his nose. That's even worse than freaking dragon. Usopp screamed, and I thought my family was bad. Well, your father did run of to-go milk. Luffy snickered. Usopp deadpanned, and yours was cuddling you at my age. Usopp knew a bit about Luffy, and this was the first time he had mentioned his father. So he knew Luffy had grown up with only Garp. Luffy was about to say something but didn't. Yeah, you make a point there. A few days later, the excited voices of Johnny and Yozaku echoed across the ship. Big bro Zoro. Big bro Luffy. Big sis Nami. Big sis Kunia. Lil bro Usopp. Lil bro Kobe. We've arrived. Why am I big sis? Nami grumbled. Why am I lil bro? Usopp grumbled. So, what do you think? Johnny asked once they made their way out. He observed their reactions. Zoro kept a blank face. Nami smiled and let out a low whistle. Usopp looked on in awe. Luffy wore a wide grin. It's a huge fish. So cool. I'm getting psyched, he said enthusiastically. When you guys are done, we've got company, Kuina commented. A marine shipmate pulled up next, the Going Merry. Nami, Usopp, and the bounty hunter duo all stiffened as someone walked out onto the deck of the by default enemy ship. Kobe was quick enough to hide and keep himself not visible. Where did he put his mask again? Hey, you pirates. I've never seen your flag before. I am Marine Lieutenant Iron Fist Fullbody. Who's your captain? Identify yourselves. I am Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy shouted as he stepped forward. He almost wished that the Marine would recognize him as Mario, so he could sink his ship and officially be labeled as a pirate. I am Honorable Liar Usopp. Usopp shouted, stepping up beside him. Luffy shot him an annoyed look, but turned his attention back to Fullbody. Our mark was just made a couple of days ago. Luffy shouted back. I was the one who saw him make it. Usopp added, crossing his arms and nodding. So. A bunch of kids playing pirates. How typical. Nothing new. Well, I'm just here to eat at the restaurant. Consider yourselves lucky. But the next time we meet, consider your lives forfeit, Fullbody shouted. Come on darling, our food is waiting for us. Kobe sighed in relief, so not all of the Marines he met were bad. But then, as their ship pulled up towards the entrance to the restaurant, Fullbody turned to the Marine on duty and pointed his thumb down. Their ship is an eyesore. Sink it. The man didn't even hide his voice. Kobe gasped. Hey, the bastards are firing at us. Yozaku yelled frantically, making Kobe frustrated if not angry. What was that Marine doing? Doesn't he have any honor? Where was the justice in shooting some random people who had a Jolly Roger? Okay, they might not be just random, but the point still stands. And here he was. Dreaming to be one. Well, dreamt of. Now he wasn't. He was in with Luffy now, even though he didn't officially declare it. There was still a part of him that hoped that in his short journey a true Marine would come and show the justice that Kobe shot after. Kunia held her sword, preparing to cut the cannonball, but Zoro held her back. He moved his head towards Luffy. Luffy picked his nose, taking out a bujur and coating it with hockey, before flinging it towards the upcoming cannonball. It exploded when it hit the water, but their ship was unharmed. Honestly, his armament hockey was lacking. He actually planned to blow the whole ship with that one. Well, who could blame him? It's only been a few months since he was able to figure out the last hockey. His armament hockey wasn't strong, but his technique was on point. Mainly because he learned to cut steel first, he could coat other things with hockey easily. And even was close to Rio. But his main problem was that his hockey wasn't strong. And even coating something outside other than his fist drained a lot out of him. Did you just throw your bujur at that thing? Yozaku asked. I did, Luffy said as if it was obvious. How's that even possible? Johnny and Kobe shouted. Armament. Kunia said, why am I not surprised? So you even know hockey? Zoro was confused as the others. Shishishi, Luffy just smiled looking at her, much to his amusement. Don't worry, when you guys build enough strength, I will teach you how to use hockey. The enemy Marines, who had been ordered to sink their ship, scrambled for the second cannonball that they didn't think they'd need, and tried to fire it. Youth. This is boring. Luffy whined, before taking out Horn's Edge from his back. Nami, speed it up, or we might get wet because of some waves. Sparky rolled his eyes and shot the cannonball down with one of guns, if Luffy wanted to show if he was going to help him. Nami and Kobe had seen what Luffy had done before and she scrambled to the steering wheel of the ship. Now Kobe was actually feeling bad for the Marines. Only a little bit. And with one swing, all of the crewmates saw the ship get cut in half. The sea waves after that were huge. But it seemed that Nami was still not fast and the chopped ship brought some rainwater on deck making them wet. Luffy looked a little, and now we are all wet. He grumbled before he looked towards Nami. Her clothes had been the wettest, and gave a good view on things that a man could imagine. Well, she did wear something underneath, still. Even though Luffy teased Nami, she was packing well there. But what was the fun of admitting that? We should all get more wet, he declared. If Nami did hear what Luffy said, she might have ignored it for the Havid Marine ship. A few days ago, she would have not believed people would be able to do that. And now, here she was. She didn't have any more doubts left that Luffy wouldn't be able to handle Arlong. Zoro was a bounty hunter that was quite famous in the East Blue, but Kuina was someone who even managed to take down a pirate crew of 40 million alone. And Luffy was able to beat them like it was nothing. So she had no doubt that Luffy would be able to handle him. But asking him was another issue. Why didn't she take up on the offer of joining the pirate crew when Luffy asked? Now she was only a temporary member. Not to mention. She touched her shoulder, where a mark was set. Like a slave mark. She was already a member of Arlong's crew. She doubted it would change things with Luffy's character. But she didn't know what to do now. Zoro had a murderous grin on his face, and he was excited. This was the man he was following. It seems he didn't choose wrong. Zoro snuck a glance at Kunia, who was eyeing Luffy. She also seemed a bit proud of their captain. Though she might challenge him now for another duel. What happened just now? Did Big Bro Luffy just cut the marine ship in half? Johnny asked, shakily. Yeah, he did. Didn't he? Yozaku repeated. Kobe sighed. Luffy also did the same thing to Alvida's ship. He said almost a whisper, but others could hear it just fine. How's that even possible? Usopp gulped, before he jumped in excitement. Hey, can I do that too? Ah, sorry. You want to learn swordsmanship or learn how to sink a ship with one move? Luffy asked. The later one. Usopp said. Well, that would take time. But not impossible? Really? Before Usopp could talk even further, a giant serpent rose from the sea. A sea king? Nami screamed. This one was bigger than the cow sea king that Arlong had. And it was 2 times the size of Going Merry, not enough to eat it, but big enough to crush it. They were doomed. But suddenly, the whole area suddenly felt as if it was dark. A dreadful feeling came out. Its source was Luffy. And suddenly the giant sea king was scared. Scared enough to crawl back into the sea. And not come back. But it wasn't the only one that was affected. What just happened? Kuina asked. She seemed shaky, not from the Sea King, but from what Luffy just did. Oh, I took care of the pesky little worm. Luffy said casually grinning. What do you mean it was you? What did you even do? Nami asked, her chest was beating too fast, first Luffy, then a Sea King, then Luffy. And why did you do it to us? Everyone in the crew was panting with cold sweat on their foreheads. Oh, come on Nami, it was just to prepare you. And it builds character, he said rubbing his head. Kunia didn't know how to react to the sudden change. One moment he was dangerous, and the next moment he was Luffy. You still haven't told us what it was, Usopp said now that the whole ordeal was over. It's called Conqueror's Haki. What? Kunia said, blinking, but I thought there were only 2 types of Haki. Luffy spoke, there is a third one. It allows you to forcefully overpower the minds of those with weak wills. Like producing your aura outwards and pushing it down on others. Traits like self-confidence and mental discipline help one resist it, but the most important factor is willpower. A person with an unbendable will won't even bat an eye in the face of the most powerful conqueror. Kunia didn't speak. She and Zoro were the only one that was left standing after what Luffy did. Sparky as well, but he didn't count. The others were on the ground when Luffy used that. Luffy added, some say, 1 in a million people in the world are born with it. Luffy saw Kunia's reaction, who gripped her sword tightly. I call that bullshit. Anyone with high enough ambition have a chance of unlocking it. Shanks said himself. People who are willing to bet their everything on their dreams. That's the people who can unlock the power of a king. Kunia didn't say anything, before she looked at Zoro. That means, Mihawk and Shanks have it. Luffy just gave a wide grin. Like I said. High enough ambition. And after a certain point, Conqueror's Haki will become a bit common. More so when we enter the second part of the Grand Line. Johnny and Yosaku looked at Luffy with awe. They had much to catch up. But could they even catch up? No. It was all about ambition. All of them took in the explanation with thoughtful expressions. Who knew that such a thing existed? The world truly was vast. Kobe felt dejected. Was his ambition weak? Because as he saw so far, the Marines didn't follow up with the justice that they promised. But wait. Was his ambition to join the Marines, or serve justice? It was to serve what was right. But could he serve justice while he was a pirate? Could he make that possible? No, he would make that possible, and show the world the true picture of the Marines. A bead of hope was sowed in his heart as he looked at the now sinking Marine vessel. They reached the restaurant and a waiter with a large bill met them at the door. "Hello, you horrid scumbags. My name is Patty, and I'll be seating you." He said it with a practiced voice and a blindingly fake smile, and yet he gave off a tone of sincerity despite himself. A blonde-haired chef with spiraled eyebrows burst through the kitchen doors and made his way over to their table. Luffy grinned, but rather than greeting them, his gaze lingered on Luffy for a second, before he turned to Nami and Kunia, who his gaze really lingered on. "Welcome to the Baratie," he started formally. 2 red roses in each hand, towards the girl. "My name is Sanji. What can I get you all?" "Food." Luffy yelled excitedly. "That much is implied," Sanji replied, ignoring him. "You're going to have to be more specific." "Meat," Luffy said. "Milk too." "Yes, we would like to order as well." Nami also wanted to eat something, and Luffy said he was going to treat them. So she started ordering some of her favorite dishes, which also seemed quite expensive. "For you, madam, everything is free," the man said, coolly. "For you have taken my love." Then that coolness vanished because the unbended simpness. "Well," Nami began, unaware of Luffy's gaze leveled on her and Sanji. "I'm considering the plit mandarin, but it's just so expensive, you know. Can you do anything about that, Sanji-kun?" The chef looked like someone shot him in the heart, equal parts scandalized that the menu dared to concern the woman before him and delighted that he could be of service. "Of course, mademoiselle. No gentleman like myself would even consider charging you. Everything here is free for you, compliments of my undying love," he said, before looking at Kuina. "And for you, my love? I would like to have to deep-fried seeking steak if you don't mind," Kuina said casually, as if she wasn't fully taking advantage of the cook. "Suck up," Zoro snickered, earning a kick to the back of the head. Sanji retreated before the swordsman could retaliate, moving on to another table on the other side of the room. "I don't like him," Zoro grumbled. "He's just our waiter," Usopp pointed out. "Sous chef," Kobe corrected. One of the customers, who by the looks was a pirate, came to the table, and that made Nami uncomfortable. That turned him the glare of all the King's hockey user, making the man stop in his tracks. But the other pirates' companions came by, and 6 of them stood near the Straw Hat group, making Nami more angry. "Hey, you waiter," one of them said, most likely the leader, or in this case, the captain, called out to Sanji. "We need some business with this miss." "Thief here," he said, pointing at Nami. Sanji raised an eyebrow, standing straight, looking eye to eye. "Well, first of all, I'm a chef, not a waiter. We're a little short-handed at the moment, you see. Second, we don't allow fighting between guests in the restaurant. And hurting women or even scaring women here is an untold law here." That made the group of 6 hold their hands over the weapons. "You don't know her, you bold cook." Another one spat. "She's one of the Arlong's bitches." He could only say that much, before his face exploded with a cloud of flames and he broke through one of the restaurant's windows, falling out. Luffy blinked. Did Sanji just use Diable Jam? How? This was another surprise. It seems that this Sanji might have a bit more than the original canon one. Never. I mean, never. Call a woman that. Sanji was behind the group of 6. "Do I have to make you guys out of here personally, or can you dipshits make yourself useful and get out?" He lazily moved his legs, setting out the fire. "Wait." The leader said, "You are the guy who's famous for fishing out Seekings." Sanji didn't say anything for a while, before he added, "I don't fish them, I kick them out of water." He said, "Now get out, before I kick you in." The group gulped and nodded. Quickly scrambled out of the restaurant. "Well, I guess that settles that," he said, smiling, as he spun around before going towards the orange-haired girl. "I am sorry, you had to face those awful people in our humble setting. I will be sure to give you a special tangerine juice." Nami, on the other hand, was glancing at Luffy, who didn't seem too concerned. But she was sure that if anyone heard the pirate, it would Luffy. "Hey, Sanji." A voice called out. They all turned to see the large man who had ushered them in. "What do you think you're doing to our customer, you bastard? How many times do I have to tell you not to beat the crap out of our customers?" They are scared as they are with you fishing sea kings. We are going to run out of customers that way. Customer? Sanji scoffed. Get your eyes checked, Patty. Those guys weren't even ordering anything. They just barged in here and tried to pick a fight with our other guests. Patty blinked at this information, and then said, okay, then. Do whatever you want, before walking away. They were interrupted once again, however, this time from a gunshot. A dark-skinned man walked in, sweating profusely and soaking wet as he hobbled over to the nearest table, and sat down. Bring me some food. Anything will do. This place is a restaurant, right? Patty made his way over and clasped his hands together with the same awkward smile on his face. Hello, you miserable bastard. I apologize, but I must ask. Do you have any money? The man, who looked like death had passed over him clumsily, pointed the gun at Patty's head. Do you accept lead? So I assume you can't pay, Patty stated before promptly smashing Jin's head to the ground with both arms, along with the table he was sitting at. Jin groaned as his stomach rumbled. This elicited no sympathy from the muscular chef. Sanji watched with a neutral expression as Patty ruthlessly kicked him and then threw him out of the restaurant while the customers cheered him on. That was when a blonde-haired man with a long mustache and a longer hat walked in. Hey, Patty. What do you think you're doing, destroying tables? That's coming out of your paycheck? Patty gave him an apologetic smile and nodded. Sorry about that, Boss Zeph. Won't happen again. A little while later, Sanji strolled out of the restaurant with a plate of food in hand, which didn't escape Zeph's notice. He set the plate in front of the grumbling, dying man. Eat up, he said. The man gulped, but looked away from the food. That's even worse. I won't accept charity, he said with difficulty. It's not charity, Sanji replied evenly. To me, any hungry person who makes their way to this restaurant is a customer. Pride will get you far in this world, but not if you're dead. Wouldn't you like to live to see another day? The man's eyes widened considerably before he promptly grabbed the plate and dug in greedily. His tear ducts betrayed him, and he started to sob. I don't know what to say. It's so delicious, he said emotionally in between bites. I thought I was gonna die. I really thought I was a goner. A wide grin spread out across Sanji's face. It's pretty damn good, right? Sanji said proudly. Of course it's good. A voice called out, grabbing both of their attention, you are the future Pirate King's cook for God's sake. Chapter Of course it's good. A voice called out, grabbing both of their attention, you are the future Pirate King's cook for God's sake. Sanji frowned at Luffy. And you are? Oh, where are my manners? Luffy said as he sat on the railing of the floating restaurant. Name's Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy. The one who will become the king of the pirates and the strongest man in the world. So wanna join my crew? I'm sorry, Sanji blinked, but I can't leave. I owe the old man too much. So you refuse? Yes. I refuse your refusal, Luffy responded, crossing his arms. That's not how it works. Sanji, and Jin yelled, sending the latter into a coughing fit. Luffy remained unfazed. No one spoke for a minute while Jin gulped his food down, before Luffy looked at him. He was the only one in the marine ship that didn't get knocked out by his hockey. And he was food-deprived prisoner. Well, I'm not gonna leave until I have you on my crew, the teenage pirate captain declared. Sanji stood up ignoring Luffy as he went back into the restaurant. Jin just ate the food, only glancing at the boy from time to time. I have decided. Luffy said, hey, what's your name? Jin, who was finished, looked at Luffy. Jin, he said, but they call me Mandaman Jin. So join my crew? The Straw Hat Boy said. Jin looked at Luffy thinking if Luffy was thinking straight, but he didn't want to reprimand the boy. Sorry, but I'll have to refuse, he said politely. No. Luffy said. What? I refuse your refusal. Ah, this again? Jin was almost finding it a headache. You're strong and good, so come sail the sea with us, Luffy said as if that was the end of it. Jin grew annoyed. Hey, do you listen at all? Sure, Luffy said. What's your reason? I already serve someone. Jin said in frustration. And I am not going to betray him. But what if he betrays you? Luffy added, half knowing he will. This world was different, but he didn't think that bastard would change. He won't. Jin said with resolve, Don Krieg is a great man. Luffy-san, wait. Kobe cried, exiting through the door. You don't know who that is? Yeah, he's Jin. And he's gonna join the crew. Luffy said smiling. Luffy-san, are you crazy? Kobe yelled, grabbing Luffy by the arm. That's Mandemon Jin of the Krieg Pirates. He's one of the deadliest men of the East Blue, wanted for 12 million beers. Well, I'm not gonna leave until I have you on my crew, the teenage pirate captain declared. You're a pirate, right? Jin asked as he got his coughing under control, getting a nod from the rubber man. Obviously you're just starting if you're looking for a cook. Let me give you some advice. Stay away from the Grand Line. That sea defies logic and is only a death sentence. Well, thanks, Luffy smiled, but I'm going to the Grand Line no matter what you say. I'm after the One Piece and that's where it is. Luffy said, and I'm also aiming to be the strongest, and you don't do that being a wimp and scared because of some sea. People die all the time. What matters is how you live it. I can't stop you, Jin sighed. It's your death. No. You are not going to stop me. Luffy said, grinning, pointing his thumb to himself, soon enough, you will follow me. And join my crew. Here, Jin, Sanji came back dragging a small boat by the rope. You can take this to leave. Thank you. Eggplant. Get back to work. A large man yelled from somewhere over them. He was a tall, rotund man with a braided blonde mustache, a small beard, and short hair. He was dressed in a regular chef outfit with the exception of his pants being shorted, revealing that his right leg was missing from the knee down and was replaced with a peg leg. His chef hat was so tall that it would have brushed the ceiling if they were inside. I'm sorry, Sanji, Jin apologized. You'll probably get yelled at because of me. In response, the chef picked up the empty dishes and threw them into the ocean. There. No evidence, no problem. Jin balked before falling to the deck. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll never forget your kindness. Accepting Sanji's charity, Jin climbed into the boat and set a course southeastwardly. As he sailed off into the distance, Sanji, Luffy, and Kobe went back inside. I found us a cook. Luffy announced as he reached the table, everyone else now finished with their food. The blonde curly brow that served us. He's a real nice guy who won't let any of us go hungry. Great, Zoro grumbled into his beer. All the cooks on this boat, and you pick him? You don't like him? Nami asked. I think he's pretty nice. Kuina seemed to agree as well, as she chowed on her food. That's cause he gave you free food, Usopp interjected. Captain, Sanji said he doesn't want to join, Kobe reminded. He refused. And I refused his refusal, Luffy nodded. We aren't leaving until Sanji agrees to join us. Kobe sighed. Oh, also there's this Jin guy. Luffy said. Yeah, Jin, the man demon, I think he would fit right in the crew. He also refused. You are too negative, Kobe. And I refused his refusal as well, Luffy nodded. Shishi. But he already left. Kobe said. Luffy just laughed heard, before leaning forward, I got this mystery feeling that he would be back. The Straw Hat rubbed his chin. Sometimes I question the sanity of our captain, Zoro said. Usopp patted Zoro, it gets better. Hopefully. Sparky shook his head, as if saying, it only gets worse. Luffy rolled his eyes. You stupid eggplant. The voice of the head chef shouted as Sanji shot out of the doors to the kitchen, landing on his back hard. Zeph stepped out of the doors as they tried to close. Get the hell out of my restaurant. I don't need a shitty chef like you ruining our reputation. Shut up, you old fart. Sanji shouted back. I'm staying here until I finish the last batch for this month. Fat chance, runt. Just get out with those brats and leave. Sanji pushed himself to his feet and shoved past Zeph, stomping back into the kitchen. The older blonde glanced at the pirates. Luffy's grin widened. We're gonna be here for a while, Zoro said. There were a few days left for the month to end. Chapter The Straw Hats stayed docked at the Baratie for 6 more days. Luffy was spending his days enjoying the food, getting to know his new crewmates, beating up rowdy pirates, and hunting sea kings. He didn't need to pay since the fact that the rubber boy would help the chef catch those ridiculously large sea kings. Sanji was quite impressed that Luffy was able to do that, even more so when it was known that Luffy couldn't swim because of him being a devil fruit user. It seems that Sanji in this world was a lot more driven. And would practice his kicks to catch fish, larger fish. Which now made its way to the smaller sea kings that roamed the area. And he was able to fish sea kings with his kicks. Eventually learning Double Jump himself. It seemed that Sanji was ahead of Zoro in strength. Maybe even better than Kuina. And that drove the green-haired swordsman to push himself into training, even challenging Luffy and asking him to teach him a few things. Surprisingly enough, Kobe asked Kuina to train him. He didn't want to bother Luffy, as he didn't officially join his crew yet. And didn't want to burden him. And Kobe was diligent enough to go through all the training routines Luffy set up for him in the morning. After leaving Orange Town, Kobe was training hard with newfound motivation. Now he was trying to see which fighting style works for him. Zoro seemed a bit unapproachable and Kunia seemed to have very good knowledge of training new kids because of her father's dojo. Even if she hadn't taught new trainees for quite a while. And so both got to it, though the pink hair was struggling a lot. Seeing the greenhorn training, Johnny and Yosaku begged Zoro to train them. Which the 3 sword users grumpily agreed. However, he was on short time as well, as he would constantly fight against Luffy. Though it was more of a sparring match rather than training. Seeing Kuina far above him made him push himself even harder. Nice weather became prominent in the area, so the grind continued. Heck, it didn't take long for the whole restaurant to be on friendly terms with the Straw Hats. Charisma was one of Luffy's strong suits. Even if he acted like Luffy most of the time. By the 6th day, Kobe had lost most of his extra weight and would probably be able to hold his own in a fight. Seeing the improvement, Luffy pushed Usopp in his own way of training, like carrying the long nose with Jippo in the air, and throwing him in Sea King's way. Only small Sea Kings that were 1/3 of the size of the Going Merry. And the long nose would scream and swim to save his ass. And that seemed to do the work. He would also make him run blindfolded while Sparky would shoot at him with wooden bullets. It might seem torture, and the long nose did complain a lot, but Usopp never skipped training. That was saying something on his part. He wanted to be strong, no denying there. Kunia gave a small sigh, holding the wooden sword lazily, as Kobe again fell. I almost had you, Kobe said, sweating profusely, his hands shaky. You surprised me, there. But not to that extent. Kuina clarified. Kobe's spear was on the floor. The boy chose this, because of his admiration for Luffy. But it was a lot hard to use than Luffy made it out to it be. Kobe was drenched in sweat, while Kunia didn't have any. Kobe felt a bit down. Hey, look at it this way, Kunia said. At least, now your spear doesn't fall out of your hands before a minute. It's still not enough, Kobe said, securing his wooden weapons on his back. I can't even take down a good pirate with this. He sighed, I'm nothing but a liability. Kunia flicked his head, that's wrong dummy. She said, giving out an old sister vibe. It seemed other than taking out pirates, she enjoyed teaching even more. I bet you would be able to take down any of those pirates from Usopp's island one-on-one at your level, except for the captain. But thinking again, you already did that with just 1 day of training. Now you would be able to do that without Usopp's help. It might not seem much, but you have a talent for fighting. But I'm not sure spear works for your fighting style. Really? Kunia nodded with a small smile. I won't tell you to pick up a sword either. You have a tendency to jump towards brawling. Maybe you don't even need a weapon. Using your fists is always an option. You already know some basics of fighting barehanded. Maybe you should improve that. Kobe was about to say something, when water from the corner of the boat. And then Usopp jumped out of the water. I live another day. He cheered frantically, breaking both Kuina and Kobe out of their conversation. Usopp. Luffy called out in the air, running through it. You will never take me, the great Captain Usopp, alive. He said, running with breakneck speed inside the restaurant hiding. Kunia and Kobe looked at the sniper sympathetically. It's a good thing I asked you to teach me. Kobe said, shuddering a bit. He took a glance at the 2 dead bodies, who weren't dead. It was Johnny and Yosaku who were overtrained with Zoro. Well, they would look like that, but after a meal they would be just as energetic as the day he met them. Honestly, they had some insane recovery, but Luffy seemed to say that it was similar to a technique that he has. Kunia chuckled a bit, before sighing, but I have to say, I am still weak compared to our quirky captain. She said, but she didn't feel dejected, she felt alive for some reason. But I won't stay weak. So, you better not either. She said, pointing at Kobe. Kobe stood straight, yes. Kunia-chan. The Iro cook, I mean the good cook, spun around before he presented with a plate of red decorated cake on it. Here's your afternoon strawberry cake. Maybe we can take a small break. She said, and from nowhere Sanji pressed at a decorated table and chair. Kunia took the plate and sat comfortably enjoying the cake with bliss. Kobe's sweat dropped with the sudden change. Chapter I'm going to check up on the ship, Nami said. She was holding one of tangerine-flavored ice cream on her. Okay. Hey, what is that? Nami asked, pointing at the distance. She stopped her travel as the ship entered her view. It's Don Krieg. A customer yelled, standing so quickly that his chair toppled. Don Krieg is here. The customers panicked and fled. Looking out the window, a great shape grew closer, a ragged ship tapping the fins of the seafaring restaurant. The panic ended as quickly as it began, leaving the ship empty of everyone but the chefs and the Straw Hats. Luffy and his crew rose as the rhythmic, uneven thump-thump-thump of boots on wood announced the approach of unsteady people. A moment later, the front door flew open. At the entrance stood Jin once more, this time with a large man slung over his side. Please, the man begged, his voice raspy. Help him. Please. Yeah, right. Patty laughed. This is a golden chance. Someone call the Marines right now. No. Jin cried. If it's money you want, we can pay this time. Just help him. Like we'd help a man like Don Krieg, Carney scoffed. The world would be better off without a man like him and all of his followers. I promise I won't attack the restaurant, the man, who Luffy suspected was Krieg, vowed. Just give me food. Don Krieg was an older man with short, gray hair, long sideburns, and a square face that was ragged and gaunt from hunger. His dress involved golden, fur-lined armor with his Jolly Roger on each shoulder covered by a floral t-shirt, the jacket he was using as a cape. Under his chest plate was a gray shirt and dark pants hung on his waist. Bandages were wrapped around his head and various parts of his body. Don. Jin cried. Please help us. Sanji walked through the space Patty had previously occupied, a plate of food coming to rest in front of the sickly villain. The older man forewent table manners and dug in with his hands, Jin thanking the chef profusely. What's so special about this guy? Luffy asked. He looks kinda weak. You don't know? One yelled out. Don't you know about anyone in the East Blue? Admiral Don Krieg is a man wanted for 17 million beers for unspeakable acts. Killing, raping, kidnapping, every bad thing in the book. You said he did the unspeakable? Luffy yawned. Anyway, so he's one of those. Thank you, Krieg whispered, drawing Sanji in to take the empty plate away. When Sanji was close, however, Krieg surged upward, punching the blonde man in the gut. Only fell himself hitting rock-solid steel. The large man winched at his own pain, while Sanji just sighed. Luffy frowned. Was that techie? No, it wasn't. Jin could only watch as his captain struck the man who had saved them both. Don Krieg. Jin shouted. Why would do that? He saved our lives. Only brought you here because you'd promised not to attack. Sanji casually walked away, joining the others, raising an eyebrow when Luffy was looking at him thoughtfully. Yes, he'd responded, drawing his gun. A gold shining on, pointed right at Jin's face, shutting him up. The food was delicious. Shut the fuck up and listen. Yes, Don. Jin could meet no one's eyes, only staring down at the floor in shame. This is a pretty nice ship. I think I'll take it. Don Krieg, Jin whispered. Please. Krieg ignored him. Sanji, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. I have about 100 men on my ship, Krieg continued, ignoring his subordinate. All are weak with hunger. Feed them and leave, and I'll leave you alive. This time he took out his gun, pointing it at Sanji. Sanji shrugged and began walking toward the kitchen. Sanji? Patty asked. Where are you going? To the kitchen. I have 100 meals to make. What? Every one of the cooks gathered around Sanji, the one named Patty stepping forward and punching the sous chef into the ground without resistance. Or at least tried to, but he hurt his arm and Sanji didn't even move from the spot. You little shit? Want me to handle this, Captain? Zoro asked. He was eager to test out his new skill. Nah. Just let it play out. Luffy said, and I got a new crewmates to recruit. I don't care who was right and wrong all those times you fed the scumbags I'd thrown out of here. Patty hissed at the pain in his arm, but this time you're just wrong, Sanji. Confirming the other chefs wouldn't let Sanji into the kitchen, Patty walked over to one wall that he slid open to reveal a hidden compartment. Out of it, he pulled a lobster-shaped cannon. I hope you saved room for dessert, Don Krieg, 'cause here's the meatball of doom. He shot a cannonball at Krieg, who took the shot head-on, filling the surrounding air with smoke. As it started to clear, the first thing many noticed were the ripped and broken hinges on the door frame. Oops. Looks like I broke the doors. The smoke cleared as the cooks laughed, revealing Krieg without a scratch. Was that supposed to hurt? Krieg asked, shrugging off his ruined floral pattern shirt. Light glinted off his golden, wood steel armor. The gray-haired man shifted, activating his armor's weapons, twin Gatling guns appearing from his shoulders. Get down. A chef known as Carney yelled, himself. Patty, and a half-dozen other chefs diving for cover. But Luffy gave the command. Zoro cut them. Chapter, was that supposed to hurt? Krieg asked, shrugging off his ruined floral pattern shirt. Light glinted off his golden, wood steel armor. The gray-haired man shifted, activating his armor's weapons, twin Gatling guns appearing from his shoulders. Get down. A chef known as Carney yelled, himself. Patty, and a half-dozen other chefs diving for cover. But Luffy gave the command. Zoro cut them. With pleasure, Captain, Zoro said, cutting the bullets and destroying them in the process with two of his sword, even before they could hit a target. And suddenly he disappeared, cutting the Gatling gun as well. Krieg stumbled back a few steps, falling on his ass. He was awed again by what he saw. Was that even humanely possible? He saw people cut one or two bullets, but not hundreds at once. And he became furious when even his Gatling gun was cut off. But he was cut off as the sword was near his throat, and one sudden move would get himself killed. Kunia picked one of the bullets up. Roughly chopped. I could do better. PFFT. Luffy laughed, while Zoro's eyes twitched. Did he teach Zoro how to cut steel? Yup. Well, technically no. Zoro wanted to learn it himself, and by fighting someone way stronger and with some tips it was possible. You see, Zoro was already strong enough to cut steel, but he needed to get the concept down. And the green-haired swordsman was already working himself towards flying slashes. I was holding back. Zoro said, a bit embarrassed. Kuina was amused, but she was also worried that if she didn't train harder Zoro might suppress him one day. And she didn't want that. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Mosehead. Sanji said, exiting the kitchen. Making way for Zeph to come by. The head chief trod his way past his wounded and lost employees, a large sack over his shoulder like a one-legged Santa. He dropped it in front of the notorious pirate. Here, he said. That's about 100 meals. Head chef Zeph. The cooks cried, aghast at the actions of their boss. Krieg seemed to recognize the name because his eyes widened. You're Redfoot Zeph, he gasped. The unrivaled captain who was also the ship's cook. They say you got your name because you only used your feet in battle and they were always covered in the blood of your enemies. So you are alive. I am, Zeph nodded. I lost a leg, but I can still cook. Give me your logbook, Krieg demanded. The Grand Line may have bested me once, but with your logbook, I would be unstoppable. I had the best men. The best equipment. I just lacked the needed information. With it, I become the king of the pirates. PFFT. Luffy laughed again. Yeah, like that would happen. He then looked at Jin. Really, Jin? You could have chosen better, like me. This man won't even bat an eye to sacrifice you for his gains. Follow me instead. He said those words, jabbing the thumb to himself. The other crewmates of the Straw Hat had to say, when recruiting, the rubber brain gained an unworldly amount of charisma. And that was a good offer. Because all of them knew a pirate like that wouldn't be able to handle against Luffy. Because I'm gonna be king of the pirates. He said with a whiff of his king's hockey. Making Krieg fear a bit. Kunia and Zoro just smirked. They along with the rest of the crew didn't get affected this time, much. So did the other crewmates, though the chiefs and customers behind were a bit pale, except for Sanji and Zeph of course. You are the bounty hunter, Monkey D. Mario. The man that took out a man of 50 million berry. Krieg said, a bit scared. I'm sure you used some underhanded tactics. Luffy gave the other guy a flat look. This Mario shit is getting a bit boring. Go on, bring your crew. I'm not a bounty hunter anymore, not that I ever was. A hero. You can call me that. Anyway, I'm a pirate now, so we fight the old-fashioned way. A crew against a crew. Brat, do you think this is a game right now? Krieg growled, I don't have time to deal with you right now. After I feed my men, I'll finish you off. The Admiral carried the food out of the broken doors and onto his flagship. Jin stayed behind, tears rolling down his cheeks. I am so sorry, he cried, I am so sorry. Don't apologize, Jin, Sanji told him. Once they're fed, I have no obligation toward them. I'll kill any man who attacks this restaurant as long as they have food in their stomach. Please, Jin begged. Please leave, Sanji. I don't want to see you die. I don't care, Sanji shot back, gesturing to the chefs around him. We don't care. This restaurant is our livelihood and the old man's dream. We won't abandon it until we're dead. Hey, Jin, Luffy interrupted before he could say more. I thought you said you didn't know anything about the Grand Line. I don't know anything anymore. Our entire fleet was wiped out in only 7 days. Only because of one stupid island. Those bounty hunters. Curse them. We lost 400 of our men to them. Luffy blinked. Was it? Whiskey Peak. Luffy said. How did you guys fall for that? You guys are weak. I'm pretty sure even Zoro could take the whole island down. It also made Luffy think, so Mihawk wasn't here. Well, there were many changes, so it was understandable. But Luffy really wanted to test himself out against a figure like him. And he would regret having that thought later on. Jin shook his head. You don't know the outside world, Luffy. He shook his head. By the way, Jin. Luffy said walking past him, exiting the restaurant, where boats and ships were docked. Why do you follow your captain, other than the fact that he's your captain of course? Jin looked at his back before answering. Don saved my life years ago. I can't just not repay him. Luffy hummed at the answer, standing outside. Then he looked at his crewmates. Kunia don't fight. That stands for you two, Sanji and Zoro. That made all three of them nod, though Sanji blinked. Why did he nod? He wasn't even the crew. Nami, Johnny and Yozaku don't engage either. Kobe and Usopp. You guys are up. I didn't join your crew. Sanji said, as he lit up his cigarette. But I think I'm a bit overkill for them. And if your crewmates don't finish up fast, The restaurant will take damage. Fine fine. Your restaurant can keep all the loot they collect from Don Krieg. Deal. Naulu. Said a certain orange-haired girl said. Chapter Usopp and Kobe looked at the scene, and sighed. After the training, they were a bit eager to test out their skills. Kobe held his spear tightly, while Usopp checked his double wooden revolver, and the slingshot that was on his side. You heard it, guys. Deal with the cannon fodders. But don't fight Jin, you guys aren't strong enough, yet. Well, maybe both of you can try at once, that might be interesting. Luffy mumbled to himself. Kobe nodded. The rows of pirates came into the restaurant all hungry for a war. Kobe tightened his grip on his spear. I am not a pirate, nor am I marine. But I will stop them from destroying this place. Why yes, the great sniper Usopp will cover your back. The long-nosed pirate said, while his legs shook. He quickly scrambled towards the fallen table setting up position. Krieg. Luffy yelled, grinning. It's time to put you in your place. My 2 against your 100. Fight me like a man if you have the balls. But with your buffed-up body, I'm sure the overuse of steroids has made them useless. Well, at least no one would be carrying around your ugly mug in the future. Some genetics are better left unpassed. Was HGH or Tren even available in the One Piece world? Who knows? But the words did piss the pirate off. I'll kill you, brat. Luffy and Krieg started fighting on the wrecked ship, more like playing the fool for what's he worth. Luffy wanted Jin to join, and that needed some motivation. So like the expert, he started jumping around like a monkey and Krieg tried to hit him. Stay still you damn monkey. That is my family name. Luffy said back. Shishishi. The rest of the pirates jumped out of the boat, running, when they were stopped by a boy with pink hair. The boy moved quickly, repeating what he had learned, quickly fighting off a few pirates, slashing their hands so they couldn't fight back. Lesson 1, always try to disarm your opponents. Yeah, and that happens to be literal in some cases. As Kobe would winch when he accidentally cut a limb while disarming them. Blood and screams were happening as they jumped Kobe. Getting stabbed or shot before they could wound the pink-haired boy. He was at the edge of the platform when a pirate finally tried to fight back. You little brat, a large pirate bubble Kobe's size swung his dual blades at Kobe, who parried it with his own. The pirate was big with dirty hair and a sadistic grin on his face. You messed with the wrong crew, brat. Now, die. Nah, I will pass, Kobe responded, but seriously, have you seen your face? I am sure you are too ugly to be given a bounty. But then again, they made an exception for Krieg, so they might as well for you. Like a good crewmate he was following Luffy's example. Why? You little shit. The man was enraged and Kobe took the chance to push the dual blades off, and slide away in between the man's leg, accidentally Kobe's spear cutting the man's pants. When Kobe was a bit far, the giant man wanted to give chase, but he got entangled in his pants and fell on his face, his naked ass visible to the men on board. There was silence for a second, before all of them burst out laughing. Even his own crewmates were laughing at him. The pink-haired felt a bit guilty. I actually didn't intend to. But Kobe was cut off. Just like how I taught you, Kobe. Usopp said, from the top of Baratie, shooting with his wooden gun, and suddenly a white powder-like substance smashed into the large man's face, before he could stand up and fix his pants. The men fell, sleeping. It seemed Usopp wasn't just physical training. He also made some custom bullets for his wooden revolver. Kobe wanted to protest, but that brought the enemy pirates into sense, and they attacked again. Kobe clicked his tongue, when 3 pirates surrounded him. But he steadied himself, looking sharply. He held his spear on his side. He hoped and prayed that this worked, if not then he was going to be in a whole lot of pain. Blade's Fury. Kobe shouted his first named attack and quickly swung his blade in rapid succession, while avoiding his enemy's blades. When he was done, only 2 wounds were visible on Kobe, while multiple wounds bled out of the 3 pirates, knocking them out. Possibly killing them if the bleeding wasn't stopped. Kobe was happy with his accomplishment when he noticed that one of the enemies were behind him, and was swinging a massive club towards him. It was just like Alvida's club. Kobe closed his eyes, while tensing his body, but no pain came. Only sounds of coughing came, making him open his eyes. Then he saw the club user coughing what seemed like fire. Another projectile hit the man's head, knocking him out. The great sniper Usopp to the rescue. The sniper shouted, intending them to know it was him who knocked him out. Kobe smiled before shaking his head. He had a long way to go. Fighting against a far superior opponent is a fast track to getting stronger than the average mook. Who knew? Meanwhile, a new pirate had found his way towards Kobe. This man, with droopy black hair and a smug-like expression, was covered in pearl and steel armor, complete with a matching hat. This was Pearl, the Invincible Wall. Do you know who I am? He asked as Kobe challenged him. I am the Invincible Wall, Pearl of the Krieg Pirates. I have fought in 61 battles and never lost even an ounce of my blood. You can never beat me. Wait. Kobe shouted. The opponent looked strong. He needed to distract him. You said, you were strong. The large man nodded, with crossed arms. And you never bleed? He nodded again. So you are a coward? The man nodded again, but looked at Kobe with anger. That was when Usopp shot the man's eyes, with what appeared to be tomato sauce. Hot tomato sauce, in fact. With extra spice. Chapter Usopp shot the pirate's eyes, with what appeared to be tomato sauce. Hot tomato sauce, in fact. With extra spice. The man screamed. Kobe took the chance to find a weak spot in the armor. But only saw one opening, and he sighed, kicking the man in the balls. That made the man's eyes wide open and more of the spicy stuff got into his eyes. "And my pearls." Pearl whispered in horror. All the men felt the silent pain, even Usopp, who was far away, crossed his legs. With that, the man fell. "I'm sorry for killing your whole lineage." Kobe apologized sincerely, while he was fighting to hold back his laughter. Now that Pearl fell, the rest of the Dawn Krieg pirates have lost their motivation to fight. Kobe was panting, yes, but even he was surprised about his growth. He might not be able to take down the likes of Alvida and Kuro just yet. But he was getting near that level. But suddenly he felt a shadow over his head. And he quickly spun and blocked the attack with his spear. Only for it to break, and for him to get back a few steps. And it was Jin who attacked. As he used his odd-shaped weapons. What were they anyway? Jin used a pair of specially weighted tonfa with metal spheres. And he used the weapon with high efficiency. Kobe, even with the help of Usopp's shot, found it hard to keep up with Jin. Unlike the other cannon fodders, Jin had skills, even if he was facing two different opponents. With fast reflexes, he would dodge Usopp's bullets and Kobe's spear, and attack swiftly enough to push Kobe back. "You are good, kid," Jin said as he dodged another one of Usopp's bullets, gripping his tonfa tightly. "But this ends. I might not be at my full strength, but I can take both of you down," he said, panting. While in the past 6 days, Jin had eaten once. That was because Sanji offered it to him. After that, he had gone straight to his captain, and brought back him here. Other than some fresh drinking water, he hadn't eaten anything. But he could fight with hunger, he was used to it. Kobe's spear clashed with Jin's tonfas. "Really, you sever him as a captain?" Kobe growled. "That makes you no different from any other pirates. Scum that picks on the weak when deep down they are weak themselves." Jin snorted. "Was that supposed to rail me up?" He pushed back. "I have served Dawn for many years. He might not be the beast, but I owe my life to him. And that's why I proudly call him my captain." The pirate pushed forward, couching as he avoided getting another shot from Usopp. He was angling Kobe in a way where the sniper couldn't get an advantage out of him. Kobe yelped as Jin threw one of his tonfa towards the pink-haired boy, and it made him distracted enough to let go of his spear. Jin used that time to snatch it out of his hands. "Hey, give that back," Kobe said as picked up one of Jin's tonfa. They had more weight than what Kobe was used to. Jin didn't say anything, just broke the spear, throwing it out of the boat. Kobe growled, a bit afraid, but did the same for the other tonfa he was carrying. "Fine, let's do with the old way," Jin said as he tossed his tonfa to his side. Fist to fist, pirate to pirate. Kobe was the one to rush him, catching the man by surprise. But Jin recovered from the tackle and pushed down on Kobe. He was about to slam both of his fists on Kobe's back when the pink-haired boy hit him with a quick yet powerful liver punch. Why, you little." The blow was powerful, but Jin was able to hold Kobe down and knee him on the face. Kobe took a couple of steps back, and Jin was about to charge for another attack, but was interrupted by a shot from Usopp that hit him right in the face. My eyes." Jin took a few steps back. The shot from Usopp's gun was powerful enough to knock any pirate out of their consciousness, but Usopp went the extra mile and put red chili essence, basically hot sauce, in his bullets. While Jin couldn't see clearly, Kobe wasn't any better. That knee to the face broke his glass. Now he wasn't seeing clearly. Kobe tossed his broken glass to the side as he cocked his fist for another round. "Your blows hurt less than the way Alvida's." He spat blood, before charging him again. This went for another few minutes. Kobe wasn't trained for long. Only over a week, and yet the training from Luffy and Kuina made him a capable fighter. Maybe it was his talent, or maybe it was him constantly fighting someone stronger and pushing himself over the limit, but it was now showing results. Kobe, unlike other beginners, didn't have a stamina issue. Years of working as a cabin boy under Alvida made his stamina go up by a lot. And also, with him constantly getting bullied, he was quite tolerant to pain. So only after a few days of training, his skills as a talented fighter was showing. "Why do you even serve that monster? You seem to be different from the other pirates that I have taken out," Kobe said, as he practically brawled with Jin. getting tossed by him again, but the boy didn't give up and charged relentlessly. Jin snorted, "This again, you tell me. Why do you serve the Straw Hat? Call it a hunch, but you aren't in his crew, right?" he said, as Kobe was getting pushed back. "You speak too much like a marine. Do you really think we pirates have any morals?" "No," Kobe said, his voice drenched with anger. "You pirates don't. I have been in a pirate crew for 2 years, I was worked there forcefully. I have seen them rape, kill and even slaughter innocents, but Luffy isn't like that. He might call himself a pirate, but for me, he's a hero. And that's why I call him Captain. Captain Luffy. So you finally joined the crew, eh?" Luffy said, suddenly appearing right beside Kobe and Jin's power struggle. Both fighters yelped and separated, seeing the sudden Straw Hat boy appearing. "Hey, get back here," Don said from behind, but an air bullet from Luffy was enough to knock his lights out. "Don!" Jin yelped. Kobe calmed his resolve and nodded. "Yes, I want to be part of your crew, Captain." "Good. I also want to be strong and brave. I want to serve my own justice." Luffy's grin widened. "So, you want to be strong?" The boy nodded again. And that made the grin on the Straw Hat just a bit wider. Chapter 1 Kalanju. Luffy's grin widened. "So, you want to be strong?" The boy nodded again. If Kobe wanted to follow his own justice, there was no other way. Luffy grinned and held his hand high, an odd-shaped fruit was caught by it. "Then you can have it. It might be a tight decision, and you might not be able to swim, but it should grant you enough power to defeat Jin. The rest is up to you." Kobe didn't even hesitate, and took the fruit and chowed on it, till there was nothing left. The boy's face was a shade of green though. It tastes like shit mixed with rotten eggs." "Hey, what did you do to my captain?" Jin asked as he stood up, trying to jump on Luffy, only to be tackled again by Kobe. "Your fight is with me," Kobe shouted. And this time, he was pushing Jin back. "Yes, I can feel the fruit's power. In me." Luffy frowned. It seemed the newest member of his crew was getting an episode of 8th grade syndrome. Or a placebo effect. Nah. It was definitely 8th grade syndrome. "Yeah, you haven't even activated the fruit's powers," Luffy corrected, trying to push your claws out of your fists. "Huh?" Kobe questioned, but did what he asked, and suddenly 3 bony claws popped out of Kobe's knuckles. The boy screamed as they popped out with new wounds, but was shut off like it was never there. "That's the claw fruit. Other than the ability to give you claws from your body, it also gifts you with super senses, along with regeneration. Now, you are almost unkillable," Luffy said, "almost because I did kill the previous user to get it. So you might not only rely on that part of your ability." "What is that? A devil fruit ability?" Jin asked, and he was able to pick up his tonfas while Kobe was distracted. He was also able to wash off the hot sauce from his face. "It won't save you. We will see about that. I can feel its power in me," Kobe shouted, and got a hit in the face by Jin's tonfa. Even Luffy winced at the crunching sound as Kobe was flown back. But the pink-haired boy quickly got up, and growled like a wild animal. With claws out, it charged at Jin like a wild animal. "Okay, I officially changed the fruit's name to human fruit, model Wolverine. Even he is acting like one. Now he just needs a beard. The pink hair might even work," Luffy mused as Jin and Kobe fought. Now even without Usopp's help, Luffy had signaled the sniper not to Kobe was fairly equal to Jin. With each attack, Jin was breaking one or several of Kobe's bones, but the boy had enough pain tolerance to fight through it, as they regenerated a new one. But the same couldn't be said for Jin, as was getting small to deep cuts all around his body from Kobe. Kobe was still getting used to his new heightened senses, his eyesight had recovered, now he didn't need his glasses and his hearing was superhuman, all the senses were quite overwhelming. But his fight led him to them down and use them to guess where Jin will hit. While he misjudged many, he was still able to improve in fight, more so, now that his animalistic senses were taking over. The battle continued for a few minutes, and both fighters were locked against each other. "I won't let you win. And I won't let Don loose," Jin said as both of them struggled. They were now practically in the center of the restaurant, the tables were cleared beforehand, if not they would have been broken everything around. The area around them was a pool of blood, mostly from Kobe and Jin. And the unconscious or dead bodies of 100 pirates from Don's group lay littered around. "Hey, what are you doing?" said Patty, pointing in a certain direction. All heads moved towards there, to see Don Krieg with a bazooka in his hands. "Jin, hold the boy there," Krieg ordered, as he aimed the bazooka towards Jin and Kobe, where they were locked with each other. "If I can't have the restaurant, then no one can have it." "But Don? Our crewmates will die?" The man flabbergasted, with wide eye. "Like I fucking cared. You are fired." The man shot a rocket toward them. While he was at the edge of the restaurant, near a small boat, his plan was to flee with the boat to his ship and go from there. But the shot never reached Jin or Kobe, as a giant hand caught the bazooka like a fly, crushing it. The bomb exploded in the giant hand, only some smoke coming out between his fingers. And the source of the giant hand was Luffy, who was looking at Krieg seriously. All of them suspected that Luffy was pissed with Krieg, but the rubber boy could care less about him. Sparky, take out the trash, we have company, Luffy said as his hand returned to his side normally. The giant ship that was of Krieg just suddenly got cut in half right in the middle as it parted in two ways. All of the people were surprised, the Straw Hats for a different reason. Wait. Nami looked at Luffy, he still had both his Naginatas on his back. If you didn't, who cut the ship? He asked the question that most of Luffy's friends were thinking. Him. Luffy pointed past Krieg. It was a small boat, where a man with a large blade strapped to his back was casually riding in between the parts of the two halves of Krieg's ship. You. What did you do to my ship? Krieg shouted as he shot another bazooka, or at least tried to shoot, but was beheaded as Mihawk appeared right behind him, a handkerchief wiping the blood from his small blade that was even smaller than a butter knife. Sea Captain? Jin fell helplessly like the body of the Krieg fell in the ocean. He couldn't even see the man move. Warlord of the Sea. Hawkeye's Dracul Mihawk. Kuina said with wide eyes as she gripped her sword. He looked to his side. Zoro was already in front, drawing his three swords at Mihawk. You are Hawkeye Mihawk, are you not? My name is Veranoa Zoro and I challenge you to a duel. Chapter 69. You are Hawkeye Mihawk, are you not? My name is Veranoa Zoro and I challenge you to a duel. Wait, three swords. One of the chefs gasped. He's the famous pirate hunter of the East Blue. Both of them stared at each other, while Luffy suddenly grabbed Kobe and Jin and made some room for them. Right after that a powerful wind cleared 10 meters around Mihawk, and he did that by using the small blade. This should be enough. Zoro didn't even flinch as the wind brushed past him, he was getting ready instead. So you are well known around these parts, the warlord said. Still, this is the most peaceful of the 6 seas and the weakest of the 4 blues. One shouldn't use a cannonball to kill a fly, but it still feels like I'm shooting a mouse. I'm sorry, I don't have anything smaller than this. And it wasn't mocking either. Onigiri. He pulled his swords out and charged, but the man held him back with ease. 3 swords stuck against the smaller blade of the warlord. The green-haired swordsman was wide-eyed. This was the power of the strongest in the world. Zoro pulled back and dove forward, attacking with everything he had. Tell me, Mihawk said without emotion, countering effortlessly. What drives you forward? Why do you fight? Weak 1. Zoro was wide-eyed when he was thrown back by Mihawk's attack again. Zoro got up, sweat on his forehead. I fight for my dream and my ambition, he answered. I will be the world's greatest swordsman, and to do that I must defeat you. Toragari. Zoro attacked again, but his swords never connected, rather the warlord's small knife stabbed Zoro right in the chest. Zoro stood tall, as all the people that were watching the fight paled seeing the swordsman get wounded. Luffy for his art covered his eyes with his hat. Kid, state your name. With a shaky yet determined voice Zoro spoke, Uranoa Zoro. I am Uranoa Zoro. I will remember your name, Strong One. I haven't seen anyone like you in a while, Mihawk stated, pulling his knife out of the pirate. Zoro almost sagged, but caught himself. As a swordsman's courtesy, I will sink you with the world's strongest black blade. I'm honored. Zoro began spinning his swords. Santraoka, Sans and Sekai, the two attacked, stopping behind each other. The 3 swords Zoro held in his hands all shattered and blood spurted from a new wound in his chest. Those Zoro's last attack sent huge waves in the sea, and even destroyed any part of the broken ship that was behind Mihawk. It wasn't that Zoro was weak, it was just that Mihawk was just way stronger. Disappointed but content, Zoro removed the broken blade from his mouth, and coughed red. He turned to face his adversary, raising his arms wide but without fear. What are you? Mihawk asked when he saw Zoro. Scars on the back are a swordsman's shame, Zoro responded. If I die with a scar on my back, I'll have tainted everything I ever stood for. Very well. Hawkeye smirked, liking the phrase, and brought his sword down across the green-haired man's chest. With all intent to kill. Only to meet cold black steel. Now. Stop teasing me, with those scary moves, Luffy said, as his black nameless Naginata blocked Yoru. That attack would have killed my swordsman, and you knew I would block it. It was a guess. The famed swordsman said. Everyone around them gasped seeing Luffy move so fast, and he wasn't looking the same either. His body was a bit more bulked up, his hair was wavy and a bit long as it rose upwards, and his skin was red, with some steam coming out of it. But the most noticeable thing around him was that his blade, the nameless Naginata, which he never wielded in other than the training, was completely black. And it was even sparking while it struggled with Mihawk's Yoru. Though even if Luffy was impressive enough to block Mihawk's sword, it was clear the boy wasn't having it easy. Mihawk's lips curved upwards a bit. "I was wondering when you'd make your move," he said, pushing down on the blade as he released his haki. "Conquer's haki. But are you willing to fight me knowing you aren't strong enough to survive against my blade?" With that, the swordsman pushed down, but Luffy didn't give up. He gritted his teeth as his muscles pumped more blood and almost all the veins in his arms were showing. Almost all of the chiefs except Zeph and Sanji fell to the ground, unconscious. While Sanji and Zeph were on their knees, the same with all the Straw Hats, they didn't get knocked out, but they couldn't stand against the haki. "Well, I see my crew as my family, and there's no way I'm willing to just sit around and let one die." Luffy wasn't the one to be pushed back either, and released his own haki. His was wild, unlike Mihawk's controlled burst, but it created enough force to push of Mihawk's haki. As the future pirate king who aims for the strongest spot in the world, that would be a disgrace, and shameful. To the outsiders, it felt like a wave of royal purple and crimson red was struggling against one another, red lightning flashing in between Luffy and Mihawk. And it only lasted for a moment, before Mihawk and Luffy pulled back their haki. Chapter 70. To the outsiders, it felt like a wave of royal purple and crimson red was struggling against one another, red lightning flashing in between Luffy and Mihawk. And it only lasted for a moment, before Mihawk and Luffy pulled back their haki. This time the strongest swordsman in the world pulled back his blade and rested it on his shoulder. His sharp eyes met Luffy's small smile on his face. "Not bad for a rookie. So you are the one that Shanks chose, huh?" he said, noticing the hat that was hung behind Luffy's neck. "Figuring out haki, even without fighting through the Grand Line. Truly admirable. I'm eager to see what you can do in the future." Luffy didn't say anything, and kept his Naginata on his side, a wild grin on his own face, though he had some sweat on his forehead. He stood tall as he observed the sword user. "So that's what feels like to clash blades with the world's strongest. I have a long way to go." Mihawk looked around, his eye lingering a bit more on Kuina, Kobe, Sanji and Usopp. They were enough to be noticeable to him. "You have gathered a strong crew. Shanks wasn't kidding when he said that you would shake the seas when you start your journey. I will be looking forward to it," he said, walking away, and jumping into his small boat. Zoro was on the floor, his knee gave out in front of the clashing haki, and he looked at Mihawk's retreating figure. "And Uranoa Zoro, the next time we meet, be strong. The title of the strongest swordsman isn't something you can reach at your level. So be strong if you want to gain it." With that he was gone. Then there was silence, as if all of them were waiting for another storm to pass. "Captain!" Zoro called out. It almost made Luffy jump forward. The swordsman was on the floor panting in a sitting position. "I'm sorry. I've failed you. From this moment on, I will never lose again. Not until I am the strongest. Is that all right, King of the Pirates?" Luffy smiled. "Then I have one condition." He held up one finger. "And what's that, Captain?" Zoro asked, almost coughing blood. "Always value your life, don't even try to throw it away. I'm a greedy little pirate that doesn't like losing stuff. So live." Luffy said, "Even if I give you a dangerous task, always value your life more. Train so hard that all opponents you face will see you as an unmovable wall. My crewmates are more important to me than anything, you got that?" he said, holding out his hand. "Yes, Captain," he said as he took the hand and stood up with Luffy's support, who was now shirking down to his original side. A wild laugh broke the silence, and it was Zeph. "Eggplant, wake everyone up. Today's meal is on me. I have to make food for a future king and his crew." In his years of living, including his time in the Grand Line and also surviving starvation, this might have been his wildest day. A clash between conquerors, in the East Blue. That was something you never see happening. Sanji, who stood up, dusted his clothes as he lighted up another cigarette. He kicked Patty on the ass, and did same for the other chiefs. "Hey, morons, wake up." Sanji was also swayed by those words. He treated his crewmates as family. Now isn't that something? Also, Eggplant. Zeph stopped as he stood in front of the kitchen door. "You are fired." "What?" Sanji barked, the cigarette falling out of his mouth. "What do you mean, old man? Didn't you want revenge on that stupid family of yours? Then why not follow that man? He might be able to fulfill your dream, that and also seeing all blue." "Yeah, but why would I join a crew to fulfill my selfish goal?" Sanji said, making his way to Zeph. "Will they even have me?" He spoke the words with uncertainty. Zeph and the chiefs were the only one who accepted him for what he was, but... "Yeah, join my crew," Luffy said, suddenly appearing right on his side. Stop doing that." Sanji got spooked a bit, "and this is no joking. I have my own goals. I want to see the all blue. A place where all fish lives, and I want to destroy a certain family. My former family. Are you still willing to have me on your crew? Yup. Luffy nodded. He was back to his goofy self. His muscles were less plucked up and his hair and skin color returned to normal. Everyone in my crew has some selfish goal. Zoro and Kuina want to pursue strength, Usopp wants to be brave, Kobe wants to pursue justice, and Nami wants freedom. The orange-haired girl was wide-eyed. He knows. Fine, then I will join your crew. Sanji said, but remember, Captain, you have to follow one rule. And that is? Luffy tilted his head, never waste food. Luffy grinned, never planned on doing that either. He said, but then you also have to follow my one rule. And that would be? Sanji said, corking his brow. Don't ever smoke. Like ever. It's bad for your health. Luffy said, seriously. The chiefs that woke up gasped at Luffy. They could never get rid of Sanji's addiction. Sanji looked at the fallen cigarette that lay a bit far from him. It was still lit up, asking for someone to take a drag. Is it too late? Just get a drag. Yup. Luffy grinned, before jabbing his thumb towards Zoro. I already made him quit alcohol when he wanted to learn stuff from me. You have to know, I'm a greedy captain. And I want every member of my crew to be healthy as humanly possible. Live long lives, and grow old together, so that we become grumpy old men and women annoying the next generation. So none of that smoking shit, you got that? And besides, if you died early, who would cook for me? Sanji was hit by a wave of emotions. Because all those words Luffy said were genuine. Maybe. This won't be so bad after all. Sanji clicked his tongue, putting his hands on his pocket. Fine. He said, walking towards the kitchen, mumbling along the line of shitty captain. And with that he closed the door, getting into another argument with Zeph over which food to cook. Luffy's face curved up to a smile. Well, it seems that this Sanji was more driven towards destroying his family, maybe that's why he was strong. But before he could think any further, Sanji got out with plates full of food. How the heck do they even come up with that much food in so short time? Well, he wasn't complaining. Food's ready. Chapter When Jin woke up he saw an unfamiliar ceiling. What happened? But then he remembered. Dawn? He cried as he snapped awake, removed his blankets, and looked around. The last thing he saw was his former captain's separated head before collapsing from exhaustion. It was a standard room with a few beds, and other than him, a green-haired swordsman was also snoring in one of the beds. The other beds remained empty. Jin got out of the room. He heard a small commotion from the down floors as if there was a party going on. Now that he was awake, he winced at the pain all around his body. His body was almost covered with bandages. The pink-haired kid did a number on him. And his stomach rumbled. So you are awake? It was Sanji who had a plate of food on him. Captain told me to wake you up and feed you. But it seems that you are up already. The man then walked towards a nearby table. Have it, and when you feel better come down. Wait. Is Don really dead? Jin asked. Why do you care? The last thing he said to you, before trying to blow you up, was firing you of your duty as the vice captain. Sanji said, sighing. He really needed a smoke for this conversation. But alas, he was forbidden from that act. That. I want to meet Luffy. Jin said as he looked down. Sanji raised an eyebrow. Might I ask what for? Because if you are planning on attacking. Luffy had his quirks, but as his new crewmate, he would do his damn well to not let any harm towards his captain. Though the boy wouldn't need any help with his strength. It really made him wonder how a kid like him who was from the blues was able to go up against the Mihawk without pissing his pants. While Zoro stood his ground and survived Mihawk, Luffy was even more impressive. No. I want to thank him. Jin said, looking Sanji in the eye. I might have served an ungrateful captain, but I'm a man that shows his gratefulness. Luffy saved my life back there. The pink-haired kid would have survived the explosion with his devil fruit, but I would have been dead. I didn't want to lose a prospective crewmate. Jin jumped forward, looking back. It was Luffy. How do you even do that? Sanji rolled his eyes. And people called him fast. Jin realized that Luffy was in front now. And thank you. I don't know what else to say. Don't mention it. He said, but wanna join my crew? Your previous crew is kinda dead. Well, Don Krieg is dead. And a few civilians on the ship called the Marines to take care of the rest of your crew. They did have a nasty record of crimes. Well, you are no exception. But I can't see your talents wasted behind bars. I had to hide you here and bandage you up. I technically saved your life, and also saved you from prison. Luffy said, now, I'm not saying you have to join my crew because of it. No pressure and all. But pretty please? Sanji's sweat dropped. Was his captain guilt-tripping a former pirate into joining his crew? And it seemed to be working. Oh okay, then I will be in your care, Captain. Jin said, as streams of tears came out of his eyes. He always dreamt of following someone like Luffy, with grand ambition and strength to back it up. Shishishi. Luffy then put his hand over Jin's shoulder, and hugged the man on his side, while also pulling Sanji into it. Now, let's get to the party. Sanji already felt a small smile on his face. This journey wouldn't be boring. When Jin came down, the chiefs and the rest of Luffy's crew were a bit cautious, but Luffy managed to ease them up. Jin wasn't a party person, but he did enjoy the feast. Though it seemed that he would need to change up his food-eating habits, it seems that his new captain was all for health. By his quote, alcohol and muscles don't mix well. He wasn't a heavy drinker anyways. But Jin wasn't the only one that was awkward in the party. Nami was having it hard as well, she was even trying to actively avoid Luffy. Now that the party was on way, and Luffy was enjoying the party, Nami sneaked out of the Baratie, onto a small boat that she found. She didn't want to trouble Luffy anymore. Luffy knew about her. Knew about Arlong. No way, she could ask for his help now. As she got on the boat and pulled in the rope, she almost got toppled out of it. But there was someone to catch her. Be careful. Thanks. Nami said, as she sat down, putting her bag of treasures near her. Other than the money he got from Buggy, she didn't steal a dime from the Straw Hat Pirates, even while Luffy left the bounty from the Creek Pirates unguarded. She looked back as the fish-shaped restaurant got smaller and smaller from her view, her small boat taking her away. I'm going to miss those fools, she said softly. I will too, especially the handsome Straw Hat Captain. Yes, especially the handsome Straw Hat Captain, she said, fondly, before blinking and saw Luffy sitting on the boat with her, a piece of giant meat that he was taking bites out of. How the heck are you here? She screamed comically. Why wouldn't I be? Luffy said, finishing his meal, and doing the whole thing down. Then he suddenly narrowed his eyes while he rubbed his chin. Nami, are you trying to hide something? What do you mean? She said, before sighing. She couldn't lie to Luffy, he was too dang smart for that. Luffy. I know you have feelings for me, and believe me, it's mutual. But I'm a greedy man and I won't be just satisfied by only one woman, however pretty she is. Luffy nodded, seriously, before looking at Nami, who was still dumbfounded. Though you are really lacking in your chest and ass area. Why you? She tried to hit Luffy only to fall on top of the boy when he moved away. The boat was small, and sudden movements meant accidents. Foo-fa-foo. Trying to jump on me the moment we are alone. Luffy said with a smirk on his face. Gramps warned me about women like you. I was hoping he was right, he said, wiggling his brows. Nami got up from his chest, face a shade of deep red. But after some time she broke into a burst of laughter. Luffy also joined the laugh. After the mutual laugh, Luffy spoke softly, so you want my help? Nami looked at Luffy, he wasn't being. He was actually being genuine about it. And it pained her heart. And something in her told her to trust the boy. On the Baratie, get a move on. Sanji barked orders as the chiefs scrambled their way to the smaller ship, trying to set up Sanji's things in the Going Merry's kitchen. Come on Sanji, you are just mad that cause captains on a date. Usopp snickered at the love cook, while also carrying the supplies of food they would need into the ship. But a glare from the cook was enough to scramble him away. The captain's orders were clear, come to Konami Islands with their ship, and him and the navigator were going on a small date. But Usopp had the slightest clue that things weren't like that. Their next target was a pirate group called Arlong Pirates. While it might scare any other pirate crew in East Blue, Usopp had confident this would be another small activity for them. What do you mean? Sanji said, his eyes streaming down with water. I'm just concerned about Nami-san. He wept, and tightened his fist, and my dear captain. He said, biting his lips. Get a move on, we need to catch up to the captain. Jin said as he limped to the ship with Kobe's help. Jin was the only one who knew the location of the Konami Islands, and he was put in charge of bringing the rest of the crew there. The only person who was not working was Kuina, who was gifted tea and snacks to keep her busy, and Zoro and Sparky who were napping on the ship. Even Johnny and Yozaku were working hard. Chapter 72. Do you think Captain and Nami are alright? Sanjay asked. He was inside, cooking a meal of rice, meat, and bean sprouts for them. They most likely missed dinner. It was already getting dark, they would reach the island by tomorrow morning. It's possible, but then again, Captain Luffy knows how to cook. And he can fish just as well, but in a small boat, it might be hard. But then again, they left a few hours ago, and Nami's great at navigating the waters, maybe they are already on the island. Kobe replied, already somewhat recovered from the battle. Kobe was still getting used to his fruits, and now because of the fruit powers, his full battle powers changed, so he opted to learn from Sanji about kicks and his footwork. Sanji was also interested in how Kobe would incorporate his blackleg style with his fruit and offered some tips. Which concluded in Kobe getting his ass kicked, literally. With Kobe's powers, Sanji didn't need to hold back that much, and Kobe seemed to abuse his powers. What Kobe needed right now was to face opponents of all kinds and develop his fighting style. It was good that almost all of the members of the crew were stronger than him, and used different styles. It will make it easier for him to find his own style of fighting. It's only been a day since the incident happened and Kobe got his powers. But the boy was eager to push himself. He set a lofty goal from himself. He wanted to be a hero. He didn't know how he would accomplish it as a pirate, but he would make it possible somehow. And he needed strength for it. Also, Kobe seemed also knowledgeable about food and cooking, which led the chief to ask the boy for some help. Though Kobe wasn't doing any of the cooking, just passing around the ingredients to the chief. I don't know much about the Konami Islands, but I remember hearing that it didn't have much marine presence. Even so, Alvida still avoided them because of rumors about Sawtooth Arlong. Kobe said, while he helped Sanji. The cook hummed, "Is he another guy like Grieg?" "No. He's what you would call fishman. And they say they are 10 times stronger than normal men." Kobe said, now after seeing many things in his small journey, he was getting used to the being skeptical of rumors. Unless another warlord drops by, they should be safe. Probably. "Do you know anything about them?" Sanji smirked, "I know of mermaids." Kobe chuckled warily, "Yeah, you would know of them." He muttered. "Wait, did you say Arlong?" Johnny asked as he entered the kitchen, slamming the door open. "As in Sawtooth Arlong?" "Oh, really now?" Sanji said, not interrupting the panic in the two swordsman duo. "Don't tell me that's where we are going, big bro," Yozaku said from behind Johnny. "Arlong is a fishman from the Grand Line. He's not human. He's way over mine and Johnny's class for now." But then thinking about the rest of the crew, they grew in some confidence, "But I'm sure we can handle them. We won't back down from some Grand Line reject." Sanji ears perked at the mere mention of the Grand Line. For others it might be a place for disaster, but for him, it was kind of like home. Even though he was technically from North Blue, most of the time they had to move. Well, he and his mother at least, until his so-called family found them. Sanji's fist tightened at that memory. But he knew he wasn't strong enough, yet. "I saw Nami get startled at the mention of Arlong," Kobe offered, breaking the chief out his thoughts. "I'm afraid she's mixed up with him somehow if that's where she's headed." "Do you think she has a history with him?" Sanji looked at Kobe. "Well, if I see that so-called fish even trying to harm Nami, then he's going to be in deep trouble. But then again, with how much Captain cares for his crew, I can see him doing far worse if things come to that." While Sanji might not like the idea of Luffy being alone with Nami, but from how he saw Luffy acted, he was a man who could be trusted. He wouldn't let Nami get hurt. Luffy had an air around him that made people trust him. Nami would be safe with him, that was for sure. "I'm worried about her," Sanji admitted, though there was no change in his disposition. "I don't know Nami that much, not much about my new captain either, but I trust him. I wouldn't just follow anyone." "Well, captain might be." Not finding the words. "Luffying around most of the times, but in serious situations, you can count on him to have your back." Kobe nodded. "That was also the reason why I joined him." "Yeah, but you'd said you wanted to be a Marine. You changed your mind." Johnny said. "Well, Luffy does have that effect on people," Yozaku said. Kobe then perked up. "Hey, then why don't you join our crew? I mean, you guys are cool and know a ton of stuff. I bet you could even give most of the fishmen run for their money." "Who, us?" Johnny looked at Yozaku. "But we didn't get invited to the crew. But we wouldn't mind following a man like Luffy." Yozaku nodded. "Yeah, we aren't that strong in the grand scheme of things." Sanji tilted his head. "Why don't you ask Luffy to join the crew? Strength can be gained in the Grand Line, there's hockey, then 6 Navy techniques, even devil fruits. I don't have a say in this. But I think if you are bold enough to ask Luffy, he won't completely outright reject it." "Yeah, you should ask Captain. With how he is, he might actually have forgotten to ask you to join his crew." Kobe said, "Well, unless you have any plans to settle down in the East Blue, why not sail with us?" Johnny and Yozaku thought for a while and nodded. They would ask the rubber boy next time, though they were a bit afraid of getting rejected. Chapter 73. Anyway, you said Arlong is from the Grand Line, right? Do you have any more information about him? He's got the highest bounty of any pirate in the area, Yozaku nodded. He's worth 20 million, but I'm honestly not sure how that compares to some in the Grand Line. He once sailed with a warlord, though. A warlord? Kobe asked. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the pirates sanctioned by the world government to fight for them. Wait, isn't Mihawk a warlord? He winced at the thought. If the man wanted, their journey wouldn't even reach to the Grand Line. They were lucky that Luffy had some connections with Shanks. It was almost amusing how a newbie pirate from East Blue, which was considered the safest sea, had so many connections to big shots. Johnny and Yozaku nodded. Yup. And that made Kobe confused a bit. Why would anyone become a warlord? Don't they work for the government? Why would pirates work for the government? I'm sure they each have their own reasons, Sanji said. But mostly it's because the government gives them free rein to do whatever they like as long as they follow some of their orders. It's a messed up system. Bound to be taken advantage of. I can see many ways how someone can take advantage of that, Kobe said, looking down. The flaws of the Marines are too bold to go unnoticed. So, his decision to join Luffy was better than joining that organization. There are a few others that have been in the paper, Sanji said, perking up. I've heard about Boa Hancock, the one who's called the most beautiful woman in the world. Sanji almost cooed at the name. Kobe's sweat dropped at the love cook. Then there's Gecko Moria. He used to be a rival of one of the four emperors, supposedly. Johnny said, also then there's Crocodile, he was supposed to have fought Whitebeard. The last one I know about is Jinbai, a fishman. Jinbai is the one who sailed with Arlong, Yozaku nodded. The rumor is part of his agreement to become a warlord was freedom for Arlong and some of his former crew from the marine prison impelled down. That was almost a decade ago and Arlong has been lying low here in East Blue since. Kobe frowned. So he basically gave up and lived here hiding in the blue. Basically yes, Sanji said, the Grand Line is a scary place. I have experience in that department. He said chuckling to himself. Kobe was wide-eyed, you have been to Grand Line. Johnny and Yozaku was also surprised. More like got kicked out there. The old man, Zeph, found me there. He had to lose a leg to save me from some very bad people. He said, his mood a bit sour thinking about that day. His mother might have gave her life to protect him from his so-called family, but her sickness got worse and she passed away. All that running was for nothing, as his father had already deemed him unworthy and left him to die. He had to lose a leg just to save me. Wow, Johnny said, I don't know what to say. Yozaku said. Chef Zeph rocks. Kobe said, making Sanji chuckle, as he ruffled the pink-haired pirate's hair. Well, that he does. While my real father abandoned me, but his enemies wanted nothing more than to kill me. I would have lost my life that day. Zeph saved me, and I found another father. Which just so happened to be better than my original one. The blonde said fondly. I'm a man with daddy issues. He laughed at his own joke. The others didn't know what to say. But then we had to starve a whole month in the clam belt, until we were rescued. It kinda sucked, but it also gave us the valuable lesson of food. That everyone deserves it. No matter how bad they are. With that he was finished cooking. Dinner was ready. But then they were interrupted when all of them heard a sound. Moo? What was that? Sanji said, frowning getting out of the kitchen. The kitchen was a cow? Yozaku wondered. Why would a cow be way out here in the ocean? Kobe asked. Almost as if answering Kobe's question, the ship rocked, a swell of water growing upward from the port side. The bulge was stripped away by gravity, leaving a large, white cow with green splotches and a golden nose ring to stare down at them. What is that? Johnny screamed, fumbling for his weapons. Sea monster. Kobe yelled, pressing himself into the wall. Sea king. Yozaku cried. I thought we left those waters. Moo? Sanji on the other hand had a thoughtful expression. He snapped his finger, a sea king. Cow variant. Now I'm real interested in what I can make out of you. With that he moved. His leg snapped out, kicking the beast in the side of the face. The Sea King flopped backward into the water, sending a deluge of pseudo-rain over the ship. It retaliated again, but Sanji was kind of beating the heck out of it. Wow, Yozaku, Kobe, and Johnny muttered together. Anyway, food's up, Sanji announced, as the Sea King was barely conscious. Kicking black and blue. Kobe was the one who asked, hey, are we going to eat that? Why not? Sea King meat is my specialty, let me get my knives. Sanji said, standing top of the Sea King's face. Moo? The Sea King paled. Kobe kinda felt bad, for the poor thing. We can tie it up, and let it pull the going merry, he suggested. Yeah, we could get fast to Big Sis Nami that way. Yozaku thought aloud. Great idea. Sanji turned to the Sea King, already pulling out a rope from somewhere. Alright, cow. If you don't want us to eat you, be useful and pull us that way. He pointed forward. The commotion brought all the rest of the crew to outside, and Jin, Usopp, Zoro, and Kuina had different reactions. Sparky just seemed to be bored, and seeing the Sea King at mouth watered. Sanji seeing this, he spoke, sorry there, Sparky. He said, pointing at the cow, we kind of need to use him for the ride. I have a few Sea King meat in the fridge, I will fry them up for you." Sparky seemed to be down for a bit, before cheering up. Jumping on Sanji's shoulder, he patted his head to hurry and make food again. The love cook chuckled at the eager monkey. Using the Sea King to propel their ship through the water was the best decision the partial crew had made. After dinner, Sanji made sure to also feed the sea cow and a small break, though the poor beast run out of stamina real fast from all the pulling. The compounding fatigue started taking its toll on the poor cow as the Konami Islands came into sight. Everyone barely had time to scream before they flew from water to air, their ship being slingshotted into the air over land. The ship seemed to sail through the empty air, only meeting air resistance. The residents in the ship braced for impact. Going Merry might survive this, but it would take a ton of damage. Chapter No. We are going to die. Usopp cried, holding on to the ship with dear life. Just so you know, it's all your fault, you shitty cook, Zoro complained as he held on to the ship. How's that my fault? Sanji complained. Okay, maybe it's kind of my fault. But thinking again, he should have paid more attention to the Sea King. But I didn't know the ship would fly. Prepare for impact. Kobe called. Everyone readied themselves for a crash. The ship was going to hit the ground. And it stopped, rather suddenly, but for some reason, it wasn't as if it rushed. But the sudden stop made the residents of the ship fly off from it. All of them landed on the ground, only Kuina, Sanji, and Zoro was able to hold on to the ship, the rest met the ground head first. Usopp's top half was even buried under the ground. Is everyone alright? Kobe gasped. Lil bro Usopp, we got you. Johnny and Yakusaku called, pulling the long-nosed pirate out of the ground. He didn't seem injured though, the rough training after his journey had toughened him up quite a bit. Is anyone hurt? Sanji gasped, looking around. Kuina Swan, you alright? The lady in question was okay, so was the rest of the crew. However, they were fortunate enough that the Going Merry break under the pressure of sailing through the ground. The ship. Usopp checked around and sighed when he found no damage done to it. The ship looked completely fine, almost as if this whole ordeal didn't happen. And the ship was already here from the beginning. But something popped out from under the hull. Well, it's a good thing you guys arrived. It was Luffy, though half of his body was under the ship. Caption. Did we run you over? Kobe greeted, panicking when he saw Luffy under the Merry. Are you okay? We didn't kill you, did we? The last one is a stupid question. But are you alright? I'm fine. Luffy said, he waved casually, getting the rest of his body out from the ship, and dusting his clothes. Nobody seemed to ask the logic behind how Luffy was unharmed. She's quite heavy, almost buried me there. Wait. Luffy, did you catch the ship? Usopp asked. Some would think the question as stupid, but with how undamaged the Going Merry was, it was almost as if someone caught it before impact. Like caught it in arms, before it made the impact. Yup, he said, dusting his clothes. Caught you guys just in time too. The ship would have taken quite a lot of damage if it wasn't stopped. Almost all of the members of the crew had a certain level of shock in their expressions. And Sparky seemed happy to see Luffy and jumped on his shoulder. Good to see you, buddy. Luffy chuckled, but I have been waiting for you guys for a few hours now. Didn't think you guys would get here that fast. He said, Nami was a fast navigator, with her any journey even in a small rowboat would be faster than normal. But, it's pretty late, so let's call it a day. We should strike Arlong first thing in the morning. Arlong's actually here? Jin asked. What about Nami? Sanjay asked. She's mixed up with him. Didn't you see her shoulder tattoo? Zoro answered. I'm pretty sure she's a member of his crew. Luffy raised an amused eyebrow. It seems that our green swordsman isn't as clueless after all. Zoro was about to reply to Luffy, but he was cut off. Nami would never be part of Arlong, Sanji said with conviction. Oh, but she is, Luffy said, breaking the cook's conviction. But she's good now. Nami would never do that. Right? Sanji said. I would never do what? Nami approached, a look of contempt on her face. She had changed her top, now wearing a green sports bra of sorts. Luffy wanted Nami to trust him. And it seems that the last act was just enough to ask help directly. Luffy could have taken down the fisherman pirates right now, but Luffy wanted to make a show to the villagers. And he would be overkill for the pirates here, so he would guide his weaker crewmates to fight them. If he was going to do good, why not do it in broad daylight, and take credit for it? He was no Robin Hood, and the Marines would definitely try to steal the credit if they attacked at night and no one was there to see the deed. Now Luffy was all for his first bounty, but he also wanted it to be far more than Ace's first bounty. What, he was his brother? Of course, there would be sibling rivalry. As Nami walked toward the moonlight, he blinked. It seems while he was exploring the islands Nami had gone home and changed. And she looked quite good in that. Hey, what happened to the shirt you put on? Nami looked at Luffy confused at the odd question. You said you didn't like it, so I took it off. She shrugged. Luffy rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't like your pants either. Or your bra. Why you? Get over here. Nami breathed fire like a dragon as she started chasing of Luffy. Sparky, who was also on his shoulder, laughed along with Luffy as they were chased off. Wait for me, Nami-swa, and... With that, Sanji was also gone. His feet created a dust cloud as she chased after the navigator. The rest of the crew stood there, dumbfounded. Well, that happened, Zoro said, shrugging. I would say let's stock the boat, but we don't need to do that now. Seeing the Going Merry on the ground. So, I'm going to check out for the day, you heard the captain. We need to hit the Arlong pirates tomorrow. With that, he jumped onto the ship. Of course, all of the other members had the suspicion that Zoro was making another excuse to take a nap. I'm going to explore the island, Kuina said, jumping off the ship. Kobe shrugged, me too then. The others shrugged, while some joined Kuina, others stayed on the ship. Chapter 75. Luffy stopped in front of an orchard. Inside the orchard was a small, wooden house with a porch. Hey. Oh. Nami also stopped her chasing once she found that she was actually in front of her own house. And this time, her sister might be inside. She didn't actually get here, she had sneaked into Arlong's place, where she lived most of the time drawing maps. She grabbed her stuff from there. Most of the times, actually she didn't come here. This place brought back memories, and also her sister and Danzō would always try to convince her to leave Arlong. But now that she thought about it, she didn't need to avoid the place anymore. Nami was sure that Luffy and the rest could easily deal with the fishmen. Her thoughts were broken when a certain blonde came there. I'm here, Nami-swa, and Sanji said, stopping in front of her, almost spooking her out. Luffy and Sparky chuckled at the reactions, and the commotion outside brought the only resident inside to come out. It was a woman with short, blue hair and several tattoos around her right arm and collarbone. She was dressed in a blue crop top that matched her hair and showed off her figure, and a pair of jeans. She also had dark blue eyes and a red bandana. Luffy blinked. While Nami was your top-class school beauty, Nakojo looked like a model. And unlike her sister, she was packing. Both on the front and in the back. And her tattoos only made her look even more appetizing. No, I mean appealing. Sanji instantly swooned over her. Oh, my darling. Your beauty knows no bounds. Not even a horde of fishmen could keep me from helping a woman such as yourself. Thanks? She answered, turning to see Nami, and became wide-eyed. Nami. When did you come back? Nami looked at her sister and smiled wearily. Hi there, sis. Luffy acted surprised. Oh, so she's your sister. Is she also a navigator? No. But she couldn't finish the sentence as Nojiko bonked her in the head. What was that for? Huh, so it wasn't a dream? Nojiko said. That's not how you check dreams. Nami protested. By the way, who are your friends? The girl asked, addressing the others. Nami sighed, jabbing his thumb at Luffy. The musclehead is Luffy. He might look stupid and simple, but don't fall for his charms. He's a very mean pirate. The monkey on his shoulder is Sparky. And the blonde is Sanji. He's a cook, and guys, this is my sister Nojiko. Speaking of cooks. Did you guys have dinner? 'Cause I'm super hungry. Luffy said. Sanji spun around and moved between the two ladies. If it's dinner, I can make it for you. Yup, let's have dinner, Luffy said, as he entered the house, with Sanji following behind. I hope you don't mind us. Now, where's the kitchen? Sanji said. Nojiko looked at Nami's so-called friends who made their way into the house. They are a lively bunch, aren't they? Nojiko said, but then blinked when he saw a few other people in front of her house. Are they also your friend? Nami snapped her head to her side. Hey, how did you guys come here? She asked. Kuina shrugged. Don't know, I was trying to explore the island and made my way here. She shrugged. I'm good with directions. Kobe, Jin, and Usopp also were confused. One moment they were walking behind Kuina, and the next moment they were here, in front of Nami. Now, where the heck is water? A green-haired swordsman grumbled, exiting one of the orchard gardens. But then he stopped and looked at the rest. Hey, what are you guys doing here? We should be the one asking that. Kobe, Jin, and Usopp shouted in unison. Didn't you say you would take a nap or something? Kuina asked, confused. Yeah, but then I went to the kitchen to find some drinking water and lost my way. He said, grumbling. You lost your way, inside the ship? Kobe asked. Well, that explains it. Kuina said, nodding while crossing her arms. The rest looked at her, if she was being serious. Hey, guys, get inside, Sanji's almost done with cooking, Luffy said from inside the house. Well, "The captain is calling," Zoro said. "Almost all the crew was here. Let's get inside," he said, walking away from the house. "That's the wrong way." While this was happening, no one saw that a certain fishman had noticed the group from behind the tree. On the going merry. "Hey, where's Big Bro Zoro?" Johnny asked. "He was right here a moment ago," Yozaku said, confused. They were left alone to guard the ship. Chapter 76. As they ate dinner, they also spoke about things. Even though with the exception of Luffy and Nami everyone had dinner, but Sanji's cooking skills can even make a full-stomached person hungry. His skills were too fierce. As they ate dinner, Nami also introduced the rest of the crew. She also explained to her sister that Luffy and the crew will take care of everything. And it actually made Nojiko break out in tears, even giving Luffy a wild hug and kiss to the cheek. Sanji was at first angry that Luffy made her cry, but then he quickly became jealous and started crying himself when Nojiko kissed him. Poor cook has no game. Another one who also surprisingly became jealous was Nami. She didn't know why though. And no one seemed to notice it. Nojiko and Nami talked about their adoptive mother Balimir, Nami's dream to draw a map of the world, the arrival of Arlong, Balimir's death, and Nami's deal with the fisherman to buy back her village. By the end of the story Kobe, Usopp, and Sanji were crying with the latter rambling about how Nami was just as brave as she was beautiful. Zoro and Jin were silent, the former because that's just who he was and the latter because he'd seen and heard worse. That didn't mean he didn't sympathize, but shit happened. We have to help her. Kobe reaffirmed now that he knew the whole story. Those fishmen. They are monsters. Not all fishmen. Luffy, who didn't speak for the whole time, finally spoke. Well, there's another story as to why Arlong might have ended up that way. All of the heads moved towards the Straw Hat Boy. I won't try to justify the acts of Arlong or any of that. But the fishmen in general aren't treated that well in the Grand Line. With that Luffy started his own tale. Of how the fishmen were discriminated against, and how their island was constantly under threat before Whitebeard took over the island. How the celestial dragons hunted mermaids for their own amusement and auctioned them at Sabati Archipelago. That's horrible, Kobe added. But didn't any fishmen stand against that? Luffy nodded. Oh, they did. And one man stood out amongst them. His name was Fisher Tiger. He said, as far as sources tell me, Arlong was with Fisher Tiger's crew, the Sun Pirates. Though my info may be wrong. Take all my info with a grain of salt, I don't know if my info is 100% correct or not. It was mostly gathered from rumors. Luffy added the last part because this world was a bit different from the One Piece world he knew. So things might be changed a bit. Nami's eyes widened in realization, the mark that Fishman had was that of the sun. Luffy looked at her and added the part. You see, Fisher Tiger was originally a slave for the world nobles and had a slave mark put on him. Their sun mark might be originally meant to hide that. But who knows? Nami looked at her own tattoo. Her fist balled up. Was she a slave to Arlong? Luffy didn't speak anything, so he continued. Fisher Tiger was great man. Or a great fishman. Luffy said, he was all about freedom, so much so that he led an attack on so-called Holy Land of the World nobles, freeing a lot of slaves in the process. Wait, someone actually attacked Mary Joyce? Sanji said, a bit surprised. He actually knew about the fishman discrimination, but this was new. The Straw Hat Boy nodded. Yup, but they keep the incident under wrap. Luffy said, they don't want to give pirates or revolutionaries any ideas of doing the same. But if Fisher Tiger is so good, then how did Arlong become like that? Nojiko was the one who asked this question. Well, Arlong might have been a bad apple. How world nobles represents the worst of humanity, think of Arlong as the worst of fishmen. Not all fishmen are the same as human. Nami and Nojiko were finding it hard to believe, but Nami trusted Luffy, and Nojiko didn't voice her opinion. Both the girls still remembered how Arlong killed their mother in cold blood. But then again, not all fishmen treated them badly. Nami remembered a six-armed fishman that was quite gullible and even tried to save her from Arlong's wrath most of the time. Anyway, the story goes that one of the slaves that Fisher Tiger saved was a small girl that needed help getting to his home. The fishman saw it as an opportunity to help the poor human girl and went there with his crew, but the Marines had already put a trap there. And Fisher Tiger was killed and Arlong and the rest were captured. But not that their death mattered, of course, his death was in vain. Fisher Tiger didn't die in vain. He died while trying to protect us. You, humans, killed him. Hatchin said, slamming the door open with fuming rage. Hatchin? Nami shrieked. The rest of the people inside all stood on guard, except a few. Luffy on the other hand was mildly surprised, so Fisher Tiger didn't die because of blood loss, but while fighting. So this was the change here, huh? Well, I take it back. Fisher Tiger was a great warrior. And his death was grand, and someone did succeed in his will. Sadly it's not you fishman. Luffy said smirking, standing up from his seat, and walking towards the mad fishman. Do you know what the girl that you saved back then did? What was her name again? Oh Koala. Did you know she's with the revolutionary trying to take down the world government that killed once enslaved and his savior Fisher Tiger? His will for freedom lives on with her. Not Arlong or your crew. Even Jinbai is trying to make things normalize between man and fishman. But you guys are fucking disappointment. What would you know? Hatchin growled at the man. Acting all high and might, saying that you are better than the rest, what Arlong is doing is almost similar to the world nobles that he hated most. You guys are making a mockery of Fisher Tiger and his ideals. Don't even try to lie. Luffy said, snorting. You guys are a bunch of disappointment. Arlong isn't like. Hatchin wanted to protest, but what Luffy said was on point. What they were doing was wrong, even now Arlong is trying to hide his deeds from Jinbe. Because he would stop him. Isn't like what? Didn't Fisher Tiger want to end the cycle of hatred? Luffy said crossing his arms. I don't have anything against your kind, in actuality, I want Jinbe on my crew in near future. I'm all up for freedom, but what you are doing here is just wrong. Don't even try to justify Arlong's actions. You guys killed Nami's mother, don't expect mercy from me tomorrow, because it will be a slaughter. With that Luffy released his haki, catching the fishman's breath, as he fell on his ass. It was as if death was looming over him. He was terrified of the smaller man. Luffy didn't want to harm the Hatchin. He was better than the rest of the crew. But that didn't mean he wouldn't hesitate to kill him if needed. Luffy knew it wasn't morally right, and he wouldn't justify it. His first priority was his own crew, over the rest. Before he came here, all of them were just animated characters, now they were real. And he would act in a way that's better for him and his crew. Go tell Arlong. Tomorrow will be war, Luffy said coldly, as he crouched down. A war between my crew and his. I don't know about you, but I advise you to run away, if you don't want to get killed. With that Luffy kicked the fishman on the chest as he was sent flying out, breaking the door wall and into the ocean which was quite far from the house. Luffy moved around, sorry about your wall there. He said sheepishly. Hatchin drafted into the sea. As a fishman he was not afraid of drowning, but that kick there might have broken a few ribs there. That Straw Hat boy was strong. And he was able to use that. Conquer's haki. He only had seen Fisher Tiger use that. The boy was no ordinary opponent. He had to warn Arlong. But thinking of Arlong, what they were doing. Was it wrong? It was a stupid question. Of course, it was. They hated human for what they did, but even Fisher Tiger didn't want that. He wanted to end the cycle of hatred. But here they were, enslaving humans. There was a reason why Arlong was trying to hide it from Jinbe. The warlord would stop it if he found out. Hatchin knew they were in the wrong, but his rage over Fisher Tiger's death blinded him. Not only him, but the rest of Arlong's crew as well. But in their hatred, they became the same monsters that Fisher Tiger was fighting against. The six-armed fishman clenched his fist. His eyes shed a tear for his former captain. And the rage and shame he was feeling right now. For now, he didn't know what was right or wrong anymore. He decided to warn Arlong. The Straw Hat boy was strong, they need to retreat. Or they will get killed. Chapter Arlong crumbled the newspaper in his hand. He gritted his teeth, are you sure this is the man? Hatchin nodded, grimly, Arlong, I think we should leave. He and his crew are with Nami. He said, he's strong. I saw him use the king's haki. Shut it. Kurubi said. Kurubi was a large, muscular fishman whose skin was a darker blue than his captain's and had long black hair in a stupid hairstyle with some hair sticking up in two small, forward-pointing, pointed buns. The majority of his hair was pulled back into a ponytail that fell down to his knees and his sun tattoo was nearly completely hidden from sight on one pectoral. He was clothed in a navy blue gi held together by a black belt. Two fins grew from his elbows and looked like they would hurt. I always warn you of that girl, now she goes around and calls the most famous bounty hunter on our ass. I'm sure he called himself a pirate, thought, Hatchin mumbled. Today's newspaper was about how the famous hero of Dawn Island saved the Baratie from the Creek pirates. There was a picture to back up with proof, when the Marines came to collect the bounty. There were even some lines on how he even stood against Mihawk in a small clash. But it was just a rumor as there was no photographic evidence. Actually what happened was, that the Marines knew that Krige was taken down by Luffy's pirate group. But Luffy's pirate group still didn't have a bounty, and Morgan used that chance to promote Luffy as a hero. Which was giving the Marine a headache. Pirates were old news. Heroes on the other hand sold more copies of the newspaper. Marines were also frustrated that Morgan did that but they could do nothing. Suddenly declaring a hero to be a pirate, who was in fact the grandson of the main hero was a bit troubling for them. However, that didn't mean they couldn't just make up fake stuff about him and declare him a pirate. He wouldn't be the first one to be declared a pirate that way. Still, Luffy was a growing talk in both Marines and in pirate groups. Heck, even revolutionaries were shocked when they found out their boss had a kid who was playing hero in the seas. And a certain blonde was really having a headache from it. Who also just happened to be the second in command in the revolution. It doesn't matter if he's a pirate or a bounty hunter. We will kill him. Arlong scoffed. There's no way a human from East Blue would be strong enough to fight a fishman. We need to show them their place. Show us what? A voice said, as the front door was smashed open. A person wearing a straw hat came along with a few men. It was Luffy walking in with his crew. All sound from within the stronghold stopped, as they looked at the arrival. All had weapons in hand, they were ready to take them on. Hatkohan's warning gave them a bit of time to prepare. Which of you is Arlong? Luffy said boringly, knowing who it is. That would be me, replied the light blue fishman standing up with his own sword in hand. He had a nose like a soft shark and teeth to match. A dorsal fin stuck out of his long, curly, black hair and red sun tattoo was half hidden by his Hawaiian shirt. The mark of his crew was branded in his left forearm. And may I know why the most famous bounty hunter is doing here? Oh, so you know me? Luffy asked with a raised eyebrow, but then he saw the newspaper. He had gut feeling that he didn't want to read what's written there. Anyway, I hope you said your last prayer, your last phone call, and your last words. Because today you will die. Shay ha 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 ha. Arlong laughed, his crew joining in. Only Hatchin was nervously watching the scene. This pathetic human thinks he can take me on? Shay ha 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 ha. Arlong and his crew grinned amused at the humans. Luffy might be strong, but they had the numbers advantage. 50 fishmen against a crew. Even Luffy had to admit, he didn't think there would be that many. Arlong really had a good following. Well, it figures, even Hody Jones followed the man's beliefs. You weak. But Arlong was cut off. Sorry, but before you monologue about your evil ways and throw two-liners, I want to make an announcement. Luffy said, waving his hand towards Nami. Does anyone feel sorry for her? She did quite a lot for you guys. And I don't want my crew to accidentally kill any of you when there might be some good in you. The fishman looked at the boy. Before the crew laughed more, Arlong was a bit pissed that he got cut off mid-speech. But he also laughed hearing Luffy. But there was one fishman that spoke. I'm sorry Nami. Hatchin said, tears in his eyes. I truly thought of you as a friend when you were on the crew. But I'm sorry. You guys didn't deserve it. And he was genuine about it. Arlong the rest of the crew was wide-eyed at Hatchin, before all of them looked a bit pissed. Hatch was always the softest in the group. But I will protect my crew. Nami, please take your new friends and leave. Arlong and the rest of fishmen looked Hatchin with pissed expressions. Why was one of them giving a chance to a human? I'll convince the crew and Arlong to leave the village. But please don't. Now they were more pissed because Hatchin actually thought they would lose to humans. And he was begging for them, rather than the other way around. Chapter 78 I will protect my crew. Nami, please take your new friends and leave. Hatchin said, grabbing his 6 swords. Arlong and the rest of fishmen looked Hatchin with pissed expressions. Why was one of them giving a chance to a human? I'll convince the crew and Arlong to leave the village. But please don't. Now they were more pissed because Hatchin actually thought they would lose to humans. And he was begging for them, rather than the other way around. Arlong was the most angry out of them all and punched Hatchin at the side of the head, making him smash into the boundary wall. What are you saying, bastard? We fishmen will never beg in front of humans. Did you forget how those humans killed Fisher Tiger? Really? Luffy shook his head a bit disappointed. Don't you see the irony of the situation? You guys are no better than the world nobles Fisher Tiger fought against. Your superiority complex can only rival those fools living on top of the red line. What would you know? Kurubi barked, with gritted teeth. He was furious about being compared to those human pigs. What? Hit a nerve, didn't I? Luffy said, smirking, what you gonna do, cry about it? I don't want to teach moral lessons to dead fishes anyways. Luffy said, Usopp, shot Hatchin out of the battle. Put him to sleep. What me? Usopp stumbled, before standing up straight with a puffed chest. Of course, me. And he quick drew his revolvers and shot Hatchin. The fishmen were surprised they couldn't even react with how quickly Usopp drew his weapons. Well, Sparky was teaching him the art of quick draw. 2 shots and a Hatchin the fishman was down for the count. Though he might have a broken skull from those shots. Fishmen were tougher than man, that's why Usopp had to shoot both shots at the same place, but it seems Arlong's last attack softened up Hatchin's head a bit. Kobe and Usopp winched a bit, but they hardened their resolve. The rest of the crew didn't react much, but Nami felt a bit sad. They won't kill all the fishmen, but they would be beat each one of them to an inch near death. Arlong and his crew might have hated the humans, but they rarely killed, mostly being happy as long as they got their money. Only a few fishmen, mostly Arlong, did the killing. Luffy made sure to list them out. Not all of them deserved to die, but few of them did. And they would die today. It made Kobe see Luffy in a new light. He had seen Luffy kill before, but all of the times he thought it wasn't needed. But now he thought otherwise. Heroes are there to not only protect people from monsters but also slay the monsters. Be them man, fishmen, pirates, or even marines. Putting the criminals only in prison doesn't work. The marines are not only sloppy, but they were downright useless. It was even more evident when staying in Baratie, they heard the news of Captain Kuro escaping imprisonment. One might ask, how did they find it out in the restaurant? Well, while they stopped at Baratie for the 6 days. In one particular day, a marine vessel came to the restaurant to eat, and they were discussing how Kuro escaped before he could be taken to impale down. It also made Kobe see the reality of things. Kuro might go on and kill more people, just because he wasn't stopped there. That day, Luffy would have killed Kuro, if not for Kaya. Showing mercy and pity to some people was just as important as finishing off a few people who needed to be put down. That was the justice Kobe wanted to follow. And Luffy was doing it, even without knowing it. Usopp was also a bit afraid now that Captain Kuro was on the loose. He might seek revenge and attack Kaya. But Luffy promised to stop the pirate before going to the Grand Line. Actually, after finishing off here, they were going to do just that. Which was double work. And in a way, it also taught all members of the crew that showing mercy to your opponents might bite you later. What are you guys waiting for? Attack them! Arlong screamed as he told the rest of his crew. He had his saw blade in his hand. Garibachi. You know the drill, guys. Luffy said, looking at the fishmen that ran towards them. Give him hell. With that, he backed up a few steps as his crewmates charged forward. Let's start the shit show, Sanji said, losing his tie, and walking in front. He was itching to kick some fishmen today. With what the fishman was doing, it reminded Sanji of his siblings. And he didn't like it one bit. Also, he didn't like Arlong especially, because of him killing Nami and Nojiko's mother. He knew the pain of losing one's mother. This whole ordeal was hitting home for him. And not in a good way. Don't get ahead of yourself, Lovecook, Zoro smirked, before rolling up his sleeves. He still didn't have any replacement swords after his got destroyed while fighting Mihawk. He cracked his knuckles. I really miss my swords. Don't worry, swordsman, we can buy it when we go to Log Town, Jin said, while keeping his special tonfa on his side. For now, pick up replacables. Eyes on the price, boys, Kuina said, unsheathing her sword. She looked quite elegant in her white kimono and her white sword. But she gave an aura of danger to them. The great sniper Usopp will take the high ground. Kobe, cover me. Usopp said, running till he reached the smashed gates and took cover. I will need to take a bath after this, Kobe said with a hesitant laugh, trying to joke a bit. He wasn't liking all the blood he needed to clean up from his clothes these days. Even though most of the blood wasn't his. Well, he was glad that most of the blood wasn't his. But he didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Kobe sighed, in fights. Well, in the last 2 times he fought against pirates. Kobe actually did accidentally killed a few pirates. Which were unintentional, but this time, Luffy picked out a few fishmen that needed to be killed. So, the boy was reading himself for what he needed to do. Killing with intention was quite hard, but he needed to do it. Kobe believed that Luffy wasn't a man who would kill because of amusement. But Nami suffered 8 years amongst these monsters. They deserved what was coming. Chapter 79. Sanji was the first one to jump forward, his feet already on flame as he kicked away the cannon fodders. Diable jam. Setting flames with his kicks. Damn it, Cook, the green-haired swordsman muttered as he picked up one of the scattered swords. And with one swing cut 3 fishmen down along with their weapons. Don't rush ahead. Save some for the rest of us. He's right, Sanji, the other man commented, his now stopped weapons revealed to be tonfa with large iron balls on the ends. It would be disappointing to have come all this way for nothing. We want to show off, too. Of course, Jin was also on his 4th target. His attacks would quite the crunch when breaking into Fishman's skull. And he was called the Man-Demon for nothing, as he already had a small smile on his face as if enjoying his work. Then you have to move fast, Kuina said, flashing away from them as she wielded her white blade like a white serpent cutting through the enemy ranks. Freezing their wounds along with the targets. The fishmen screamed as they fell. These guys are though. Kobe muttered as he finished of the 3rd fishman, a claw through the chest. Right through the lungs. The fishman would live, but he was out. He grunted, pulling his claws out, and winching when he saw blood on his clothes. Now, I have to clean up Fishman's blood. We will kill you, brat. A fishman, with tuna-like features, jumped onto Kobe. Or at least tried to, until he was shot down by Usopp. Thanks, Usopp, Kobe said, giving a thumbs up. Usopp returned the gesture. Hey, get the long-nosed bastard. The other fisherman said, pointing at Usopp. Several of them ran towards him. Not so fast. Usopp said, Sparky, I chose you. He said, pointing at the group of 4 fishermen that was running towards him. Sparky, who was chilling on a nearby wall, rolled his eyes, and made a hand gesture. Yellow waves came out of his hands, slowing the fishermen down, making it easy for the sniper to take them out. Usopp grinned. Sparky Devil Fruit was amazing. It was able to slow opponents down. Noro no Mi. Usopp found the powers of the fruit really interesting, and he wondered if he would be able to get a fruit of his own. Maybe one that would let him be a better sniper, and a brave warrior of the sea. Sparky was mostly sitting this one out. He was enjoying the one-sided beating though. Stop right there, Blondie, Chu grunted. You won't get past me. Chu. A light blue skin and light brown hair fishman, that had an Arlong tattoo on his right arm and what looked like a blush on his cheeks. 100-shot water gun with that he shot out water bullets all deadly. Sanjay easily evaded them, not out of concern, but because he didn't want to get his suit wet. Shut it, fish face. And with one kick the fishman was a friend as he fell. Smoke came out of his face, and his eyes went wide. Deep fried. Luffy whistled, causally punching another fishman out while he was eating rice crackers. Chew. Kurubi shouted as he ran towards Sanjay. Fishman karate. But he was cut off by a shot to the head, which didn't fully knock him out but did make him take a few steps back. A pink-haired boy with his claws out, ran towards him. I will be your opponent. With that, he jumped toward Kurubi. The fishman at the last moment rolled away. He was one of the fishmen that killed people while he was here. So Kobe needed to finish him off, but he was also one of the most powerful crew members of Arlong. So he needed to be careful. His powers might let him take a lot of damage, but this place was filled with water, with a swimming pool right near it. He didn't want to get drowned right here. Kurubi, who had rolled away, was about to stand up, but 2 other fishmen smashed into his body, slamming him into the wall. 3-sword style, onigiri. The green-haired swordsman was on a roll, plowing through fishmen like a tornado. He finally had 3 swords. Though none of them were sturdy as his previous weapons. The rest of the fishmen jumped into water, to get some advantage over the humans. But it wasn't going well for them. Arlong, who was furious, was now actually getting worried, thinking they might lose. No. He shook his head. He won't lose to another human. Never again. He looked at Luffy. He was the main problem. But Arlong had a way to deal with him. Sanji stood face to face in front of Arlong, who had his blade out. Captain, are you sure you want to give this one to me? He looked behind at the Straw Hat Boy. Luffy, who was sitting over the body of 5 fishmen, gave a thumbs up. Go on. It will hardly be a fight for me, he said, shooting down a fishman with air gun, who was in water trying to shoot Luffy with water bullets. Sanji was strong, but Luffy wanted to know just how strong he was. Arlong should be a good fight for him. In the East Blue, Arlong was quite strong considering he was from the Grand Line. Sailed his ship with the likes of Fisher Tiger and Jinbe. But Sanji should be stronger. Chapter 80. Damn humans, Arlong growled in a mixture of fury and disbelief from where he was looking angrily at the humans. He wouldn't accept it. The fishman won't lose here. Not again. But he had to do something. He could already see the Straw Hat shooting down the fishman that jumped on the water with his fingers. The boy called it air bullets. Maybe some kind of wind devil fruit. But his primary concern was the blonde human. He was also powerful. But his fighting style. It seemed familiar. He didn't know why. But he had to be careful. Even though Arlong was confident in his ability, he had a backup in case something like that happened. But he was saving it for the Mario Kid. He was sure he could take the blonde man without it. Don't underestimate us, humans. Arlong barked. He had his saw-like sword on his side. We will never be beaten by mere humans. Luffy, Jin told Luffy in his ever-respectful manner, stepping over to his captain. Arlong is alone. Are you sure you don't want to take him yourself? You are the captain. It was a tradition of pirates that only captains fought captains, while the crewmates fought off the rest. No, Luffy responded, ever so casually. Sanji can handle it. Also, I want to know what's his current ability. How much stronger he is compared to others, and how I should make his training plan for the near future. As you wish, Captain. Jin gave a short nod, accepted as it is. The rest of the crew looked at Luffy and blinked. That was an odd thing. But those of who had sailed with Luffy for more than a day would know how serious he was with his training. Even while being the strongest in the crew, he would train the hardest. He would drag the poor 6-armed monkey along with him. The first few days they thought that Sparky was around the same level as Luffy in terms of strength, because the monkey was easily able to keep up. But then they discovered that the monkey had always used his devil fruit powers to slow Luffy down. Meaning Luffy was using restrictions on himself and his abilities. And that's not to mention the fact that Luffy had a special bracelet that was made of sea stone, which he would wear and use when fighting Kuina and Zoro. Luffy explained himself, "You don't become the strongest by only dreaming, but by working." His motto was hard work and grind. Whatever that meant. No wonder he was so strong. It only motivated the others to train as well. Even Usopp was gaining some visible definitions of muscles from his workouts. Though Luffy cleared it was just him burning off the excess fat, and muscle building took time, unless he learned Maiken. They didn't understand what it was, but they didn't ask. Luffy would include them into their routine when they were strong enough. So it wasn't that odd that Luffy wanted to see Sanji's current abilities. Even they didn't see the blonde cook fight seriously. Aside for him fishing sea kings, of course. "You fish bastard, I will never forgive you for what you did to Nami and Nojiko," Sanji said. His usual air of comedy and calm was replaced by coldness and fury. "I will end you. Let's see you try." With that, Arlong charged first, swinging his large sword over to Sanji, who jumped above the swing, spinning above the blade and delivering a flaming kick to the fisherman's chin. But Arlong was the captain for nothing. He recovered quickly and grabbed Sanji by the flaming leg and slammed him to the ground. Sanji was a bit surprised but used his other leg to kick the fishman and roll away from getting slammed. Both opponents looked at each other. In the brief exchange it became clear that while Sanji had the speed advantage, Arlong was quite the sturdy foe. The battle continued, with Arlong on the losing end. Not only was Sanji faster, being able to avoid the fishman's giant sword with ease, he was also delivering furious kicks to the fishman, scorching him with his flames. With another kick Arlong was smashed into the building. Sanji was still without a scratch and was casually dusting his clothes. "Is that all the oh-so-great fishmen are capable of? No wonder you ran with your tails behind your back," Arlong growled. He didn't like it one bit. Luffy on the other hand was impressed with how Sanji was. He was still holding back, mind you, maybe using half of his strength, by his estimation. The cook used to fish sea kings, of course his kicks would be powerful. The reason why Sanji was dragging the fight longer was because he wanted to truly hurt Arlong. Not that Luffy would have done otherwise, but it seemed that Sanji was doing it not for only Nami's sake either. This didn't happen in the original. But then again, this Sanji was more driven. The canon Sanji was a tragic mess who didn't value himself. He saw himself as a useless mess that didn't need saving. Only after Whole Cake Island did he start valuing himself. That was the tragic hero Sanji was. But this Sanji wanted to destroy his family. He was driven by revenge. So of course his story would be different from the original one. And Luffy could see why Arlong and Nami's story would hit home for him. More so if it was driven by vengeance. Luffy moved his attention elsewhere. Sanji wasn't the only one fighting a fishman. The pink-haired Kobe was also fighting one. A fishman martial artist. What was his name again? Kurubi. The same fishman that in the original fought Sanji. Kobe was nowhere near Kurubi's level, but was getting up every single time because of his devil fruit. He was struggling a lot, it was given. Usopp wasn't helping anymore under Luffy's command. Kobe had grown in the past days, but he was far from any suitable level. Even the fight with Jin was won, because Jin hadn't eaten for 3 days and he had some help from Usopp and overly relied on his fruit. If Kobe wanted to grow, he needed to push himself beyond his current abilities. Plus Ultra and all that stuff. But it was also teaching Kobe about humility. Losing can also make you grow. If not, Luffy would have given up long ago after getting beaten up by Garp. Chapter 81. Why don't you stay down, you little shit, Kurubi growled. Fishman karate, 1,000-pound punch. Not falling for that again, Kobe jumped to the side, avoiding the shockwaves created by the attack and kicked Kurubi on his hand. The fishman grunted, stepping back, when his hand bled. On the sole of Kobe's feet was another bone-like claw, that he used to stab Kurubi's hand. Luffy was a bit impressed. So that's why it's called the Claw fruit. Not bad. But this ability kind of reminded him of Mr. One Dan Bonez's fruit. Other than the regenerative factor, of course. Sanji. Nami gasped, which brought Luffy's attention back to Sanji and Arlong. It seemed that Arlong had managed to finally slash Sanji with his sword. But it didn't seem to do anything. Well, other than making an audible cracking sound. And the side of Arlong's saw blade had now visible cracks. Was that supposed to hurt? Sanji asked. His hand was up, on the side of his head, where the saw balda hit Sanji's arm, and a few of the saw teeth had cracks on it. And that's not all. Sanji was fully uninjured, other than his clothes being a bit damaged, of course. Arlong felt like he had slashed his sword against an iron pillar. But that wasn't why he was surprised, no. He recognized the trait. Curly eyebrows, use of leg-based martial arts that involved elements with a tough exoskeleton. But he couldn't finish his sentence as he was kicked on the balls with Sanji's flaming legs and thrown towards the second floor of the building, the large cluttering to the floor. Luffy whistled, that was brutal. The rest of the males winched at the sight. Even Kobe and Kyuubi winched by what they saw. But they quickly resumed the fight. For a while nothing happened. Maybe the last kick had done it. Arlong screamed, jumping down from the building, and he took something out of his pocket. It looked like a blue marble. I was saving it up for the straw hat, but you. I will kill you. The fishman seemed furious. Well, one could see that he was bleeding from his pants. Poor Arlong. But no one found pity in the fishman. Oh, it seems the fight's getting interesting. Luffy mused as he saw the fishman gulp the pill down. Luffy wondered if it was the energy steroids that Arlong 2.0 used, but wasn't it capsule-shaped? After ingesting the pill, suddenly the fishman's body bloated, before returning to normal. Now, you don't have any chance. Is that supposed to scare? Sanji was cut off as he was punched in the gut by Arlong. He slammed into the wall, where Arlong followed through, by dragging his face and slamming it on the ground. But Sanji wasn't down as he flipped up and landed a strong kick to the fisherman's jaw. It made Arlong let go of Sanji, and he used this moment to deliver another kick to the fishman and gain some distance. Arlong wiped his face off the blood. Your kicks don't hurt anymore. He grinned. Sanji stood up and dusted his clothes, not even bothered. Well, isn't that news? What have you taken? Steroids? I have heard that it makes your ball unusable, but then again, I made sure of that. He said while cracking his neck with a cocky smirk. And that pissed Arlong off as he growled and charged against Sanji with full force. Punches and kicks were exchanged. And this time Sanji was using his all. Even Luffy was impressed with Sanji's speed. But this time Arlong was in the advantage. The others who were on Luffy's side were also shocked with how fast Sanji and Arlong was moving. Arlong still couldn't keep up with Sanji's speed, but he seemed to take all the damage with ease and return the blows from time to time. And this time the fight was a bit more even. Jin was surprised himself. He knew Sanji was strong, but not by that much. He could have easily handled Don Krieg and his whole crew himself. Kuina and Zoro on the side were also surprised. The blonde was stronger than them. Zoro more so. In the past few days he has been around so many powerful people. Mihawk, Luffy and even Kuina. Now even the cook was aware of him. It made his resolve stronger. He needs to grow stronger if he wants to follow through his dream. And he will get there. With that, Zoro started walking away, making Luffy and Kuina raise eyebrows. The others didn't notice. And Luffy and Kuina didn't ask. Now that he had 3 swords he could practice again, and his chest wound is also small enough that he could do some heavy training without reopening his wound. He did get stabbed by a knife smaller than a butter knife. Luffy was a bit interested in what Zoro was going to do. But he might most probably go do some training. There was no doubt that Zoro would gain strength fast. He might be behind now, but with observation, one can see someone's will. And Zoro's will was brighter than the rest of his crewmates even if he wasn't the strongest. There is a reason why Mihawk acknowledged Zoro's challenge. On a scale of ranking, he would rank Zoro as being the 5th, above Jin and Kobe. The first was obviously him. With Sparky just behind him. Sanji was equal to Sparky in terms of speed, but Sparky had the upper hand in strength. Also, his monkey friend had more techniques, and with how eagerly Sparky was watching the fight, he might also have picked on a few new moves, and not to mention his devil fruit, which can essentially debuff any opponent. And that's not even counting that Sparky already had observation hockey. After Sanji, there was Kuina, then Zoro. But there was something special about Zoro, and he had no doubt that Zoro would get stronger from this point on. So of course, as a good captain, he would help him. On that note, Luffy looked at Sparky and jabbed his thumb behind him, pointing at the green-haired swordsman who was walking away. He mouthed a few words silently, make sure he doesn't get lost. He said, and he also might need a sparring partner. The monkey blinked before shrugging and walking back towards Zoro. What? If Zoro wanted to gain strength, then as his captain it was his duty that his wish is granted. Besides being the world's strongest swordsman, as his right-hand man was a boon in his books. Chapter 82. I'm not surprised you are this strong, Arlong said, smuggling. Even though he was getting beat up, he had only a few injuries to show for. Sanji also had gotten some injuries, but they were few to count and only skin deep. You are one of those Vinsmokes, aren't you? And that made Sanji flinch, and become angry, before he used that anger to fuel the fire and kick Arlong, which he this time dodged before grabbing Sanji's leg and throwing him through another wall. Is that all you have got, human? While I might not be a freak like you Vinsmokes, that pill that I took is a concentrated water pill, One of its kind. Still experimental, but with it, the fishmen will gain the strength while they are in water. And it will also boost our recovering capabilities, Arlong said. Nothing can stop me now, that I have fully digested the pill. Sha. Luffy was a bit surprised this wasn't on the original, but then again, Luffy knew from the canon that a fishman is half as strong as they are on land and water. So a concentrated water pill wasn't that far-fetched when you think about it. Sanji came out of the rubble, looking even more pissed as he wiped the blood of his face. Was that supposed to scare me? Sha. Don't show me, false bravado human. Arlong said, after I'm done with you and your crew, I will find sick pleasure in killing Nami and the villagers. Don't speak butter with your foul mouth. Sanji said, kicking the fishman in his face, I will beat you with everything I have got. Diable Mouton shot with that he kicked the fishman right in the stomach 5 times in under a second, shooting the fishman away onto the side of the pool, and Sanji blitzed above the fishman and delivered a furious kick to the fisherman's shoulder, making him crash into the ground. Sanji jumped off spinning in air and landed a few feet away from Arlong as if he had performed acrobatics. Arlong on the other hand got up huffing, before he started to puke water. Onto the floor. Arlong! Kyurubi shouted. He didn't look any better than his captain and was filled with bleeding claw marks all around his body. Kobe, who was about to jump on his again, was caught by him. Get away from me, you brat. With that, he threw him towards Sanji. The chief was a bit surprised but was able to catch the boy. Easy there, Pinky. He said, catching the boy with ease and getting him down. He then looked at Kyurubi and whistled, you did a number on him. Thanks, Kobe said, being able to catch his breath. And I also saw your lousy attempts to copy my kicks. Sanji said, making the boy winch. We will have to work on those. He patted the boy, making the boy smile. Luffy would have found the whole sibling bonding scene heartwarming if there wasn't a killer shark on land. Don't ignore me, human. Arlong jumped from Sanji's side with his teeth out, and this time with Kobe being in front of his he wasn't able to avoid the attack. And stopped it with his hand, which Arlong bit down on. A cracking sound occurred, as Sanji became wide-eyed. By the sheer force of Arlong's bite, Sanji's exoskeleton cracked. The cook screamed. Kobe was horrified by what he saw and attacked Arlong with his claws out. But Arlong squatted Kobe like a fly, who flew off into the pool, his jaw still on Sanji's arm. Take a dive, shorty. Diable jam. Flanket strike. Sanji delivered a powerful kick to Arlong which freed him from the shark's jaw. He winced at the pain, more so, when he saw that a set of Arlong's teeth were still on stuck his arm. Sanji gritted his teeth and removed them from his wound. His hand was all mangled up, but he wasn't that worried. It would fix itself soon, but he was surprised that someone in the East Blue was able to crack his exoskeleton. But then again he was his father's failed experiment. He quickly shook his head and looked to his side. He was more worried about Kobe. Oi, focus on fighting Arlong, Luffy called out. Finish off your opponent. Usopp, go save Kobe. What, me? The long-nosed gasped, a bit afraid. The pool was littered with unconscious or dead fishmen. Well, aren't you a brave warrior of the sea? Luffy questioned. Yeah, I will save him. As if he forgot his fears he dived into the water trying to save the kid. Like I will let you. Kyurubi also dived down into the water. No, you won't, Luffy said, throwing his chain into the water that tangled around the fishman, before he fished him out of the water on their side. The fishman grunted. Jin, finish him off. With pleasure, Captain, Jin said, spinning his tonfas with a cruel grin on his face. I also been itching for a fight, hope Kobe didn't beat all the fun out of you. On the other side, Sanji and Arlong also started their battle. Some would think Arlong might have the advantage now, but now. The last attack set off Sanji. And this time he didn't hold anything back. But Arlong wasn't going to lose either. Flambid shot. Frights assorties. Diable Mouton shot. With powerful move he shot Arlong into the sky, before he jumped himself and started spinning with his legs on fire. Conquest. With that he did an axe kick on the Arlong's head as it sunk into the fisham's shoulder, cracking from pressure as blood and water leaked out of Arlong's head. With that Arlong smashed into the ground and suddenly his body started sweating an inhuman amount of water and blood, almost drowning his now dead body. So that's why the pill was still experimental. He would need to get his hand on them, if in the near future some fishmen joined his crew. And at the same time, Jin finished off Kyurubi and Usopp got Kobe out of water. Luffy smirked, his crewmates are surprisingly competent. Well, with them by his side, he would be able to accomplish his dream. With that, the whole ordeal with the Arlong pirates were over. Chapter 83. Just after the fight with Arlong, the villagers came to Arlong Park with whatever they had on hand. Pitchforks, knives, shovels. It seemed Nojiko wasn't able to convince the villagers that they were in the safe hands of the Straw Hat Pirates. They had gathered to finally stand up against the Fishman Pirates. But when they came it was all over, some couldn't even believe it. But then a few villagers recognized Luffy as being Mario and cheered for his victory. Totally forgetting that he called himself a pirate beforehand. Luffy on the other hand became depressed enough to not retort them. Drawing circles on the ground. Nami and the others didn't even bother and went along with the celebration. Of course, that was, after tying all the alive fishmen so that none of them would try to escape. They had enough fishmen for the rest of their lives. And now that all the celebration was done, Luffy went back to check back on Zoro and the ship. Koby and Usopp tagged along with him. While Jin and Sanji was helping the village prepare for the celebration. Kuina went on her own way to train a bit, to work on a few moves. When Luffy reached Zoro's location he could see him fighting all out with Sparky. He seemed to be on the losing end, but the man was presenting. They were working on making flying slashes now that Zoro knew how to cut steel. Flying slashes required the sword to be vibrating in a certain frequency that was similar to cutting steel. A master swordsman could send flying slashes without creating any sounds. Contrary to popular beliefs, it's not the wind pressure that created wind slashes. But the frequency made the air pressure required enough to use wind slashes. Now Zoro was using Sparky's mastery over the Tempest Kicks to learn about flying slashes. Luffy had no doubt that Zoro would be able to master that as well. In his opinion, Zoro should also learn Aizen to how to use his muscles properly. The next time when all of his crew was on board he would introduce all of them to the Rokushiki techniques. That would bolster their strength. Though they would need to hide the techniques in front of Marines if they didn't want any trouble. Seeing Zoro and Sparky duke it out also encouraged Koby and Usopp. They all wanted to grow stronger to accomplish their dreams. Not wanting to disturb both Zoro and Sparky the trio left them, before going towards where the Going Merry was. But Nojiko came running to them. Luffy, it's the ship. The group of Luffy, Nojiko, Koby and Usopp rushed towards the Going Merry and found Johnny and Yozaku looked a bit injured. They had bullet wounds on them. Still fresh. Luffy was a bit pissed, looking at the bullet wounds on Johnny and Yozaku's body. What happened to you? He didn't like seeing his friends injured. Also, he was annoyed that someone attacked their ship which was still at the middle of the jungle far away from the shore. Marines. Johnny said, but we captured them, big bro. He said, winching from the throbbing bullet pain. The wounds were still bleeding out. Koby said worriedly. We should patch up those wounds. The village has some doctors who can look at this stuff, professionally. Nah, don't worry about us. Yozaku said, flexing his biceps winching from the wound on his shoulder. Ow! Koby, bring them to the doctors. Luffy sighed, so, where are they? Johnny pointed at the back of the ship where 3 Marines were tied up, broken and beaten. And Luffy recognized one of them from the series. Well, if it isn't Captain Nezumi of the Marines, Luffy said, slapping the man awake. Now, tell me, why did you do it? I'm sorry, but Captain Kuro was scary and threatened me. So I had to let him escape. Nezumi blurred out, his face was swollen and it seemed that he couldn't see clearly because of the wounds. And he seemed to still be dazed. Not that answer I was looking for. Luffy mumbled dumbfoundedly. You did what? Usopp said, grabbing the Marine by the collar. You let that monster escape after we did all the work on beating him up. I'm sorry. I promise I didn't take a bribe to set him free. Okay, maybe I did take some money, but hey, I know where he might be. But let's cut a deal. And I will share half of what he gave me. Nezumi said. Finally snapping out of daze. Hey, who are you guys? I will have you know I'm an honored Marine. But he was cut off by a punch by Usopp, knocking him out. Wow, the training really did build up his strength. The boy seemed to be pissed. Luffy, we have to get to Captain Kuro before he can harm anyone else. He was also worried that Kuro might attack Kaya later. He should have finished him there. Koby also gritted his teeth. This was why he gave up his dream of becoming a Marine. Hey, I recognize that rat. Nojiko was the one to speak. Of course, you would. Another Marine spoke, he also seemed to be awake. Before I got entangled in his shit. I was in charge here to investigate him and the 16th branch in the East Blue. He's not only been working with pirates like Kuro, Alvida, and corrupt Captain Morgan. He is also the reason Arlong was able to stay out of the Marines' radar for years. I'm ashamed to say it as a fellow Marine. By his clothes, the man looked like Nezumi's coronaries. But the honesty in his voice and his determination said otherwise. And who might you be? Luffy asked. Another Marine won Arlong's pay list. Never. I'm a Marine investigator, came here to investigate under the orders of Captain Smoker. He said. But it seems that I'm stuck here. With this little shit. You are the hero, Mario, are you not? Luffy was about to refuse the claim, but wisely kept shut and let the Marine continue. One look at the Gong Mary's flag and all doubt would be cleared, but Nami had pulled the flag of the previous night, not wanting the villagers to accidentally attack the ship. So, it just looked like an ordinary merchant vessel. We are sorry. And I'm especially sorry that the crook Nezumi here tried to loot your ship. I tried to stop him, but I'm a rank below him. So I couldn't do anything. He said, please untie us. We will take our leave. Nezumi here will face justice after I bring him to Captain Smoker. Like we would believe a Marine. But Usopp was cut off. Oh, yeah, thanks for saving me back then, Johnny said, cutting off. And looking at Luffy, big bro. He saved me from one of the gunshots that would have ended me. I don't think he's lying. Well, you have my thanks. Luffy said, before looking at Johnny and Yozaku, then why did you tie him up? We just wanted to be careful. Both of them said. Well, that was smart of them at least. Chapter 84. Well, you have my thanks. Luffy said, before looking at Johnny and Yozaku, then why did you tie him up? We just wanted to be careful. Both of them said. Well, that was smart of them at least. Luffy sighed, uniting the man. With his observation haki, Luffy was able to tell if people was lying or not. A trick he learned from Sparky. Anyway, now that the Marine was freed. But he only united the honest Marine and the other one, Nezumi, was still tied up. You can go. That's not my problem, Luffy said, before pointing at Nezumi. But he stays here with me. I need him to bring back Captain Kuro. I did collect his bounty, well, at least they did. Jabbing his thumb behind him where Usopp and Kobe was. So, we will finish the job. You can have him later. The honest Marine looked at Luffy intensely, before sighing. You do have the reputation for being a hero. So I can't do nothing. Not that I would be able to free him off your hand. But as a Marine, I also need a favor from you. Luffy raised an eyebrow. And what's that? Please help us capture Arlong. Oh, he's dead. Luffy said, waving him off. The Marine's jaw was on the floor. We took care of him and his crew. We were just about to cash in his bounty. You can check it yourself. Also, take all the rest of the crew with you. Hope they don't escape. The honest Marine looked at Luffy with respect. So that's why you are called a hero. Luffy's eyebrow twitched a bit, but he didn't interrupt. But I have to ask, are you really related to Garp? Luffy nodded. Yup, he's my grandpa. Speaking of him. Isn't he in the East Blue now? He usually comes here this time around. The honest Marine nodded. Yes. He's in the East Blue with his ship. Captain Smoker was once under his command and Admiral Aokiji. But of course you would know that. The man said, I still can't believe I'm seeing the grandson of the Marine hero. He's my idol. For a moment he broke his stoic expression before coughing. Shishishi. Well, Grandpa is cool, not gonna lie. Anyway, let's get all the pirates to your ship. With that, Luffy dumped all the rest of Arlong's crew to him, and transported them into the ship they brought here. You know you might be a hero. But you are still holding a Marine captain as a hostage. The honest Marine huffed. Luffy was of course keeping Nezumi for the time being. He was also keeping him here because of some other reasons. But I will turn a blind eye to him. Try to keep him alive when you come by Log Town when you come to collect Arlong's bounty. The honest Marine still thought Luffy to be the Mario the hero. And the rubber boy didn't correct his mistake. With this, he wouldn't need to worry about the rest of the Arlong crew being the village, as they would be safely escorted to Smoker. Luffy grinned. Pleasure doing business with you. You make it sound like I'm dealing with a pirate. The honest Marine gave a short laugh, making all the nearby crewmates of the Straw Hats sweat drop. After all the Arlong pirates were cleared up, it was time to relax a bit. They were planning to start the search on Kuro tomorrow. Luffy would have stayed for a few more days, but he needed to catch Kuro, who might be anywhere in the East Blue, and then also continue his journey. He also needed to be on time for a few events, such as the Alabasta arc. He didn't want to doom a kingdom, just because he was a bit late. Luckily they had a way to make their ship twice as fast. It was the Momo the Sea King, but the problem is, he was nowhere to be seen. Of course, Luffy and Sparky was able to sense that Momo was under the sea hiding. And Hatchin was the only fishman that didn't get arrested. And he might be able to bring out the Sea King out of the sea. Though for now, he was still unconscious. But anyway, after the Arlong pirates were gone, the villagers threw a party in celebration. And Luffy would never say no to Sanji's cooking. You know, Luffy, it's still a dream for me. Now that the Arlong pirates are no more, I don't know what to do, Nami said, sighing as she looked at the people partying. Well, be my navigator of course. Luffy said. Why? You don't want to draw the map of the world? Nami blinked. How did you? But then she looked at Nojiko, who was having fun with the villagers. She told you, didn't she? Well, I don't know if I meant to be a pirate and all. After thinking over things. No. No, sorry. You can't be a pirate. Unfortunately. Luffy sighed. Nami felt as if her world shook. He wasn't being serious, was he? She was actually just playing around. Of course, she wanted to join the crew. But before she could speak, someone cut her off. You can't do that, Captain. She will be best pirate navigator in the world, Sanji said with confidence, as she presented a plate full of grilled meat in front of Nami. No. Luffy said, before grabbing Sanji by the shoulder, we need to talk, hold on to the plate for me. With that, he passed the plate of roasted meat to Nami, before walking a few distance off, and saying something. Look at her. She can never be a pirate, because there is no treasure in that chest. You know I can hear you, right? Nami said. She felt even more roasted than the roasted meat she was carrying. Captain. Sanji gasped, how can you? Sanji. 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 You have yet to learn, my friend. There is a quote I have read. He said wisely, with glasses on and a fake beard, which he suddenly got from somewhere. He was even running his hand down his beard wisely as he spoke. If she's flat, and has no cake, her sister you shall take, Luffy said, spinning his finger and pointing at Nikojo. Why you? Nami said, but she was cut off. Don't say that, Captain, she will grow soon. Sanji seriously nodded. Nojiko was laughing her perky ass off. Bam, only the cook was on the ground. Observation hockey never failed Luffy. Yet. Nami grumbled before clicking her tongue, going away. Muttering something to herself. Of course, he would make fun of her developing chest. But she was also glad it was a joke. She already felt like a part of the crew. But her sister on the other hand. I'm sorry Luffy, but I would rather stay here. In the village. Now that Arlong's gone. We will need to stay together to fix the village. She said, it's a good thing that you didn't destroy the Arlong Park, there are a lot of stuff we can sell to get some extra cash for the village. Luffy just smiled. Sometimes it was honestly good being a hero. Chapter 85. So you want me to join the crew? Hatchin asked, a bit of worry. He was now bandaged up and awake. You do know. Your crew was the reason Arlong and most of my crew is either dead or in the hands of the Marine. Yes, but your crew did act all evil and enslaved a whole portion of the population. Luffy shrugged. Well, I'm not telling you to permanently join me. No. I'm telling you to lend me some help with your Sea King friend. Momo was it, not? You both can help us cross the first part of the Grand Line, and be on your dandy way to the Fishman Island. But in the meantime, if you want to stay in the crew, I wouldn't mind. It will make the travel faster and you will also be able to repay Nami's debt. Nami's debt? But I apologize to her. The fishman said. And wouldn't she mind if I join her on the journey? Luffy shook his head. I spoke to her beforehand, she would tolerate you. Unlike everyone, you weren't so bad. But it doesn't matter if you apologized or not. Your crew was the reason why she lost her mother. So she is still angry about it. But don't you want to show her that all fishmen aren't monsters? Don't you want to break the circle of hatred? Wouldn't your late queen and Fisher Tiger want that? Luffy said, and who knows, if you act right, she might even become your friend. Hatchin didn't say anything, and thought for a moment. What the Straw Hat Boy was saying certainly had merit. Now that he looked through what they did, over the years, they acted just like the celestial pigs that they hated most. Hatchin always didn't agree with Arlong's superiority complex. But even then they grew up in the same streets and considered each other brothers. It was certainly hard that Arlong was now no more. But he also looked up to Fisher Tiger and Jinbe, both wouldn't want happened. Even the late queen gave her life trying to make peace between the humans and fishmans. He had to set it right. So it was obvious what he needed to do. He would make it right. And won't let Arlong's deeds stain the name of fishmans. I will do it. Hatchin said. But I will let you know. I'm not part of your crew. I will help you travel through the first half of Grand Line. But after that me and Momo will leave. Got that? Luffy grinned. Well, welcome aboard. Shishishi. There were a few reasons why he wanted Hatchin on the ship. First was the knowledge of fishman karate. While Hatchin mainly used swords, he should be able to teach the basics of fishman karate. If not, then no problem. Sparky should also know some of the basics after watching Kyuubi and the other fishmen. The other reason is also bringing in Jinbe later. Luffy would try his best to stop the war from happening. He didn't want Ace to die. And if that's the case, then he might not even meet Jinbe. Let alone invite him to the crew. And if the war doesn't happen, Whitebeard would probably be alive, then he might even join the Whitebeard pirates, after Warlord system was abolished, which he didn't want. Also, Hatchin would also be helpful in controlling the Sea King. It would cut their journey time by half the time. They might even be able to explore more islands that way. Taming another Sea King would take time, and in nights when he wasn't looking the creature might get other ideas. But with Hatchin and Momo it wouldn't be that much of a problem. Luckily Nami wasn't opposed to the idea of Hatchin joining the crew. She actually liked the fishman, as Hatchin would help her get out of trouble many times with Arlong. So it wasn't all bad. For now, they would need to hunt down Captain Kuro. He really should have killed him the first time. A mistake. But you learn along the journey. Also, now that they had Captain Nezumi, it shouldn't be that hard to finding the pirate unless he flees to the other blues. Speaking of Captain Nezumi, the man also had a lot of treasures, and a devil fruit stacked in one of the islands. He was planning to retire soon from his corrupt marine life. But now Luffy would be able to get those as well. All in all, it wasn't all bad to take a slight turn in their journey. The Going Merry had been stocked with everything the group would need until they reached the Grand Line. Arlong Park had been pillaged by the people and everything of value taken to help rebuild the towns of the island. To remember her adopted mother, Nami had asked Luffy if she could take some tangerine trees with them. He had readily given her what she wanted, him, Sanji, and a slightly forced Jin doing most of the heavy lifting. Kinda was enjoying her tea and cake break, while Zoro and Sparky were taking a nap. Usopp was tinkering with his gun, adding new features and removing some. One of those features were adding lead bullet to his arsenal and more firepower to his guns. Now his gun should be able to kill. Luffy didn't suggest anything. It seemed Kuro's escape hit him quite hard. The other members also did their work. The Sea King Momo was tied with the ship, but was keeping itself underwater, until they left the island. Hatchin was also in the water as he didn't want to scare the villagers. Now, every resident of Kokoyashi village but one was on the docks to wave goodbye to the Straw Hat Pirates. The villagers were getting annoyed, however. Where was Nami? Set sail. They heard the woman of their thoughts yell. She was running towards them. You heard her. Luffy called. Let's go. She's gonna leave without letting us thank her. One villager realized. They tried to stop her, but it was too late. She rushed through the crowd, passing by each person one by one. When she reached the end of the dock, the thief leaped off as hard as she could, Luffy's arm stretched, wrapping around her waist and pulling her in. Setting her down, as the girl then lifted the hem of her shirt, allowing all of the wallets and purses that she'd just stolen to tumble to the deck. What? My wallet's gone. She took my purse. You damn thief. We'll miss you. Nami didn't turn around, or cry, or say goodbye. They sailed away, the voices of the townspeople echoing in the wind. Chapter 86. The ship sailed as Momo pulled the Going Merry with great speed towards the south side of the East Blue. Their destination was Sakura Island, one of the most beautiful islands on the East Blue. A tourist spot like the Goa Kingdom. You sure Captain Kuro will be there? Luffy asked the now tied-up marine. If you lie, you will be fed to the Sea King. The Sea King in question looked back towards the marine, making Nezumi shiver in fear. I'm sure he will be there. That's far as I know. I had my contacts there on the island. They said one person who looked similar to Kuro is trying to use the island's ships to cross to the North Blue. And that ship will reach the island in a week. Luffy squinted his eyes. I will take your word for it, but I find it really suspicious that you have all your treasures stored on that same island. Usopp on his side also frowned. You aren't trying to set us up, or anything like that, are you? He said, posting the barrel of his wooden gun on the man's forehead. The marine gulped. It's a coincidence. He said. I would never think about it. Luffy hummed. The marine showed no signs of lying, so he told Jin to take him to the down floors and gag him till further questioning. The Tronfa user nodded and rough-handled him to downstairs. Luffy patted Usopp's back. Don't worry, we will get Kuro. That bastard won't live this time. Usopp nodded. It will still take 3 days to travel there. I'm just worried that he might leave the East Blue and come back later to harm Kaya and the villagers. He said, clenching his fist. I wish I was then strong and mature enough to finish him off. Luffy patted his back. Hey, it's not like you. And we all make mistakes. He said. Usopp wasn't his usual self after Nezumi mentioned Kuro again. The news that Kuro escaped was long revealed in the Baratie, but then, they didn't know where Kuro was, and planned to search for him a bit, before going on to the Grand Line. But now that they had a lead on Kuro, they could go there and finish him off. Luffy also viewed it as a chance to mature his weak-willed friend. Showing mercy to scums like Kuro would only bring disaster. And people needed to learn that. Not all men deserve second chances. But then again, it's not about second chances. What about the people that scum killed? What about them? They won't be able to get a second chance. It seemed that the prison system was flawed in both worlds. This would be a huge experience for people like Kobe and Usopp who still view the world childishly. Luffy hummed now that the journey has started and most of the crew had been gathered. He called all of them out. Guys, everyone out. I have something to say. Luffy shouted before jumping towards the head of the Going Merry, bringing all of their attention. Captain, you called? Jin said, coming out of the room, along with Johnny and Yozaku. Yup, now they were part of the crew. They were strong enough to contend with Kobe and had good teamwork working together. And also they had some good talent for Semakin. So when they asked to join the crew, Luffy happily accepted them. But he told them to always hide from the Marines and not be seen with the Straw Hat Pirates. Even though they weren't labeled as a pirate crew, yet. But they would be soon, his reason. Simple. Other than notorious pirates, small-time pirates could be easily dealt with them, and Johnny and Yozaku would be able to cash them to local marine bases to cover their fees. Of course, the Straw Hat Pirates would take down the notorious pirates for recognition and bounty. Luffy wanted a good income source. And before going to Skypiea, he needed money to buy rare materials and even devil fruits if he got the chance. And that required money. Even though Luffy roughly had over 100 million in bellies, he needed more if he wanted to buy good stuff along the journey. And bounty hunting would provide that. You called. Nami came out of the navigating room. Hatchin, who was on the top of the Sea King, also looked towards Luffy. But he didn't say anything. He was still feeling a bit hesitant in a crew full of humans. You called, Cap? Need more food? Sanji said, still having a pan in hand, tossing egg rice with perfection. He was trying to cook a new dish with the local vegetables he collected from Nami's village. No, thank you, Sanji. Luffy said, I will take you up on that offer later. For now, I am here to discuss about this. Heading it, the cook put the pan back in the stove before returning. Luffy took out a thick book into the air, and pointed at it. The Rokushiki techniques. Zoro, who woke up from his sleep, read the title. Sparky, who was also taking a nap, yawned, but was a bit interested. Wait, aren't those the techniques only Marines are able to use? Kuina asked. Sanji snapped his fingers. I was sure I heard of that somewhere. Well, yes. This is the Rokushiki techniques. And this book contains how to learn those techniques. Luffy said, Sparky, if you would be kind enough to demonstrate. The monkey suddenly disappeared from his spot and landed right on Luffy's shoulder. To the untrained eyes, it looked like he teleported there. But there were more than enough people in the crew who could barely follow Sparky's movement. That is what you call instant transmission. A leg-based technique, where you kick the ground a total of 10 times or more to gain sudden speed. Kuina blinked. Wait, this is similar to Captain Kuro's technique. Luffy nodded. Yup. I think he was able to steal the instant transmission from the Marines. But he might also discover it himself. He said, it grants a lot of speed, but without mastering it, you will be like Kuro, who couldn't change directions with it and couldn't even follow his own movements. The others nodded. Sparky. The monkey nodded on his shoulder and jumped into the air, kicking the air below, going a few steps. Gekku. He tried to say moonwalk, but his vocal cord was still underdeveloped to fully speak. But he was getting there. Luffy was a bit excited at the prospect of a talking monkey. Anyway. That is what you call moonwalk. Or skywalk. Some of you have already seen me using it. It works by kicking the air. Like how in instant transmission, you kick the ground 10 times. Here you use the 10 times strength in one step to make yourself airborne and stay afloat by constantly doing it. Some of you might already have the necessary leg strength to perform the technique, and after a few tries you might be able to use it. The others nodded, Sanji looking eager on that technique. Chapter 87. Next is Tekkai, or Iron Body. Like the name suggests, it makes your body as strong as iron, Luffy said, pointing his finger gun at Sparky and firing a few shots. The monkey tensed his muscles and crossed his 6 arms, tanking them with ease. And he was even able to stay in the same place with moonwalk while using it. An untrained user can only make all of his body go Tekkai at once. And won't be able to use any movements when doing it. But a master user like Sparky and me can do it while moving. It's similar to Sanji's exoskeleton. The chef in question blinked. Luffy added. Next is Rankyaku, or Tempest Kick. Sparky, who is still in air, kicked his leg in a horizontal swipe which traveled towards Luffy, who backhanded it into the sea. Like how a swordsman is able to use wind blades generated from sword strikes, one can also do it without swords but only his legs. Luffy said, Sparky can even do it with all 6 of his arms at once. And that made Hatkin really interested. He also used swords, but most of the times, he would lose his swords mid-battle, but if he could learn that, it would be helpful even while he was unarmed. And he also felt a bit of similarity with Sparky, being a fellow 6-armed and all. Sanji was also interested. He needed a ranged attack. And maybe he would able to combine his flames with it. Who knows? The next is Shiganor Finger Pistol. Luffy said, making a jabbing motion with his hand while his index finger was outstretched. You literally jab your finger hard enough that your fingertip acts like a bullet, piercing your enemy. Skillful users can also make air bullets out of it, by meshing the concept of Tempest Kick together with a finger pistol. Usopp was interested in it. And you see, I created my own version of finger pistol, by using the rubbery element of my powers. Luffy then again shot multiple shots at Sparky, who this time loosened up his body like paper and avoided the shots. Like how Teki is hardening your body, by flexing your muscles. Kami is doing the opposite, by making your muscles like paper that avoids getting cut or pierced by anything. Both technique falls under Shimikaiken, where one can control the full parts of his body. Luffy said, looking at Johnny and Yozaku, who gasped in the realization that this was what Luffy was speaking about. They knew they could do some unusual stuff with their bodies, like being more flexible and recovering fast from injuries, but it seemed that they were unconsciously using that technique. And lastly, Luffy positioned both his hands forward and blasted pressurized air from them. The crew was wide-eyed when it completely obliterated a giant rock that they were passing by, leaving only dust. Rokugan. This is an advanced form of all of the techniques combined. And if you are able to master finger pistol, Shimikaiken and Tempest Kick, you will be able to do it. Luffy then raised one arm and blasted it again. I can do by one arm, and if I try, maybe with my legs too. Now that all the crew has gathered, you all will start by learning one or two of the techniques. But first you will need to have physical conditioning to get your body to that certain strength, Luffy said. The training might be hard, but you will gain something valuable from it. Any questions? Kobe raised a hand. Yes, Kobe. Captain. Where did you get those techniques? And won't we get in trouble from using them, in front of Marines? Luffy blinked. Yup, I actually forgot, but you should try to not use them in front of Marines. They might actually send Cypher Paul if they sniff out what we have. He chuckled, but it made Kobe pale a bit. But don't worry, in the Grand Line, it's not uncommon for pirates to be seen using one or two of the Rokushiki. The Marines are corrupt enough to sell them in the black market. But you will be marked if they know you can use them. Maybe use it like how I do. My version of the finger pistol is different enough that the Marines won't suspect that I learned it from their version of the finger pistol. Heck, one might even think I have some air-related devil fruit. I also got this book from the black market with some contacts I have there. Kobe nodded. Such powerful techniques. And corrupt Marines sold them in the black market. It was a good thing that he joined the Straw Hats, not the Marines. Their rot seems to spread everywhere. Any more questions? Luffy asked. And this time Kuina raised her hand. Yes. For a blade user like me, I find all of them very interesting. But I was hoping to learn hockey. Luffy sighed. There is no easy way to say it. But I will be blunt. You aren't strong enough to learn hockey. Maybe observation hockey. And I can train you with Usopp and Kobe here, who also might have talent in that aspect, but for armament, you need to have more willpower. Which in my case I gained when I was stronger enough. But strength isn't required to unlocking armament. Some people have just more willpower than others. Unlocking armament was even tricky for me. It's been only 6 to 7 months since I have unlocked it. I don't know if I will even be able to help make Zoro unlock it. He might not have the strength, but his willpower is already there. So, for now, if you want to learn about observation hockey, join Kobe and Usopp. The girl nodded, thinking about his words. Zoro was also surprised that he had a talent for that. All this time he seemed to think he was lagging behind, but he might be able to catch up with this. Luffy observed Zoro's reaction and didn't say anything. Before joining the crew. Scratch that, just before the fight with Mihawk, Zoro's will wasn't even close to unlocking armament. But it seemed fighting a powerful opponent and being exposed to 2 different Conquerors hockey at the same time, made his will grow like weed. Now that he had observed, Luffy had first-hand inexperience in seeing such sudden growth. So that's why Garp always said that battle is the best learner in gaining strength. Zoro was the prime example of that. Internally he was a bit excited. Zoro's character always had a certain charm of coolness to it. I mean, who wouldn't like a badass swordsman that had an undying will? So that's why Luffy was excited with how fast Zoro might grow. Luffy then also remembered something. Nami. You might also have some talent in observation, so you should also try it out. Imagine how much more you can steal if you know where the treasures are. Luffy joked, but it seemed that Nami already started fantasizing about it. Her eyes already turning into belly. But we will also have to get you some strength, or at least speed, in case you ever get into trouble and need to escape. Zoro, you might have a talent for armament hockey. So maybe fighting me or the others that are stronger than you might make you unlock the ability. Luffy said. It made the green-headed swordsman nod. But then again, we will have to get you new swords. Your replacements won't help you that much in that aspect. Zoro snorted. He now was using 3 regular katanas, nothing too fancy, but they were even lesser quality than his previous swords. He had to get new ones. For now, Let's all focus on training and getting your physical strength up a few ranks. Even I took a total of 2 years in fully mastering all the Rokushiki techniques. Even talented Marine or Cypher Paul agents spend a lifetime mastering those abilities. So I will suggest you pick one technique at a time and master it. I want our crew to be strongest, and that means in all aspects. Luffy said, before turning to Hatchin. That means you too, Hachi. You might need some training if you want to survive the Grand Line with our crew. The fishman moved his head away. I'm not even a part of your crew. He mumbled. Luffy didn't say anything, just grinned. The fishman didn't refuse the training, so that was good. Chapter 88. The Going Merry sailed through the water with great speed with the help of the Sea King pulling. Nami had to only adjust the route a little bit. And it certainly cut down the travel time. 2 days had already passed. It would take another day to get to Sakura Island. The crew was mostly training their ass off in the 2 days. And it certainly boosted their physical strength. The growth was very noticeable, and it wasn't just because of hard work. Even Luffy gained some strength. But only a tiny bit, but others improved very well. Their recovery speed was quite fast, that's why they could improve in a short time. And it might be because of Sanji's cooking skills. While the members of the crew had yet to learn Simikten, Sanji's food could be easily absorbed into the body, giving immediate effects. Simikten is being able to control all parts of your body. One can even eat a tree log or dirt and extract calories from there if he uses the technique. Luffy had tried it once, eating no food for a month, surviving off things that weren't considered food. The things he did for the grind. While his crewmates didn't master the technique to that extent, even Sparky wasn't able to do it. Johnny and Yozaku only knew the basics of it. They were able to get very nutritious food due to Sanji, who knew having a good diet would be important. It seemed that meat from Sea Kings was very dense in nutrition and the body wasn't able to fully absorb it. But with Sanji's cooking skills, they were able to do it. So knowing this, Luffy made all of them work hard. But then again, he wasn't like Garp or Bogard. He was a man of the grind. But as a previous powerlifter and strength athlete, he knew that overtraining would bring bad results and bring hate towards hard work. So he placed the training sessions in a way where the crewmates were actually enjoying the hard work and gained results at the same time. But it also made him jealous in a way. Now there was no Garp to constantly fight against. He wasn't getting any stronger like he was used to. He did get some strength after having the small clash with Hawkeye, but it wasn't that much. He was pretty much spoiled into fighting stronger guys, because of Garp. So he felt a bit depressed that he couldn't gain that much strength. Even with Sparky's help, gaining even a bit of power or speed was getting difficult. That's why he was going to take drastic measures. The ship stopped in the middle of the ocean, and all the people on and off the ship were looking at Luffy. Even the Sea King Momu was looking at what Luffy was doing. Captain, are you sure about this? Kobe asked, a bit scared of what Luffy was trying to do. The captain in question was tying a thick rope around his arms and waist. Don't even bother. I tried to talk him out of it for an hour now. Nami grumbled. If something happens, I will be the gal that told you so, she said, sticking her tongue out. Luffy shook his head. You wouldn't understand the grind, woman. Now go on and make me a sandwich. Nami snorted, ignoring the verbal retort. But she was honestly a bit worried herself. What you are doing is certainly stupid, Captain, Kuina said, crossing her arms. But then again, I understand where you're coming from. Zoro also nodded. Just don't get us lost in the sea, Luffy. He chuckled a bit, but stopped when everybody gave him a deadpan look. What? Of course, something idiotic, Moosehead. Sanji snorted, which brought a tick on the swordsman's forehead. You want to go round, shitty cook? Hey, I'm gonna kick your ass like the last time. Sanji rolled up his sleeves, sparks flying between them. But it's on, shitty swordsman. Bam! Both Sanji and Zoro were on the floor because of a certain navigator who didn't like the useless commotion. Hey. Sanji might be needed if the line is snatched, you know. Luffy mused. In 2 days, Sanji was already able to get the basic concept of instant transmission down and even was able to use it in water. Of course, he named it Blue Walk. But he was nowhere near mastering Moonwalk, or his version of it. But the fact that he learned it meant that he would eventually be able to master it. He was also trying to learn the Tempest Kick. But the technique was still far from him. As the concept of Air Slash was a bit vague for a non-weapon user like him. It was basically an unarmed version of Air Slash. But then again, Hachi will save me if that happens. Luffy mused. The fishman in question was this time on the ship and looking at Luffy weirdly. Of course, I will. But are you sure you want to do this? He said. Hachi might not like Luffy that much, but he didn't have any animosity towards him. So he wouldn't stand by if he was in danger. How else was he going to prove that all the fishermen weren't all like Arlong? Momo can pull the ship just fine. I haven't seen any devil fruit users even able to move their body in water. let alone swim and pull a whole-ass ship tied to his back. The Sea King in question was now untied and curiously looking at what the crew was doing. Sparky seemed to bond well with the creature as he sat on top of Momo's head. Luffy had to agree himself that it was certainly stupid. Pulling a full ship in water as devil fruit user wasn't something you should do. But Luffy was going to do it anyway. And besides, he trusted his crewmates. The years of training with sea stone and water training made him gain a bit of sea immunity to speak. Don't ask how, it just worked. Luffy didn't know if that was possible, but it seemed that overexposure to the sea made it such. This world was definitely different from the original One Piece world. As he knew that even Jack, who was fishman, couldn't swim in the ocean. And here was Luffy, who was able to swim in the sea for a whole minute before the drawback from the energy sapping would be too much and he would need a break. Luffy at the time did in a small lake, but he never tried it in the open sea. But now he could. After starting his journey, Luffy hadn't tried breaking that record. Sure, he had a sea prism stone bracelet that he wore while training with his crewmates. But now, it just sapped away his devil fruit power, not his strength. And it was still a good way to gain muscle mass without blocking in size. Swimming is a good exercise for speed and strength anyway, and add the drawback of the devil fruit into the mix. It's a total challenge. Luffy grinned. That's so manly, Captain. Johnny cried while holding Yozaku. Our captain doesn't fear any challenge. Yozaku said. Both former bounty hunters eyeing at Luffy. As the sea was basically suicide for a devil fruit user. And Luffy was taking it as a challenge to do the impossible. Captain. I think you should still think about it. Kobe muttered. After eating his fruit, he tried to take a bath once, but he almost drowned himself at the time. So he was a bit worried about Luffy. Luffy on the other hand was thrilled at the aspect of what he was about to do. Adrenaline was already pumping in his veins, he just couldn't wait. Shishi. Luffy laughed. Now that the rope was tied up, he jumped to the head of the Going Merry. This is going to be fun. And don't you underestimate me, see? In a few years, I'm going to be the strongest thing alive in this world. Woo-oo. Splash. The rest of the crewmates hurried to the front of the ship just as their captain jumped into the water. They were a bit worried when they didn't see Luffy resurface for a few seconds. Zoro and Sanji already got their sandals and shoes off along with their shirts, in case they needed to jump in save Luffy. Jin on the other hand had absolute confidence in his captain as he focused on the water below. But Luffy was yet to show. Chapter 89 Splash. The rest of the crewmates hurried to the front of the ship just as their captain jumped into the water. They were a bit worried when they didn't see Luffy resurface for a few seconds. Zoro and Sanji already got their sandals and shoes off along with their shirts, in case they needed to jump in save Luffy. Jin on the other hand had absolute confidence in his captain as he focused on the water below. But Luffy was yet to show. And even he was getting a bit worried. But then suddenly the ship jerked forward a bit. As if someone was pulling it. Nami was wide-eyed. He's actually doing it. She said fondly before sighing. Why am I even surprised? And just like that, Luffy started pulling the ship, and his head finally came out of the water as he gritted his teeth and used every ounce of strength to pull the ship. And after some time it gained a considerable amount of speed. The crewmates calculated that it was half of Momo's speed. Which was quite a lot, considering the sea gave any devil fruit user a huge debuff. All of them watched and Nami had a small timer in her hand as she looked back at the clock. 1 minute had passed. And 10 more seconds later the ship stopped moving forward, before slowing down and stopping. Zoro and Sanji were about to jump into the ocean when Luffy's body was thrown out of the sea onto the deck, where he coughed out water with a huge grin on his face. Thanks, Hachi. Shishishi. Luffy said, the adrenaline rush felt amazing. It truly felt great to be alive. Nami's what's the time? 1 minute and 10 seconds. She said, now relieved that her captain was back at the deck. But then again, it bugged her quite a bit why she was worrying about him so much. Woo-oo. A total of 10 seconds increased. I have been getting stronger it seems. Luffy grinned, he then sat up suddenly with a huge grin on his face. Let's do that a few more times. It's a good workout. What? Nami grumbled. Forget it. She stood up, and walking into the navigating room. I don't know why I worry about you in the first place. She mumbled to herself. Luffy frowned a bit. It felt good that Nami cared about him. But he wouldn't stop because of her. In fact, if he isn't strong enough, who would be the one to protect her? Well, her and the rest of the crewmates. Yeah. It's not like he had any feelings for her or anything. Sparky, let's do it again, Luffy said, jumping up and standing. You count this time. Sanji, who was by his side, whispered as he looked between Luffy and Nami, back and forth. Is he dense? No, he's rubber, Jin answered, nodding to himself. Sanji wanted to say something back, before shrugging it off. He had better things to do anyways. Time passed and the sun was almost rising when the crew reached the Sakura Island. The island looked quite beautiful, the pink color blending in with the crimson red of the sun rising. No. Looking closely, the famous Sakura Island was in a state of chaos. Trees and houses were on fire. It wasn't just the sunlight that brought the crimson color out. People were fighting, some were fleeing. All that was happening near the port as well, where a few ships were docked. Those with enhanced senses, like Kobe or Sanji or those with observation haki, could hear the people's fearful scream from here. Momu, full speed ahead. Luffy ordered. Hatchin patted the beast as the Sea King moved and speed up as all the crewmates gathered on the ship for the upcoming island. Something was wrong here. As they got near they could fully see what was happening. It seemed that a pirate crew decided to attack the island. But then looking closely, it seemed that two pirate groups were attacking each other, pillaging the whole island in an unsynchronized chaos. They could even see the pirate flags of the ships. One was of course of Black Cat pirates, the other was unrecognizable. It seemed that both pirate groups were fighting each other. We have to stop them, Kobe said. One could see that the islanders were trying to flee from the area of chaos. The port was already destroyed, a few houses were on fire, a few ships were already broken. There were even dead bodies floating on the nearby water with red blood mixing with the water. And I sense Captain Kuro. Luffy sighed after expanding his observation haki towards the island. He could sense three powerful auras. One was Kuro's, the other might be the other pirate captain. Then there was a third one, who had a very powerful aura. And it seemed that both Kuro and the other weak-willed pirate captain were both fighting against him, while their crew fought amongst each other. It's a good thing we came here. Usopp shoot a cannonball in the middle of the fight. It should stop the fight and introduce our rival, Luffy said, pointing at where the main fighting was going on. When Usopp observed closely he saw three people that were fighting against each other. 2 against 1. Usopp didn't say anything and quickly moved the cannon toward the direction. Aimed and shot. And like the best aimer Usopp was, it smashed into the pavement, near Kuro, and the whole fight for a moment. The place went still for a moment as all heads snapped at the new arrival. And they were shocked to see that a Sea King was pulling the ship. Hey, am I seeing things, but is that actually a Sea King? One of the pirate lackeys asked the other. I have no idea. But I hope it's not the Marines. I just recently got out. The other said, whoever it is, if he can tame a huge-ass Sea King, I'm not gonna be here when the fight starts. First the insanely strong sailor, now this. I don't think the pirate life suits me. The other lackeys that were once fighting against each other all thought the same. There were rumors that Garp was here in East Blue, and he was the boogeyman for the pirates. They only hoped it wasn't him. Wait, are the Marines already here? Captain Kuro cursed. But how did they get here so fast? The fight didn't even go and for half an hour. There was another burly guy, who was double the height of Kuro, squinted his eyes, looking at the new arrival. He had an axe for a second hand and a metal mask to cover his face. He had blonde hair that made a afro on his head. Look carefully, that's not a navy ship, the man said, pointing at the flag. It's a pirate ship. Oh, great, another one. The third man grumbled. He was shirtless and a bit wounded. His most notable features were his huge forearms, one of which had an anchor birthmark and a smokeless pipe that was on his lips. His body was littered with battle wounds that made him look like a veteran of the sea. He had a small white hat and was wearing blue jeans with brown shoes. His choice of weapon was a unique anchor that he used more like a hammer. I will take all of you at the same time. These hands can do more than hammer swords. The other two didn't say anything but cautiously looked at the man with huge forearms. The fight wasn't over yet. No, it just got intense. But it also gave hope for the two of the other pirates. If the third pirate group joined in, maybe they could take care of an humanly strong man. But of course, things were going to be that easy. More so when suddenly a figure dropped in between the three men. A straw hat, tunic knot strapped to his back in a cross shape, and unbuttoned shirt that showed a figure packed with muscles. Partying without me, Kuro. Shishi. The cold laughter sent shivers down the spines of all the people around them. More so for the people who recognized Luffy from his grown fame as the bounty hunting hero. There were even rumors that he took down Arlong. Chapter 90, Partying Without Me, Kuro. Shishi. The cold laughter sent shivers down the spines of all the people around them. More so for the people who recognized Luffy from his grown fame as the bounty hunting hero. The surrounding pirates gulped seeing Luffy. Why was a big shot that easily took down a man with a 50 million bounties, and Arlong here? This was just unreasonable. They even avoided where the so-called hero was last seen, near the Konami Islands, but now he was here. You know what? Retiring is looking really appealing right now, one of the lackeys said. Soon the other straw hats jumped down from the nearby dock going merry. The first ones to drop down were obviously Zoro, Kuina, Sanji and Jin. Kobe and Usopp were a bit hesitant, before calming down their nerves and getting down. The lackeys were wide-eyed as they saw the people coming out of the ship that was being dragged by a sea king. Wait, is that the pirate hunter Zoro? And the white lady Kuina? Who's the curly brows? Maybe someone unimportant. Who said that? Sanji said with a tick mark on his forehead. Hey, it seems that you aren't popular, Zoro said with a small smile. Why you? The lackeys of course ignored Sanji and looked at the others. Wait. Isn't that the man Demon Jin? Did he switch sides? Of course, he did. Then there's the kid and the long nose. The other lackeys said, not to mention the huge sea king and the fishermen who were looking at them coldly. That's it. I'm out, folks. With that, he dropped his sword and made a run for it. Not that the pirate lackey could get that far as he was quickly shot by someone falling on the ground. A headshot by Usopp. Kobe who was by his side blinked and gave the sniper an odd look, who the long-nosed pirate shrugged off. Hey. The large four-armed man called Luffy. You with them, bub. 'Cause I'm gonna tell you. I won't let you pirate run wild in this island if the last thing I do. When Luffy looked at the figure with large forearms, his jaw almost dropped to the floor. Why you? Well, Luffy seemed to recognize the fellow, the other Straw Hats didn't. Well, except for a certain someone. It was Jin and he was tensed when he got near and saw the sailor. Captain, be careful. He was the one that stopped the Krieg pirates in Whiskey Peak. Never heard of him, Sanji said, crossing his arms. But he could tell that the man was strong. Who's he anyway? Some kind of famous bounty hunter. No, he's a former Marine captain. After the encounter with him, we did some research, and turns out he was dishonorably discharged from his rank. If I'm not wrong, the name is Anchor D. Popeye. Jin finished. Wait, you mean like the great sailor Popeye? Kobe asked. Like Popeye the Sailor Man? There were a few names Kobe knew from old children's books, like the Great Liar Noland and Popeye the Sailor Man. But unlike Montana Blank Noland, who was portrayed as a liar, Popeye was shown as a strong figure that could carry out inhuman strength feats. It was said that the man was strong enough to pull an island. But he always thought of them as stories. Tall tales of the legend. Jin nodded. Yup, might be one of his ancestors or something. No, wonder he's strong. Real strong, shot down 3 of our ships throwing a full freaking building at us. That made all the Straw Hats blink. But he's clumsy. Krieg was able to get a drop on him. Also he's kind of slow in movement. Jin said. That's how we're able to escape him. Even if he's not a Marine anymore. He still has a strong sense of justice, from what we know. Captain Luffy should look out in case he does something. Hey, join my crew. Luffy finally said. And that made all the Straw Hats facepalm themselves. But why were they even surprised? Or he can invite him on the crew. Jin said, nodding in understanding. His skills will be very needed in the future. The others wanted to question the man for his undying loyalty but didn't. Almost all of their crewmates had quirks, they had to get used to it. What? Anchor squinted one of his eyes. Well, the other one has shut anyway. So he squinted one of his eyes. I'm not joining any pirate crews. I may not be a Marine anymore, but I won't fall that low. Who are you anyway? Luffy grinned, he was a bit glad that someone didn't recognize him for Mario. Well, my name's Lou. But he was cut off. Wait, aren't you the hero of Dawn Island, Mario? Anchor said, squinting at Luffy, mainly looking at his Naginata. Maybe I spoke too soon. Luffy internally grumbled. As I was saying, name's Luffy. They got the name wrong. When did you become a pirate? Anchor said, ignoring Luffy's words. What? A pirate can't be a good guy? The last time I checked, it's the Marines who lick the ass of self-entitled pigs on the red line. Luffy barked back. Anchor winched, before gruffing. His early discharge was related to that. But he didn't want to think about it. He already set up a new goal. I don't care anyway. I'm out on a mission to make the greatest sword in the world and study all their secrets. I just came here from the rumors of a broken skillful grade blade here. But now I have to stop these damn pirates so they don't kill everybody on the island due to their stupid over some corrupt Marine loot. The man grumbled. Anyway, you with them. 'Cause I ain't afraid of you. He said, cocking up his fists. Luffy blinked. A skillful grade blade. Zoro didn't have any good swords. Maybe. This changes things. Luffy waved his hand, acting a bit normal. No. I'm actually here to stop them. You see, I might be a pirate, but there's a reason everyone calls me a hero. But it doesn't matter either way, I'm here to stop them from causing any more destruction. So if you want, I can give you a hand. Anchor grunted, he didn't like taking help from a pirate, being a former Marine, and the reason why both the pirates weren't dead was cause he wanted the civilians to desert the area. And most of the blood on his clothes was from his enemies anyway. But he didn't refuse the help. He wanted to see why the young man was getting so much attention in the first place. Luffy then looked at the two pirates that needed to be taken care of. Well, what do we have here? I'm very curious as to why both Captain Morgan, a former Marine, is joining hands with a scum like Kuro. But then again, birds of the flock stick together, don't they? Luffy was a bit amused. While Anchor D. Popeye wasn't the Popeye he knew from childhood, but the similarities were there. Those large forearms and the pipe was a hit back to the old days. This was certainly unexpected. Also, the other thing unexpected was seeing Kuro and Morgan here. The others blinked. Zoro and Kuina narrowed their eyes when they recognized Captain Morgan. He seemed a lot different. He was still the tall man, but was much more slender. Had a blonde afro that made him look quite different. And without his marine coat and in addition to his clothless upper body and face mask made him look quite different. But what made him certain that he was Morgan was his axe hand. That he was so famous for. Who's you, punk? Morgan growled. I ain't afraid of a bounty hunter like ya anymore, now that I have my own devil fruit. Oh, you have eaten a devil fruit? And what might be? Luffy asked. Visiting this island might have not been all bad. Poor man might need to die. How sad. Morgan grinned. I have eaten the smooth fruit. Now no one can attack me. De ha 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 ha. Kuro, who was on his side, grunted. He also wanted to get that fruit. With it, no bladed weapon or sharp weapons would be able to harm him. All the attacks would slip through him. The reason why both Kuro and Morgan were here on the island was that they had intel that Captain Nezumi often visited this place and had good connection to the island. So they came here to loot the island and try their luck to see if they could find anything. And it seemed that when they attacked the island, someone had listed a devil fruit to the black market to sell it off. So they both fought for the devil fruit. While Kuro was faster and tricker, by some odd luck Morgan was able to eat the fruit, gaining the abilities of a smooth human. It didn't make Kuro any less determined as he was willing to kill Morgan for taking the fruit. Morgan had not only quit the Marines, he was also able to gather a good crew of criminals under him once he broke out from Shell's town. With them around, Kuro's own makeshift crew were having a hard time holding them off. While Kuro's crew had the advantage, Kuro on the other hand was at a disadvantage against Morgan, who was able to slip away from all of Kuro's attacks. Their fight was going well, when suddenly the ex-Marine popped in. The man was around the island and wanted to stop both their fight as people's livelihoods were getting destroyed because of the meaningless fight. And Kuro and Morgan wanted to ignore him at first. But when they saw him take down their crewmates, Morgan and Kuro wanted to deal with him separately. But they soon came to the realization that Anchor was much stronger than he let on. Easily able to take on both Morgan and Kuro at the same time. More so when he was able to damage Morgan with his sea stone-laced anchor. That's the reason why both of them were fighting him at the same time. Chapter 91. Oh, you have eaten a devil fruit. And what might be? Luffy asked. Morgan grinned. I have eaten the smooth fruit. Now no one can attack me. Dahahaha. Luffy blinked, before laughing. Now it made sense, so maybe Alvida got her fruit from Nezumi. And it seemed that didn't occur because of Luffy's current actions. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Alvida is kind of dead. I did knock her out pretty bad and then split the ship in two. Her surviving would be pretty rare. Luffy thought. But it's kind of funny seeing Morgan eat that fruit. Still not bad. I wouldn't give it to any of my crewmates, but selling it would fetch a good price. That's really impressive, but I don't really like you. So please die. Luffy said, before returning his horn's edge to his back. And the big man suddenly found himself split in half, vertically, before falling backward. No devil fruit can stop the power of Haki. Anchor, who was on the side, was wide-eyed. He could barely see the movement. How did a brat that was a decade younger than him be this strong? And that was certainly armament Haki. Anchor didn't know Haki yet, so he opted to use his anchor that was laced with sea stone against devil fruit users that could negate physical damage. But seeing someone in the East Blue use Haki. But then he suddenly remembered. Didn't the paper suggest that he was the grandson of Garp? If he's related to Vice Admiral Garp, then I can see that happening. He thought, also that Naginata. Is that? Hey, where did you get that blade? The metal one with chains, the anchor said, pointing at Luffy, and his nameless Naginata. Luffy blinked. I was given it by someone. Luffy said. Why? You don't look like a blade user to me. He said, eyeing the anchor that Anchor held. It was kind of ironic, how a man named Anchor was using an anchor as a hammer weapon. Because I have worked on that particular weapon when it was still in the hands of the Marines. But it seems that Wild Blade found itself in the hands of a pirate again. He said, I'm not a swordsman, but I do come from a smith family. My anchor isn't only for combat, it's also for smiting. I don't care either way. Luffy blinked. A weaponsmith. Now wasn't that interesting? He wanted the man on his crew. Who knows what kind of fun weapon he could make? And he already knew about his blade. That is quite impressive. You might as well be bluffing. Luffy shot back, but he wasn't just going to take his word for it. The blade shortened to your size, didn't it? Because the height of the Naginata doesn't add up. He said, rubbing his chin. Also that chain. It's from one of the compartments that I wasn't able to open. The weapon only allowed me to fix its blade, nothing more. It didn't deem me worthy to be its wielder. Not that I wanted to, of course. It's good to see that someone was finally able to wield that blade. It was quite impressive. More so when you add the fact that it was not broken by Vice Admiral Garp's fist. Just only got bent and dented. But he didn't say that out loud. He was also curious as to how this Luffy fellow was able to get his hand on the weapon. Maybe Garp gave it to him. Nah, he wouldn't do that. Luffy was impressed, but he didn't show it. Well, you aren't lying. Before I wasn't even able to carry it. It was quite heavy, but after I was able to speak to it, and make it mine, it became almost weightless. And shortened to my size. So, you were able to tame that wild blade. The ex-marine mumbled, impressed. As a blacksmith he wouldn't be able to ignore that. Tell you what. You give me some time to study your other blade. The bone blade, and I will give you something in return. That wasn't a bad deal. His horn's edge wasn't a ranked blade. So he could let the man see it. Especially since he was the one that fixed his nameless Naginata. Maybe he could even upgrade the blade. If I am not able to get him on my crew, I will still have to keep good relation with him. His skills will be valuable. Luffy thought. Why not join my crew? Luffy mused. A person who can fight of both Kuro and Morgan at the same time with their full crew. Being able to stop the Krieg pirates, taking down their ships. And not to mention he had some skills in the forging department. That kind of skill was needed for his crew. From his observation of Haki it became obvious Anchor's status was. He was strong, but it seemed that Anchor lacked the intuition and speed that a fighter needs. He was more like an unbalanced character in a video game, having maxed status in strength while lacking in others. If not for his sea stone-laced weapon, he was sure that Kobe or even Jin would be able to handle him in a drawn-out fight. Unless of course he was able to get the drop on them. But when it came to strength, Luffy wasn't sure just how strong he was. But he might be even able to contend with him in raw power. He is kind of like that Elizabello fellow. Who was able to destroy a fortress with his strength if he has enough time to charge it up. But other than that he's weak, in other aspects. Anchor gave Luffy a deadpan. No, but I will grant you some other request. Didn't you say this island has a broken skillful grade blade? Did you already find it? Anchor didn't say anything, but his eyes narrowed a bit. Luffy put his hands up. Hey, I'm not going to take it from you or anything like that. In fact, I'm willing to buy it from you. But have you fixed it? Anchor looked at Luffy for a while. He found no signs of lying, so he answered. No, but it shouldn't take time. And I don't mind giving it to someone who can wield the blade. But I also need some cash for that. Just for the repair charge would be enough. He said, as a proud swordsmith he would love to see weapons made by him, or in this case repaired by him, go on to skillful users. Then when you are done, you can it to Zoro over there. You might know him as the man that challenged Mihawk. A foolish man, I tell you. Foolish enough to join the crew that will be the strongest in the future. And follow me, the man who one day will be the king of the pirates. Shishishi. The blacksmith looked at Luffy, quite a bold goal. Some would call the boy foolish, yet his feats so far said otherwise. Anchor then looked at Zoro. He also recognized him, the pirate hunter Zoro. Well, it depends if the sword actually acknowledged him. He smirked. Though fixing it might take a whole day. Your nameless Naginata was just had a bent blade, so I was able to fix that. But the sword is cracked in several places, so it will take some time to put all the parts back together. Also, do one more thing for me. Give me a lift to Logue Town. I need to meet a former acquaintance there. He said, before eyeing the remaining pirate captain. Captain Kuro was actually trying to sneak from both of them. Sure thing. Luffy agreed, jabbing his thumb at Kuro. But what about him? I will have to deal with him and the rest of their pirate crew first. Many people died cause of them. He said in all seriousness. You heard him, guys, get them, Luffy called out, as the rest of the crew donned their weapons and charged toward the pirates. The poor lackeys stood no chance, as they were getting taken out rather quickly. Only Usopp remained in his place and he was glaring at Kuro. Anchor, who was about to charge against Kuro, was stopped. Yeah. Can you give Kuro to my crewmate? They have a bit of history. The smith frowned, before looking between Usopp and Kuro, and nodded. Usopp, why don't you handle this one? Luffy said, you did want to pay him back for betraying Kaya? The long nose came forward, and this time, he wasn't shaking much. I'm not afraid of you anymore, Kuro. he said, taking out his new customized revolvers, that was now mixed with Adam's wood and high-quality steel that he scavenged of Zoro's broken sword. Today is the day I end your evil ways. Luffy almost cringed at that line, but didn't say anything. His long-nosed friend was trying to play it brave, and he didn't want to ruin the moment. Though it seemed like Kobe, Usopp might also be suffering from 8th grader syndrome. Kuro pricked his tongue, not this idiot again. You really think you can beat me, Captain Kuro of TH? But he wasn't able to finish when one bullet went straight from Usopp's gun to Kuro's head. The pirate was able to fling the bullet off with his claws, but the Usopp knew he was going to do that, so the second shot was aimed at his left knee, which Kuro wasn't able to avoid or deflect. Let's give them some space to fight. Luffy mused, jumping off to a nearby roof. Whatever. I can deal with others. Anchor grunted before jumping to another rooftop. Unlike Luffy, he wasn't that interested in a fight, so he joined the other Straw Hats in hunting down the lackeys that attacked the island. Chapter Kuro grunted, his left knee busted by the sudden shot. And he looked at Usopp with hate and annoyance. Blood poured out of his new wound, this would reduce his mobility. But even with that, Kuro was confident in taking down Usopp. What made him worry was Luffy and the others. There was no doubt he would be caught again. But right now he didn't care, he was busy dealing with the village idiot. For a while nothing happened before both of them moved. Usopp was again the first one to attack with his dual revolvers, shooting multiple shots at the infamous pirate. Kuro might be injured, but he was still able to dive away from most of the shots that drilled the wall behind him. While his knee was busted, he could still use his technique a few times. With gritted teeth, he moved his feet in a familiar rhythm, and kicked off the ground going towards Usopp with his claws outstretched. But to his surprise, Usopp was able to roll away from his attack, and also shot multiple bullets at Kuro. The Black Cat pirate was barely able to claw away at the bullets before they could harm him. Still, one bullet managed to puncture his chest on the right side, hitting his lungs. Why, you damn fool! Kuro shouted, in rage, but he was wide-eyed when Usopp tossed something near his face before diving in with hands over his head. The long nose also took the time to reload his revolver. It was a flashbang, and it exploded right in Kuro's face, almost breaking his eardrums and taking his eyesight. Kuro said, squinting his eyes as he took a couple of steps back. But Usopp wasn't finished yet, as he used his slingshot to send a round-shaped object near Kuro, which bounced off the wall and landed near his legs. This one was a grenade that blew Kuro off to a nearby building, making him go through the wall. Usopp used this chance to take cover behind a wall, keep an eye on the enemy and reload his revolvers. When he was done, he waited, and for a while, nothing happened. Usopp could see Kuro's body under the rubble, and he was about to check if he was out or not when he moved out. I will fucking kill you. Kuro growled animalistically, I will kill you for that. Due to the sheer amount of hatred, Usopp was shocked and took a few steps back. As if locating his location, Kuro jumped out of his position with his claws out near Usopp. Kuro was in bad shape, with burn wounds, and his eyes were red from Usopp's previous attack. He was in no condition to move like that. And yet he did. It seemed that hate was the driving factor. Avoiding Usopp's shots based on pure instincts and reaction speed, though 3 shots still punctured his body, 2 barely grazed him, while the third one hit his abdomen. He got near Usopp, avoiding a shot that would have taken his head, and swiped his claws upward trying to take of Usopp's head. While Kuro was fast, he was nowhere near the level of speed that Luffy or even Sparky used. So he was able to follow it just fine and avoid the attack. Face me like a man, you coward. Kuro growled, only getting a punch to his face that knocked a few of his teeth out. Well, Usopp didn't actually punch him, but rather used the bottom of his gun barrel to take out his teeth. What? You really think I'm the same boy you used to look down upon back in the village? I have changed, Clador. Usopp said, both his revolvers forward in a fighting position. He was out of bullets, man, revolvers were a pain in the ass to reload. But he still had his slingshot and another grenade, this one more compact and explosive. The sniper didn't back off. He wouldn't be called a coward anymore. He was a brave warrior of the sea, the sniper king of the Straw Hat Pirates. He wouldn't back down now. Call it pride, but for a second his fear washed away as he held his hand up, motioning Kuro for a close combat battle. Seeing Usopp in a fighting position, Kuro growled, before attacking Usopp, which the boy avoided with ease. Kuro attacked with large swings, and it was making Usopp back off to a corner. It wouldn't end well if he was cornered. Usopp would be lying if he told that he wasn't scared. No, scratch that, he was terrified. And yet he was finding it quite easy in dealing with Kuro. While to the normal untrained eye Kuro's movements were almost unreadable, for him it was easy to see through his acts and react in time. Compared to the harsh training Luffy put him through, it was honestly child's play. And while Kuro was scary, he was nowhere level the fear he faced in the past few days. Sea King's, Mihawk and Luffy's hockey, or even trying to survive getting shot by Sparky, all of them were much more scary. Even though Usopp was avoiding Kuro's attacks, he couldn't counter either. He would need some time to reload his guns, and if he didn't do something he would be backed into a corner. And Kuro's claws were hard for Usopp to get near and fight face to face. But Kuro was getting winded as the fight went on. His bleeding was catching up to him, while Usopp didn't have any amazing stamina. The fact that he remained uninjured was helping him in the fight. But Usopp didn't want to win this way. Call it foolish, but in this fight, he needed to prove something. Usopp had seen Kobe, who was comparable to him, now being able to take down multiple pirates at once. While he was a sniper and he would much prefer fighting where the enemy couldn't reach him, he had to prove something today. So he took the risk and rushed forward. He grabbed Kuro's left arm, surprising the pirate, and quickly twisted his arm behind him, making him fall to the ground and trying to dislocate his shoulder. A bad attempt, but it did make Usopp move away from getting cornered. But his attempt was failed by a kick to the shin, making Usopp yelp, and Kuro was able to stab the boy in his left shoulder and pin him to the wall. Well, that didn't help. Chapter 93. Usopp's attempt was failed by a kick to the shin, making Usopp yelp, and Kuro was able to stab the boy in his left shoulder and pin him to the wall. Well, that didn't help. You are dead, boy. Kuro yelled as he tried to swipe Usopp with his other hand. But Usopp surprised him with a solid headbutt, winching when he felt his own blood. Though he did hear a sickening crunch from Kuro's nose breaking. Usopp used the chance to kick Kuro off of him, kicking him on his stomach where a bullet wound was. And while this got Kuro off of him, his claws were still stabbed in Usopp's shoulder. Well, at least he did unarm his opponent, Kuro thought, still had his other set of claws left. With a winch, Usopp was able to pull out the blades from his wounds and toss them to his side. Blood poured out of his wound, but for now, Usopp would need to ignore that. Kuro also got up with a broken nose and a bleeding gut. He was panting heavily, and a small smile on his face. You know you aren't half bad for a son of a lowly pirate. Kuro was on his last leg, he was barely able to stand. The wounds were too much for him, but he wouldn't drop anytime soon. Usopp snorted, those words didn't try him up anymore. We will see about that. While Kuro was catching his breath, Usopp used that time to reload one of his guns, while he holstered the other one. Kuro watched the long-nosed boy as he reloaded his gun. 1 bullet, 2 bullets, 3 bullets. Kuro leaped forward with his only clawed hand. Usopp ducked and rolled forward and placed another shot in Kuro's good leg. The man grunted, but he didn't need speed in close combat. So he got near Usopp and with his unarmed hand tossed his gun to the side, while swiping Usopp with his claws. The long-nosed sniper jumped back and took his slingshot out and shot off a projectile. The shot was aimed at the ground, so Kuro ran forward thinking he was aiming wrong. Well, Usopp didn't, and that was an oil bullet, which made the ground slippery enough to make the claw user fall and drench his clothes in it. Usopp didn't waste time and rolled towards his gun and took aim, putting Kuro on fire, but Kuro had anticipated this and rolled to his side and threw his jacket off. With that, Kuro rushed Usopp yet again. And this time while Usopp shot, he didn't even try to avoid the shot, taking a bullet to the chest, and giving the boy a headbutt. Have a test of your own tricks, boy. He grinned, trying to use his claws to stab Usopp. But the sniper was one step ahead. Usopp grunted as he walked back, not before shooting a low shot near Kuro's groin. Fucking. The informed pirate cursed, holding his groin, and when he looked at Usopp he was wide-eyed. The boy quickly drew his other revolver and pointed it on his head. By the time Kuro remembered that the other gun was empty, Usopp had something sicky near Kuro's bare abdomen. It looked as if something was inside a sticky chewing gum, and stuck on Kuro's stomach, near his bullet wound. Kuro of course kicked the long-nosed pirate, making him go several feet away. And Kuro tried to get the thing off his stomach, and it seemed to trigger the small object. Usopp didn't get up, rather he held his head low. Kuro, who was trying to get it off of him, was confused before suddenly an explosion occurred near his abdomen. He looked down, and saw a good chunk of his stomach missing, his intestines on the ground. What? How? He took a few steps back before his back met a wall. He slid down, and even with all he had, his body couldn't stand up anymore with his stomach missing. Usopp got up from his position and winched at the sight of Kuro. 1/3 of his stomach was missing, the explosive grenade took it out. The boy could even see the man's bone marrow and his lungs peeking out from the wound. Heck, he could almost see his beating heart from his open wound. The sniper felt lightheaded and wanted to vomit, seeing the brutality that was done by him. But he didn't. He strengthened his resolve as he stood up, holding his shoulder wound, that would leave a scar. He dragged himself near Kuro with his revolver drawn, putting bullets in it. He would finish this time. Kuro smiled, but he was in pure rage. You don't have the balls. Usopp didn't let him finish and shot him on the head, cutting him off. You talk too much, he said, before shooting a few more times just to be sure he was dead. With that, the sniper of the Straw Hat dropped to the floor on his ass, winching at his shoulder wound. While Usopp had only one wound and lasting fatigue, his opponent on the other hand was littered with wounds and dismembered. With Kuro it was never about revenge. So he wasn't glad that Kuro was dead. But he didn't regret his action either. Now that Kuro was dead, it felt as if a good amount of weight was off his chest. Now, he didn't need to worry about Kaya anymore. Due to his new crew and Captain Morgan, many people of Sakura Island were dead. He couldn't imagine what a man like that would do if he had gained enough power and attacked his home. Now, he wouldn't need to worry about him anymore. It almost made him remember what Luffy said a few days ago. It's better to be a warrior in the garden than a gardener in a war. Was this what Luffy meant? If Kaya didn't stop Luffy the other time, this wouldn't have happened. They would have been far into his journey and maybe, the many people in Sakura Island wouldn't need to lose their lives. With how Luffy was, he honestly didn't think of him as wise, but it was way back then. Now, as time passed, he respected the boy for his strength and leadership. He was proud of being a part of his crew. He looked at the sky, it seemed that the sun was fully up now. This was going to be a long day. A small smile dawned his face, before exhaustion hit him, knocking him out. Luffy grinned seeing Usopp's development, not because he just murdered a pirate, no. It's because his aura had now changed, now it was of a seasoned warrior. For Kobe, it happened gradually while he fought the pirates and looked over his goal in life, and it became firm when he finally accepted his offer and became a pirate himself. And it seemed that for Usopp, it was finally finishing of Kuro. Usopp did view himself as inferior to the pirate butler, because of all the ridicule he had to listen to over the years. The other Straw Hats and even Anchor were finished with the other pirates, but they had a bit of mixed reaction seeing Usopp's deed. Though pride was a common thing among those emotions, though some like Nami and Kobe were a bit disheartened and sad about the step Usopp took. They were also a bit scared that Usopp might change for the worse. But then again, this was pirate life, sure it was filled with freedom and joy. But it also was backed by sacrifice and tough decisions. Luffy didn't say anything as Usopp fell on the floor after finally losing his consciousness. He walked over to him and knelt down, inspecting the wound on his shoulder. Sparky, use your powers to slow down the blood loss and get some bandages. You might have to stitch the wound close. The six-armed monkey nodded and fired off his slow beam at Usopp, making the blood flow slow down to a crawl. When Sparky got his powers, he could only use it to slow down objects for 30 seconds. Now he could do it for over a minute and control what aspect he wanted to slow down. In theory, Sparky could one day slow someone's heart with his beams, only the heart, knock out or kill the enemy due to cardiac failure. And wasn't that just scary? It just showed how some fruit powers were underdeveloped in the series. Luffy shook his head, he was a bit concerned about Usopp. The stab went right through the muscles, missing the bones, it would be a bit difficult to use that arm for a while. But he should make a full recovery. We really need a doctor. Sparky should be able to handle this wound, but I need to be more careful, and not let my crew get critically hurt. Luffy thought. He almost wanted to stop the fight when Usopp was about to get stabbed. But he saw a fire in Usopp's aura, a passion and dream to prove his worth. It would be a crime to take it away from his friend. It was a good thing that Sparky was knowledgeable enough to deal with this kind of wound. Still, he would find the doctors in the island and let them check Usopp up, before going to Logue Town. Sparky quickly came back with the necessary things and got to work. Now that the two pirate crews were dealt with, the people of Sakura Island came back to their port town. And celebrated that a hero like Mario came to save them. Luffy didn't even bother with them. Instead used that fame to pull the island doctors in to check on Usopp. It seemed that Usopp was in good condition, but needed a small injection in case an iron infection occurred. All in all, it was good that it worked out. Even though the town celebrated the victory over the pirates and the fact that the pirate group didn't steal all their livelihood, there were still some who lost their family members. And quite a few graves were dug to bury the unfortunate. Kobe, Johnny and Yozaku were mainly who helped with that. The pirates that were still alive were executed by the small-time law enforcement in the port town, and along with the rest of the pirates they were given a sea burial. For a few days, sea kings and big fishes would be very lively around the island. It might seem cruel, but for lawless criminals that took away people's lives and ruined others, Luffy didn't make the effort to stop them. And besides, it was their laws. He didn't want to shove his view on them. Chapter 95. On a lighter note, Nami was almost rolling from the 75 million berries they collected from Nezumi. Speaking of that rat, he wasn't needed anymore, so Sparky made him walk the plank. Sad. But anyways, Luffy told the crew to search for any odd-shaped fruit around the island. And Johnny and Yozaku found the smooth fruit. Both former bounty hunters were eager to eat the fruit for its powers. And even decided to play a game of rock paper scissors to decide the victor. But Luffy told them off. The fruit's powers were garbage. Then again, a creative mind might be able to come up with better ways to use the fruit's abilities. But Johnny and Yozaku sucked in their swordplay, period. Of course, they were way better than your average marine or pirate with a sword. Still, they had much room to improve. Unless they got better in that aspect, he wouldn't let them gain another power. Heck, Kobe was above them in terms of strength, and he barely started training 1 month ago. Sure, Kobe was a natural talent and had a devil fruit that boosted his capabilities. But Johnny and Yozaku also had talents in other aspects. Mainly controlling their bodies, they could easily get down Teki and Kami-e with enough training. And those two techniques alone would set them apart from most of the pirates that were in the Grand Line. For now, Luffy would polish their swordsmanship and teach them Rokushiki skills. Only after then, he might think of giving them another power. Though it might change if they find a better fruit. For now, Luffy promised to sell the fruit and give the money to them so they could buy better gear or named swords if they got the chance. Both former bounty hunters were depressed that they were told off from the fruit. But they were eager in gaining strength, so they didn't think that much. And the option of gaining a named blade also piqued their interest. Well, that and both of them idolized Zoro and Kuina. Who didn't have any powers related to that? With things done, Luffy and a few members of the crew went a bit deep inside the island, where Anchor was setting up things for his smithy. It seemed that the Popeye also had the same idea of docking the boat inside the island, on land. Anchor had carried his medium-sized boat to land so that it wouldn't get stolen. Nami almost found it funny how much Luffy and Anchor thought alike. They almost seemed like typical muscleheads. But in truth, she knew they just played it that way. So, you set up, old man? Luffy asked. You do know, I'm only a decade older than you. Anchor deadpanned. See, practically my grandpa. Luffy waved him off. Anchor shrugged. It wasn't an insult in his books to be compared to someone like Garp. Even if that was by ridicule. So, is the thing ready? Anchor didn't say anything and took them to a nearby table beside the fire where a broken sword was placed. The blade of the sword was oddly red in color, broken in multiple places, yet still attached. The hilt of the sword was a vibrant green that contrasted well with the crimson red blade. The blade will need to be fully reforged and that will take a few hours. It's good that you had added material, or we would have to gone to Lobe Town before I can fix your sword. Anchor said, getting fully serious about his work. Now that he was wearing a black shirt and a handkerchief around his neck, he really looked like Popeye. Luffy nodded. The added material were Zoro's blade that were broken by Mihawk. Usopp had collected them and worked with a few pieces, but there was still a lot of them left to use as good material. Well, it's a brainer, if someone knew who made the swords, to begin with. And Anchor seemed to figure it out himself. You guys can leave, it will get loud from this point on. And I don't want some kids ruining my work. Anchor said, shooing them away, mainly looking at Luffy, who stuck his tongue out in a very mature way. I'll stay, Zoro said. The green-headed swordsman refused to leave. Anchor shrugged, sure, suit yourself. He then proceeded to wear a big bulky piece of headgear, mainly for noise cancellation. It also had a glass front so that nothing got near his face. His anchor, which he used as a weapon, now looked much smaller and looked like a proper hammer now. Of course, a smith like him would have a named weapon. This will get loud. I mean very loud, he said as he picked up the sword with iron-gloved hands. With that he began to work. And God, was it loud. The townspeople thought that another pirate group was attacking the island. As each hammer was like a cannon shot even from that distance. Luffy and the rest of the crew had to calm down the town and tell them what it was. They could barely hold off for a few minutes and this would take 5 hours. It was a good thing they left Anchor's temporary forge. Well, other than Zoro, of course. The swordsman with the iron will didn't back off from the sound. While he was watching the sword forge. Chapter 96. While Zoro was waiting for his sword, Kunia was practicing her sword with Sanji. The chef was reluctant to hurt a lady, more so when it was a friend. Of course, like the original, he was opposed to harming a woman. Some things never change. But it pissed Kuina off a bit, as she viewed herself as a proud and capable warrior. So Sanji was getting a good workout by getting run down by the white lady. Hey, Sanji, running away from ladies, now isn't that something you don't see every day? With how Kuina strong was, not all attacks could be avoided or ignored. Sanji had to desperately use his Diable Jam, instant transmission, if he didn't want to get hurt. Kuina was also learning the leg-based movement, so chasing Sanji was a good workout for her. While Sanji's exoskeleton might be hard, unlike his brothers, it wasn't unbreakable. In fact, A skilled blade user like Kuina who could cut steel, was able to cut through Sanji's exoskeleton. So even while Sanji was trying to defend himself. Also due to Sanji's use of flames, Kuina's frost ability was getting a bit of training as well. While Sanji got his supernatural due to being of in smoke experimentation, where he could bring out fire from inside his body from Luffy's observation haki, it looked like a bright yellow core. No one else but Sanji had that. So that should be the key to his flames, but it could be a whole different kind of organ. He was a Vinsmoke experiment after all. And this Sanji was different from the original. The original Sanji didn't get his Vinsmoke genetics unlocked much later in the series, and they were much stronger than this current Sanji. So Sanji's flames were part of the so-called gift that his father gave, which the cook hated to admit. But he promised to use the same flames to burn Judge down one day. Anyway, in Sanji's core, it was almost as if there was a sleeping sun, where the fire was stored and Sanji was able to use it. Because even in the world of One Piece, energy can't be created, just transformed from one form to another. His body absorbed the heat around him, and when he used Diabol Jam his legs heated up to the point that they catch fire from the nearby oxygen and helium. It was wacky science, but it worked. Sanji told Luffy that himself. In some ways, Sanji's powers were a bit like a Skinner's, except he didn't bulking giant every time he used his flames. And no, Sanji couldn't control what his flames burned, his shoes and pants were just flame resistance. He could however control the temperature of the flame. But too much and he would even burn himself. His exoskeleton wasn't tough enough to handle hotter flames, or flames that burned blue. But from what Sanji said, his exoskeleton was getting stronger over the years from training with Sea Kings. So he might be able to handle stronger flames in the future. On the other, Kuina's frost worked totally differently. In a way, Kuina's frost attacks were literally ice summoning. Like how Luffy's mass increased when using his devil fruit powers, Kuina was able to summon her element from a different place altogether. Of course, there was an aspect of limitation to it, as she couldn't just summon chunks of ice. Only a limited amount. But her ice wasn't normal either. It would inflict pain over the wounds, and it was so cold to the point a normal person would get frostbite from just good amount. But of course she wouldn't be fighting normal people in the Grand Line, so she needed to improve that as well. Even without Devil Fruit, how she was able to use that kind of power was beyond Luffy's imagination. Though Luffy saw her attacks being a variant of her haki. Kuina didn't fully explain her powers to Luffy like Sanji. So Luffy was going from his own theories. It wasn't like Kuina had trust issues or anything, it would seem she had to keep her lips tight because of the original user of the technique and the promise she made with her. Haki is willpower in energized form. The most common form is armament and observation. Conquerors being an outlier. But it doesn't mean it's only that. Now that Luffy knew armament, he found that cutting steel, flying slashes, Rokugan could be considered as haki as well. Sure, they wouldn't even tickle a Logia user. But in a way it was a pre-version of armament haki. And with observation, haki, Luffy came to that conclusion. Maybe devil fruit powers and haki came from the same source-based energy, most probably. As far as Luffy remembered, there was Kaiman who could summon fire from his blade, and there was discussion in the online community about his fire being a kind of haki. Elemental haki. Like Luffy's Red Hawk or Luffy's electricity-based attack one time he used. Or even Miss Golden Week's hypnosis-based powers. So most probably Kuina's powers worked the same way. Kind of like summoning. While Sanji's flames were part of his biology, like the electricity of Minx or the flames of Lunarian. Anyway, while they trained, Luffy was mostly checking out the island. Trying his luck to find another fruit. Sparky was with Usopp tending to his injuries, and so Luffy was alone in his search. But alas, even with observation haki and communicating with small animals, he couldn't find any other odd-shaped fruits. The island that was filled with sakura trees were quite beautiful. But all the animals on the island were on edge because of the constant noise pollution that was happening due to anchor hammering in his smithy. But Luffy didn't mind it that much, he did shut off his ears with his semi-kaiken. What? He still had his trusty observation haki to go by, his paranoia wouldn't let him go by unguarded. And in a way, it was also training. Speaking of training, Luffy was currently overseeing Kobe, Johnny and Yozaku's training. They were currently pushing their bodies to the extreme with weighted exercises. All exercises that Luffy had to do when gaining a body fit for Rokushiki. They had started following the training plans before Baratie, still, they improved very fast. It seemed that seeing and fighting in constant danger had brought out their potential. Heck, Johnny and Yozaku barely had any near-death battles, and yet they were able to keep up with Kobe. But then again, they had been in the bounty hunting business for many years. And already had an impressive physique. In an all-out fight, Kobe would be able to beat them, but in training, they weren't behind Kobe. Even if his devil fruit gave him a physical boost in abilities. While Luffy's powers of having a rubber body was bad for his strength gain, Kobe's fruit was totally the opposite, helping him gain strength because of the fast recovery. Jin would have also joined on training, but Nami had other ideas for shopping. So the poor pirate was used to scare off local vendors to buy products at a cheap price. However, it wasn't needed that much anyway, as after saving the port town from Kuro and Morgan, the townspeople were happy to sell them stuff at a discount. So the man demon was used more or less as a carrying man for the outlandish shopping spree that Nami went on. Of course, most of the things she brought were for the ship and the crewmates, but she also had quite a bit of her own shopping. While Luffy was overseeing the training of 3 pirates, suddenly an explosion went off. And it came from where Anchor and Zoro were. Hey! What was that? Johnny asked, looking up the mushroom cloud that was going off in a distance. Wasn't that where Anchor set up his smithy? Kobe asked, frowning. Did someone attack them? Yozaku said. No, Luffy said as a small smile dawned his face. It seems that Popeye is done with his work. He could clearly see it with his observation haki. The sword it was giving of power and radiance like no other. Let's go. Zoro should be happy with his new partner. Heck, even the nameless Naginata on Luffy's back was reacted to the other sword's awakening. Chapter: When Luffy and the rest of the crew got near the location, Zoro was by the smithy. His body was in flames, mainly his arms were on fire. We have to stop him. Kobe said wide-eyed, but was stopped by Luffy. Look carefully. The flames aren't hurting him. Luffy said, they are testing him. Kobe blinked and he and the rest looked carefully. It didn't seem like Zoro was struggling with flames. No, they were going over his body, wrapping around his right arm that held the blade. With one swipe the flames were gone, and stood the bare sword in Zoro's hands. Zoro cryptically looked at the blade for a few moments. It was as if he was having a conversation with the blade. The complete blade now stood magnificently in Zoro's hands. Red blade that had a few silver lines mainly where the blade was missing parts, where Anchor had reforged them with spear parts. Still, it didn't look like a flaw. No, it looked like a unique pattern instead. Along the green grip of the blade, it looked magnificent. But it was just a showpiece either. Luffy could feel the aura of the blade. And it was definitely strong. Even his nameless Naginata wanted to clash with it and judge its strength. Dirty bastard didn't even like me when it awakened. Anchor grumbled. His clothes were scorched, but he was already wearing protective gear and so he didn't get injured. I'll have to buy new gear. But it seems that he likes you. Hey, it seems like I don't have to test you either, since the blade already took a liking to you. Zoro looked at Anchor and nodded gratefully. Anchor tossed a green sheet which the swordsman caught. Use this. And treat him with care. Okay, I too know Zarashi, that's the name. The red blade that can stand anything. A mighty name, but the previous user left it broken mess. Hope you don't do the same thing. Others also seemed to arrive, mainly Kuina and Sanji. Zoro sheathed the blade. I will treat him with care. But he's stubborn. He said, smiling at the new blade. And I don't back off from the challenge. I will make you acknowledge me. Okay, I too know Zarashi. And together we will one day take the place of the strongest swordsman. As if hearing Zoro's call, the blade hummed softly. Wait, no Zarashi. As in the madman's blade, no Zarashi? Kuina was the first one to ask. She recognizes the name. Though the legend was old. Scratch that. It was considered a fairy tale. Her grandfather used to tell her about it once in a while. How every user of it was a madman. Luffy rubbed his chin. No Zarashi. Why does that name sound familiar? Anchor puffed his chest with pride. Yes, but this isn't the original no Zarashi. It was made by the same man who made the famed no Zarashi blade. But this one was the first, unrefined, and unbalanced. Yet a mighty blade that holds the power of a devil fruit. Of course, I would know. It was my granduncle who made the blade. Wait, a sword with the power of an elemental devil fruit? Luffy blinked. Is that even possible? Popeye bit his tongue, but his face turned serious. Me and my big mouth. Don't tell anyone else this. But yes. This sword possesses an unknown Flummy-based fruit. Anyway, I'm already thankful for being here and reforging the sword. With this, I know the secret of forging a devil fruit-based weapon. He said with pride. And soon enough I will able to make one. Hey, I'm willing to trade the fruit you have got. I might be able to make a good weapon out of it. Luffy wanted to so badly persuade him to join his crew. But he stopped himself. He didn't want to ruin the relationship between him and the crew. He would be helpful much later. Sure. But I'm willing to give it to you anyway. Just remember you owe me a favor. I hate owing people favors. But fine. I will take this as a token of friendship. Anchor said. Luffy just smiled. It would be better this way. No amount of money would be able to what Anchor was capable of. But. Hey, just so you know. It would be pretty bad if you share the secrets with the Marines. Luffy said, thoughtfully. But then again they might give you your captain position back. Luffy casually said. While he was judging Popeye's reaction. He would rather kill him than let that kind of secret be in the hands of Marines. Fuck being a good guy. Giving that kind of secret to the Marines was handing them over to the world government. Anchor snorted. I like my job as it is. And besides with what I did. I'm lucky to be even alive. Luck and because of the help of a certain Marine, he said thinking of Garp. He would die rather than reveal the secrets to the Marines. As a former member of the Sword he knew the corruption of the Marines. And there was no way he would do anything that would serve the pigs on the Red Line. Kobe was sympathizing with the man. As he also was someone who wanted to be a Marine. So. Does that mean if we bring you a devil fruit and a sword you can make them combine? Johnny was the one to ask. And all heads moved towards him before moving towards Popeye. He shook his head. It has to be some kind of element-based power. Be it Logia and Paramsha. That's the only requirement fruit-wise. As for the weapon. It should be at least a named blade. With that Popeye shrugged. But to use that. One must be very tuned in with the blade. It was a good thing that the Akai to know Zarashi took a liking to Zoro. Maybe it's due to it bearing the formerly broken swords of Zoro. But I would recommend you to use a weapon that you are familiar with. For the payment. I will just say it will be pricey. Now that brought both Kuina and Luffy to look at their blades. Each having their own thoughts in their mind. Hey. Popeye was the one to break Luffy out of his thoughts. You know the deal. Chapter 98. Hey. Popeye was the one to break Luffy out of his thoughts. You know the deal. Luffy nodded, taking out his first ever Naginata, Horn's Edge. It might not be a named sword, but this one was the first formal weapon he used. So he was a bit sentimental about the blade. But a deal was a deal, so for the next few hours, Popeye inspected the bone blade very carefully. Hours passed by, Zoro had left trying to find out more about his new blade. Others also did their own things. While Luffy was around Popeye as he inspected the blade. Finding out how it was made was quite hard for him. From what he found out, this blade might be old. Well, it was made from bones. And upgrading the blade would be a challenge for any normal smith. But he loved the challenge. To tell you what. Find me again in a few months later. I might be able to upgrade the blade. Anchor said. You might not know this. But your blade has a hidden ability of its own. It's able to regrow itself with the iron in blood. So it might not be the most durable blade, like the graded blades. But don't worry if you break it. It should be able to regrow itself. Luffy blinked. He didn't know that. But now that he mentioned it. While doing his routine cleanup on his blade, the scars on Horn's Edge would always go away a day or two later. He didn't think of it that much, but now it kind of made sense. While it might be a bonus. It's also a drawback in upgrading the weapon. Without proper material and the proper way, even I won't be able to keep the blade's ability intact. But I should be fine now that I have had a better look at it. Popeye grinned. You know coming to this island isn't all bad. Luffy also grinned. You can say that again. But then he frowned. And suddenly looked towards the port, his eyes were hardened. What happened? An enemy. And a strong one, Luffy said, picking up the bone blade before jumping in air. Midair, Sparky who was around the jungle jumped on Luffy's shoulder. Popeye blinked. Did he use moonwalk? Nah, must be some kind of wind devil fruit. He shook his head, there's no way a non-marine would be able to use that. Even he took a few years to learn that. But then again, he was weak in his leg area anyways. Speed was his downfall. Anchor also took his weapon in his hand. But I might need to check who's trying to cause trouble. He said, I don't want the kid to die on me now. Anchor found Luffy's character quite likable, similar to the vice admiral he respected. But then again they were related. So he didn't want the kid to die, in case a tough opponent arrived. He knew Luffy was strong. But he would rather be safe than sorry. Also the townspeople need to clear out if another fight were to break loose. When Luffy dropped down near the port he saw the scene, Nami looked horrified. Jin was knocked out with some splashes of green on his clothes, the green liquid looked like acid as they burned through his shirt, and his mouth foamed. While his body was struggling in agony. The same for Hatchin and Momo, who were on the water floating unconscious. You better have some very good reason for attacking my friends there, Luffy said, with his hands crossed on his chest. His two Naginata crossed on his back. He could have started the fight if it was anyone else, but Luffy recognized the man. And he wasn't an easy opponent. Luffy was already a foot taller in height with more muscular definition, his hair swaying wildly like a dark mane of a lion, and most of all, he was pissed. And yet he was trying to be as calm as possible. The man looked at Luffy, before rubbing his chin as he took a drag from his cigarette. The man was tall, even taller than Garp, and had a really eerily carefree expression. "Oh, aren't you so-called hero of this part of the sea? My, I hope you don't mind if I cash in the bounty of these two?" Of course, he was cashing in the bounty of Jin and Hatchin. Honestly, Luffy didn't even know if Hatchin had any bounty on his or not. "I do actually," Luffy said, "they work for me now. And as you can see, they weren't causing any trouble around here. So I hope we can end this without a fight." The tall man laughed. "You might not to fight me. But I'm very eager to fight you. You have had quite the reputation as a bounty hunter. I have been at this job for years now, brat. And I don't like your gain to sudden fame. So maybe you will have to fight me after all. I wouldn't mind a good fight. And how strong could someone from the weakest sea be?" The man was none other than Aramaki. Or better known as his allies as Green Bull Ryokucho. A current bounty hunter who hunts down pirates. In the original, he was appointed as an admiral in the Marines after the war. During the world military draft in the 2 years time skip, he along with Fujitora became Marine admirals. So this wasn't just an easy opponent that Luffy could fight through. Still, Luffy was confident in killing the freak if it came down to a fight. In Luffy's estimation, he should be still around admiral level. Then why did he believe that? Well, he never said it was going to be a fair fight. Still, Luffy might end up losing a limb or two if a fight occurred. And not to mention, he might end up losing one or more of his crew members. That's why he wanted to avoid having a fight. However, what bothered Luffy was that Aramaki's devil fruit is different from what he remembered from the series. He wasn't seeing any outgrown vines or trees anywhere, but what he could see was green acid-like liquid dripping down from Jin and Hatchin's wounds. Shit. It also means he would need to be ready for something unexpected. Luffy had kept tabs on Aramaki and Fujotiro with the few underground connections he had back in Dawn Island. Like Sakura Island, Dawn Island was also a notable spot in East Blue where ships from other parts of the Blue or even the Grand Line docked from time to time. So buying some info from the merchants was a good way to get up to date on news there. Still, while contributions of the Marines and pirates were always on the front page of the newspaper, Luffy was able to find some news on Aramaki there. And this man was dangerous. More so now that with observation haki Luffy could sense that the man also had haki himself. Chapter 99. Luffy looked at Aramaki. "I still don't want to fight you. I'm a bounty hunter like you. If we fought, many civilians will die. And we might actually be categorized as criminals then." Luffy wasn't fully spouting bullshit. He didn't want innocent people to die, but that wasn't his main plan. He was taking advantage of the situation that Aramaki still thought of him as a bounty hunter. If they fought here, there was a chance that his crewmates would try to help in the fight, not to mention the Going Merry was docked near. It might get destroyed. Or Aramaki might even target them to get through Luffy. So he wanted to fight him in an isolated area if possible. The whole crew except Usopp and those who were knocked out were now here. And seeing Luffy's face off against the tall man, they prepared for a battle. The tension was high. Kuino was able to recognize who the man was and was on guard. Sanji and Zoro also wanted to act, but Luffy looked at them and shook his head. It wasn't a fight even all three of them together could win. Kobe, who was on the side with Johnny and Yozaku, also stood in tension, knowing they couldn't help their captain. "Rahahaha. Now I don't want that, do I? Mr. Hero?" the tall man said, putting on his black sunglasses, taking a drag from his cigarette and dropping it to the ground, and stepping on it. "But that is only if the news gets out that I was here. I don't mind killing the whole island and putting the blame on some random pirates. Rahahaha. I mean, just a few days ago I was in the North Blue. Who would blame me?" Now the surrounding citizens who heard his words screamed and started running from the area. "Rahaha. Bunch of headless chickens," Aramaki said with some sort of mad expression behind those glasses. Even though the man was a bounty hunter, he looked like a pirate. Bare chest with his shirt unbuttoned, uncombed messy hair, black tight pants, and boots. He also had a sword on his side. Luffy crossed his arms and didn't say anything. Luffy couldn't get a read on him. If he was a non-observation haki user, then Aramaki would be easy to read. But he isn't. How the fuck did he get into the Marines? Oh yeah, Ikenya was in charge. The same fucker who didn't mind killing civilians if it served his version of justice. So of course that kind of man would be recruited. Now, where were we? Aramaki then looked at Luffy with a challenging grin. "You see, actually I was planning on a short vacation in the Blue. But that's when I heard that a certain island was getting attacked by 2 separate groups of pirates. And color me surprised when I came here and the attack was already dealt with," he said, glancing back to Jin, Hatchin and a knocked-out Sea King. "But then I see them, the right-hand man of Krieg pirates and one of the officers of Arlong pirates roaming around the island. I mean, I'm really short of money. And taking their bounty will give me some good booze money for a while. If it's money that you want, I can buy you a couple of drinks," Luffy said, Just leave the island, already many people died here. The locals won't like any more trouble here. Seeing Luffy act like this made all his crewmates feel the seriousness of the situation. It was just like Mihawk. But in fact, it was much more dangerous. While the opponent here was weaker than Mihawk. He was a well-known bounty hunter in the New World, a man that should be just below the strength of an admiral, right now. And to top it all off, this person wasn't like Hawkeye Mihawk, he wasn't here to test Luffy or any other in the crew. So this might end up in a death battle. Which Luffy wanted to avoid right now. Personally, it was very tempting to just throw caution to the wind and take the challenge. It will make Luffy stronger, fighting an opponent like him. But the downfall was so many. There was no guarantee that he could win. He didn't want his crewmates to get hurt. Especially with that unknown devil fruit. If it was just green acid then Luffy wouldn't be so cautious. But it could be just like Magellan, like some sort of venom or poison fruit if so. Then even a drop of that could kill his crewmates. Maybe only Sparky and Kobe would be able to survive. With so many unknown factors he really wanted to avoid the fight. Also he was worried about Jin and Hatchin. If it was a fight, then they should move elsewhere, then maybe Sparky would be able to do something to their wounds. Luckily only Jin had the green liquid covering his body. Hatchin looked like he was wounded with a sword, same with Momo, the Sea King. Spoke like a true hero. The papers have your name all over it. And so I'm really eager to fight you, hope you don't disappoint. But I don't want to fight you though, Luffy said. That was a total lie. He wanted nothing more to smash that smug face of the man's face. But he had to be rational here. Yeah, Bob, you should listen to the kid. Anchor said, with his weapon resting on his shoulder. He jabbed his thumb to his side. See that ship? I'm sure you won't be able to get your way, now that the Marines are here. Both Aramaki and Luffy looked at the approaching Marine vessel. It was quite far, but if a battle were to occur it wouldn't go the tall man's way. Such spoiled fun, Aramaki said. But then again, you should relax more. I never intended to fight you. Rahahaha. Honestly, Luffy wasn't even sure if the guy was joking or not. But he didn't care, he was just glad that this was over. Suddenly Aramaki appeared right in front of Luffy and gave a knee right to his stomach. Luffy was able to react in time and shield himself with armament haki. But still, he was flung away into the sky. Sparky, who was on his shoulder, was clinging on to Luffy as he flew. Luffy crash-landed in the forest behind, going through several trees before he was able to stop himself. TCH. I should have seen the fucker coming. Luffy said, spitting to his side, some blood mixed in with his spit. Sparky, go back and tell the crew to board the ship. Check Jin's and the others' condition. Tell them start the ship. I will be able to catch up. And come back immediately. We should be able to take fucker together. I will hold him off for the time being. The six-armed monkey was a bit hesitant, before he nodded and used instant transmission to vanish from there. Just in time when Aramaki landed on the ground with a wild smile. Now the Marines won't stop us from having some fun. Ain't that right, Mr. Hero? Aramaki savagely grinned, as he took out his katana. A named blade from the aura it gave, and suddenly it lit up in green flames, from Aramaki's devil fruit. It also had a tint of black in it, meaning armament haki. Luffy also stood up, taking out his two Naginata's, and coating them in haki. Let's dance. Chapter Let's Dance, Luffy said before his already bulked up body started steaming, his skin taking a red tint. Using a combination of Gear 1 and 2nd, both his speed and strength increased to the maximum level. The tall bounty hunter grinned as he charged at Luffy with his green flaming sword. His devil fruit powers and armament haki coated his sword, making it look akin to a green lightsaber version of katana. Luffy also pushed forward with his nameless Naginata, coating it with haki, and both blades clashed with each other. The clash was so strong that the wind pressure cleared several meters of the forest around them. Rahahaha. You are pretty well for a brat. Just don't die too quickly. With that, Aramaki attacked with his sword, slashes that were too fast to see with ordinary eyes. Luffy met each slash with his own blade. Each clash creating sonic booms as their black blades meet with each other. Even though Luffy wasn't getting harmed, each strike rattled Luffy's bones, and that was saying something for a man that was made of rubber. Heck, his arms were in a state of constant teki, and yet the man's strength was too much for him to handle, even with armament haki. Not to mention Luffy had to be cautious about the green flames. With Luffy's observation, green flames weren't Aramaki's powers. No, it was the green liquid that was on Jin. But was able to somehow put it on flame and attack with it. Luffy wanted to avoid the green substances at all cost, not knowing what effects they might have. But with how the grass and ground around them were sizzling, it became clear that it was some kind of acid or hot liquid. But how that was able to create flames was another factor that he didn't know. You have an odd power, Luffy said as he clashed another time with the bounty hunter. Both their blades meet each other. And I have a question. And that is? The man mused, pushing harder against Luffy as they struggled with their blades in strength. What's your devil fruit power, anyway? Luffy asked as he struggled for strength against Aramaki. Even with this much strength, Luffy was barely able to hold him off. Just how strong was the guy? To top it all off, Luffy knew for a fact that he wasn't fully going all out. Now, wouldn't you like to know? Aramaki snorted, pushing down on Luffy. His green flames almost licked Luffy's face. But two can play this game. With a breath there, Luffy concentrated and the muscles in his arms bulged a bit, giving him the strength boost needed to push Aramaki off of him. Luffy used the chance to kick the man in his face. Aramaki was thrown away for several meters going through trees, and Luffy was already ready for his next attack. Equipping Horn's Edge and the nameless Naginata at the same time, he slashed in a crossway. Two-blade style, Falling Star. From Luffy's blades a pure dark slash embedded with haki, shot towards Aramaki. The slash went with an unimaginable speed and attacked Aramaki. The man laughed at the face of danger and cut of Luffy's attack in half with one swing. But Luffy expected that, suddenly appearing behind him, his chains wrapping around Aramaki with armament haki. Even the tall man was surprised. Luffy then lifted his leg, his feet coiling inside itself like a spring with armament hardening on it. Take a trip, dipshit. And he released all the build-up tension on his leg, giving a devastating kick to the back of the man's head, as the man went off from the chins, spinning like a top. The man crashed onto a nearby rock formation, before getting up and dusting his clothes. Almost as if nothing happened. Luffy clicked his tongue. The kick was hard, and yet Luffy knew that it didn't do any significant damage. Aramaki was able to use his own armament haki to protect him. Aramaki was strong, but way stronger than currently Luffy was capable of fighting right now. And yet he felt no fear. In fact, it excited him. There was a thrill to it that Luffy couldn't describe. Now, wasn't that surprising? You also have a devil fruit, Aramaki said, fixing his glass on his face. The man looked completely unharmed even though Luffy put almost his full strength into it. Even if Luffy went all out, there was no guarantee that he could harm Aramaki. That's why he was stalling for time. There had to be some reason why the canon Aramaki joined the Marines, and even though things in this world was different, Aramaki didn't want to get on the Marines' bad side. So he was betting on that. So Luffy was waiting for the Marines to come and for Sparky to come back after dealing with the crew. Then Luffy would be able to face him off for real. He still had sea stones in case he got a chance to cuff him up. But now that he was fighting Aramaki, he had other ideas. Even with Sparky, if the man fought seriously, there was minimal chance of him winning, without getting severely injured. That was quite the spin. Now let's get serious, Aramaki said before blazing near Luffy with slashing him in the chest with his katana. Luffy at the last moment used Kami-e with observation haki to avoid the attack, and headbutted the man at the same time. While Luffy's armament haki was strong, he didn't want to waste it. And while Aramaki was fast and strong, he was nowhere in the level of Garp. So he could react just fine with his observation haki alone. Damaging the bounty hunter, on the other hand, was another deal. Luffy avoided the strikes from Aramaki with little difficulty. He was trying to memorize and get accustomed to the man's attack patterns. He was also observing the effect of Aramaki on the environment. Chapter 101. While Luffy and Aramaki took the fight to the forest, the rest of the crew were busy getting ready to leave the island. They were setting up the Going Merry. The ship also didn't have its pirate flag, so there was a less chance that the Marines attacked them while they fled the island. Jin was the most damaged among all of them, having severe burns on his skin. Hatchin was next. But because of him being a fishman and his quick recovery, the sword wound on his chest wasn't that bad. Momo the Sea King was only knocked out and had a cracked skull, but Sparky was able to wake him up. So the Sea King should be able to pull the Going Merry right now. What do you mean, you want us to start the ship? Kobe asked the six-armed monkey. We can't leave without Captain. Yozaku and Johnny, who was on Kobe's side, nodded. The six-armed monkey said some words which was barely understandable, but Zoro was able to translate them. We aren't leaving Luffy, it's his order. In fact, the monkey says he'll join him in the fight, while we flee. Luffy doesn't want to fight that man either. So he's just stalling them from us. We would only be dragging him down if we stayed here. You guys can't be serious. Nami shouted, he's fighting there alone. And isn't he some big shot hunter from the Grand Line? Luffy is in danger. We can't leave him. Zoro looked at the navigator. Captain's order. We can't do anything about it, he said with his fist clenched. In plain words, we will only be a liability to him, Sanji said, smashing his fist in the nearby wall in frustration. It was always like this, he wasn't just strong enough to make a difference. Nami. We want nothing more than to go there and help him. But the fact is, we aren't strong enough. He hated being useless. But they could do nothing more than trust their captain. Kuina didn't say anything, just looked at where the fight was going. They could hear the blade clashing. First Mihawk, now him. The world truly were filled with people that had a monstrous level of strength. She had to get stronger if she wanted to reach that level. Sparky had already left after explaining things, and no one stopped him. He was the only one who could help Luffy. We might not have to leave the island. It was Anchor who spoke. All heads looked towards him. Look, he said, pointing at a certain direction in the sky. A man from the marine ship jumped out of the marine ship, and his lower body transformed into some kind of smoke. And this man was none other than the marine captain of Logue Town, Captain Smoker. The marine landed on the shore looking around and found barely any civilians around. Smoker looked around, saw all of the straw hats, before his eyes stayed on Kuina and Anchor for a while, but then a huge explosion of green flames brought his attention to the place where the battle was taking place between Luffy and Aramaki. Mind explaining to me what the fuck is going on? The reason why Smoker came to island was because he heard the distress signal from Sakura Island. Someone tried to contact the Marines, most probably the late mayor who also died during the attack. And after that Smoker came with one of his ships. Sakura Island was quite far from Logue Town, but there wasn't anyone near that would be able to help the island. So he went in with some soldiers to look into the matter. Even though they knew by then the pirates would be done with it, as coming from Logue Town to Sakura Island would take at least 2 days even for fast marine vessels. Smoker still opted to come here. As a marine he couldn't just ignore the call. His own beliefs won't let him. So he was surprised when he found out that a battle was going on in the Sakura Island. Coming to the shore he found out that the threat of Captain Kuro and ex-marine Captain Morgan was already dealt with by a local bounty hunting group. It was the same group who took down the other pirates in the blue. Led by a man who was better known by his allies, Mario, the hero of Dawn Island. But the problem was another bounty hunter came around, dragged Mario to an unwilling battle. And Smoker had to get there and stop it. But there was just one problem, both of them knew armament hockey. Good luck stopping those monsters, Anchor huffed, not amused. If they aren't stopped, those two might even end up sinking the island with us. Why couldn't things be easy? Smoker said with a dark look on his face, before giving the former marine a dirty look. What? You are the marine here? Anchor shrugged. Smoker and he went way back, from the time back when they were still in the training camp. If the Smoklogia was going, as his friend he would as well. And besides, Luffy was quite a good customer, he didn't want to lose him just yet. Smoker clicked his tongue, he took out a small transponder snail. This is Captain Smoker speaking. I will be engaging a bounty hunter by the name of Aramaki, who is running wild and creating problems. In case I was found injured or dead, you would know what happened. Chapter 102. Smoker clicked his tongue, he took out a small transponder snail. This is Captain Smoker speaking. I will be engaging a bounty hunter by the name of Aramaki, who is running wild and creating problems. In case I was found injured or dead, you would know what happened. With that, he cut the connection off before putting the snail back in his pocket. The fight needed to be stopped, the green flames were already spreading into the forest, and half of it was already scorched, soon it might even reach the port city. Hey, Zoro called, making Smoker stop and look at the green-haired swordsman. Captain ordered anyone from going there. And that includes you. Sanji and Kuina also nodded. If needed they would stop him. Smoker's face twitched, but before he could say anything an explosion occurred, bringing all of their attention to the fight. The fire in the forest stopped along with all of the noise. It seemed the battle was over. Luffy flew onto the ground winching from the pain in his gut, that punch hit like a truck. He was more so affected from the green liquid that was around his body. He could feel it eating away at his flesh. That bastard suddenly blew himself up in close range. Even though Luffy could react to most of his opponent's attacks, he was getting exhausted from playing the running game. Luffy had a few wounds, but most of them weren't serious. Still, he had to keep up his observation hockey at all times along with his gears. It was quite stamina draining. The man was too experienced for Luffy to land a blow. Luffy stood up, but suddenly he started feeling dizzy. Rihaha. Already feeling the effects of my powers. Let me tell you, now that you are going to die. Aramaki said, before jabbing his thumb to himself. I have eaten the Kemi no Mi, chemical fruit. I can produce any kind of chemical. That substance on your body is a chemical that I was inspired by the Green Viper back in my hometown. Now you won't be able to survive for long. Luffy was not only feeling dizzy but also feeling nauseous, and yet he was calm. Why? Because the man might be strong, he was in fact quite stupid. Who the fuck reveals their powers? And so what if the man had some chemical powers? He could tell it wasn't anything radioactive, only a strong poison, which Luffy was easily dealing with. But he was acting weak and wobbly on the outside. Sparky was already around the area, and was waiting for an opportunity. Sparky might be strong, but being an animal, it already had a God-given talent for hiding his aura. Observation hockey users could still sense him, but to them, it would appear as if it was just another animal in the forest. Not something to worry about. That's why he was trying to make Aramaki let his guard down. Aramaki attacked again. This time Luffy was playing the defensive game, waiting for an opportunity. The fight continued, but even without acting, Luffy was losing badly. Even with all efforts he wasn't able to hold him off for long. Deep wounds started appearing more on Luffy. Horn's edge's blade was broken and tossed to his side. Even his nameless Naginata was on the floor, away from Luffy's reach. Even Luffy was back to his base state. "I'm surprised you survived this long. Any last words?" Aramaki asked, grinning while he held Luffy by the throat, dangling him in air. His sword was pointed at Luffy's chest to stab him. "Hey, like I cared," he said as pushed the sword in. But suddenly things slowed down, and a grin appeared on Luffy's face. A savage grin. "Gotcha, bitch," he said, quickly, cuffing the man with Sea Prism Stone in both hands at the same time. Aramaki's eyes almost popped out of his socket, but slowly, as he lost his devil fruit powers. He was even more surprised when sea stone bullets, a total of 6 shots, dug inside his back. Luffy grabbed the man's face with both his arms being in a well-familiar motion. "This might mess up your face, so brace yourself," Luffy said, dangerously, his forearm starting to fold as if it was a spring, before turning black from hockey. "Gamu Gamu no. Facebuster Rokugan." And like that, a dangerous amount of wind pressure was released from the technique, creating a deep gash on the ground that dragged till the end of the island, throwing the man off as he flew off the island itself and into the sea. With that, Luffy dropped onto the ground panting. That last attack, he put every ounce of strength in it. The last thing Luffy saw was Sparky coming towards him. "Chapter, so you are saying we are pirates now?" Luffy asked, frowning. Luffy had woken up. It's been only a few hours since he had the fight with Aramaki. "Not that I'm happy about it." But he looks down at the newspaper. "This is total bullshit. We didn't attack any marine base. Are they really trying to falsely accuse us?" he said irritatedly. More so, it was saying today he attacked the marine base. The marine base in question was on the other side of East Blue. The rest of the crew looked at Luffy and didn't say anything. They were also very frustrated. This isn't the first thing Luffy wanted to see after waking up from a big fight against a madman. "Wait. Didn't Smoker stop you guys from leaving the island?" Luffy asked. They were all in the Going Merry, in the middle of the ocean. With what they told him, the bounty poster was distributed in midday. Usually, bounties don't come at that time, they are usually given away with regular papers. But Luffy's case was different. It was a special handout to all the blues by the news crew for free. Luffy's bounty poster, it had an image of Luffy lazily sitting on the top of Going Merry with his 2 Naginatas crossed on his back. He didn't look intimidating from the picture at all. And yet the description that came along with it was totally the opposite. Fallen hero Straw Hat Luffy. Bounty, 70 million berries dead or alive. Behind the bounty poster was the main thing, where it wrote details about Luffy. Luffy, more famously known as the hero of the Dawn Island Mario. The Marines have received claims that almost all of his heroic deeds were a setup and a hoax to gain fame. Most of his endeavors with pirates were a total setup to fool the civilians and loot their treasures. There was even a picture of Jin and Hachen's picture with Luffy while they were in the Kokoi Aussie village. There was also another picture of the Going Merry with the official Straw Hat pirate flag. After that, it went on to explain how Luffy even attacked a marine base that was under Captain Nezumi. "Well, someone hates me," Luffy said, frowning. "Why take extra steps and set him up otherwise?" Though he was more interested in who took the photo of him with Jin and Hachen. "Anyway, why didn't Smoker stop you guys? Isn't he some honest marine or something?" "Actually, Captain, the problem is with that marine Nezumi. Smoker was the one that was investigating that rat in the first place. And so he actually knew the real story. That's why he didn't take action." Kobe said, honestly, this was the first marine he saw that didn't act like a total villain. Luffy nodded, so Kobe continued. "Also, the islanders were really cheering for you after you tossed that green guy to the sea. And they already view you as a hero. So they didn't believe what the government said. And even protested if Smoker wanted to capture you. Not that we would let him, of course." Luffy just shrugged, and didn't say anything. Luffy doubted that. If Smoker wanted and he was serious, Luffy was sure he could take down the whole crew. Including Sparky. All of the sea stones Luffy had gathered from the black market, the cuffs, and bullets were used against Aramaki. So Smoker had a good chance that he would be able to capture all of them. Logia powers were no joke. The users might die off from being too cocky, but the powers were just too damn amazing. Luffy hummed. He didn't even try capturing Jin or Hachen. Well, both of them had bounties, And unlike him, they were justified. He tried. Zoro said, but we stopped him. And also Anchor also gave in a good word. It seems that the blacksmith is buddies with the smoker guy. Luffy nodded. That Popeye guy was an ex-marine, and they both do look similar in age. Speaking of Jin? How is he? Luffy said. He looked down at his own body. There were some severe burn marks. But his body would heal without leaving behind a scar. Honestly, Semakikan is broken as fuck in the right hand. Aramaki's chemical acid was another deal. Good thing that Moran didn't try to nuke them right off the bat. That made all of the crew members a bit gloomy. He's still unconscious. The island doctors got to him on time. But some of the acid got to his lungs, and other organs causing some internal bleeding and lasting damage there. It will be a while before he's back to full health unless he is treated by some highly skilled physician. Nami said. She was blaming herself a bit. If she wasn't with Jin, if Jin was with the others, then maybe Jin wouldn't get that injured. Hey, no one knew it would happen, okay? Luffy said, as he smiled at the girl, and if it makes you feel any better, I messed that man up pretty bad myself. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if he kicked the bucket. The others nodded. All of them knew the battle was a close call. Sparky had explained what had happened. It also made them view how big the world is. Anyway, what about Hatchin and Momo? After seeing Jin and Nami get attacked by an unknown man, both Hatchin and Momo jumped into the fight to save Nami. It didn't go as planned, but Nami felt glad for the help. They could have easily ran after Aramaki easily dealt with Jin, but they stayed. Momo has a cracked skull. But it's nothing serious. But Hathkin on the other hand got a sword wound from that bastard. It's nothing serious. Though Hatchin kind of lost 2 of his arms. Zoro said, making Luffy wide-eye in horror. Kuina rolled her eyes. Don't worry though. He said he could grow it right back in time. Him being an octopus fisherman and all. You almost scared me, Zoro. Luffy grumbled, while Zoro just smirked. The others in the crew also felt a bit glad that their captain was worrying about them. Hey, Captain. Did you know the Aramaki guy by any chance? Kuina spoke again. Luffy blinked. No. I did know about him from time to time. Why? Kuina didn't say anything for a while, before she opened her mouth. You see, there's a rumor back in West Blue that it's about a guy who I'm pretty sure is Aramaki. Well, there are some rumors that he likes to take government contracts from time to time. He also has some bad rep in the bounty hunting gig. And people say that the reason why he isn't a criminal is because of his involvement with the government. Government as in Marines? Kobe asked. Kuina shook her head. No, as in world government. You know the Cypher Paul. Why would Cypher Paul work with bounty hunters? Johnny asked, while Yozaku nodded. To take care of people off the books. Kobe said, slowly, while Kuina nodded. Luffy thought for a while before throwing the thought to the back of his head. He also had some suspicion that it was kind of a hit job. And the sudden bounty just proved his theory. It seems that the world government had eyes on him. But he wasn't worried. Still, it was a bit worrying as to why this happened. This kind of thing didn't happen in the original. But then again, Luffy didn't have a staring reputation in the original. The world government might be stupid, but they also have good ears. He wouldn't be surprised if they knew about Luffy's hockey. Heck, previously the newspaper even wrote about his clash with Mihawk. So of course, they would send one of the best bounty hunters after him. Let them do what they want. I might be pretty banged up right now. But fighting with the bastard also improved my skills a lot. I will be much stronger. So and with enough training I will be the strongest. He said, flexing his biceps. And he was being serious. Both his observation hockey and armament hockey gained a tremendous level, maybe because it was his first time fighting with such unfavorable conditions. Then we won't have to worry about those freaks anymore. Shishishi, that brought some smiles and giggles in the room. And besides, we are an official group of pirates now. We should celebrate. He said, but winching from the pain his body. Even with semi-kicken, his body would need some time to get fully back to an optimal level. Time hadn't passed that much, he was only out for 2 or 3 hours, but give it a day or two and he would be back to optimal condition. Still, Luffy was a bit sad that he wouldn't be able to push his body in the meantime. But rest was necessary as he was sure he gained very valuable experience from his fight. Chapter 140, by the way. Where should we go next? Directly to the Grand Line. Nami asked now that the mood was a bit lighter. Nah, we should visit Logue Town first. I want to see the execution platform. Luffy said, I also heard there's a good sword shop there. He said looking at Zoro, who still needed 2 more blades. And also I want to meet the smoker guy. Captain. He actually said not to come there, or he would be forced to capture you. Kobe said, hesitantly. And what do you want with him anyway? Join my crew of course. Shishishi. And Luffy wasn't kidding. Smoker would a great ally for him in the future. Heck, from the start Smoker's character was similar to Garp in relation to chasing the Pirate King. And with his Logia powers and skills, he would get well in the crew. But then again, there was so-and-so chance that he would accept the offer. The rest of the crew either sighed or laughed. Especially Sanji, he was kind of brought into the crew that way. But the main reason why Luffy was going to Logue Town was to meet Dragon. And get some help there. For now, let's party. Sanji, bring in the food. Luffy said, getting down from the bed. The boy winced from the pain that ran through his body. Hey, you shouldn't get out from bed yet. Nami said, worriedly. Honey, it would be my pleasure to accompany you in bed. But I have more important stuff. Nami snorted, while the captain of the ship went out of the room. The rest of the crew followed their captain outside onto the deck of the ship. The wind blew calmly, as the Going Merry sailed through the ocean, with Momo pulling ship. Momo had a bandaged up head and Hatchin was on top of the Sea King, also had bandages on his body. 2 of his arms were missing from the right side, but the fishman didn't seem too worried. Hey there. Luffy said, gaining both of their attention. Thanks for helping the crew. He said, jumping to the head of the Going Merry. Oh. Thanks, Hatchin said, a bit embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. However, he did feel a bit sad from his missing limbs. Are you sure they will grow back? Luffy asked. Hatchin looked at Luffy and nodded. I have had worse. We octopus fishmen have some good regenerative abilities, nothing like Kobe's powers. But other than a decapitation we can pretty much survive in anything. He said, flexing his biceps, all 6 of them. Don't worry, it won't take a week to fully grow them back. Luffy was a bit amazed. It seems that he recruited a hidden gem. So fishmen depending on the species had abilities from the fish side. Interesting. Though. That green stuff is kind of irritating my wounds. Hatchin said. Luffy thought for a moment. Hey, tell Momo to head towards Logue Town. Nami direct the ship at full speed. There should be someone that can help both Hatchin and Jin there. Luffy best bet in getting some help was from Dear Daddy, Dragon. If Dragon was there, that meant the revolutionary ship was somewhere near as well. He should be able to get some good medical attention from there. Honestly, Luffy was quite worried about both of his crewmates. Chemicals were no joke, especially from the horror story he heard back in his previous world about how long time exposure to certain chemicals could give you cancer. While Luffy was thinking about how things went, he suddenly looked upwards, and frowned. His observation haki was picking up something, but he couldn't quite get what. What's wrong, Captain? Kobe asked, looking at the empty space where Luffy was looking. It's probably nothing. Luffy shrugged. Hey, Zoro. How's your new sword going? Well. Suddenly mid-sentence Luffy stretched out his hand, enlarging it and caught something midair. Gotcha Blythe. Luffy said with a dangerous glint in his eyes. And it was a bird. Not just any bird, but a newspaper bird. Calling it a bird would be wrong. As it looked like a bird human, similar to Big News Morgan, but much smaller in size. Half of Luffy's height actually. Let go of me. The bird said, its voice was a bit childish. But Luffy wasn't paying attention to that. No, there was a camera hanging on from his shirt. So you are the birdie that's taking our pictures? Luffy said with narrowed eyes as he brought his hand back with the bird still in his hand. He held the little creature by its long neck. Mind telling me why? You thought it was a good idea to do that without our permission? The birdman struggled to free itself, even half of its body getting transparent, but it couldn't do much when Luffy used a whiff of Conquer's haki on him. The bird seemed to be too shocked and started shivering. Good. Now you have some explaining to do, before we cook you and feed you to Momo. The Sea King in question looked at the birdie with a hungry grin. He never had a bird person before. Maybe it would taste like chicken. Noo. With that the bird fell unconscious. Oops. Luffy said, I think we broke him, guys. The other sweat dropped at the scene. A certain collar snapped out from the bird's neck, and fell on the ground, turning the half-visible bird fully visible. What's this? Luffy said, looking at the device. Accidentally pushing the button as it turned invisible. Now Luffy was wide-eyed. He thought that power was from the invisible fruit. Not an artificial device. But then he looked at the logo. And tossed it to Sanji. The cook in question caught it. It seems that the birdie here has some tech right here. Luffy said, now that Sanji studied it. There was a Germa 66 logo on it. Now even he was curious. Chapter 105. So you are telling me that you have been following us since Shell's Town? Luffy said with narrowed eyes. How didn't I catch you with my observation haki? The bird hesitated. Tell me. Not to insult you or anything. But, you aren't that experienced in using it. The device only works with inexperienced and non-observation Haki users. He said. Luffy hummed. It seemed that the fight with Aramaki actually did improve his Haki usage. Garp was a bit stingy in training Luffy's Haki, so it was given he would have some flaws in it. But why is this? Germa 66 tech in your hand? Sanji questioned. The Birdman gulped. He also knew about Sanji being of in smoke and all. And the tech wasn't something amazing, as the finished product could copy the full ability of the clear fruit. So this was just one of the failed experiments, which Morgan got with some connections. Even the world government didn't know about it, as they more so relied on the tech that Vegapunk made. So he gave away the info. But please give it back, Dad will kill me if he finds out I lost that. So, Morgan's your dad, Sanji said with narrowed eyes. No, what gave you that idea? The bird said, trying to act oblivious. For a spaying bird, it was quite bad at lying. Okay, so tell me. Why did Aramaki attack me on the same day when I was framed for destroying a supposed marine base? Luffy asked. This was the question that needed answering. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. The bird boy cried. I can't break the promise. Then he won't mind if we kill you and feed you to our Momu, right? Sanji said, this time taking out a butcher knife, making the bird panic in horror. No, please no. Don't kill me. The bird said. I can't tell anything more. We bird folks don't betray our word. If you really want to know, call father. He might able to answer your question. Luffy didn't say anything for a while, before speaking. Sparky, write me the Denden Mushi. The monkey nodded and brought the black snail to him. Now, mind telling us your daddy's personal number? Or should we beat it out of you? There was also a transponder snail that he got from the bird boy, but he didn't know if the Marines or other party could intercept the signal. So he wanted to be careful, in case. It seemed that the bird didn't need any more motivation, and gave the number away. Well, the bird boy did want to live to tell the tale. The call started ringing. A video call. Pretty. The call was then picked up, even giving the video function of the call. Big news, Morgan here. But the Birdman stopped and looked between Luffy and his son. What did you get yourself into this time, Mori? Well, someone's concerned. Luffy mused. Mind giving us some answers, Big Birdie? Or we might do something to your little birdie right here. Zoro said, putting his sword near the bird's neck. What do you want to do to him? Things. That is not a legitimate answer. Mori said, a shade paler from the heat the blade was emanating. Morgan sighed at his son's cowardice. But then again, confidence came with experience. That was the reason why he left him on spy duty. But it seems that wasn't going as planned. Zoro seemed to legitimately scare the young bird. So, if Zoro's playing the bad cop, let's play the good cop. Now Zoro. I'm sure the Birdman is willing to share some info with us. Luffy said, with a kind smile. Isn't that right? Yes, of course. Hero. Morgan said. Unlike his son, he wasn't intimidated much. But with how pissed the blonde cook looked and how scary Zoro was, he wasn't taking any chances. Hero? Luffy mused. A fallen hero, who supposedly destroyed a marine base. But I'm a pirate now. So mind telling me why this happened? Luffy said, getting the bounty poster and putting it on screen. You do know I don't do bounty posters. Luffy snorted. Yeah, but this picture. While I do look good in it, that could be only taken by your son right here. That means you were giving my crew's info to those world dogs. With that he narrowed his eyes. And you might not do bounty posters. But it was your birds that distributed the bounties. Well, that is something we had no control over. Morgan hesitated for a moment, thinking if he should say it. But seeing his son in that state, there was no escape from it. He should have pulled Mori out after Luffy was labeled as a pirate. But there was no going back. So the bird started explaining. I didn't want to label you folks as a pirate group. Even while you sailed with a black flag. I didn't want to out you guys as pirate. But it wasn't my call to begin with. The government for some reason deemed you dangerous, especially if you are Marine Hero's grandson, and you know whose son. He said. Luffy seemed a bit skeptical. Hey, why do you think the papers wrote so much about your good deeds? Honestly, the paper sales bloomed after your debut. Everyone wants a hero. And all of them were interested in why you were a bounty hunter, not a Marine. That was a story that was worth writing. More so when I did some research in your village. Wait. You bastards even went there. You are playing with fire, Birdie. Luffy narrowed his eyes dangerously. Relax, we didn't exactly go to your village, but we did know that Shanks used to visit that island a lot. And that hat. Well, I won't tell anyone with your connection to Shanks or the hat if you are asking. My son won't either. He might be a coward, But we bird folks can keep our beaks shut. Morgan said, and the world government is more scared of your father than with your connection with Shanks really. They don't want people to start following you. And make you their idol. Actually, Luffy wasn't that mad at being labeled as a pirate, but he didn't want to gain rep for things he didn't do. It's nothing new. They did destroy Ohara just cause of some misled fear. Luffy shrugged, and studied Morgan's reaction. The bird's face darkened a bit. That wasn't a subject he wanted to remember. More so when some of his friends died in that attack. Yes, the world government is paranoid in that sense. Morgan said, but my hand is tied. The Chipperpole made a visit a few days ago. They wanted to buy some of your photos that we had. Well, more like took it forcefully and stashed in a few thousand bellies. They also warned me to keep the news of you dying under wraps. I didn't get what they meant back then. But they honestly sent the Ryoka to the Mad Hunter after you. I'm still surprised that you survived. But it's too bad that they labeled you as a pirate. You would have been a great hero. Luffy tuned things down and thought things over for a moment. So it was a hit job. But it also meant you guys were the ones that revealed our location, didn't you? Morgan froze, and coughed. Well, they did threaten me. And that was total bullshit. This guy could easily take down a normal Chipperpole agent, but that was in the original story. This guy might be different. I don't actually care. But I'm here to offer a deal. Luffy said, you said people wanted a hero. Didn't they? Then why not continue with that? Make me a hero. Who was framed by the government, who is kind and all the jazz. I don't actually care about the fame, but having a following would make it easy, when I become the world's strongest man, the Pirate King, and eventually take down the world government. Bold words. Morgan grinned. But what should I call you? The Pirate Hero. Morgan blinked. A pirate being a hero. A pirate being a hero. Morgan then grabbed the Den Mushi. Why didn't I think of this before? This will make a grand headline. Lahahaha. Luffy didn't stop the Birdman's antics. Okay, so you in? Morgan looked at Luffy again. The government won't like it. Oh, please. Luffy rolled his eyes. When did you care so much about the government? I'm sure you would be able to slip out of any trouble. Luffy said, and I assure you. Give me 5 years. And the whole world government system will be no more. Now. Wouldn't you want the man that will change the whole world to have a good reputation from the start? Morgan was grinning ear to ear. Luffy was flat out saying for Morgan to bet on him. It was honestly a gamble. The amount of hassle and headache the government will give will be a pain in the ass for him. But the question was he willing to take the risk? I'm in. Morgan said, grinning. Lahahaha. Shishishi. Dad, can you tell them to untie me now? On that note, I hope you don't mind us keeping the invisible tech with us. Luffy said, what? He was going to milk the deal. Chapter 106. It has been a day since the Going Merry left the Sakura Islands and life aboard the ship was as lively as ever. Nami rested under an umbrella, a fresh newspaper in her hands. After doing some basic training, she was more than happy to laze around for the day. On her side sat another lady elegantly, Kuina. The older girl was really enjoying the strawberry cake Sanji made. Honestly, Nami used to envy her on how she could eat anything and not gain weight. But after she also started training, she was sure she could eat a whole Sea King and not get fat. Honestly, Luffy was a slave worker when it came to training. Now she got why people said not to date a health freak. But then again, she wasn't dating him or anything. On the other hand, Zoro, Johnny, Yozaku, Jin, and Kobe are nearer the figurehead. Zoro had been sparring with Johnny and Yozaku, both trying to master their abilities. In Kobe's case, it was all physical, while in Zoro's case, it was more about using the sword that had a devil fruit ability in it. While Zoro was training with the bounty-hunting pirate duo, Kobe and Jin were training alone. Kobe focused on his kicks and leg-based movement, trying to get his legs ready for instant transmission. He lacked speed, and that was the part he was focusing on right now. Jin was opposite them, having borrowed a pair of handballs and was now trying to imitate a workout he had seen Zoro do that morning. He had woken up a few hours earlier and started training ever since. Sanji and Sparky had to force stop his training to get him to eat or rest. Even Luffy scolded him for pushing his body too hard. But then again, Jin felt frustrated from his loss, and this motivated him to do whatever training he could. The former Krieg pirate coughed from time to time. He wasn't fully back to full health. And yet he pushed himself, the buckets of sweat rolling down his face indicated much. Luffy was enjoying the view from the crow's nest, while Momo pulled the ship in towards Slow Town. They would reach the last island before Grand Line in a day at most. If the Sea King wasn't injured, it wouldn't have taken that much time, but it was still faster than any ships around the water. Hachin himself went out for a swim into the sea, to stretch out his muscles and help Sanji in catching big fishes for lunch. Sparky and Usopp were the only ones that weren't in the view. Well, that was because they were spending their sweet time modifying the guns they had. Anchor had left them some good material and ideas before they left the island, so they were eager to implement them on their weapons. Nami blinked when she saw what the newspaper wrote. Guys. I think you should see this. She said. The wind blew in from the newspaper, a few of the bounty posters fell. Wanted, dead or alive pirate hunters Oro 25 million white lady Kuina 30 million man demon Jin, new allegiance, 15 million six-armed fishman Hachin, new allegiance, 9 million sweet new bounties. Luffy grinned, he was wondering why only he got the bounty. If the Marine viewed Luffy as a threat, then by extension they would label everyone as pirates. And it seems that it took some time for them to take action. But then again, Luffy's early bounty was because they thought they could get the boy killed along with the other pirates. But it didn't work out for him. The rest of the crew were more focused on the bounty poster, discussing and bragging about their bounties. What? Sanji yelled from the second level. Oh, Jin commented. Nice picture. He said, this picture made him look much more intimidating than his previous one. This was a picture of him bloodied in the fight with Kobe. Not a glorious moment, but at least the picture was great. Zoro also liked his picture. This was taken when he fought against Mihawk. While he looked beaten up, it also portrayed his will to get stronger. Kuina's picture was more calm, and she didn't look like a threat at all. Heck, some wouldn't even call her a pirate with how friendly and clueless she looked in the photo. And yet her epithet was a nightmare for the pirates. She was a well-known bounty hunter after all. Even Hathkin got one. Kobe said, depressed, joining Sanji in depression. Hachin's picture was of him on the Sea King Momu, pulling the Going Merry. See Momu, we got a bounty raise. Hachin cheers, along with the happy Sea King. Usopp was with Kobe and Sanji, trying to cheer them on. But both of them were quite sad not to get bounties. Luffy almost found it funny, how Kobe was sad for not getting a bounty, when in fact a few weeks ago he was spouting dreams of becoming a marine. Foo-fa-foo. Take that Aizen, it all worked according to his plan. Luffy, see this. Nami said, pushing the newspaper near his face. The Straw Hat blinked before seeing the newspaper. And after reading a few lines, he grinned. That son of a gun. Luffy grinned. The paper said many things about the Straw Hat. But the most notable thing was about Luffy's supposed alienation with the pirates, how Captain Nezumi was corrupt and was under investigation. And how Luffy was seen near the Sakura Islands, protecting the islanders from a bounty hunter gone rogue named Aramaki. Well, Luffy was happy that his name was cleared. He was more so happy about how Morgan portrayed Aramaki as the villain. That bastard shouldn't be able to join the Marines, now that his public image is ruined. Luffy was praying that Aramaki was dead. He did shoot him into the sea along with sea stone cuffs, but there was always the chance of him surviving. Also, the paper noted how some islanders from Sakura Island spoke in favor of Luffy. This will change stuff. But Luffy was sure that the world government is pulling their hair because of the news. Morgan made sure to wrote it in a way where Captain Nezumi was to blame for the whole mess and misinformation about the hero Mario. This way, Morgan isn't totally going against the world government. Morgan wasn't implying that the Marines were lying. No, he was saying that the Marines got fooled by a corrupt rat amongst their ranks. Which wasn't a good rep for the Marines. It made it look Luffy like as a victim. Luffy didn't know Morgan would go this bold. But then again, he did even more in the original. Even making Luffy the 5th Emperor way before he was at that level. This calls for a celebration. Sanji, stop brooding and bring in the food. Luffy said, but seeing Sanji depressed, he added. Please. Well, since you said please. Sanji headed to the kitchen with a shake of his head. Captain, this is very dangerous, Kobe warned. If we go to Logue Town we might get in trouble, with our new bounties. People will be gunning for us. Even if Smoker isn't in the area, I'm sure they put someone of the same rank there. A powerful marine. They might target us, if we go there. A PPP powerful and marine. Usopp stuttered, well, we aren't scared of that. Usopp had missed the whole fight with Aramaki, but it also made him a bit more scared of the unknown dangers. More so, if Aramaki tried to cut the Going Merry, he would have died along with it. It was a good thing that the Green Bull was trying to show off and bring Luffy's attention. I'll see if I can learn anything more from the paper, Nami offered, settling back into her reading in the hopes of gleaning some new information they may need. It wasn't just Luffy had new bounties. The newspaper also went with other upcoming pirates, one named Kid and the other named Law, and their misdeeds. But their bounties were much lower, similar to Kuina's bounty. Their fame was covered up because of Luffy's contribution. Captain, are you sure we should go there? Kobe asked again. I honestly, Don't want to get into another fight until I master at least one of the Rokushiki techniques. Luffy blinked. That's quite thoughtful, but we'll be fine, Luffy waved off. We're strong. If that new marine captain comes for us, we'll just kick his ass. And besides, we will hide our ship and wear disguises. Luffy grinned, pulling out fake beards and mustaches from nowhere. Well, it was out from Sparky's backpack, of course. The other crew members blinked a bit surprised. They thought that Luffy would tell them to act boldly, but it seems that wasn't the case. But with how ugly the disguises looked, they wouldn't be wearing them anyways. Seeing such reactions, the captain felt a pang of sadness. Well, okay then. We'll be really sneaky, shush. Luffy said. I'm good at being quiet and sneaking up on things. I did it all the time back in the forest. The others opted to ignore or not pay attention to Luffy's goofy antics. Sometimes they wondered if Luffy had a second brain for his wild ideas. Chapter 107. It was a peaceful day in Maniford. Well, as peaceful as the headquarters of the world government's military branch could get, anyway. Incessant mutterings broke out among the high-ranking Marines in the conference room before one of them spoke up. We apologize, Commodore, one Marine said. But do you really think that our Marine branches in East Blue will be unable to deal with this threat? The high-ranking Marine in question nodded. To be blunt, they won't even come close, he said regretfully. He turned to 3 bounty posters that hung on the wall. Buggy the Clown, 15 million belly, Pirate Fleet Admiral Don Krieg, 17 million belly, and Sawtooth Arlong, 20 million belly. Taking into account that the average bounty in East Blue is 3 million, the fact that his crew crushed them all can't be ignored. These 3 had the highest active bounties in the eastern seas. Not to mention he even cashed the bounties in while he was hiding himself as a pirate. And that's not adding the fact that the boy gained his fame when he single-handedly took down a 50 million berry pirate. One that slipped away from the Marines' capture. Also having one of the immortal devil fruits. Another high-ranking Marine said. It is not just their captain that has caught our attention, however. He also has pirate hunters Oro and White Lady Kuina on his crew. Not to mention taking Injin and Hatchin from his enemy crew. A stoic old-aged Marine said, I have seen a lot of pirates, but those that know how to make the enemy work for them are the ones that make a name in the sea. A few Marines shifted uncomfortably at this. Though a mid-ranking Marine spoke up. Well, sir, with due respect, shouldn't we reevaluate Mario? Or Luffy's motives, he said, even though he was a bit nervous, but as a hardworking, he couldn't help but voice his opinion. His sudden turn to piracy, and his relation to Vice Admiral Garp, along with his actions, spoke far from the ruthless pirate that we usually hunt. Are you implying that we should overlook his crime of donning a black flag and pursuing a selfish dream just because he has some relationship with a well-known figure in the Marines? It was Vice Admiral Stainless who spoke. You should rethink your words before saying it. Stainy, don't scare the boy off. Let him speak his mind. A man who was also donning the robe of justice spoke. It was Vice Admiral Cancer who spoke. And as for your question, the whole situation might look unclear, but don't let newspaper fool your judgment. The world government had inspected the case itself, and we all know how reliable they are. He laughed at the end. Whether his last sentence was sarcasm or serious, no one knew or questioned. Those that were in the room all knew how things worked with the world government. So almost all of them had doubts about Luffy. More so when some of them knew who his father was. It was not mentioned, but Garp only had one son. Said son turned out to be the most wanted man ever. And if Luffy was carrying the same family name, it became obvious who the father was. And so it was generally known why the world government had an eyes on Luffy. Still, they had to keep their mouths shut. While most of the Marines in the Manifod were honest, and believed in justice. Mainly because of the hard work Sengoku put in to comb out weeds from the ranks, unfortunately, he couldn't do it all throughout the ranks, as world government agents tended to recruit questionable candidates now and then, using them as puppets to do their bidding. There were also some that were loyal puppets of the world governments hiding in their ranks. That is why most of the Marines often acted oblivious to their actions. Speak or act out of line, then you might get put on bubble man duty, and no one wanted that. Anyway, don't mind us. Continue your report. Ahem. Yes, sir. Our sources suggest that the fallen hero Luffy has taken under 3 other capable fighters amongst his ranks. With that, they showed the pictures of Kobe, Sanji and Usopp. Though, their threat level is yet to be discussed. Still, they have contributed a lot in fighting from what our sources tell. That was also the reason why they didn't have bounties. Kobe had taken down Jin before he changed alliance, and Sanji had single-handedly fought a fishman alone. And won. Those were not ordinary feats. And not to mention the fact that the boy Usopp also had some good sniping skills, often using handguns along with his slingshots. There was also another woman the crew, but the Marine didn't deem her threat worthy yet to be discussed. The same can be said for the odd monkey that apparently had 6 legs, a pet they supposed. Also, they had no information on them, same with Johnny and Yasuko. In actuality, the Marine got their info from the spy set up by Big News Morgan. And because of the deal Luffy made, only some of the information was revealed, where some were hidden. Such as Johnny and Yosaku being in the crew. "If I may interrupt, Commodore," one Marine said politely. "What of the strange gossip regarding pirate hunter Zoro's alleged clash with the royal warlord, Dracul Mihawk?" More mutterings broke out among the Marines in the room. "Wait, didn't Mario? No, I mean Luffy clash with him?" another Marine said. Another round of mutterings broke out. "Sigh. This will take a while," Stainless said, while Cancer just lazily smiled. Chapter 108. Johnny and Yosaku were having an intense training session with Zoro right now, still on the Going Merry. They looked quite beaten and bruised. Granted, it was because Zoro was working them to the bone, but that wasn't really the point. While it was training for both Johnny and Yosaku, it was also training for Zoro to hold back his strength with his new blade. The flames of Akaya no Zarashi were hot and hard to control, but Luffy suggested Zoro use this against allies. This might make it hard, but with the stakes high, Zoro was getting good control over the famed blade. Even though it was risky, Sparky and Luffy were just around the corner if things got out of hand. Speaking of Luffy, he was also busy. Kuina was training with Luffy on her bladed attacks, while Sanji was using Blue Walk to dive into the sea and look for new fishes to catch. Hachin had found some rare fishes that he was having trouble catching, so Sanji lent a leg for the job. It also worked good for his training. As things were going now, they would reach Logue Town within a few hours. The Straw Hats' peaceful afternoon was interrupted with a cannon firing, paired with the cannonball landing in the water near them. "Gah!" Usopp shouted, sounding terrified as he fell backward onto his back. "What the hell was that?" "Sounded like a cannon," Sanji replied as he got back to the ship, and squinting his eyes to see the enemy ship. Usopp was worried because it was a marine ship. With this close to Logue Town, they could be surrounded in minutes. But then looking closer, it was actually 2 ships fighting amongst each other, a big marine ship and a smaller pirate ship. And it seemed that both ships firing cannonballs at each other, some of them got near their own ship. Usopp almost felt glad that they weren't the target. "What's going on out here?" Zoro asked, looking out of the ship along with Yosaku and Johnny. "There's a fight going behind us." Usopp pointed. "Luffy, what do we do?" "We should get near first and understand the situation before acting." Nami, who was also steering the ship, nodded and fearlessly eyed through the cannon fire. Her other crewmates easily handled the cannonballs before they could hit the Going Merry. "The Marines are being attacked," Kobe cried angrily. "We need to do something." Well, Luffy and the rest of the crew could see how the marine ship was getting slaughtered by pirates. But the numbers of the pirates didn't add up. The pirate ship was much smaller, a quarter size of the Going Merry, and yet there were too many pirates. But maybe the other pirates were prisoners, because some of the pirates were even killing each other. Logue Town was a good place to dock the pirates, before sending them off to impale down. So most likely what happened was a small-time pirate group orchestrated a prison break to get some of their crewmates free before they could reach Logue Town. More so now that Smoker was no here. "Chill out, Kobe." This time it was Jin who spoke up. "Only Captain can call the axe." Zoro and Kuina nodded. Luffy was almost touched by his crewmates' loyalty, and gave the charges to help the Marines. If he had a reputation of a hero, so why not help them? And he didn't like meaningless slaughter anyway. The Going Merry speed up, coming near the other ships. Luffy commanded Momo to spray water on them to stop the fighting for a second. And it seemed to do the work. Now both Marines and pirates were looking at Luffy. And all of them were scared for different reasons. "That's the fallen hero. Mario." One of the main soldiers said, "Is he here to help the pirates?" "Stupid. Didn't you read the newspaper? It said that the former Marine Nezumi is the one that set up the whole mess." One of the pirates said, "He is clearly with you guys." Similar conversations were being held while Luffy docked the boat with the crewmates. "Find every single one of those pirates, and help the Marines clear out the trash," Luffy ordered as the Marines sighed in relief and the pirates screamed in panic. Zoro went after a pair with his sword, quickly knocking them unconscious, while controlling his blade. Sanji and Jin went after a group as well, both kicking the enemies in the side of the head. Luffy shot the rest of the fleeing pirates with his finger gun. All the while Marines stepped aside and saw them take care of the pirates with ease. Johnny and Yosaku were too tired to fight. But also Sparky would stop them in case they wanted to join the fight. As Luffy wanted them to still have an active bounty hunting license in case they wanted to cash in for some info or bounties later on. He didn't want them to labeled as pirates. Usopp was aiming down the enemy and shooting them from the Going Merry, rather than go to the marine ship and fight the pirates. You lot will pay for this. The enemy pirate captain said. Mark my word, Mario. But he didn't get to finish his sentence as he was bonked in the head and knocked out. Name's Luffy. He said a bit irritated. But he soon steadied himself when the rest of the Marines were looking at them weirdly. Thanks for helping us. The man in charge of the marine ship said. We would have lost more lives if it weren't for you. Sadly, many of the Marines were already dead or got seriously wounded before Luffy got there. Now that all the pirates were captured, the Marines, especially the low-level soldiers, were a bit glad that Mario was still a hero and doing his good work. Even while he was a pirate. Please leave the ship. The Marine in charge requested, genuinely, we won't try to capture you. But as Marines, even if you are good people, you are still labeled as pirates. I'm sorry we can't treat you any better, but I have already called for backup from Logue Town, and I don't want them to capture you. The others were surprised, even Luffy. It seems that every good deed does get rewarded. So he just nodded and jumped back into the ship. Along with his crewmates. But before he went he said something. Don't worry, we won't go the Logue Town anyways, we will directly go the Grand Line and get out of your hair. Luffy said, smiling. Of course, it was a lie, but he commanded Momo to sail in the direction of the reverse mountain, until the marine ship was out of view, and then changed course. But nobody saw that Johnny and Yozaku had actually gone along with Sparky and looted the smaller pirate ship while the battle was going on. Even taking down some pirates without the Marines knowing. Look what we found. Johnny called with a huge smile on his face. You'll love this, big sis Nami. Will I? She asked. Why? On cue, both men opened the treasure chest to reveal glittering gold coins and berry notes. Chapter 109. Look what we found. Johnny called with a huge smile on his face. You'll love this, big sis Nami. Will I? She asked. Why? On cue, both men lifted the chest open to reveal glittering gold coins and berry notes. Nami squealed happily as she jumped up and down like a child, before jumping and snatching the chest of the duo's hands. The orange head snuggled the money as if it was her boyfriend who came home safe from the war zone and sighed happily. Looks like we found some extra funds for Logue Town, Sanji said with a smirk. After all, we all need something, I'm sure. Of course, Sanji figured out that Luffy was only trying to misdirect the Marines, with his earlier words. Luffy smiled. With this, all of the Marines would think that Luffy and the crew left for the Grand Line, while they would dock at the opposite side of Logue Town. The Logue Town was situated on the Logue Town Island. Yup, stupid name. But he didn't decide it. Anyway, it is an island where there was a forest on the other end, and a town front end. So Luffy told the crew to set up the ship there, near the forest, rather than in the port. It won't hide the ship fully, but it was the best they can do for now. Smoker was still in Sakura Islands, and with their ship's speed it would take at least 1 day to get here. More than enough time to get out of here. That was more than enough time for what Luffy was planning on doing here. And just like that, the island came into the view. The last island before the Grand Line. Now they only had to sort out the small-time commotion that was happening on the ship. Distribution? Nami demanded, still hugging the chest from a few hours ago. These schmucks don't know the first thing about money. She said, hissing, while she hugged the money. Luffy's sweat dropped. Nami, I will bring you a city of gold, but I'm damn sure it won't change your act. Nami pulled down her tongue and eyelid in protest. Very mature. Don't be greedy, Kuina replied. If they need the money, then they simply need the money. Simple as that. Also, I need some cash for testing the fine desert on the island anyways, she said with an open palm, to give her some of the money. Completely ignoring how shamelessly Kuina was asking for money, Luffy agreed with the swordswoman. I'm going with these two to find a sword shop.